Chapter 181 The Real Holy Church is no longer disguised. Ji Lao Mo is a person who knows how to reflect. He once again reflects on himself 3 times a day. Am I too polite to them? Did I give them face? Should I take action? After reflecting, the answer came out instantly. Yes. He has done too many good things. These two really think that the Holy Church is really the Holy Church. It seems that his acting skills are getting better and better. Cross it out. It seems that his righteous nature is about to surpass the identity of the young master of the Holy Church. This is not good. Wouldn't it be easy to be discovered that he is an undercover sent by Xuandu Temple to the heavenly demon sect? It must be changed. He must let these guys understand what the real heavenly Holy Church is. And you? Who allowed you to stand and talk to me? Ji Chongqing's passion just emerged a little bit. And he saw Luo Qingling's face a little pale. And immediately retracted it. With a smile on his face, Qingling, you go and do your own thing. Call Sister Wenren. Ji Chongqing instructed Wenren Renyu to form the Qi State Demon Suppression Group. It's time for her to slay demons and eliminate evil. Luo Qingling was simple. Not stupid. So she naturally saw Ji Chongqing's intention to kill. She hesitated for a moment. But still whispered a reminder, young master. Qishan League is an alliance of dozens of small immortal sects in Qi State. Its strength in Qi State is second only to Guanyin Temple. It is also a third-tier force among the immortal sects in the world. And it has many allies. If the Holy Church wants to successfully transform, it may need the votes of Qishan League. Ji Chongqing smiled and touched Luo Qingling's head. It seems that not only these two guys don't understand why the Holy Church is the Holy Church, but Luo Qingling hasn't understood it either. But it's good this way. Let the people of Qi establish the recognition that the Holy Church is a law-abiding and righteous immortal sect. Let the righteous immortal sect of Qi establish another recognition of the Holy Church. Immortal sects are also divided into grades. The lowest end immortal sects are the ones that bully other practitioners. Top sects like the Holy Church and Xuandu Temple have always bullied other practitioners. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Leave these things to me. You just do your professional work well and save more people. Luoshan is a signboard. Goddess Lanqin. It seems that she needs to be made into another signboard. Otherwise, if Lan Jujun is brought back to the headquarters, Ji Chongqing is very worried that Bao will send Lan Jujun to see her grandmother. And even more worried that Lan Nu will be upset and take revenge on Bao. Qi is still suitable for them to perform. After Luo Qingling left, Ji Chongqing moved his body and took out the umbrella of the people. The symbol of the Holy Church. Come on. Kneel down and tell me how many Huangquan demons are hidden in the Qihua Medical Association and Qishan League. As long as you can confess. I promise to keep a seat for you in the one-man umbrella. The old demon Ji played a compassionate heart. Zhou Yezong and Fu Qishan were both angry. Facts have proved that those who can hold high positions are not necessarily smart people. Some may inherit through blood. Some may inherit through relationships between men and women. And there are always many stupid people. Unfortunately, the 2 stupid people Ji met this time were 2 stupid people. But the information revealed by these 2 stupid people made Ji Chongqing look sideways. Fu Qishan said angrily, Ji Chongqing, don't go too far. Yu Lao Mo was seriously injured. And it is not certain whether he can survive. The more rampant you are now, the more embarrassed you will be in the future. Ji Chongqing narrowed his eyes and slapped him again, knocking out 3 of Fu Qishan's teeth. Then he wiped his hands with a tissue in disgust. And then asked, you are well informed. Tell me, what is your origin? Although Ji Chongqing didn't think he needed to be afraid of the other party's background. He must investigate it thoroughly before he could root it out. Fu Qishan became more and more angry. Ji Chongqing. You? Before he finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open. When Ren Jiayu and Wei Tingbao stood at the door together, Chao Ziming also hurried over. The 3 of them looked at Fu Qishan, who had been beaten by Ji Chongqing and was swollen like a pig's head. When Ren Jiayu didn't react much. But Wei Tingbao and Chao Ziming's eyelids jumped at the same time. Wei Tingbao quickly said, Master Ji, please spare his life. Ji Chongqing pointed at Fu Qishan and Zhou Yezong and asked, which one should be spared? Wei Tingbao. Fu Qishan. He has some connection with our Danqing Pavilion. No wonder. Ji Chongqing seemed to be thinking. Not long after what happened in the main hall of Guanyin Temple, Fu Qishan actually knew that Yu Lao Mo was seriously injured. The source of the information can basically only come from the main hall of Guanyin Temple, Danqing Pavilion and Tianma Sect. Among them, Tianma Sect can be ruled out first. If Fu Qishan has the background of Tianma sect, he would not dare to provoke Ji Chansheng even if he had 3 courages. So the probability is that it is either Guanyin Temple or Danqing Pavilion. The main hall of Guanyin Temple is also unlikely, because he knows the news that Yu Lao Mo was seriously injured. So he must also know what happened in the main hall of Guanyin Temple. Naturally, he would not think that he dared to offend Ji Lao Mo just because he has the background of Guanyin Temple. So, Master Zhang's people? Or Qinglian Sword Immortal's people? Wei Tingbao was somewhat impressed by Ji Chongqing's sharpness. He told the truth. Fu Qingshan's mother had a relationship with Qinglian Sword Immortal, and they have been in contact. Puff. Ji Chongqing couldn't hold it back. Qinglian Sword Immortal's son? As Li Qinglian's adopted son. Never mind. Ji Chongqing disliked Li Qinglian a little. My wife is about to quit the version, and I still prefer my adopted father. Li Qinglian is not worthy of him. Even Qinglian Sword Immortal doesn't like him. So Ji Chongqing certainly won't care about Qinglian Sword Immortal's son. But he misunderstood this time. Wei Tingbao explained, it's not Qinglian Sword Immortal's son. Fu Qingshan's mother later married someone else, and gave birth to Fu Qingshan. Qinglian Sword Immortal failed her back then. So the Qinglian lineage took care of Fu Qingshan. Scumbag. As a good man, Ji Chongqing wanted to draw a clear line with Qinglian Sword Immortal more and more. Wei Zhenchuan. Quickly take down this demon. Seeing Wei Tingbao appear, Fu Qingshan's eyes lit up. Yu Lao Mo is already dead or alive, and Ji Chongqing still wants to stir up trouble in Qi. Wei Zhenchuan. As the true disciple of Danqing Pavilion, you must not sit idly by. Otherwise I will tell my sister. Ji Chongqing raised his eyebrows again and asked, who is her sister? My master's aunt. This time it was Chao Ziming who spoke. My master's junior sister. With the cultivation of the spirit transformation, is highly appreciated by the Qinglian Sword Immortal and the Pavilion Master. Junior brother Ji. This Fu Qingshan. It's hard to say about the Fu family. I don't understand what the head of the Fu family thinks. It seems that he gave all his children to his wife's old lover for support. But we in Danqing Pavilion have tested their bloodline, and they are indeed not related to the Qinglian Sword Immortal. Ji Chongqing was also a little speechless. Yu Danqing Pavilion is too chaotic. Wei Tingbao smiled bitterly. Master Ji, can you tell me what mistake Fu Qingshan made? If the crime is not punishable by death, I will apologize to you on behalf of Fu Qingshan. Wei Zhenchuan. Are you crazy? The disciples of Danqing Pavilion actually bowed to the Tianma sect? Ji Chongqing directly swung out with a knife, completely beating Fu Qingshan into a pig's head. Did I let you speak? Ji Chongqing said coldly. If you say one more word, you don't have to keep your tongue. Fu Qingshan almost swore. But Wei Tingbao decisively sealed him with his righteous spirit, preventing him from becoming a mute. However, this did not bring Fu Qingshan's gratitude, but only received Fu Qingshan's hateful eyes. Wei Tingbao was very helpless about this. Ji Chongqing complained, Brother Wei, are all the peripheral forces of your Danqing Pavilion so stupid? Wei Tingbao shook his head and said, Qishan League is not considered a peripheral force of our Danqing Pavilion. At most, Qishan League is traveling around the world under the name of Danqing Pavilion. We have never admitted it. But you are stopping me from killing him now. Fu Qingshan may be a bit of a jerk. But Master Ji, you have to let me know where he committed a capital crime. If he is really unforgivable, I will naturally not stop him. If he just verbally offended you, then Master Ji, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to stand idly by. You have a point. Ji Chongqing listened to the advice. So he took out one of his spirit stones and put it on Fu Qingshan, and then said angrily, How dare you snatch my spirit stone and say you don't deserve to die? Fu Qingshan? Wei Tingbao? Chao Ziming took the lead and stopped Wei Tingbao from speaking, saying decisively, Junior brother Ji, it's just Fu Qingshan. There's no need to be so blatant if you want to kill him. I think there must be evidence of the collusion between the Fu family and the demon cult hidden under the second tree in the Fu family courtyard. This time it was Ji Chongqing's turn to have some eye twitching. Why did senior brother Chao choose the second tree? He really didn't forget his original intention. Wei Tingbao was so angry that he laughed. Ziming, are you saying what a disciple of Danqing Pavilion should say? Of course. Chao Ziming didn't care, Brother Wei. For a person like Fu Qingshan, do you think it's better to die or live? Wei Tingbao said seriously, as long as his crime is not punishable by death. Even if he is annoying, he should be given the right to live. Chao Ziming said what he meant. Brother, you are a really good person, but too pedantic. Changsheng must have his reasons for killing people. We only need to stare at Changsheng's golden lotus of merit to know whether we have killed the wrong person. Wei Tingbao. Subconsciously, I felt that what Chao Ziming said made sense. But as far as he knew, Fu Qishan and Ji Changsheng had just met. What kind of capital crime could he have committed? Master Ji, can you tell me how Fu Qishan offended you? Whatever. Ji Changsheng released Fu Qishan's restraint and ordered, "Vent out all your dissatisfaction and let senior brother Wei listen carefully, so that he won't be unable to report to the top after returning to Danqing Pavilion. Danqing Pavilion is a brother unit, and face must be given. Of course, people must be killed. So, give Fu Qishan a chance to die." Fu Qishan did not disappoint him. The Tianqing sect is going to directly distribute spirit stones to the people of Qi. Do you know about this? Wei Zhenchuan? Wei Tingbao shook his head. I don't know. He had just arrived in Qi State, and was not as well informed as Fu Qishan. A local tyrant. Ji Changsheng broke the rules. Fu Qishan also forced himself to calm down. He wanted to convince Wei Tingbao to stand on their side. As an alien sect, Tiansheng Clinic has set the price so low, and has taken the initiative to distribute spiritual stones to the people of Qi State. In the long run, how can other sects compete with Tiansheng Clinic? The people of Qi State are used to the benefits given by Tiansheng Clinic. So how can they accept the standards of our Qishan League? Wei Zhenchuan. If Tiansheng Clinic is not destroyed, Qishan League will be finished. Wei Tingbao was a little confused. Fair competition, each based on their ability. Tiansheng sect didn't kill or burn anything. So why did Qishan League have to die? Fu Qishan said angrily, if Tiansheng sect killed or burned anything, it would be fine. The problem is that they treat the people of Qi State better than our local immortal sect, and treat their disciples much better than our local immortal sect. What can we use to compete? Better service, better products, and lower prices. Wei Tingbao, a man of noble integrity, obviously said something different from Fu Qishan. Fu Qishan blurted out, how can Qishan League earn spiritual stones in that case? Should we give all the profits to those poor guys? Wei Tingbao's face darkened instantly. Finally understood. Sects like Danqing Pavilion are not for profit. The wealth of the sect only needs to be able to maintain the operation of the sect. As an immortal sect, it is not difficult to do this. So Wei Tingbao didn't expect it to be a fight for spiritual stones before. Of course, he didn't think it was wrong to hope to earn more spiritual stones. So Wei Tingbao finally gave Fu Qishan a chance. Since you want to earn more spirit stones, then launch better products and services. The people of Qi are not fools. As long as the things of Qishan League are good enough, they will definitely be willing to support it. Fu Qishan became even more angry. If we have that ability, will Qishan League still be a third-rate immortal sect? Wei Tingbao was silent for a moment, and then said to Ji Changsheng, Master Ji, this kind of trash is indeed not guilty of death. We Danqing Pavilion disciples can't do it. If Tianqing sect wants to do it. Wei Tingbao glanced at Fu Qishan again, then shook his head helplessly, and said, you can do whatever you want. I will take the pressure from the pavilion for you. Ji Changsheng bowed. Senior brother Wei is reasonable. Don't worry. You don't have to take it. I dare to do it, and I have the ability to take it on. As long as he can reason. Ji Changsheng is willing to reason with the other party. If he can't reason, then he will use his fist to talk to the other party. Obviously, Wei Tingbao can still reason. But Fu Qishan is a demon in Huangquan at first glance. Wei Tingbao. What do you mean? Are you crazy? Are you going to go along with the demon cult? Wei Tingbao was too lazy to deal with this kind of person, and turned around and left. Before Chao Ziming left, he cut off Fu Qishan's tongue for Wei Tingbao. Haren's heart became smoother. Chasheng. I'll go to the Fu family, and see if there is any evidence of the collusion between the Fu family and the Huangquan demon buried under the second tree in his yard. Ji Changsheng. Go. Remember not to kill innocent people. Chao Ziming. Chasheng. It's so magical that you said this to me. 1 minute later. What Renjiayu said sincerely, young master. This is the first time I have seen our disciples of the Holy Church suppress Danqing Pavilion from a moral perspective. Ji Changsheng said casually, that's because senior brother Wei and senior brother Chao have cultivated the righteousness in their hearts. And they can really reason. When dealing with truly good people, our Holy Church must also be reasonable. These two guys are not good enough. You reason with them. They act like hooligans to you. You act like hooligans to them. And they reason with you. Ha. Senior sister Wenren. I reflected on it. After I came to Qi, I did too many good things. So that the local gangs in Qi lost their awe. Wenren Jiayu deeply agreed, young master. What you said makes sense. Our Tiansheng church gives benefits to the people in Qi and is too friendly to ordinary people. So that these local gangs really regard us as suckers. We really give them face. At the end, Wenren Jiayu was full of murderous aura. Practicing benevolent politics and doing good deeds in Qi was a request from Ji Changsheng. How could the disciples below change their mindset in just one day? Killing people, setting fires, destroying families, and exterminating clans are what the disciples of the heavenly demon sect are better at and more familiar with. Ji Changsheng decided to let the younger brothers below show their expertise. President Zhou Yuzong. Right? Come on. Tell me what you want. Ji Changsheng and Wenren Jiayu had already stopped hiding their murderous aura. But Zhou Yuzong was surprisingly not afraid, and laughed instead. Master Ji, I know that the heavenly demon sect is very strong. But the life and death of Master Yu is uncertain. The master's wife has returned to the Hahuan sect. And the deputy master Lu Mingyang has also had problems. Can the current heavenly demon sect kill all the local forces in our Qi state by itself? Ji Changsheng looked at Wenren Jiayu in confusion. Ji Changsheng meant, what's so difficult about this? Wenren Jiayu replied with his eyes, young master. They are too ignorant. However, the information revealed in Zhou Yuzong's words shocked Wenren Jiayu. What happened in the main hall of Guanyin Temple, and what happened in Hahuan sect had not yet reached her. She actually learned about it from Zhou Yuzong and Fu Qingshan first. This made her feel a little ominous. Young master. Will the leader really be in trouble? Don't worry. Zhou Yuzong laughed again. Young master Ji. You are too confident in the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect. The holy lady Hahuan has been able to compete with you Lao Mo for so many years. And the Lu family also has a deep foundation in the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect. Now that Yu Lao Mo is unconscious, how can his safety be guaranteed? Not to mention, on the eve of Yu Linglong's ascension, many people hope to see Yu Lao Mo die. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. President Zhou. You are well informed. Zhou Yuzong said calmly, of course. There are people behind me. Young Master Ji. As long as you can promise me a few. I want to ask that Tiansheng Medical Clinic can continue to operate in Qi State. I don't have to be your enemy. Be my enemy? How many requests? Ji Changsheng smiled. Tell me. The monthly salary of the disciples of Tiansheng Medical Clinic must be reduced. The monthly salary you give is too high. Doing so is maliciously disrupting order and suppressing the local sects in Qi State. This behavior is very vicious. Moreover, distributing so many spiritual stones to young people is not conducive to their struggle. Master Ji, your Tianma sect has evil intentions. Join us and adopt the same standards as us. With a population of 500 million in Qi State, we can. Zhou Yuzong didn't finish his words. He was cut off by Ji Changsheng with a knife. Ji Changsheng said faintly, I really can't listen anymore. Senior sister Wenren, take a few disciples to kill people with me. It is necessary to let these local gangs in Qi State realize what the real holy religion is. Wenren Jiayu laughed. Master is wise. My sword has been thirsty for a long time. Chapter 182 Iron Shoulders Carrying Justice. Blood Hands Forging the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng and Wenren Jiayu looked at Zhou Yuzong, who should have been completely destroyed. Wenren Jiayu's face changed slightly, and he immediately took action. The 10,000 people umbrella in Ji Changsheng's hand also instantly covered Zhou Yuzong's head. But a ray of spiritual light appeared from Zhou Yuzong's unclosed head and quickly disappeared. The 10,000 people umbrella did not form any effective obstruction. This surprised Ji Changsheng a little. Huangquan Fairy? Ji Changsheng asked curiously. Wenren Jiayu nodded. His face a little ugly. It really looks like the ferrying and guiding method of Huangquan sect. This Zhou Yuzong actually has a connection with Huangquan sect, and was accepted as a disciple by Huangquan sect early on. He is here to die. Huangquan sect is a sect in the underworld. It does not accept living people. Only after death can one truly join Huangquan sect. No wonder Zhou Yuzong is so calm. Fu Qingshan is an idiot. But Zhou Yuzong is well prepared. Ji Changsheng didn't have much experience in the cultivation world after all. He had heard of the method of ferrying souls to Huangquan. But today was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. So he didn't make any predictions in advance. But he was not panicked. Zhou Yuzong probably thought he was safe. Ji Chongqing's eyes flashed with sarcasm. When Ren Jiayu looked at Ji Chongqing in confusion and reminded him, "Young master, the method of ferrying souls to Huangquan can ignore the space blockade. Zhou Yuzong's soul will definitely be taken to the Sun to River of Huangquan sect. Does our holy church have a backup plan on the Sun to River? Of course not. But my wife?" Ji Chongqing shut up in time. After all, he still needs his wife. And his wife didn't admit that she was his wife. So he just took out the jade sword silently, and then waved it in the air. The method of ferrying Huangquan is indeed magical, and beyond Ji Chongqing's expectations. Unfortunately, my wife Yu Linglong is invincible. No matter how powerful you are just a piece of cake in front of my wife. As expected, the border of Qi State. As soon as Zhou Yuzong's 3 souls and 7 spirits were led here, the 7-colored sword energy came first, and strangled Zhou Yuzong's soul to nothingness. A cold snort sounded in the air, which seemed a little indignant. So one of the 7-colored sword energy separated and stabbed into the void. After a moment, everything turned into nothingness. Fairy Linglong specializes in treating all kinds of disobedience. Tiansheng Medical Clinic. Ji Chongqing silently put away the jade sword. When Ren Jiayu said in a complicated tone, it was an honor for Zhou Yuzong to die under the sword of Fairy Linglong. He certainly didn't expect his ending to be like this. Originally, the method of Huangquan sect to guide disciples was basically foolproof. There was nothing wrong with Zhou Yuzong's plan. What if he offended Ji Chongqing? He was not afraid of death. So why would he be afraid of a mere young leader of the heavenly demon sect? How could he have thought that this mere young leader of the heavenly demon sect was the husband of Fairy Linglong, who had not married yet? Although Fairy Linglong had never admitted it, Ji Chongqing had already unilaterally admitted it. This is called supernatural power cannot defeat destiny. It was not a crime of war. So Zhou Yuzong cannot be blamed. Ji Chongqing didn't take Zhou Yuzong to heart. He thought of the Prince of Shungwu at this time. The disciples of Huangquan sect are all dead. Which means that the prince I killed in Shungwu died a long time ago. In this way, can the disciples of Huangquan sect perfectly disguise their appearance when they were alive? Ji Chongqing looked at Ren Jiayu. Ren Jiayu was a little surprised. "Young master, is the Prince of Shung really a Huangquan demon? I thought you framed him." Ji Chongqing. Others are framed. But the Prince of Shung is really a Huangquan sect disciple. It's true. When Ren Jiayu's tone turned solemn, I have never heard of Huangquan sect disciples being able to perfectly disguise their appearance before they died. From my understanding of Huangquan sect, they are resurrected after death, which is equivalent to a new personality. And they basically have to cut ties with their previous life. If Huangquan sect disciples can really perfectly disguise their appearance before they died. When Ren Jiayu said this and looked at Ji Chongqing, both of them noticed the solemnity in each other's eyes. Then, the world will probably be really troubled from now on. When Ren Jiayu's voice was heavy. Unless you have a way to judge whether the person in front of you is alive or dead, you don't know whether the other person is a member of Huangquan sect. Ji Chongqing frowned. This Huangquan sect really has the potential to cause trouble. If the Huangquan sect is not destroyed, the world will not be at peace. When Ren Jiayu did not think that Ji Chongqing was exaggerating. If the Huangquan sect can control the Prince of Shung, it can also control the Prince of Qi. Young master, is the Prince of Qi okay? At present, it is not a big problem. I don't see that the Prince of Qi is a dead man. Even if he is really a dead man. As long as he can work hard for me, I don't mind his background. Thinking about it this way, the problem of Huangquan sect is not as big as I thought. Ji Chongqing is a magnanimous person. When hiring people, he only looks at their talents and virtues. Their background is not important. After all, his own origin is more complicated. If the Huangquan sect is destroyed, everything will be over. So there is no need to worry about it. Ji Chongqing decisively put this question behind him. When Ren Jiayu felt that the matter was not that simple. But since the young master did not investigate it for the time being, she naturally had no ability to investigate it in depth. Before taking action against the local gangs in Qi State, when Ren Jiayu asked the question that she was most concerned about now, "Young master, will the leader be in trouble? The safety of the leader is extremely important to our holy church." "No." Ji Chongqing gave Ren Jiayu a guarantee. The leader was indeed injured. But he has his own arrangements. After the leader's injury is fully recovered, his strength can be further improved. When Ren Jiayu breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Lao Mo's past achievements can give the disciples of the Holy Church this kind of confidence. I'll tell our ancestor to go to the leader and protect him, and show his face in front of the leader. When Ren Jiayu sent a message to the ancestor of the Wenren family in front of Ji Changsheng, and then went out to call for help. After when Ren Jiayu left, Ji Changsheng took out his own sound transmission talisman and sent a message to the master. Master, have you arrived? The master, who had just arrived at the Tianma sect, immediately replied, I have already reunited with Yu Jidao. Chasheng, are you sure that something will happen to the Tianma sect? Not sure, but if I were Yu Lao Mo's opponent, I would definitely want to take Yu Lao Mo's life while he was sick. And I just killed a local Huangquan demon from Qi State. And what he said also meant that Huangquan sect would take action against Yu Lao Mo. Master, I can understand that Yu Lao Mo would be assassinated. If he gets into trouble, there will be changes inside and outside the Tianma sect. But doesn't Yu Lao Mo have a backup plan? Is he pretending to be sick? Ji Changsheng calmly analyzed. It depends on the difference in strength between Yu Lao Mo and Linglong Fairy. If Yu Lao Mo has 80% of Linglong Fairy's strength, it is very likely that Yu Lao Mo is luring the snake out of the hole, and then catching them all in one fell swoop. Master, do you think Yu Lao Mo has 80% of Linglong Fairy's strength? The master thought of the conversation he had with his senior sister before leaving. After Yu Lao Mo was brought back to Tianma sect by Yu Jidao, Ji Changsheng was actually not very reassured. So when he was in the main hall of Guanyin Temple, he left a message to the master and sent a message to Yu Jidao, saying that he was willing to be a middleman to let Tiansheng sect and Xuandu Temple cooperate temporarily. Yu Lao Mo's coma made Yu Jidao feel very insecure. So of course he chose to agree. The master did not want to let the hard work he spent on Ji Changsheng go to waste. After all, Ji Changsheng had already established a firm foothold in Tianma sect. If Yu Lao Mo got into trouble at this time, the value of Tianma sect would drop instantly. So he also agreed. But the master of the temple judged others by his own experience, and always felt that Yu Lao Mo should not be so stupid. To put himself in a coma in this chaos is to play with his own life. So before leaving, the master of the temple asked Yu Linglong about Yu Lao Mo's strength. Yu Linglong's answer deepened the master's admiration for the senior sister. Yu Bihai's current strength is about 80% of my level of sword use 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Sword use. 80% level. The master of the temple savored the information contained in this sentence for a minute, and then asked Yu Linglong what level of strength the child-giving Guanyin would be after revealing her true form as a demon fairy. Yu Linglong's answer refreshed the master's cognition. My peak sword skills 20 years ago. The master was confused. How did Yu Lao Mo kill the goddess of childbirth? Yu Linglong smiled calmly. Junior brother, this is the main reason why your wisdom is far superior to Yu Bihai. But your strength is far inferior to Yu Bihai. The master of the temple certainly believed Yu Linglong's judgment, but he was unwilling to believe that Yu Lao Mo was really such a brave demon. If he could be the second best in the world just by courage without wisdom, then how brave would Yu Lao Mo be? Someone really took action. It was someone from the Lu family. And there was indeed the breath of the Huangquan sect. Chasheng, I won't talk to you anymore. Yu Jidao is calling for help. Ji Changsheng's face changed slightly. However, he had already called the master of the temple over. With the master of the temple, a master of the tribulation realm, sitting in the hall, even if he was a weaker person in the tribulation realm, he should be able to protect Yu Lao Mo from worrying about him in the main hall of the heavenly demon sect, right? Ji Changsheng was not sure. The master of the temple was sure at first, but after half an hour, his hands were numb, and he was numb too. Looking at Yu Lao Mo who had just woken up, he began to feel uncertain. Yu Bihai, are you really not okay? Before Yu Lao Mo could say anything, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his face suddenly changed. My qi and blood are both depleted, and my lifespan is halved. Without natural resources, I will need at least 2.5 years to recover from my injuries. Normally, 2.5 years is not a long time for a cultivator in the tribulation realm, especially for Yu Lao Mo, who is the second best person in the world. It is acceptable to recover from his injuries in 2.5 years, or even make further progress. But what is unacceptable is the current situation. The master of the temple was so angry that he laughed at Yu Lao Mo. You really didn't have a backup plan before you took action in Guanyin Temple? If he hadn't protected Yu Jidao with all his strength just now, Yu Lao Mo would have died just now. Yu Lao Mo quickly scanned the entire main temple, and immediately understood what happened. Mu Xian, why are you here? The master of the temple said unhappily, Changsheng asked me to come here, saying that he didn't want you to get into trouble. So he acted as a middleman and hoped that Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect would cooperate so that I could protect you. Yu Lao Mo felt warm in his heart. Cha Sheng. This child has me in his heart. This is probably called a loving father and a filial son. Running in both directions. The master added, after you fainted in the Guanyin Hall. It was Changsheng who stopped Li Huanyan and persuaded Jiang Shi and Li Qinglian of Danqing Pavilion not to attack you. You Bihai. Before you took action, weren't you afraid that Li Huanyan and the others would be caught by surprise? Yu Lao Mo said proudly, we met on a narrow road. How could we think so much? Yu Linglong can kill a ghost fairy alone. Is it possible that I, Yu Bihai, am inferior to Yu Linglong? The master quietly watched Yu Lao Mo pretending. Sure enough, Yu Lao Mo himself was embarrassed to pretend, even if he was worse than Yu Linglong. He is only worse than Yu Linglong. Others are just chickens and pottery dogs. Vulnerable. Even demon fairies. So you really didn't think about your own life and death? Do you know that you have lost half your life? You have even died twice before the gate of hell. The master reminded. Yu Lao Mo smiled proudly again. If the blood essence is gone, it can be regenerated. If the lifespan is lost, we can find a way to make up for it. If the glory is lost, it is a lifetime of shame. Mu Xian, you are a little guy who has always been hiding behind Yu Linglong. You don't understand what I pursue. Glory is my life. My achievements are the greatest glory of the Holy Church. Master, the mood is a bit complicated. Mu Xian, I owe you a favor, and I will find a chance to repay you in the future. Thank you for your support today. And leave the rest to me. You only have half your life left now. Yu Lao Mo spat out a mouthful of blood again, and then laughed loudly. This is the headquarters of the Holy Church, a place that Yu Linglong dares not come to. Now that I have woken up, I have a way to bury all the enemies who come. Mu Xian, today I will show you the foundation of my Tiansheng Church. Ji Dao, blood sacrifice to the Lu family, and ask for the holy sword. The master of the temple soon realized one thing. Yu Lao Mo attacked the goddess of childbirth in the main hall of the Guanyin temple. And he was absolutely crazy. And he didn't think of any backup plan at all. But Lu Mingyang was exposed early. So before going to the Guanyin temple, Yu Lao Mo left a backup plan at the Lu family, the headquarters of the Tianma sect. No wonder Li Huanyan didn't intervene, but went to the Huan sect instead. She knew this a long time ago. The master of the temple saw the projection of the magic sword summoned by the blood of the Lu family. A bright red magic sword that emerged from the sea of blood. And his eyes were extremely solemn. The attacking masters of the Huangquan sect and the big monsters of the Wanyao kingdom fled in all directions after seeing the projection of this sword. Yuan 2. The Yuan 2 sword that kills without any cause and effect. Damn it. Didn't they say that only the Lu family can summon the projection of the Yuan 2 and Avici swords? Go. Yu Lao Mo laughed loudly. Die. The Yuan 2 sword came out, and the main hall was a sea of blood. Yu Lao Mo woke up from his coma, holding the projection of the Yuan 2 sword, and killed people everywhere. The master of the temple silently observed the power of the Yuan 2 sword. The Yuan 2 sword, one of the companion twin swords of the old quasi-Saint Mingi patriarch in the prehistoric fairyland, kills without any cause and effect, and is exactly the two extremes of the true body of the Xian Wang Merit Pagoda, the Tiandi Xian Wang Linglong Pagoda. Both are not affected by cause and effect. The Tiandi Xian Wang Linglong Pagoda focuses on defense, while the companion swords of the Styx patriarch, Yuan Tu and Abi, focus on killing. All dharmas are empty, but cause and effect are not empty. The great way of cause and effect is difficult to avoid even for saints. Ling Mao Tianzuan was once deeply harmed by it, and was deeply implicated in the killings committed by the disciples of Jeju. But there are always a few special existences, which belong to the bugs of the program. For example, the Styx patriarch holding the Yuantu and Abi swords will not be affected by cause and effect no matter whether he kills the sky, the earth, or all living beings. For example, the Taiqing saint and the Taiqing disciples who are protected by the Tiandi Xian Wang Linglong Pagoda are protected by the Tiandi Xian Wang Linglong Pagoda, the first treasure of acquired merit, and are also not affected by all dharmas and cause and effect. The Bai family has committed many sins, but Yu Linglong can completely keep herself out of trouble without being affected at all. Not only because she has enough merits, but also because she is protected by the Xianwang Merit Pagoda. The direct descendant of Tai Ching, and the protection of Xianwang can be so awesome. The disciples of Tai Ching only cultivate merits, and are not affected by cause and effect. Xuandu Temple and Tianma sect can cultivate the first and second person in the world. In addition to Yu Ling Long and Yu Lao Mo's own awesomeness, the background of these two sects is also very important. As long as the background is strong enough, you can only get benefits and not cause trouble. Tianma sect is indeed the biggest enemy of Xuandu Temple. The master of the temple re-established this cognition. But 3 minutes later, he overturned this cognition. Because after holding the Yuan-Tu sword and killing all around, and completely wiping out the invading enemies, Yu Lao Mo closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and fainted again. 3 seconds of real manliness. The master of the temple carefully examined Yu Lao Mo's body, and confirmed one thing. He is about to run out of energy. Yu Jidao was unable to put it into words. The phantom of the Yuan-Tu sword cannot be controlled by anyone other than a true immortal. Otherwise it will be attacked by the bloody evil spirit in it. My elder brother was already seriously injured, and was attacked by the blood spirit. If he cannot be treated in time, his life will be in danger. The master of the temple. He understood why Yu Lao Mo had become stronger. This character is exactly the same as Chan Sheng, and he cannot tolerate any grievance. He is indifferent to life and death, and will fight if he does not obey. This kind of Taoism is simply a natural seed for cultivating demons. But the threat of the Tianma sect was instantly reduced to the lowest. To have such a leader, it is really good when it is good, and it is really unlucky when it is unlucky. The master of the temple gave Yu Jidao a sympathetic look. I will protect him for another half an hour, and then I will return to Xuandu Temple. Whether Yu Lao Mo's life can be saved depends on the foundation of your Tianma sect. The master of the temple shook his head, and sent a message to Ji Chansheng that everything was fine. Yu Lao Mo is brave but not wise, to be more precise. He is super brave and lazy. This is a great joy for Cha Sheng, as it allows Chansheng to control the Tianma sect to the greatest extent. He only needs to release Yu Lao Mo when fighting, and let Chansheng take charge of things at other times. The Tianma sect is simply a natural ally. The master of the temple has updated his understanding of the Tianma sect again. Yu Lao Mo is a man who can bring him surprises at any time. At this time, Ji Chansheng, the young leader of the Tianma sect, is doing the same thing as Yu Lao Mo at the headquarters of the Qishan League. After receiving the master's reply, Ji Chansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took the information about the Qishan League handed over by Wen Renjiayu. Young master, more than 30 sects of the Qishan League have united together to form the Qishan League. They have agreed not to engage in price wars, and not to affect the income of allies by reducing fees and product prices. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the alliance and suppressed by all sections. However, no evidence of collusion between the Qishan League and the Huangquan sect has been found. Ji Chansheng stared at Wen Renjiayu quietly for 3 seconds. Wen Renjiayu was still a promising talent. After reacting, he immediately changed his words. Young master, I found out that Fu Qishan and the Huangquan sect demons colluded privately to form the Qishan League to transfer benefits to the Huangquan sect. The evidence is conclusive, and I will present the ironclad evidence later. Well, our holy church shoulders the moral responsibility, and will never allow the Huangquan demons to wreak havoc in Qi. Ji Chansheng nodded and said lightly, kill the leaders of more than 30 sects in the Qishan League, and then ask who else is dissatisfied, and take them to the disciples of the holy church for training. This time, the crime is definitely not punishable by death. So Ji Chansheng will not kill people himself. But the holy church still has to kill people. Iron shoulders shoulder the moral responsibility. Blood hands build the holy church. Killing people is to save more people. Although Ji Chansheng is committed to leading the holy church to transform, he must not let people forget the true core technology of the holy church. That day, the Qishan League headquarters was a river of blood. The local outlaws in Qi State, reminded by Ji Chansheng, recalled the horror of the heavenly demon cult. Chapter 183, the far-leading core technology of the Holy Church. Pa Guan Hating, the deputy leader of the Qishan League, raised his hand and slapped himself. At this time, he was at home and did not go to work today, so he was lucky enough to escape death for the time being. But he had received news from the Qishan League headquarters. Husband, what's wrong with you? A charming woman saw Guan Hating's behavior and immediately rushed to him. Husband, Are you still sad about the death of the rabbit master yesterday? Mrs. Guan complained. Husband, I have tolerated your attacks on those women outside. But you actually started to attack the young and handsome husband. Shouldn't I kill him? And I listened to you. Husband. And only killed 3 members of his family. Not 9 clans. What else are you dissatisfied with? Seeing that Guan Hating was still in a state of dismay, Mrs. Guan was angry. Guan, don't forget that my surname is Fu. I have tolerated your philandering for a long time. If you keep showing me a bad face, believe it or not, I will go back to the Fu family today and ask you to invite me to the leader of the alliance. Pa! This time, Guan Hating raised his hand and slapped Mrs. Guan. Fu family? There is no Fu family anymore. After Guan Hating said this, Mrs. Guan's originally ugly face immediately turned pale. Guan. What do you mean? Guan Hating covered his face hard. I'm really stupid. I only knew that Ji Changsheng wanted to whitewash the Tianma cult. But I forgot that they can do both good and evil. Ji Changsheng didn't know at this time that Fu Qingshan went to Tiansheng Clinic to negotiate with Ji Changsheng. This suggestion was made by Guan Hating, as the think tank of Qingshan League and Fu Qingshan's brother-in-law. Although Guan Hating married only Fu Qingshan's cousin, his position in Qingshan League is still very important. And he can be said to be second to Fu Qingshan and above 10,000 people. The largest maritime organization in Qi State is under the name of Guan Hating. Guan Hating's father was a pirate who washed himself ashore. Later, by chance, he got the method of cultivation. When it came to him, he was basically completely washed ashore. So Guan Hating knew about his family's history of washing ashore. Since the Guan family washed ashore, they have never done anything to directly wipe out the family. In most cases, they use the name of Qingshan League to bully others. Don't say it. The efficiency and income of doing so are much faster than destroying the family and robbing the spirit stones directly. So when Guan Hating saw what Ji Changsheng did after coming to Qi State, he immediately realized that Ji Changsheng was going to wash the Tianma sect ashore in Qi State. And the Guan family is too familiar with the set of washing ashore. Judging from his own experience, Guan Hating naturally felt that if the heavenly demon sect wanted to whitewash itself, it would definitely have to cut ties with the past. The current heavenly demon sect is the safest heavenly demon sect and the easiest to talk to. After all, the heavenly demon sect is eager to be recruited. And given the relationship between Fu Qingshan and Danqing Pavilion, Guan Hating took it for granted that after the Guanyin Temple was defeated, the Qingshan League had the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with the heavenly demon sect's Qi Kingdom branch. If Ji Changsheng knew Guan Hating's thoughts, he would definitely ask him, "Do you want to make keys? How many keys? Mr. Guan, what's wrong with the heavenly demon sect? Didn't you say that the heavenly demon sect wanted to whitewash itself in Qi Kingdom?" Guan Hating suddenly looked at Mrs. Guan. It was Fu Qingshan who offended Ji Changsheng. It has nothing to do with him. Madam, can I take you to see the leader? Madam Guan was alert instantly. My husband. Every time you act like this, you are going to kill someone. You dare to kill me? My last name is Fu. Guan Hating's eyes were full of apology. But he did not hesitate to break his wife's neck. If you were not surnamed Fu, you would have survived. Guan Hating shook his head and decided to take his wife's head as a token of surrender and go to the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng couldn't kill all the high-level officials of the Qingshan League. Right? As long as he surrendered sincerely, he thought he could still be useful to the heavenly demon sect. At this moment, when Ren Jiayu kicked open the door of the Guan family, just saw the scene of Guan Hating killing his wife to prove his truth. The one who died was Fu Peixian? A disciple from the Qingshan League headquarters took a closer look, then trembled and answered, it was Fu Peixian, the cousin of the leader Fu, and the legal wife of the deputy leader Guan. When Ren Jiayu looked at Guan Hating with contempt, and scolded, scumbag. No man, except the young master. No one is good. The deterrent power of the young master still exceeds the gender identity. Guan Hating did not expect Ren Jiayu to come so quickly, and he knelt on the ground with a thump. He had the information of Ren Jiayu. So Guan Hating bowed his head and said, the sinner Guan Hating. I pay homage to the true biography of Wenren. Wenren true biography. Guan has returned to the right path, changed his mind, and is willing to be a tainted witness to report that the Qingshan League violated the Xianning Convention. The Holy Church's action against the Qingshan League is in line with the will of the people and the will of heaven. And the Qingshan League deserves it. When Ren Jiayu looked at Guan Hating speechlessly, You are quick to see the opportunity. Guan Hating burst into tears. Please ask Wenren Chuan to say a few good words to me from the young master, and I will definitely reward Wenren Chuan. No need. Wenren Jiayu didn't care. All the spiritual stones of your Guan family combined are not enough for me to buy a magic weapon. Small sects don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. The Wenren family is a 1,000-year-old family of almost the same size as the Lu family within the Tianma sect. Wenren Jiayu, who was born in a cultivation family, didn't think that an ordinary immortal sect in Qi state could produce any wealth that would shock her. But 5 minutes later, Wenren Jiayu overturned her idea. Looking at the treasures that her men had searched out of the Guan family, Wenren Jiayu was stunned, and looked at Guan Hating with eyes that were no different from looking at animals. I underestimated you. You small sects are really ruthless in amassing wealth. Aren't you afraid that the people below will rebel? She is the Tianma sect's true disciple, the daughter of the patriarch of the Wenren family. But her wealth is less than half of Guan Hating's, and she is recognized as the one with the richest wealth among the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. For a moment, Wenren Jiayu was confused, not knowing whether to sigh at the integrity of the holy sect or the wealth of the righteous path. The holy sect is indeed not worthy of being a demon sect. For the first time, Wenren Jiayu had a heartfelt recognition of the 3 words heavenly holy sect. Guan Hating whispered, in today's world, the strong and the weak are clearly divided, and the hierarchy is strict. Even if the poor ghosts below are dissatisfied, what can they do? They can only bear it. Wenren Chuan, you and I will cooperate, and I promise to let the holy sect earn more in Qi. Wenren Jiayu laughed and slapped Guan Hating away. Do you really think that our holy sect came to Qi for spiritual stones? Guan Hating didn't care that he was beaten into a pig's head, and patiently persuaded Wenren Chuan. Lingshi is not omnipotent, but without Lingshi, it is absolutely impossible. So your life is like this. Our holy church is short of Lingshi, so we can ask you for it. Do we need to earn it ourselves? Wenren Jiayu said sarcastically. The young master is right. Whoever has money should be earned. How much money can be squeezed out of ordinary people? The holy church destroyed the Qi branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, attacked the Qi branch of Guaning Temple, and then eliminated Qingshan League. This is the real overnight wealth, with the strength of the holy church. Of course, this is the fastest way to get Lingshi. Guan Hating is too petty. Guan Hating, let me inform you that the holy church has decided that you will be the middleman who colludes with Huangquan sect. You can plead guilty. Zhu Lan, bury the Huangquan sect token under the second tree in the backyard of the Guan family. Wenren Jiayu ordered. A female cultivator nodded. And before burying the Huangquan sect's token, she asked, Sister Wenren, why must it be buried under the second tree in the Guan family's backyard? Wenren Jiayu, the young master said that this is a response to Chao Ziming of Danqing Pavilion, who has been thinking about him all the time. Guan Hating's heart sank, realizing that he had come to the gates of hell, and shouted, Wenren Chuan, I have other places to hide the spirit stones. I know a lot of secrets of the Qishan League. I can convince 70% of the sects in the Qishan League to support the transformation of the Holy Church. Don't kill me. I am very useful to the Holy Church. Wenren Jiayu laughed. Your greatest role in the Holy Church is to collude with the Huangquan sect. As for other roles, the Holy Church doesn't need them. I really don't understand you guys. Why do you always think that the Holy Church has to rely on you to transform? Not only Guan Hating thinks so. Fu Qingshan, Zhou Yuzong, and even Luo Qingling all think that since the Tiansheng sect is going to transform in Qi, it will have some concerns. But the Tianma sect's true disciples, like Wenren Jiayu, Sui Tinghuai, Lan Zhujun and Ren Suqiong have never thought so, because they know the Tianma sect better, know Ji Chongsheng better, and also know why the top sects are the top sects. You don't really think that Xuandu Temple is the best in the world because of merit? Or do you think that Danqing Pavilion has become the mainstay of the righteous path because of its righteousness? When Ren Jiayu drew out the magic knife, the Holy Church needs to make all the local gangs in Qi realize one thing. The reason why the Holy Church is the Holy Church has nothing to do with our transformation, but because the Holy Church will soon be invincible in the world. The number of votes is only useful for sects without core technology. The top sects, their own core technologies are far ahead, and they don't need to care about the votes from the outside world at all. As long as Yu Laomo lives, the symbol of Tianxing sect will always hang high in the sky of this world. Except Yu Linglong. No one can change it. Report. Senior sister Wenren. I found something. Zhu Lan, who had just walked to the backyard of Guan's family to frame Guan's family, came back with 2 Huangquan sect tokens in his hand. Wenren Jiayu's face changed slightly, and he chopped out with a knife. A sinister laugh came from the shadows, and a ghostly and soul-snatching sharp blade collided with Wenren Jiayu's magic knife. Both sides groaned. Wenren Jiayu retreated 3 steps, and the other party disappeared. Just left a sentence before leaving. Wenren Jiayu. We have a long way to go. No need to wait. Ji Changsheng smiled and blocked the way of the Huangquan sect disciples. The blood sea behind him was rising and falling, stretching as far as the eye could see. The Lianqiu aura was fully unleashed, directly suppressing the mere Yuaning cultivator. Let's do it today. Senior sister Wenren. I'll reward you. Ji Changsheng landed from midair and threw a man who was hiding his head and showing his tail directly at Wenren Jiayu's feet. Wenren Jiayu quickly identified him. Feeling a little solemn, young master. It's Wu Yunsheng from Huangquan sect, the direct disciple of the ferryman of Sun to River, with a peak cultivation of Yuaning, and slightly stronger than me. Ji Changsheng didn't care about Wu Yunsheng, but asked, Sun to River ferryman? Yes. Huangquan sect's guide, also known as the soul-catching messenger, is said to be a Mahayana cultivator in his lifetime, and was killed by Linglong Ferry. After his death, he was resurrected and retained 80% of his previous cultivation. He entered Huangquan Ghost Road again, and spent 10 years to re-enter Mahayana. There are even rumors that the soul-catching messenger may have already been a tribulation cultivator. It seems that Zhou Yuzong is also a pawn of the soul-catching messenger. So Guan Hating is also a dead man. Ji Changsheng looked at Guan Hating. Guan Hating bowed again. Young master, please understand. I am a living person. I am not familiar with Huangquan sect at all. Ji Changsheng laughed and said to Wenren Jiayu, he seems to think I am a fool. Wenren Jiayu shrugged, it's like this. Many people in Qi don't know much about the young master and our holy church. They think they are very important to our holy church. And our holy church should be cautious. This shows that our holy church has been too successful in its transformation, which is a good thing. Ji Changsheng nodded and said, however, ordinary people in Qi can maintain this cognition. But these local gangs that don't follow the rules can't. These people are afraid of power, but not morality. Let them see the core technology of our holy church. I understand. Wenren Jiayu's 5 fingers were like hooks, sucking Guan Hating over, and then pressed on his head and started to search his soul directly. The soul-searching method is extremely unfriendly to the person whose soul is searched, and it is easy to make the other party an idiot. But Wenren Jiayu naturally doesn't care about this kind of thing. But in just a moment, Wenren Jiayu's face changed slightly. No. Huh? Ji Changsheng looked at Wenren Jiayu in confusion. Wenren Jiayu looked at Guan Hating in shock. You don't know? Guan Hating looked confused. What should I know? Wenren Jiayu's face became solemn. Young master, Guan Hating died a long time ago, but he himself has never realized it. Guan Hating laughed. How is it possible? I'm alive and well. Wenren Jinchuan. Don't lie. I've been dead for a long time? I've been dead for a long time? Yes. I died 20 years ago. Guan Hating hugged his head, and the whole person suddenly fell into madness. The next moment, his head fell to the ground. The moment he realized that he was dead, he was completely gone. For the past 20 years, he has been a walking corpse. However, no one noticed. Not even himself. Seeing this, Ji Changsheng's pupil shrank slightly, and he looked at Wu Yunsheng lying on the ground. Wu Yunsheng coughed twice, turned over, and then looked at Ji Changsheng and Wenren Jiayu with sarcasm. Ji Changsheng, do you think that the Prince of Qi is also a dead man now? Ji Changsheng smiled. You are here to spread fear to me? Do you think I was scared? Wu Yunsheng laughed, although he only laughed twice. He was stabbed in the lower abdomen by Wenren Jiayu, but he still tried hard to laugh out loud. Ji Changsheng, our Huangquan sect skills are hard to defend against. Do you think Wenren Jiayu is a member of our Huangquan sect now? Wenren Jiayu dismantled Wu Yunsheng's leg expressionlessly, and sneered in Wu Yunsheng's screams. After the corpse demon ascended, Huangquan sect has been suppressed by our holy sect. Control the disciples of the holy sect? Wu Yunsheng, our holy sect gave you face? Big drops of cold sweat appeared on Wu Yunsheng's forehead. Once the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect took action, her ruthlessness was only stronger than that of the disciples of the Huangquan sect. when Renjiayu's methods were not so easy for Wu Yunsheng to bear. I admit that my sect's skills cannot control everyone. But in Qi, and even in the whole world, how many people do you think are controlled by our Huangquan sect now? Wu Yunsheng did not lose the battle, and continued to spread fear. Guan hating has been working for our Huangquan sect for 20 years. Ji Chansheng. Guess how many Guan hatings there are in Qi? How many Guan hatings are there in the world? Ji Chansheng had no expression on his face. However, when Renjiayu's face changed slightly, and he reminded in a low voice, "Young master, it seems that the Huangquan sect has been planning this for many years, with the characteristics of the Huangquan sect skills, except for a few top sects such as our Xingjia Xuandu Temple, Danqing Pavilion, Guanyin Hall, etc. Other sects and ordinary people are indeed difficult to resist. This should be a long plan. Should we find a way to get the list of people controlled by the Huangquan sect?" Ji Chansheng did not speak, but Wu Yunsheng took the initiative to say, "Let me go. I can offer the list of people in Qijing City." Wu Yunsheng looked at Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng ignored Wu Yunsheng and said to Wen Renjiayu, "First, Huangquan sect cannot control so many people. Don't be intimidated by this guy. The fairy Linglong personally drafted the Immortal Sect Convention. Huangquan sect dared to secretly violate it. Huangquan Emperor has the courage to blatantly violate the Immortal Sect Convention? Do you think Huangquan Emperor is me?" When Renjiayu was sure. What the young master said made sense. There was no need to doubt the deterrent power of fairy Linglong. Huangquan sect secretly made small moves in a small range and did not leak them out, which would not arouse the anger of fairy Linglong. But once the scale expanded, the scope of knowledge would inevitably expand, which was courting death. Huangquan sect did not dare to joke with the fate of the sect. Second, even if it was controlled by Huangquan sect, it didn't matter. The list was not important at all. Ji Chansheng looked at Wu Yunsheng, his voice steady and calm, faced with the conspiracy of Huangquan sect. Most people were unable to resist. They had no choice. And it was not their fault. They had no choice before. As long as they wanted to be good people now, and in the future, I was willing to give them this choice. No matter who was on that list. I didn't mind. Wu Yunsheng's face changed suddenly. He really didn't expect Ji Chansheng to have such a pattern. Of course, he never thought that Ji Chansheng could wear the seal of 6 countries, destroy the Huangquan sect, solve the source, and the following problems will not be a problem. I don't need to get the list. I just need to kill the person who made the list. But I guess the Huangquan sect should have set a trap for fairy Linglong at this time. Probably some killing array passed down from the prehistoric fairyland. This is a trap, inviting fairy Linglong to die. Wu Yunsheng's face was ashen. Ji Chansheng sneered. "It seems that I was right. Wu Yunsheng, you are just a dead chess piece thrown out. You want to negotiate with me. Are you qualified?" Wu Yunsheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Ji Chansheng, if you kill me, many people in Qi will die. Many things of my sect in Qi were planned by me. Once I die, many people will be buried with me. It was the Huangquan sect who killed them. What does it have to do with me? Are they trying to confuse my mind?" Ji Chansheng sneered. "Young master of the holy sect, do not negotiate with the demons of the demon sect." The magic knife waved. The head fell. Ji Chansheng sneered, and then reminded Yu Linglong, "Wife, do you have any way to completely lock down the Huangquan sect?" "Yu Linglong?" Ji Chansheng explained, "I captured a disciple of the Huangquan sect, which basically confirmed that the Huangquan sect set up a killing array to wait for you, my wife, to enter the game and die. I was thinking if we have a way to trap the Huangquan sect from the outside. A group of people who hide their heads and show their tails dare to set up a trap to trap my wife. I gave them face." Yu Linglong thought, "A way to trap the Huangquan sect from the outside?" "Yes." "What way?" "I will move the Xian Huang Merit Tower over there, and I will ensure that the Huangquan sect will have no way to go up to the sky and no way to enter the earth." Chapter 184. When Ji Chansheng heard Yu Linglong say this, he couldn't hold back and almost knelt down to Yu Linglong. "No, wife, listen to me. I just captured a Yuanying realm disciple of Huangquan sect. All this is just my guess. There is no actual evidence." Ji Chansheng shared what he found out in Qi with Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong spent half a minute digesting this information, and then grasped the key point. Huangquan sect has indeed violated the Xianen Convention. Of course, it's just that Huangquan sect is more secretive. Their netherworld skills are really not discovered by ordinary people. I am already a cultivator in the Lianshu realm at this time, and I haven't found any traces of these netherworld skills. Then Huangquan Sect should die. Yu Linglong said decisively. You are the only one who dares to violate the Xianning Convention in public and is not dead. Huangquan thinks he is you. Dare to die like this. Ji Chansheng felt warm in his heart. It means that my wife still has me in her heart. This is definitely not my self-indulgent feelings. Then he reminded carefully, Wife? Yu Laoimo also violated the Xianning Convention in order to send Bing Zipping to our Xuandu temple. Didn't Yu Laoimo kill 100,000 people? Yu Linglong laughed. Did you see it with your own eyes? Ji Chansheng slowly typed a question mark. What do you mean? Yu Linglong casually said. I beat Yu Bihai so hard that he didn't leave the Tianmo sect headquarters for 20 years. He wanted to die, but he didn't have the strength. Yu Bihai is reckless, not stupid, and he won't take the initiative to hit my sword. He dared to challenge the demon fairy, but he would never dare to challenge me again. He arranged his men to do that thing to prevent me from causing trouble for him after the incident was exposed. Ji Chansheng nodded. This is reasonable. As the young master of the heavenly demon sect, he now prefers to order his subordinates to do things. Otherwise, what is the purpose of being the young master? Could it be to serve the followers of the heavenly demon sect? With Yu Laomo's identity, he certainly wouldn't kill 100,000 ordinary people by himself. That would be too cheap. So what? Ji Chansheng found that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Sure enough, Yu Linglong solved the mystery for him. The subordinate he arranged is Li Huanyan's man. Ji Chansheng. Godfather, can you open your eyes? There are bad guys around you. Li Huanyan and Mu Xian are cooperating. Ji Chansheng. I guessed this several times before. The cooperation between the master and Li Huanyan was not just tacit understanding, but also extremely synchronized. For example, the time when Sheng Taiping was killed. Ji Chansheng now seriously suspected that the master knew that Sheng Taiping was Bai Shizhi's sole puppet, and he and Li Huanyan deliberately asked him to kill Bai Shizhi in order to turn Yu Linglong into a widow. Otherwise, Li Huanyan sent him to kill Sheng Taiping, and the master sent him to Shengwu. How could it be such a coincidence? Ji Chansheng did not believe in coincidences, and all coincidences seemed more like careful arrangements to him. Moreover, the master knew that the elder who preached the scriptures was Li Huanyan's man, but he never arrested him. The ambiguous attitude made Ji Chansheng almost think too much before. It was not until later that Ji Chansheng realized that the master and Li Huanyan were secretly in love with his wife, that he officially defined their relationship as a partner. So, there was no real killing of 100,000 people. That was true. But the killing was 100,000 death row prisoners. But Yu Bihai was kept in the dark. Yu Linglong's voice was very cold. How strong Yu Bihai himself is. How strong Li Huanyan's power is. Do you understand this truth? Ji Chansheng nodded. I understand. After the battle in the main hall of Guaning Temple, Ji Chansheng completely understood the pattern of this world. True gods, demigods, and mortals. Yu Linglong, the number one in the world, is a true god. He can basically beat the second to 10th together. Yu Laoimo, the second in the world, is a demigod. He can basically beat the third, fourth, and fifth together. In their eyes, the rest of the people are just mortals. Yu Linglong's strength needs no further explanation. But in the main hall of Guaning Temple, if it weren't for the true form of Guaning, the three great tribulations of Li Huanyan, Jiangxi, and Li Qinglian, they might not be Yu Laomo's opponents. But Yu Laoimo couldn't kill Li Huanyan. There is only one explanation for this relative balance. Yu Laoimo himself is too strong. Li Huanyan has too many backups. One can almost sweep the world by himself, and the other can control most of the world by himself. Unless Yu Laoimo is as strong as Yu Linglong, it would be difficult for him to kill Li Huanyan. And Li Huanyan undoubtedly wants to kill Yu Laoimo. But she really can't beat Yu Laoimo, even if all the backup plans are added together and piled up with human wave tactics. But Yu Linglong and Yu Laoimo have also proved with their battle records that these two people seem to be the only two strong men in the world who are not afraid of human wave tactics at all. So, how strong Yu Laoimo is? How strong Li Huanyan's power is? From the beginning? Did Guanli know Bing Zipping? Ji Chansheng asked. Yu Linglong's voice was still cold, of course. Ji Chansheng. Godfather, I feel sad for you. So even if I don't report it, someone else will report it. Or even Guanli is using Bing Zipping to lure Yu Laoimo. Yu Linglong's voice was a little bit funny. Why do you think Li Daoyan was able to join Xuandu Temple? Li Huanyan knew about Bing Zipping's existence, so he could naturally use Li Daoyan's mouth to announce it to the world in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng smiled bitterly. I see. I thought all this was caused by me. But it turns out that I just stumbled into a big chess game in the temple. Yu Linglong explained. It's not wrong to say that you caused it. According to my plan, I didn't take action against Bing Zipping so early. But you reported it too suddenly. And Changshi took action too quickly. Before my junior brother could react, Changshi had already raised her knife and killed Bing Zipping. And the plan failed. Ji Changsheng rarely felt a little ashamed. But it disappeared quickly. After all, it was Li Changshi who killed people. And it had nothing to do with him. Since Bing Zipping is dead, my junior brother can only adjust the plan in time. Your sudden appearance is something no one expected. Speaking of this, Yu Linglong shook her head. Who would have thought that a beast would suddenly appear who could be promoted to the refining void realm in a few days? And could stir up the world in the golden core realm? Yu Linglong's voice was filled with resentment. If it weren't for Ji Changsheng, she wouldn't have had to ascend so early. I couldn't have predicted what you did. Nor could my junior brother. Nor could Li Huanyan. And even if I called the great magician, I guess he couldn't have predicted it. Ji Changsheng, you have to bear a great responsibility for the development of the world situation to this point today. Ji Laoimo argued. I am just a righteous young man who loves peace. My wife, my family, and my sect? What does the turmoil in the world have to do with me? I only see that my relatives and friends are getting promoted and rich because of me. And the places I have been to are getting better and better because of me. But since the master knows the existence of Bing Zipping, then the master has long suspected that there is something wrong with my merits? Yu Linglong, why do you think junior brother supports you so much? I admire you. But junior brother knew from the beginning that you had another adventure, or were the reincarnation of a great man. Ji Changsheng thought that the master was really an old silver coin. But junior brother certainly didn't expect you to do so many things. He thought you were a god general. But you did all the things he couldn't cover up. And in the end it became you who led junior brother forward. Not only junior brother, but also Li Huanyan, Yu Bihai, including Huangquan sect, Wanyao kingdom, and even the ghost fairy and the demon fairy. The behind-the-scenes planners are following your rhythm. Ji Changsheng, your appearance has disrupted everyone's rhythm and plan. Ji Changsheng said proudly. I can see it. Tontian Chamber of Commerce was suddenly destroyed. Obviously because he was caught off guard. The demon fairy, Guanyin, revealed her true identity. And he also attacked the main hall without martial ethics. The Wanyao kingdom obviously didn't plan to take action now. And the conspiracy of Huangquan sect had not been completely completed. As a result, Ji Changsheng popped up. High efficiency. Specializing in big things. Both the righteous and the evil are confused. The righteous are forced to open the book. The evil is forced to overturn the table. So, the world, which was originally a stagnant pool of water, was directly fast-forwarded by Ji Changsheng. Now more things happen in one day than in the past 10 years. I don't know which will come first. Tomorrow or the accident. This is what the great wizard taught me. In the past 100 years, I have protected the world too well. And many people are not used to the sudden turbulent situation. When you come and the accident comes, many people are destined to be eliminated. And many people will soar to the sky. The real strong must have the ability to deal with all situations. If they cannot deal with sudden accidents in time, they will be eliminated. This is the law of heaven. From this perspective, Ji Changsheng, you are like the touchstone of heaven, testing who is the real strong. Ji Changsheng flattered her. My wife is always the best in the world. Yu Bihai lives up to his reputation of being the second best in the world. Li Huanyan, Jiangqi, and my junior brother all handled the situation well. With them around, I can rest assured after I ascend. You are still making progress behind me. I will solve all the problems that can be solved before I leave. And I should be able to restore peace to the world. The question went back to the starting point. Wife, do you really want to use the Xianwang Merit Tower? Do you have any objections? I just think Huangquan sect will curse. If he were Huangquan emperor, he would go crazy when he met a master like Yu Linglong. Huangquan sect, 1 to 3. Yu Linglong, Xianwang Merit Tower. How to play this? Huangquan sect only fired one shot. And Yu Linglong directly used a nuclear bomb. He dared to guarantee that Huangquan sect would never expect Yu Linglong's reaction to be so intense. especially since Wu Yunsheng hadn't provoked Yu Linglong at all. He just provoked Ji Changsheng and she state. If Huangquan sect was gone because of this, Ji Changsheng felt that Huangquan sect would be suffocated to death. In this regard, Yu Linglong didn't care. I killed him. What does it have to do with him? What can Ji Changsheng say? He could only say, my wife is mighty and domineering. Xuandu Temple is the best in the world. And it is awesome to have a far-leading core technology. At this time, Ji Changsheng didn't know that Yu Laoimo had sacrificed the Lu family with blood and summoned the Yuan-Tu sword projection. But Ji Changsheng knew the power of Xianhuang Merit Tower. The best defense in the world. The indestructible first merit treasure of the acquired nature. Is a more trustworthy core technology than Yu Linglong. Huangquan sect also has its own core technology. As a sect in the underworld, Huangquan sect is in a special environment. It is at the junction of the underworld and the world of the living. Living people are not allowed to enter. So Huangquan sect has never been invaded by foreign enemies. There has been no danger of extermination since its establishment. In fact, Huangquan sect and Xuandu Temple are known as the two immortal sects in the cultivation world that will never fall. No one has ever thought about which of these two immortal sects would fall first if they both use their core technologies. Of course, this is only because no one has ever thought about this possibility. Just think about it. And the answer is self-evident. Ji Changsheng was only worried about one thing, wife. If we use the Xianhuang Merit Tower to suppress Huangquan sect, will Xuandu Temple be in danger? Yes. Once the Xianhuang Merit Tower leaves the mountain, Xuandu Temple will lose its biggest barrier. If I am lost, Xuandu Temple may instantly become the weakest among the top immortal sects. Unless Ji Changsheng understood what Yu Linglong meant. Unless Xuandu Temple is moved to the top of Huangquan sect. But the environment there is not suitable for Xuandu Temple disciples to practice. Right? It is indeed not suitable. But there are advantages and disadvantages. Huangquan sect is causing chaos in the world. Using the Xianhuang Merit Tower to suppress Huangquan sect, Xuandu Temple will gain more luck for every day of suppression. Compared with the loss of the practice environment, the increase in merit will also be its advantage. I will go and discuss it with my junior brother. Yu Linglong could of course use the Xianhuang Merit Tower without asking Mu Xian's opinion. But she respected Mu Xian. Of course, Mu Xian respected her more. So Ji Changsheng directly sentenced Huangquan sect to death in his heart. Then he looked at Wu Yunsheng, who died with his eyes wide open, and kindly did not collect his soul. Sister Wenran, don't refine his soul. Trap him for an hour, and then release him back to Huangquan sect. Ji Changsheng said kindly. When Renjiayu was very surprised, young master, why did you change your nature? Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. It's not a change of character. I just want to kindly tell the top leaders of Huangquan sect that the reason for their demise is because Wu Yunsheng insisted on provoking me. This young master is kind-hearted. Let them die knowingly. I hope Wu Yunsheng can live 2 more days in the hands of Huangquan Emperor, and not be tortured too badly. Williang Tianzuan. Ahmed Ba. Ji Changsheng feels that his people are really good. Huangquan sect. Huangquan Emperor is communicating with Yixian via video. How is the new batch of Kuimping's blood preparation? Huangquan Emperor respectfully said, Yixian, don't worry. It's ready. And it will be put into the sun to river soon. And then flow to the 4 seas. Yixian nodded slowly. Speed up the progress. With the monster master's blood, the speed of marine monsters' mutation and evolution is still too slow. Huangquan Emperor explained, before, I was worried about Yu Linglong. So I only dared to study secretly. But now there is no such worry. Yixian, don't worry. Give me a day. I am sure I can cultivate a strength of the tribulation realm. Mutated Demon King. Is 1 day enough? Yes. Before Yu Linglong ascends. I promise to give her a big surprise. Huangquan Emperor's voice contained murderous intent. Huangquan sect has been dormant for 100 years. In order to deal with her, they have prepared a lot of good things. Yixian is waiting for it. The 10 absolute formation that once shined in the conferred god tribulation. Even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect could not pass it. Yu Linglong will definitely be very surprised. Okay. This seat. Before Yixian finished speaking, he heard a boom. What happened? Huangquan Emperor opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black blood. His brain was blank. He felt like he was being pressed down by 500 immortal mountains. Even breathing felt very difficult. Report. A Huangquan sect disciple came to report quickly. But his voice was trembling. Sect. Sect Master, Yu Linglong is here. The heart of Huangquan Emperor suddenly lifted up. Start the formation. No. No need. Yu Linglong didn't come by herself. Huangquan Emperor, the disciple cried. His heart was broken. She brought the Xianhuang Merit Pagoda with her. Huangquan Emperor. Puff. After reacting, Huangquan Emperor sprayed blood to the sky and quickly jumped into the air. Then he was suppressed by a Merit Pagoda emitting Xianhuang aura and fell to the ground again. Huangquan Emperor stood up in a panic and roared to the sky, Yu Linglong, can't you afford to play? If you have the guts, come out and fight me alone? What's the point of using the Xianhuang Merit Pagoda? Yu Linglong, come out. I will fight you one-on-one. Yu Linglong. Inside the Xianhuang Merit Pagoda, the master of the temple listened to the roar of Emperor Huangquan and looked at the calm jade face of the senior sister, and took the initiative to ask, Senior sister, are you going to kill Emperor Huangquan? Ji Chansheng reminded me that there are traps in the Huangquan sect, which should be a killing array passed down from the prehistoric fairyland. There is no need to take that risk. Anyway, the Huangquan sect is dead. It's just a matter of time. Although Yu Linglong doesn't use her brain very often, she is still smarter than Yu Laoimo. The master of the temple thought about it and asked the question he was most concerned about. Senior sister, is it absolutely safe for the Xianhuang Merit Tower to suppress the Huangquan sect? Of course not. The Huangquan sect may still survive, as long as 3 small conditions are met at the same time. The master of the temple was refreshed. I knew that things were not that simple. As the master of Xuandu Temple, he had to check for loopholes and make sure that everything was foolproof. Sister, what are the 3 conditions? Yu Linglong said. First, Master Tai Ching has fallen. Second, Master Xuandu has also fallen. Third, and most importantly, the Linglong Pagoda of Xianhuang in the world has been completely shattered. As long as these 3 small conditions are met at the same time, the suppression seal of the Xianhuang Merit Pagoda will be invalid, and the Huangquan sect can survive. Master, sure enough, it's just 3 small conditions. At this time, the master listened to the roar of Emperor Huangquan again, and his mood was completely different from before. He shook his head helplessly, thinking, why did you provoke my sister? Can you afford to provoke our Xuandu temple? On the second to last day before Fairy Linglong ascended, after the master of Guanyin Temple fell and the head of Huan sect changed, the world's first immortal sect Xuandu Temple came out in full force and marched to Huangquan. Fairy Linglong descended from the sky with the world's first defensive artifact, the Xianhuang Merit Tower, and suppressed the Sun to River. Sun Tu was no longer allowed to enter the sea. Huangquan sect was also eliminated from the world. Half of the 9 top immortal sects have changed hands. The old and new eras changed, and the royal power was handed over. In the bloody rain, they still moved forward unswervingly. Chapter 185 Bloody Rain and Wind. Blowing in the face, Ji Chansheng climbed the tower of Qijing City, and saw the Xianhuang Qi flashing in the direction of the Sun to River. Huangquan was removed from the list from then on, and his heart was also fluctuating. Xuandu Temple moved unusually, and the Xianhuang Merit Tower moved with it. This could not be concealed at all, but it was useless. Yu Linglong moved too fast. Before others could react, the nuclear bomb had been precisely guided to the right place. So, Huangquan sect was completely suppressed, and the endless Xianhuang Qi covered the entire Sun to River. The death Qi that was slowly but firmly spreading in the world was completely covered by the Xianhuang Qi before it became a climate. Humanity Xianhuang Merit condensed. The little Huangquan death Qi that leaked out was vulnerable in front of the projection of the first treasure of acquired merit. Ji Chansheng could only say that he understood the feelings of Emperor Huangquan at the moment. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Fairy Linglong's move was really reckless, especially when Emperor Huangquan must have hidden a lot of tricks in Huangquan sect, and they can't use them all. TSK. Senior sister Wenren, do you think Emperor Huangquan will be angry to death? Wenren Yu said frankly, if I were Emperor Huangquan, I would definitely be angry to death. The leader once said that he didn't dare to go to Huangquan sect alone. Even Yu Linglong would be in danger of falling once she entered Huangquan's death realm. And Huangquan sect is now obviously at odds with. They have connections with the Hongwang immortal realm and have Kuiping's true blood in their hands. They dare to make trouble at this time. They must have something to rely on, and it is very likely that they hold a trump card that can threaten the life of Fairy Linglong. But Fairy Linglong is too bullying. She showed the Xianhuang Merit Tower. Who can fight her? At the end, when Ren Jiayu also shook his head and smiled bitterly, there are two unsolvable problems in the world now. The biggest unsolvable problem is the Xianhuang Merit Tower, and the second is Yulinglong. Huangquan's sect provoked two at once. Emperor Huangquan certainly didn't expect Xuandu Temple to react so fiercely. This is the relocation of the entire sect. Xuandu Temple paid a huge price for this, and the overall relocation was not an easy task, especially when the Sun to River was absolutely not suitable for Xuandu Temple disciples to practice. However, the Xianhuang Qi became more and more condensed by the Sun to River, and the merit golden lotus shone brightly above Huangquan's sect. Ji Changsheng looked at the direction of Huangquan's sect, and the merit golden lotus, which was obviously several times more than his own merit, and sighed more and more. Huangquan's sect has done a lot of evil, and the merit brought to Xuandu Temple will probably continue to grow in the next 100 years. Xuandu Temple did suffer a great loss this time, but the merit gained is enough to make the entire sect go further. Within 100 years, the causal backlash suffered by moving Xuandu Temple is enough to cause problems for people like the leader, who have ascended steadily. Linglong Fairy did this to add another amulet to Xuandu Temple after she left. This is seeking stability, not taking risks. Killing people with great merits and killing ordinary people will bear different karma. Of course, unless you have more merits, such as Ji Changsheng, such as Li Changxi. Or you can kill with a treasure like the Yuan 2 Abi swords that can kill without any karma. This can exempt karma. But there are too few people who meet this prerequisite. However, since ancient times, seals are the most prone to problems. Those seal demons will eventually break the seal and wreak havoc on the world. Ji Changsheng has seen many TV dramas and movies like this. When Ren Jiayu also nodded. Young master, you still can't give up the Huangquan sect. The Huangquan sect has a background in the underworld, so it may not be impossible to turn over. I'll ask the master. Anyway, everyone knows that he and the master, including Xuandu Temple, have not completely torn their faces, and his withdrawal from Xuandu Temple was still very peaceful. So he contacted the master, and he was not afraid that when Ren Jiayu would have any thoughts about him. Master, is it absolutely safe for the Xianhuang Merit Tower to suppress the Huangquan sect? After all, the Huangquan sect was not completely killed. According to Ji Changsheng's experience, it is easy to go wrong if the evil is not completely eradicated. After receiving Ji Changsheng's inquiry, the master felt a great comfort in his heart. Fortunately, Changsheng is as ignorant as I am. Now the senior sister doesn't have to despise me alone. So the master repeated Yulinglong's explanation. Of course not. The Huangquan sect still has a chance to survive, as long as 3 small conditions are met at the same time. Ji Changsheng was refreshed. I knew that things were not that simple. As Yulinglong's unrecognized husband, he had to check for loopholes and make sure that nothing could go wrong for his wife. Master, what are the 3 conditions? The master said. First, Master Tai Qing has fallen. Second, Master Xuandu has also fallen. Third, and most importantly, the Linglong Pagoda of Xianhuang in the world has been completely shattered. As long as these 3 small conditions are met at the same time, the suppression seal of the Xianhuang Merit Pagoda will be invalid, and the Huangquan sect can survive. Ji Changsheng, it's really a few small conditions. You might as well ask them to develop a photolithography machine in the era of drilling wood to make fire. These 3 conditions must be met at the same time. Let the backers of the Huangquan sect come here, and they will only wait for death. Ji Changsheng silently blocked the master. This guy is not a good person. Seeing Ji Changsheng offline, the master laughed out loud. Changsheng is indeed my auspicious sign. It instantly made me feel that I am still very knowledgeable. The Huangquan sect is doomed. Even Daoyuo cannot save them. Ji Changsheng said firmly. He wanted to say that even if the saints came, they couldn't save it, unless Daozu did it himself. The 3 conditions could not be met at the same time. Even if Daozu did it himself, he might not be able to meet the 3 conditions. As we all know, Pangu fell after creating the world and turned into heaven and earth and all living beings. After that, Hongjun took control of the way of heaven and became Daozu, which was equivalent to receiving Pangu's legacy. But Daozu and Pangu had no direct relationship. On the contrary, the 3 pure ones were Pangu's biological sons, transformed by Pangu's soul. The Saint Tai Qing could be called Pangu's eldest son, and he had the greatest right of inheritance to the world created by Pangu. Did Daozu not want Pangu's soul? Didn't he want to be Pengdu's legitimate successor? Ji Changsheng didn't think so. Then why were the three pure ones still alive? Obviously, Daozu might not be sure to kill the three pure ones. Of course, this was just his conspiracy theory. Maybe Daozu didn't want Pengdu's soul? Just like Ji Changsheng didn't want to be the #1 in the world now. It's just that he doesn't want to. It's definitely not that he can't do it. Yes, it must be like this. Ji Changsheng successfully convinced himself. When Ren Jiayu was inspired by what he said, if we can confirm that Huangquan sect has no ability to continue to stir up trouble, then the problem of Qi will be easy to solve. After all, Qi is still a country controlled by our human race. The characteristics of monsters are obvious and can't turn the world upside down. As long as we pull out all the hidden chess pieces buried by Huangquan sect and Qi will completely return to peace. Young master, leave this matter to me. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. No need to look for it deliberately. Ah? When Ren Jiayu looked at Ji Changsheng in confusion. Ji Changsheng explained, I said that ordinary people have no choice when facing Huangquan sect. They followed the bandits at that time. Which is not wrong. Now they have a choice. As long as they don't continue to plot to restore Huangquan sect, work for the people of Qi state with peace of mind, and have not committed any unforgivable crimes in the past, then let them go. This young master is kind-hearted and does not kill innocent people indiscriminately. When Ren Jiayu really agreed with Ji Changsheng's self-evaluation this time, young master, I thought you would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. There is no need for that. I never think that these chess pieces can cause big problems. As long as the tiger is killed, flies are trivial. If the source is not killed, it is useless to kill more flies. Since the source problem of Huangquan sect has been solved, the following things are not a problem. As for the monsters of Huangquan sect, Ji Changsheng laughed. I said they are Huang. They are the Yellow Springs monsters. I said they are not Yellow Springs monsters. But they are not either. Do you understand? When Ren Jiayu nodded, I understand. It all depends on their performance. Well, the purpose of our coming to Qi is to make the Holy Church successfully transform and achieve a win-win situation between Qi and the Holy Church. Killing the Yellow Springs monsters is just a side job. Don't get the point wrong. Senior Sister Wenren, the main responsibility of the demon suppression team you formed is to hunt down the Yellow Springs monsters in Qi. However, how to define these Yellow Springs monsters specifically depends on two things. Please give me some advice. Young master. First, are the things they did in the past enough to be punished by death? If they are Yellow Springs monsters. Second, are they willing to accept the purpose of the Holy Church? Are they willing to serve the Holy Emperor of Qi? Are they willing to be more restrained in their eating habits? And don't just think about squeezing the life-saving spiritual stones in the pockets of the people of Qi all day long. If they are not willing, they are Yellow Springs monsters. To deal with such a real underworld demon, we still need to guide them. The teachings of our Holy Church are to guide people to be good. But if they are deeply possessed by the devil and cannot be guided, then we will give them to our disciples to practice. Every month, you will report your work to me regularly. Every 6 months, write a summary report. By the end of the year, I need to see the fortune of Qi State turn from a dragon to a dragon. If you can't do it, I will replace you with someone to take your position in Qi State. If you can do it, the Holy Church headquarters will definitely have a major change within 6 months. And I promise to let you enter the highest decision-making level. When Ren Jiayu's face changed slightly, she understood Ji Changsheng's words. She felt a lot of pressure. But the cake that Ji Changsheng painted was also a huge temptation for her. Normally speaking, with her talent and family background, if she really wanted to become a high-level person qualified to participate in the highest decision-making of the Tianma sect, it would take at least several decades. This time was not difficult for her to accept in the past. But when Ji Changsheng came, everything changed. Seeing Ji Changsheng's realm improve every day, it was really hard for the people around Ji Changsheng not to be stimulated by his beast-like cultivation progress. And Ji Changsheng was obviously willing to help those around him. Almost all of his relatives and friends in the past were moving up after knowing him. So following Ji Changsheng was definitely not a bad choice. Especially when Ren Jiayu had no other choice now. She was only worried about one thing. Young master. Whether Qi's fortune can be transformed into a dragon. And whether the people of Qi can be properly settled. The Qi Emperor has a greater responsibility. And I can only be responsible for the affairs of cultivation. I have the same request for the Qi Emperor. If he can't do it, he will be replaced. If you work for me, I will give you the highest salary I can. But if you can't meet my requirements, I will give up on you. It's hard to find a three-legged frog. But there are plenty of two-legged people. When Renjiayu was startled and immediately said, I understand. Young master rewards and punishes clearly. Which is fair. Well, you have another responsibility, which is to suppress dissidents within the church. The Holy Church needs to transform, and a group of people must be eliminated. In the past, the disciples of the Holy Church were used to the old way of cultivation, and there must be many people who are not used to the new way I proposed. So they will inevitably violate my rules. Among these people, there will be many disciples who have performed well in the Holy Church in the past. They may be loyal to the Holy Church, but they have opinions about me. Ji Chanshan looked at Wen Renjiayu and said in a cold and murderous voice, I know how to solve this problem. When Renjiayu proved her plasticity, young master will have left Qi by then and will not be able to protect them. They will die heroically in the battle with the Huangquan monster. And the Holy Church will always remember their achievements. Ji Chanshan patted Wen Renjiayu on the shoulder. Senior sister Wenren, do a good job. I believe in you. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend, and the new era will begin soon. I believe you will shine in the new era. Thank you, young master. Wen Renjiayu knew that she had passed Ji Chengxing's test, and her heart was slightly relieved. And she also had great expectations for the future. Ji Chanshan was right. The new era will begin soon. At present, the Holy Church will be the navigator of the new era, and the young master is likely to be the captain of the next generation. She believes that her choice will not be wrong. Brother Sui, how is the integration of Shi's slaughterhouse going? Sui Tinghui was also refreshed when he saw Ji Chanshan appear, and immediately reported, Young master, I have almost figured out the details of Shi's slaughterhouse. And the harvest is not small. Inside the Shi slaughterhouse, there are many unprocessed mutant monster corpses, which should be the test subjects after failure. The flesh and blood of these monsters can be used to assist cultivation. Ji Chanshan nodded slightly. You are responsible for this matter. I have only one request. The cultivation progress of the Saint Church disciples can only be faster than before, not worse than before. Within half a month, I need to get on the right track and see that the cultivation progress of the Saint Church disciples has obviously increased. Can you do it? For Ji Chanshan, things like breaking through the realm of cultivation can be calculated by the day. Moreover, he does not need the Saint Church disciples to break through the realm, but only needs Sui Tinghui to verify that the Saint Church disciples will practice faster after industrializing magic cultivation. So he feels that his requirements for Sui Tinghui are not high. Sui Tinghui felt a little pressure. However, he knew that Ji Chanshan was definitely not someone he could negotiate with. After a little hesitation, he decisively agreed. As for the speed of cultivation, as long as industrialization is officially launched, there should be no problem. Brother Sui, do your best. Things in Qi will be done soon. Later, I will go to Ying to build a kingdom for our holy church. If you do well in Qi, I will also let you take charge of the market in Ying. If you can do well in Ying, I will also let you take charge of the headquarters of the holy church. Ji Chanshan patted Sui Tinghui on the shoulder, and while drawing the pie, he did not forget to exert pressure. If you can make the industrialized cultivation of magic work through, as long as you do well, I will give you a position as the deputy leader. If you don't do well, Brother Sui, I will be very disappointed in you. You can choose the deputy leader and the one-man umbrella seat yourself. Sui Tinghui took a deep breath. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely explore a successful path for the industrialized cultivation of magic for the holy church. And I will die if I don't succeed. He didn't think Ji Chanshan was joking at all, so he had no way out. But Ji Chengxing's reputation is very strong. He believes that as long as he does well, the position of deputy leader is not a delusion. In fact, if the path of industrialized magic cultivation can really be made, Sui Tinghui, as the person actually responsible for this matter, deserves the position of deputy leader as long as he is not taken advantage of by others. Do it well. I want to see results as soon as possible. Yes. Lan Nu. What are you thinking about? Ji Chanshan is ready to use the several true teachings of the Holy Church. Sui Tinghui and Wen Renjiayu are already on the right track. But Lan Zhujun, who was the first to make a name for himself in Qi, is now idling around with nothing to do. His eyes are still slightly red. Seeing Ji Chanshan appear, Lan Zhujun's eyes are even redder. Young master, My grandmother was also killed by the saint. Ji Changsheng frowned. I told you. Don't call her the saint. Call her the master. Lan Zhujuan's eyes became redder. Young master. My parents have also been arrested. It will be difficult for the saint to let me go. Will you help me? Ji Changsheng looked at Lan Zhujun deeply. In fact, he had already pointed out a clear way for Lan Zhujun. As long as Lan Zhujun has been working for him and Qi, she is not a threat. Li Huanyan will not touch Ji Changsheng's people for just Lan Zhujun. But hatred can blind a person's eyes. Ji Changsheng understands Lan Zhujun's mood and state at this time. Unfortunately, the Lan family is not his relatives. He can only understand, but can't empathize. And Qi is his career. With Lan Zhujun's current situation, I'm afraid it's not suitable to be responsible for Qi's business in Tiansheng Medical Clinic. Ji Changsheng patted Lan Zhujun on the shoulder and called Ren Suqiong. Suqiong, for the next period of time, you should learn well from Lan Zhujun. Improve your strength as soon as possible, and try to train Luo Qiling. I still prefer to hand over Qi's Tiansheng Medical Clinic to her in the future. The people of Qi will definitely be more willing to support the people of Qi. Ren Suqiong was a little surprised. What about Lan Zhujun? Ji Changsheng said faintly. Someone will be eliminated. And Lan Zhujun should be the first. This is life. The sun sets. Night falls. The former emperor of Qi was hung high up on a wooden pole with his head and feet tied to it. A bright fire ignited from under his feet and enveloped his whole body in a very short time, lighting up the way forward for Qi. Your Majesty, by the end of the year, Qi's fortune totem cannot turn into a dragon, and the next person to be hung on it will be you. The Holy Emperor of Qi looked solemn. Please rest assured. From today on, Qi will definitely move towards light under the guidance of the young master. I hope so. You do a good job. I'm leaving soon. Come to Qi. Kill the treacherous prime minister. Kill the tyrant. Eliminate Guanyin. And cut off Huangquan. The Holy Church is based in Qi and has transformed for the most part. The people of Qi received a large amount of compensation. The fortune totem of Qi is gradually turning into a dragon. Ji Changsheng felt the bloody wind blowing in his face, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Chapter 186. The Shocking Change in Ing State. I came to Qi State, hoping to shine. Well, I have achieved my goal. Ji Changsheng defined his trip to Qi State. Although it was only 2 days, he did a lot of things. He cleared up the stubborn problems that Qi State had not cleared up in the past few decades. It was very satisfactory. So it's time to go. Of course, I will come back at any time. Ji Changsheng saw the worry of the Saint Emperor of Qi State, and kindly comforted him. Don't worry. Even if I am not in Qi State will always have my legend. I helped you to the throne, and touching you is touching me. Just go ahead. In today's Qi State, no one should be able to touch you except yourself. The Saint Emperor of Qi State was relieved when he heard this. He had just come to power, and he knew that his prestige was all due to Ji Changsheng's bullying. If Ji Changsheng left at this time, he was not absolutely sure that he could suppress the situation. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng said that he could come back at any time. That's right. With the speed of the young master, it's easy to fight back and forth. In the future, he will be the Holy Emperor of Qi with someone above him. And the boss above him also chose to give up power. The Holy Emperor of Qi felt sincere happiness. Young master, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Don't let down the expectations of the people of Qi. Qi's damage is greater than Sheng's, so it is more difficult to recover than Sheng's. But as long as you use the right people and do the right things, many things are not that difficult. What I can do in 1 day, as long as there are people in Qi who are willing to do it. Can't it really be done in decades? Ji Changsheng asked back. The Holy Emperor of Qi could only smile bitterly. Do your best. Don't let me do it again. Don't worry. I will never joke with my life. Qigui Shenghuang was a smart man. Knowing what Ji Changsheng wanted, I will make myself and the people of Qi live well. Ji Changsheng smiled. I have always been optimistic about you. Let's go. I will take you to see someone who is worthy of the young master to meet in person. Qigui Shenghuang was a little surprised. Someone from Yinghua. The Shenghuang's eyes lit up. You are coming so soon? Ji Changsheng had told him in the palace before that he would let Ying Hengye get someone from Yinghua to provide technical support to Qigua. He didn't expect it to come so soon. Ji Changsheng said calmly. Hengye knows my request and didn't delay. Moreover, Qi is close to the sea, and now has the support of our holy church. It will definitely have great development in the future. It must be an opportunity that smart people will seize to open up the market in Qi. Therefore, the smart people in Ing will certainly react quickly. In addition to Hongya, I haven't met many other people in Ing. Let's go and meet them this time. After all, we are going there soon. And Ji Changsheng is also familiar with the style of Ing. Shenggua and Qigua are both small dungeons that are not difficult for Ji Changsheng. But Ingwa killed a great cultivator in the Tribulation realm back then. Now it must have the ability to forcefully kill a great cultivator in the Tribulation realm. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. While his wife still has 1 day before ascending, Ji Changsheng is ready to seize the opportunity to go to Ingwa for a wave. Otherwise, if he waits until Yu Linglong leaves, he may not have the confidence now. 3 minutes later, outside the teleportation array, Ing Hongya and a woman with a ponytail gave a deep hug. Xiao Xiao. Hongya. You become more beautiful again. You too. You're getting more and more beautiful. The two women spent a minute reminiscing about the past, and then introduced Ji Changsheng. I told you about Ji Changsheng, the current young master of the Tianxing sect. And this is the new king of Qi. Chasheng. Your Majesty. This is Tan Xiao, my best friend. Ji Changsheng didn't react much. He was even thinking about whether the best friend Ing Hongya mentioned was real or fake. After all, the friendship between women is just like the brotherhood between men, and it takes careful distinction to see whether they are plastic sisters or real sisters. However, the Saint Emperor of Qi was enlightened when he heard this. Tan Xiao? Tan Xiao from the Tan family of Ing? Tan Xiao bowed to the Saint Emperor. Your Majesty. It's me. I have long heard of your name. Ing Hongya saw Ji Changsheng's expression, and knew that Ji Changsheng had never heard of Tan Xiao's name, and was not surprised by this. When Tan Xiao was talking to the Saint Emperor of Qi, Ing Hongya walked to Ji Changsheng and whispered, the head of the Tan family is the second richest man in our Ing country. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized, no wonder. Hongya, you are really a great scholar, and you have nothing to do with ordinary people. Ing Hongya corrected, wrong. When I first met you, you were an ordinary person. Ji Changsheng did not refute. Ing Hongya continued in a low voice, one more thing. The Tan family supports me. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. You just said that the head of the Tan family is the second richest man in your Ing country. Who is the first? Who do you support? My second brother. Second brother? Where is your eldest brother? Because he was idle because of raising a fox girl. He basically lost his inheritance rights. Now it is mainly my second brother and third brother who are fighting for it. I am the fourth brother. Being deposed for raising a fox girl, is this considered a big deal? Ji Changsheng was shocked. Does your Ing country have such high moral standards for men? Can someone vying for the throne be left idle because of personal morality issues? This is not in line with his education. Throughout the ages, whether men or women, when they reach a certain high position, they only have to choose their side. I have never heard of personal morality becoming a fatal problem. That is just an excuse to get the other party off the stage. Ing Hongya said speechlessly, Changsheng, can you not speak so bluntly? Some things are okay if you understand them in your heart. So what's the problem with your elder brother? That fox girl was secretly given to him by Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and she has a close connection with the fox tribe of Wanyao Kingdom. Ing Hongya said in a deep voice, as the current eldest prince of Ing Kingdom. He is so close to Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Wanyao Kingdom. Isn't this courting death? Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. That is indeed courting death. If he knows, he is deliberately courting death. If he doesn't know, he is a waste, passively courting death. No matter what. If I were your father, I would not choose him as the heir. Ing Hongya nodded subconsciously. And after reacting, she immediately kicked Ji Changsheng. You took advantage of me again. After kicking Ing Hongya, she realized that everyone was staring at her and Ji Changsheng with strange eyes. Tan Xiao poked Ing Hongya's arm and asked with a deliberate smile, has our Ing country's consort been chosen? Ing Hongya blushed. Don't talk nonsense. She is the young leader of the Tianxing sect. I can't afford her. Really? Young Master Ji, is our Ing country princess not worthy of the young leader of the Tianxing sect? Tan Xiao asked. Ji Changsheng shook his head. Of course she is worthy. I told Hongya early on that I am willing to marry her as a concubine. Old Devil Ji has always been so open and honest. Tan Xiao and the people she brought almost fell down. Tan Xiao stared at Ji Changsheng with a strange look for 3 seconds, then raised a thumb. Great. Young Master Ji. Don't talk like this when you go to our Ying Kingdom. It's easy to get beaten. Ji Changsheng silently released his strength as a cultivator of the refining void realm, and smiled. The young generation of Ying Kingdom dares to be the enemy of the young master of the Tianxing sect in the refining void realm. I am very much looking forward to it. Tan Xiao. She looked at Ying Hongya in shock. Didn't you just tell me yesterday that Ji Changsheng had just been promoted to the nascent soul? Ying Hongya, I didn't lie to you. Tan Xiao was stunned. What kind of beast is this? Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and said to Ying Hongya, Hongya, don't talk here. Go to the Tianxing medical clinic. It would have been more appropriate to go to the palace. But Tan Xiao obviously didn't come for the Saint Emperor of Qi, but for Ying Hongya and Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng would of course entertain Tan Xiao at his home. Tan Xiao spent a minute preparing herself mentally for Ji Changsheng's beastly cultivation, and then hugged Ying Hongya sympathetically. Hongya, if you encounter such a beast, you should just give in. It's okay to be a concubine. Tan Xiao comforted. If he can keep this progress of cultivation, it's not shameful to be his concubine. Get out of the way. Ying Hongya will never be a concubine. Never. Ying Hongya's voice was loud and clear. Tan Xiao shrugged, and then said to Ji Changsheng, Master Ji, I'm not kidding you. Our Hongya is very popular in Yingwa. If you go to Yingwa, you will definitely be hostile to many people. Be careful. Ji Changsheng smiled and nodded. You are right. We should be careful with that group of people. If there are any of them who are friends with you, remember to warn them in advance, so that they don't have to commit suicide. Especially remind your immediate family members. Since you are Hongya's friend, I don't want you to be implicated in the end. Tan Xiao. Hongya, you take care of him. He threatens me. Ying Hongya gave Tan Xiao a helpless look. I am just a small cultivator in the late Jindan stage. How can I control the young master of Tianxing sect? Xiao Xiao. You'd better listen to him. I know Cha Sheng. He really kills wherever he goes. I haven't seen him suffer any loss. Nor have I seen him have many enemies. Those who are enemies with him basically died in the end. Tan Xiao's heart trembled, and she felt the sincere reminder from her good sister. She also had Ji Changsheng's information in her hand. And of course she knew him well. But the information she got was from a day ago. As a normal person, Tan Xiao certainly couldn't have imagined that Ji Changsheng had done so many great things in just one day. However, even the information from one day ago was enough to explain Ji Changsheng's character. So Tan Xiao quickly switched his mode. And after arriving at Tianxing Medical Clinic, he showed Ji Changsheng the shrewdness and ability that an ally should have. Master Ji, Your Majesty, Hongya has already informed me of your needs. Regarding the matter of digitizing spirit stones, our Tan family happens to have the technology in this area. But I must first remind you too that you are still too simple in your consideration. The Saint Emperor of Qi did not speak. He knew that this was not a place where he needed to be too opinionated. Ji Changsheng humbly asked, Please give me some advice. Miss Tan. Tan Xiao was not polite and said directly, Master Ji, if I am not mistaken, you hope to circulate the spiritual stones distributed so that the people of Qi can use them to improve their quality of life, rather than save them or leave them to the next generation. Right? Of course. The idea is good, but there are too many loopholes in the actual operation. Tan Xiao's comments were very sharp. Ji Changsheng's answer was also very simple. That's why you need to do it. Tan Xiao said bluntly, I can achieve your request from a technical means, but it's useless. Let me give you an example. I digitize the spirit stones and send them to the accounts of the people of Qi. But if the people of Qi use digital spirit stones to swipe orders and exchange them for other people's real spirit stones, how should Master Ji deal with it? Ji Changsheng. There will definitely be people who buy and sell at that time. Master Ji wants the people of Qi to use the spirit stones you send them to improve their quality of life. But I can guarantee that in the end, they will use various program loopholes to exchange them for real spirit stones, and then continue to save them or pass them on to the next generation. In this process, those profiteers will also see new business opportunities. In the end, Master Ji will provide money and people, but the result will never be as you expected. Ji Changsheng could only sigh. There are bad people among the people. Miss Tan, you are really a genius at being a profiteer. He has never been a businessman, and his nature is pure and kind. So how can he be a match for these bad guys? Ji Changsheng deeply felt his own shortcomings. So he continued to ask humbly, if I kill people, how will Miss Tan respond? Tan Xiao. Master Ji. This is because someone has found a loophole in your decision-making. It is unreasonable to start a massacre. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Miss Tan. You may not know me very well. Let me put it this way. What is good for me is reasonable. What is not good for me is all fallacy to me. Tan Xiao once again deepened her understanding of Ji Changsheng. But she still patiently persuaded, Master Ji. Killing can indeed solve 90% of the problems. But not killing people, using technical means, can solve all problems. I would like to hear more about it. Master Ji should know that what we are best at in Ingwa is analyzing the cultivation methods and magic tools for the people to use. The ultimate goal is to allow ordinary people to enjoy the convenience of practitioners and realize the long-cherished wish of equality for all in the world of Datong. Ji Changsheng nodded and commented objectively, the ideal is great, although it will never be realized. But we have been working hard for it, and have achieved considerable results. Tan Xiao said seriously. The loophole I just mentioned can be filled with a cultivation tool. What is it? The rumored Hichu Luoshu. Tan Xiao said, after the Hichu Luoshu fell into the hands of Emperor Shi. It has transformed into a human treasure. As long as the Hichu Luoshu is used as the source point, and a digital spirit stone system is constructed, the loophole can be plugged with human rules, so that all spirit stones can be used to their full potential. Our Tan family has done a very in-depth study of the Hichu Luoshu. As long as you give me a fragment of the Hichu Luoshu, I will be sure to do everything you, young Master Ji, have done. However, only the Ying Kingdom's royal family has the fragment of the Hichu Luoshu. When Tan Xiao said this, he looked at Ji Changsheng with hope in his eyes. Young Master Ji, if you can get the fragment of the Hichu Luoshu, our Tan family can design a complete online spirit stone system for Qi, including your holy church, for free to solve your financial problems. And we can guarantee that there will be no future troubles, and it will be fair and just. Otherwise, the holy church can uproot the Tan family. Ji Changsheng laughed. You want to get the humane treasure for nothing. Tan Xiao also laughed. Master Ji, our Tan family is not trying to take the fragment of the river map and Luoshu for ourselves, but just want to maximize its use. If the humane treasure can only be used by one person, it is really a waste of resources. Only when it falls into the hands of those R&D personnel, and those of us who can carry it forward, can the humane treasure play its greatest role. It may be difficult for others to get the fragment of the river map and Luoshu, but there is an opportunity right now. Our emperor has already said that Princess Hongya's dowry is a fragment of the river map and Luoshu. Ji Changsheng looked at Ying Hongya. Ying Hongya's face was slightly red, but she nodded and whispered, it is true. Ji Changsheng sighed. Hongya, you are smuggling private goods to seek benefits for yourself. Ying Hongya's face became even redder. I didn't know I needed this at all. Xiao Xiao didn't tell me before. It's okay. I know you have been secretly in love with me for a long time, but you don't dare to face it. Ji Changsheng understands that girls are thin-skinned. Before Ying Hongya got angry, Ji Changsheng changed the subject. Does the royal family of Ingwa have fragments of the river map and Luoshu? Yes. What's wrong? Ying Hongya took a deep breath and didn't argue with Ji Changsheng about the issue of her love. Instead, she said to Ji Changsheng, the ancestors dared to go against all the immortal gates back then. So of course they had their own trump cards. 70% of the most powerful human treasures in this world are in our family. Ji Changsheng stood in awe. No wonder Ingwa can persist until now. But here comes the problem. Qingling, come here. After a while, Luo Qingling entered the room. Ji Changsheng removed the illusion that covered the tortoise on Luo Qingling's neck. After learning from Yu Linglong that Luo Qingling might be wearing a fragment of the river map in Luoshu, Ji Changsheng used an illusion on Luo Qingling. A mere fragment was not worth Ji Changsheng's greed. But Ji Changsheng knew that others were not like him. He was a man of high character, but others might not have his character. So just in case, Ji Changsheng gave Luo Qingling a protective shield. Ying Hongya had never seen the tortoise on Luo Qingling's neck before. When Ji Changsheng removed the illusion, Ying Hongya and Tan Xiao were both moved. Turtle fragment? Is it a fragment of the river map and Luoshu? How is this possible? Ying Hongya and Tan Xiao were shocked. Luo Qingling looked puzzled. Ji Changsheng and the Saint Emperor of Qi gradually became curious. The Saint Emperor of Qi cautiously reminded him, Young Master, I remembered something. There were indeed rumors in Qi that Dr. Luo's background was somewhat secretive. The Luo family was originally a noble family in Qi. Dr. Luo's mother was qualified to discuss marriage with all the wealthy nobles. But Dr. Luo's mother finally chose to marry into the family. There were rumors that this was because Dr. Luo's mother had had a private relationship with someone in her early years, without the Saint Emperor of Qi reminding him. Ji Changsheng also thought of it. He looked at Luo Qingling and Ing Hongya carefully. I don't know if it's a psychological reason. The more I look at them, the more they look alike. Hongya. Is there a possibility that you should call Qingling's sister? Ing Hongya. Impossible. My father only has one woman, the Queen Mother, and his love with the Queen Mother is a legend in Ingwa. Ten Xiao raised her hand cautiously. Well, I seem to have heard my grandfather say, after drinking, that His Majesty was still very romantic before he ascended the throne. Ing Hongya. It felt like something was breaking rapidly. Luo Qingling finally reacted. Young master. What do you mean by this? Is there another secret about my life experience? Ji Changsheng said, it should be very simple to verify this. Hongya. The royal family of Ing should have a way to quickly confirm the identity. Right? Yu Laomo has it all, and has confirmed that Changsheng is his own flesh and blood. But what Yu Laomo used to verify was Bing Zipping's flesh and blood. Of course, Ing Hongya and Luo Qingling were face to face at the scene. And this could not be fate. Ing Hongya took Luo Qingling to do the verification. 3 minutes later, the two women returned to the room in a trance. Ji Changsheng saw the reactions of the two women and already knew the answer to the question. It seems that my father-in-law is not a good thing either. Ji Changsheng defined Ing 3. Ing Hongya and Luo Qingling were still in a trance, and they didn't realize that Ji Changsheng had taken advantage of them. Ji Changsheng didn't give them time to react. He held Luo Qingling's shoulders and said kindly, Qingling, is the turtle scale on your neck passed down to you by your mother? Luo Qingling nodded subconsciously. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, this thing may be of great help to the people of Qi to live a better life. Qingling, do you mind letting Miss Tan use it? It won't take too long. I should be able to return it to you in a few days. Right. Miss Tan? Tan Xiao immediately said, at most 2 days. And Miss Luo can stay by my side to supervise. That's not necessary. If you dare to take this treasure, you and the Tan family will die without a burial place. Ji Changsheng smiled and issued a fatal threat. Tan Xiao confirmed that Ji Changsheng was definitely not joking. Fortunately, she did not have the idea of taking this divine object for herself. As a young cultivator in the foundation building period, Tan Xiao did not have any fluke ideas in front of Ji Changsheng. Qingling, what do you think? Ji Changsheng asked. Luo Qingling hesitated for a moment, but still handed the turtle slice on her neck to Ji Changsheng. Young master, I believe you. After a pause, Luo Qingling whispered, young master, will you go to England next? Yes. Then can you do something for me? You say. Beat that man. Ing Hongya coughed loudly. Ji Changsheng glanced at Ing Hongya and thought that the man was still likely to become my father-in-law. However, according to Gu Li, the father's father was his father-in-law, and Zhao's father was not qualified to pretend to be in front of his son-in-law. Sun Hongya looked at him angrily. After a moment, Ji Changsheng's face was extremely strange. It is said that the assassin was the sword immortal? What kind of international joke is this? Ing Hongya's face turned pale, and he grabbed Ji Changsheng's hand. Changsheng, help me. Don't worry. Of course I will help you. Hongya, go pack your things, and we will set off for Ingwa in a quarter of an hour. Chapter 187 Xuandu Temple, and Tiansheng Sect's No. 1 detective came to Ing State to investigate the assassination of Emperor Ing. While Ing Hongya was preparing, Ji Changsheng contacted Li Changxi immediately. Senior sister, where are you? Li Changxi replied online, above Huangquan's sect. My mother and I suppressed Huangquan's sect together. Junior brother, do you admire me very much? Ji Changsheng, senior sister, you are even more shameless than me. According to your statement, Adu and Zhao Yun fought 7 times in and 7 out, and Adu was even half a body ahead of Zhao Yun. Has she always been in the Xian Wang Merit Tower? Li Changxi, yes. What happened? Ji Changsheng, where is Fairy Ling Long? She has always been there. Li Changxi, of course. Only my mother and the master of Xuandu Temple have the authority to use the Xian Wang Merit Tower. A powerful weapon. This time, my mother took the initiative and I was the pioneer. Ji Chongqing ignored the last sentence and continued to ask, has the master of the temple been there too? Li Chongqi, yes. Junior brother. What do you want to ask? Ji Chongqing told the truth. The third emperor of the Qin dynasty was assassinated. It is said that the assassin, the one is the sword immortal. Li Chongqi, how is it possible? The sword immortal assassinated Ing 3? Are you kidding? Junior brother. Wait a minute. I will summarize the information here. 3 minutes later, Li Chongqi came back online and gave Ji Chongqing a clear answer. It was definitely not done by the Assassin's League. As one of the 8 gold medal assassins of the Assassin's League, I have not found any action records. Killing Ing 3 is a matter of great importance. Even the sword immortal would inform the people below. Ji Chongqing. Senior sister. Are you sure you are just one of the 8 gold medal assassins? Li Chongqi, junior brother. What do you mean? Do you still doubt that I am the absolute sword immortal? Ji Chongqing thought about what Yu Linglong said to him last time. Li Chongqi is now in the Mahayana stage. Absolute sword immortal is undoubtedly a master of the crossing tribulation realm. And he assassinated a master of the crossing tribulation realm. From this perspective, Li Chongqi is indeed unlikely to be the absolute sword immortal. On the contrary, it is indeed in line with the strength positioning of the 8 golden assassins. This is also Ji Chongqing's initial judgment. It's just that the master of the temple misled him before, saying that Li Chongqi might be the absolute sword immortal. And Ji Chongqing was half believing and half doubting this. According to Ji Chongqing's guess, the absolute sword immortal is more likely to be another vest of Yu Linglong, under the Taiqing sect, with Xian Wang protecting her body and merits. Yu Linglong is one of the few powerful people in the world who can kill people without caring about cause and effect. Of course, Yu Laomo doesn't seem to be afraid either. Could this Zhu Jiangxian be a public alias? It is said that Emperor Huangquan is very secretive. But Zhu Jiangxian has never been exposed. He and Emperor Huangquan are known as the 2 most mysterious masters of the world. If it is really a public alias, it will be too difficult to find out. Even if he finds out who Zhu Jiangxian is, it will be useless. He still needs to find out which Zhu Jiangxian is the one who did it. Ji Chongqing doesn't know much about the Assassin's League that he has joined. But he estimates that this time when he goes to Yingwu, he should have a deeper understanding of the Assassin's League. Senior sister, do you want to go to Yingwu for fun? The situation in Yingwu is more complicated. My wife is 1 day away from ascending. Ji Chongqing feels far less safe in Yingwu than in Qigua. So he plans to take his wife to the concubine's house to seek justice for her. Maybe the opportunity for senior sister to advance to the tribulation realm is in Yingwu. Ji Chongqing said. Li Chongqi refused. Junior brother. I suggest you go back to Xuandu Temple. Now Xuandu Temple can add merits even if you lie down. Huangquan sect has committed too many sins. After suppressing Huangquan sect, the merits of Xuandu Temple have been skyrocketing. And all Xuandu Temple disciples have received a share. Ji Chongqing said frankly, I still think there are more merits down the mountain. And I prefer to do it myself and have enough food and clothing. Zhu Jiangxian issued a mission to deny the assassination of Ing 3. And sent 2 gold medal assassins to Yingwu to track down the real culprit. Damn. He actually selected my general. In the Xian Huang Merit Tower, Li Chongqi's body collapsed and leaned on the cloud chair, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. With the current progress of merit, I feel that I can have the opportunity to pass the tribulation after lying in Xuandu Temple for 10 days at most. What's the matter with Zhu Jiangxian? Why did he choose my general among the 8 gold medal assassins? Did he find out that I had impersonated him? It's not possible. I only killed a few hypocritical philanthropists, dozens of corrupt officials with good reputations, and hundreds of small monks who were thieves and prostitutes in the dark without any evidence. I only robbed less than 10 billion high-quality spirit stones in total using his identity. Is Zhu Jiangxian so stingy? Li Chongqi asked herself that she had not done anything excessive. And Zhu Jiangxian should not deliberately take revenge for personal gain. It should be just a coincidence. Li Chongqi finally came to the conclusion, if it is not a coincidence, then his life will end. I, Taiyin Xingjuan, impersonated him to give him face. I believe Zhu Jiangxian is a smart man. She state. Ji Chongqing silently digested the information Li Chongqi brought him. Given Li Chongqi's mental state and her ability to speak without hesitation, some of Li Chongqi's words can be believed, while others cannot. But it was not the absolute sword immortal who assassinated Ing 3. At least not the real absolute sword immortal who assassinated Ing 3. This was Ji Chongqing's first reaction after receiving the news that Ing 3 was assassinated. And he still has not overturned this intuition. The Absolute Sword Immortal and the Assassin's Alliance are positioned as neutral and chaotic. They are not professional magicians, but more like mercenaries. Although the Assassin's Alliance claims to dare to take any job as long as they are given spirit stones. That is only in theory. In fact, as long as the Assassin's Alliance is not crazy, it will not have a deadly feud with the top immortal gates. Although Ingwit is not a top immortal gate, its strength is not inferior. And what is the status of Zhujiangxian? To say something a little disrespectful to my father-in-law. Is Ing 3 worthy of Zhujiangxian's action? If I want to kill Ing 3, I can just buy off the insiders in the palace. Why do I need to use the masters of the crossing tribulation realm? Ji Chongqing whispered to himself. The situation of Ing Kingdom is different from that of the top immortal sections. It is understandable to dispatch Zhujiangxian to kill the master of the crossing tribulation realm like Guanju. But the real strength of Ing 3 is not necessarily higher than Ji Chongqing's current strength. Even if Emperor Ing has the bonus of the human treasure and the protection of the national destiny in the territory of Ing Kingdom, it is not strong enough. The Assassin's League is a professional assassin. Could it be that they, like Yu Linglong, also use cannons to kill mosquitoes when they are assassinated? It's not realistic. So Ji Chongqing didn't think it was Zhujiangxian who did it. And he believed that many people would not believe this rumor. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was indeed another person who was deeply suspicious of Zhujiangxian's assassination of Ing 3. This person was the assassinated person, who survived the disaster but was already dying. Before he completely fainted, Ing 3 used up his last strength to hold the Prime Minister's hand. Under the gaze of the civil and military officials, his wife and children, he said something that suddenly changed the color of the monarch and ministers of Ing State. The queen is not allowed to rule behind the curtain. The eldest, the second, and the third. Whoever makes a move will be killed immediately. Let Hongye come back and send Hongye to investigate my assassination. Prime Minister, if I can't wake up, the new monarch will be decided by the vote of the old ministers of Wujian. After saying these 4 sentences, Ing 3 closed his eyes. The imperial doctors immediately surrounded Ing 3. The Prime Minister took a deep breath, looked at the queen who was already pale, and the 3 princes who looked terrified, and maintained the calmness that the Prime Minister of Ing State should have. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, you have heard His Majesty's order. Forgive me for offending you. Please be careful with your words and actions for a period of time in the future, and it is best to stay indoors. The eldest prince seemed to be the least sophisticated, and he was the first to burst out. What does your father mean by this? The Prime Minister said coldly. Obviously, Your Majesty suspects that someone else assassinated him, and the person suspected by Ing 3 is one of these 4 people. There is no conflict of interest between Ing State and the Assassin's League, and Ing 3 and Zhujiangxian have never had any intersection. The people who really want Ing 3 to die are naturally people within Ing State. Of course, there are many external enemies in Ing State, but it seems very obvious who Ing 3 is guarding against. The second prince also slowly spoke, Prime Ministerly. It is normal for your father to have such suspicions. But why did you give the right to investigate to Hongye? Li Xiang said bluntly. At the time of the incident, only Princess Hongye was wandering outside, and she had already said that she had given up inheriting the throne and chose to join Xuandu Temple for cultivation. If we say who is the most innocent, Princess Hongye is more innocent than the old ministers. Let her investigate the truth. The whole court is very relieved. The second prince said lightly, what if Hongye wants to use this to frame us? The third prince added, Hongye has been very close to Ji Chongqing, the young leader of the Tianma sect. It is said that they go out in the same carriage and sit at the same table. There are also rumors that the two have mutual admiration. I, the fourth sister, naturally believe it. But the young leader of the Tianma sect must be guarded. What if this assassination was secretly planned by the Tianma sect, taking this opportunity to infiltrate our Ing country? Or even using the relationship between Ji Chongqing and Hongye to support Hongye to take the throne. Is there such a possibility? The third prince's 2 words made many ministers think. The eldest prince, the second prince, and the queen also looked at the third prince in surprise. Li Xiang frowned and said, Third prince, there is no need to speculate. The secret law pavilion has confirmed that Yubihai is now in the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect, and is more seriously injured than your majesty. This matter has nothing to do with Yubihai. Li Xiang mentioned the secret law pavilion, and the third prince immediately shut up. The secret law pavilion is a secret organization established by Ingwa for the major immortal gates. It was originally to analyze and develop various skills and treasures. Later, the intelligence function was added on this basis. After all, some skills and magic tools belong to the secrets of the major immortal gates, and they need to be deeply known before they can be analyzed and transformed for my use. Later, the secret law pavilion added a new team, the secret law enforcement team, which was composed of the most elite soldiers in the Ingwa army, specializing in assassination and undercover. The secret law pavilion did not receive the news of the assassination of Ing 3 in advance. The pavilion master was confined to the mansion at this time, and the secret law pavilion had already started to work at full capacity. The news from the secret law pavilion has not been wrong for a long time. Since the secret law pavilion said that Yu Lao Mo was seriously injured, it is impossible that the absolute sword fairy this time was Yu Lao Mo in disguise. Li Xiang continued, Fairy Linglong is about to ascend, and the heavenly demon sect is about to become the world's largest sect. At this critical moment, Princess Hongye can make friends with the young master of the heavenly demon sect, which is more beneficial than harmful to our Ing country. If Ji Changsheng really wants to come to Ing country, the court and the people should warmly welcome him. As for what he says and does, just observe carefully. In our Ing country, Ji Changsheng can't turn the world upside down. The most urgent thing is to call Princess Hongye back and let her preside over the investigation of the assassination of His Majesty. Do you have any objections? There was no objection from the court and the people. After all, the order issued by Emperor Ing 3 in front of all the civil and military officials just now. Whoever dares to disobey the order will be charged with treason. Only the Empress, the first prince, the second prince, and the third prince dared to question it. But if they wanted to stop it, they didn't have the power to do so before Emperor Ing 3 was sure to die. Therefore, before Ing Hongye returned to Ing State, he had already received the news from Ing State. Ing Hongye was a little dazed. My father sent me to investigate his assassination. Cha Sheng. What does this mean? Ji Changsheng carefully read the information reported by Li Xiang to Ing Hongye, especially focusing on the arrangements made by Emperor Ing 3 for the Empress, the first prince, the second prince, and the third prince, and raised his eyebrows. Hongye. Our father doesn't trust anyone around him. Ing Hongye didn't care about Ji Changsheng's words at this time. She was still immersed in shock and sadness. I didn't expect that my father would even be on guard against my mother. Speaking of which, from the eldest prince to her, the 4 brothers and sisters are all born of the same mother, and they are the closest brothers and sisters. On the surface, Ing 3 is a rare infatuated seed in the royal family, not taking concubines, not having romantic affairs, 0 scandals, and loving the queen without doubt is a good story in the court and the country of Ing. Of course, this matter has not been established for Ji Changsheng since Luo Qingling's identity was confirmed. Glancing at Ing Hongye, Ji Changsheng had a guess in his heart. Ing 3 is so on guard against the queen. Could it be that he was found out by the queen outside? But this guess is not suitable for communication with Ing Hongye. Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye stepped onto the teleportation array together. About a quarter of an hour later, Ing Hongye walked out of the teleportation array, and then his face turned pale. The oncoming gloomy ghostly aura made Ing Hongye shudder subconsciously. And then he realized where he was. Sun to River? The Bank of Huangquan? Xuandu Temple? Cha Sheng. We went to the wrong place. No, we didn't. Ji Changsheng pulled Ing Hongye and went to see the master of the temple as soon as possible. Master, I have made contributions to Xuandu Temple. I have shed blood for Xuandu Temple. I want to see Fairy Linglong. Master. He silently took out a small box. Here is what you want. Next time, don't add those lines, and speak in a simple way. Ji Changsheng opened the small box. In the box was a fragrant golden pill that shone with golden light. Ing Hongye's face lit up. Ji Changsheng was also relieved. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. With the magic medicine of our Xuandu Temple, Ing 3's life should be saved. This pill can only sustain life. Ing 3's internal and external injuries need to be treated with the right medicine. The master reminded, unless it is the 9-turn golden pill made by Master Tai Ching himself. It will not work so quickly. Don't take it lightly. Thank you, Master. Hongye will always be grateful on behalf of my father and the people of Ing State. The master nodded slightly. Hongye, Your father's accident this time may not be directed at your father himself. Back then, it seemed that Xuandu Temple and Emperor Ing were on opposite sides. But things were not as simple as they seemed. Ing Hongya nodded. My father told me that if Fairy Linglong really wanted to kill someone, Ing State would keep. The master of the temple sighed lightly and revealed a little inside information. Chancheng. Hongya. You should be vigilant about the future of Ingwa. Ingwa is an early test of the struggle for the emperor of the prehistoric fairyland. Ji Chengxing's heart moved. Test? The master of the temple nodded. Senior sister told me that if a great man at the Daluo level wants to do something but is not absolutely sure, he will often use great magic power to let the creatures in this small world deduce for him. After a long time, Daluo will get an answer. This answer may not satisfy Daluo, and it may not necessarily happen, but it will give Daluo a psychological assessment. Ji Changsheng almost couldn't keep his face calm. If this is the case, then the myths he knows are very likely to be a certain Daluo's deduction of the future. The great emperor of the South Pole? In our world, the Ing Kingdom has a great man who is deducing for the human emperor. Can he become the human emperor by following the path of the Ing Kingdom? The master hesitated for a moment and said bluntly, this great man is the Xuandu master. The biggest supporter behind the rise of the Ing Kingdom was our Xuandu temple. But it was very secretive. Ing Hongya was moved. This was also the first time that Ji Changsheng knew this inside story. Did the master fail in his deduction? Ji Changsheng asked. Yes. The master said, Master Xuandu has given up the current root of Ingwa, and only asked senior sister to protect Ingwa from being destroyed by the immortal gate. The marriage between senior sister and the Bai family, I think now, is probably related to this matter. I only got to know the inside story of many things after becoming the master of the temple, and I can't see how deep the water is behind the assassination of Ing 3 this time. Ji Changsheng digested this information and said to the master, Master, give me a list of people and forces that you and our Xuandu temple don't like in Ingwa. Master. Chasheng. Don't mess around. Ji Changsheng explained, Master, don't worry. I will definitely not mess around. Ing 3 has asked Hongya to investigate his assassination. Hongya, you also make a list. When we arrive in Ingwa, I will let Ingwa's friends witness the style of Xuandu Temple and Tianxing Sect's first detective. Chapter 188 Ji Qian speaks out. The only way to defeat martial arts is to be fast. Ji Changsheng stayed in Xuandu Temple for half an hour this time. This is not in line with Ji Changsheng's efficiency, but everyone expressed understanding. After all, Ji Lao Mo has returned home in glory, and Ji Lao Mo really has old friends in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng talked with his dear senior sister Tying Xingjuan for half an hour before boarding the teleportation array to Ingwa. In the teleportation array, Ing Hongya asked Ji Changsheng curiously, What did you talk about with Master Li? Ji Changsheng recalled his conversation with Li Chengxi. Li Chengxi told him something very important. Junior brother, if you encounter trouble when you go to Ingwa this time, you can seek help from Li Xiong. Li Xiong? Yes, the current Prime Minister of Ingwa. Is he related to my senior sister? Among the celebrities with the surname Li in the world, except Li Qinglian, they are basically all from the same Li family. Ji Changsheng was speechless. Your old Li family is too awesome. Is there a comrade named Erfeng? If the Ing Kingdom is destroyed, I am very optimistic that he will build a Tang dynasty. Senior sister. So your Li family is betting on various parties, and they are all in high positions. Xuandu Temple has Li Chengxi. Huan sect has Li Huanyan. Ing Kingdom also has a Li Xiong. There are people with the surname Li everywhere, and they are all in high positions. This Li family is really lucky. Li Chengxi nodded, thinking, Junior brother, now that you say that, I wonder if it's because of me. Ah? Ji Changsheng was screwed by Li Chengxi. Li Chengxi explained, as the Taiyin Star Lord, I am temporarily acting in the name of the Li family. The Li family is able to be affected by my luck. One person's success will bring success to the whole family. This logic is very reasonable. Ji Changsheng. He often feels out of tune with Li Chengxi because he is too thin-skinned, too shameless. However, Li Chengxi's tone was too serious, which made Ji Changsheng unconsciously follow Li Chengxi's logic to think about this matter, and then subconsciously nodded, it is indeed possible. It seems that my junior brother and I have the same opinion. Li Chengxi nodded with satisfaction. The Li family has me. It is really a blessing to have half of the family property. Ji Changsheng said seriously, What are you talking about? Senior sister. The Li family's property should all be yours. Li Changqi smiled. Not really. Not really. Junior brother. We should be more humble. Ji Changsheng continued to say seriously. That's why I only said that the Li family. The family property should all belong to you. Senior sister. If we are being realistic, then the Li family should owe you at least 10 billion high-quality spirit stones. Li Changqi was already laughing. Junior brother. If you know how to talk, just say more. Senior sister. Next time the Li family elects a head, I will definitely vote for you. Li Changqi's tone was very regretful. You don't have the right to vote. Ji Changsheng casually said. Senior sister. Doesn't your husband have the right to vote? Li Changqi shook her head. No. Only members of the Li family can vote. Then I will visit a few members of the Li family. I am very good at persuading others. Li Changqi was tempted for a moment. But in the end, she shook her head. Forget it. When the head of the Li family changes, we will have ascended long ago. Junior brother. I recently discovered something. What is it? I discovered the truth of this world. It is not an illusion. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that you finally found it. I have never doubted this since the first day. But this world is not an illusion. Nor is it a normal world. Junior brother. This is a simulated world of Daluo. Ji Changsheng was interested this time. Senior sister. Please continue. The entire universe was originally barren. It was Pangu who created the world and created the Hongwang Immortal Realm. There is only one Hongwang Immortal Realm, which is the origin of the entire universe. The small worlds that came later, as well as the so-called heavens and myriad worlds, were all created by the great powers of Daluo level. Everyone wants to be the second Pangu, but no one has done it. So far, no world has surpassed the Hongwang Immortal Realm. But the small worlds have explored many wrong paths for the Hongwang Immortal Realm. Although these wrong paths are still repeated in the Hongwang Immortal Realm. While digesting the information brought to him by Li Changqi, Ji Changsheng echoed, this is normal. The only lesson that humans have learned from history is that they never learn any lessons. And history will repeat itself. When he was on Blue Star, he repeatedly verified the authenticity of this law. The problems that have occurred in the contemporary world, whether in ancient times or abroad, have occurred countless times. But they are still happening. Even if science and technology continue to advance, mistakes are still repeated mistakes. And there is almost no evolution of human nature, no matter how high the level of the prehistoric fairyland is. As long as there are intelligent creatures, as long as there is still selfish desire, it is unlikely to be an exception. Ji Changsheng judges others by himself. He is now in the realm of refining emptiness. But compared to ordinary people, he is just a little more discerning. He doesn't like ordinary women who can poop. But he still likes fairies. He looks down on worldly power. But he still yearns for the authority of heaven. There is no essential difference. It's just that the strength has become stronger, and the ambition has become bigger. The immortal is nothing more than a plus version of him. There are two kinds of worlds created by Daluo. One is to let it go after creation, and it is only used to supplement Daluo's 3,000 avenues. The other is to be used for simulation to verify whether the path he wants to take is correct. I suspect that our world is the latter. Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changqi with a strange look in his eyes. The master of the temple only came into contact with these things after becoming the master of the temple. Did Li Changqi guess it herself? Or did her memory really recover? Senior sister is becoming more and more like Tien Xingjuan. Ji Changsheng told himself that it doesn't matter whether it is true or false. Just like his Nanji Changsheng Emperor. As long as the genuine ones don't come out to fight against counterfeiting, they are genuine. So Ji Changsheng took the initiative to say, Senior sister, your judgment coincides with mine. And I have also guessed something about the great power that created this world. After a pause, Ji Changsheng met Li Changqi's curious eyes, and said two names, either Master Tai Ching or Master Xuandu. Li Changqi was moved, pondered for a full half-minute, and then nodded slowly. That makes sense. The Xianwang Merit Tower is a little too invincible in this world. As the first acquired merit treasure, the first defensive treasure in the prehistoric fairyland, and the invincible innate, the Tiandi Xianwang Linglong Pagoda, which walked back and forth in the Zhuxian sword formation without any damage. This kind of treasure is a bug level in the prehistoric fairyland. It has never been broken, even in the face of the attack power of the saint level, even in the face of the Zhuxian sword formation. And the Xianwang Merit Tower is the projection of the Tiandi Xianwang Linglong Pagoda. As long as the heaven and earth Xianwang Linglong Pagoda is always there, It can be projected all the time. It is useless to break the Xian Huang Merit Pagoda. You have to break the heaven and earth Xian Huang Ling Long Pagoda from the Hong Huang immortal realm. But this is something that even saints cannot do. At least Ling Bao Tianzuan, with the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, couldn't do it. So this means that Xuandu Temple will always be invincible in this world. It also means that Huangquan sect is really dead. Ahem. Obviously this is a bug. More like the authority left by the administrator for himself. And there are only 2 Daluo who have this management authority in the entire Hong Huang immortal realm, Taiqing Saint and Xuandu Grand Master. Sister, I have a guess. Maybe Master Taiqing or Master Xuandu wants the true emperor of the world we live in to be Emperor Ing. They hope that Emperor Ing can break through the siege and kill his way to the prehistoric fairyland. In that case, Emperor Ing will become the candidate for the next emperor of the prehistoric fairyland. Li Changqi was moved again. Yes. Junior brother. You are worthy of being the reincarnation of the southern emperor Qian Sheng. This makes everything connected. The prehistoric fairyland is moving. And the fight for the emperor of the human world is re-emerging. This time, it is rare that the Taiqing lineage personally took part in the fight. Which means that the Taiqing lineage is selecting real heroes from all the heavens and worlds to compete for the emperor of the human world. With the appearance of Emperor Ing, he is definitely among the candidates. So the previous battle between Emperor Ing and the Immortal Gate was a simulation of the future emperor of the human world's attack on the sky. Yes, it must be like this. In Li Changqi's logic, everything is connected. But this also means one thing. Emperor Ing failed. Ji Chansheng nodded. Yes. Emperor Ing failed. Unfortunately, he did not pass the test of candidates. He has been eliminated from the competition for the human emperor in the prehistoric fairyland. At this point, Ji Chansheng said in a strange tone, Fairy Linglong seems to have robbed Emperor Ing of all his luck. The stage built for Emperor Ing ended up with Fairy Linglong being invincible and suppressing the whole world. If Emperor Ing had done this, I think Master Taiqing would be happier. Li Changqi also nodded slowly. Agreeing with Ji Changqing's point of view, my mother is the best in the world. Which only shows that the upper limit of the orthodox way of cultivation is immeasurable. But the end of this road is the heaven. Which is not very helpful for the Taiqing lineage. The Taiqing lineage basically had no end in the conferred god tribulation. So in the end, they did not get any power. This time, the Taiqing lineage supported the emperor to take the throne based on the human teaching. And it is obvious that they hope that the human way will replace the heavenly court that represents the heavenly way. What the Taiqing lineage needs is a human emperor who can suppress everything. Not an immortal who follows the orthodox way of cultivation. However, my mother is gifted. And there is no way. In the big stage of troubled times, only the most capable people can fight out. In the struggle for the great way, my mother can't hide her shortcomings. Besides, Emperor Ing can't even suppress the simulated world we live in. If he goes to the prehistoric fairyland, he will be even more unable to fight against the heavenly court. Ji Chansheng agreed. There are many such examples in history. Yu's bravery is unparalleled. He won every battle. And everyone thought that destiny was in his hands. But he was laughed at by an old man named Lu. In the big stage of troubled times, it's useless for you to be strong against the sky. You have to suppress all the people of your time. Emperor Ing is very strong. But in the end, it was Yu Linglong who came out and suppressed an era. The result is more convincing than the process. There must be many candidates for the human emperor. And it is impossible for the Taiqing lineage to place its hopes solely on Emperor Ing. Give you a fair chance to compete. If you win, you will have a bigger stage. If you lose, you will have to accept your fate. So, I'm afraid the higher-ups have already given up on the Ing kingdom in our world. Li Changqi looked at Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng nodded. There are billions of talents in the human race. And in the endless world, only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged in the end. The Taiqing lineage wants to help the human emperor to take the throne again. And it will definitely be benchmarked against the previous 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And the standard will only be higher, not lower. In addition, Master Taiqing has been making frequent moves at this time. So I am more inclined to believe that the human emperor is likely to be in place. At least the top candidates are in place. Junior brother, do you want to compete for the human emperor? Li Changqi's topic jumped quickly. If the Taiqing lineage succeeds in the end, the new human emperor will benchmark the current Haoyan. And his status will be higher than your former Nanji Chansheng emperor. Do you want to compete? If you want to, I will help you. Ji Changsheng shook his head decisively, not interested. Why? Li Changqi looked at Ji Changsheng curiously. Based on her understanding of her junior brother, Ji Changsheng doesn't seem like such a person without ambition. Ji Changsheng is indeed not. Senior sister, I'm not sick. There is a simple road in front of me. Why should I fight for a chance of life and death? As long as I ascend successfully, the team of the Southern Changsheng Emperor and the family business of Kunlun Mountain Yushi Palace will all be mine. He would fight for the emperor unless he was stupid. He would fight desperately if he had no choice. As a second-generation saint, of course he has to inherit. And to be honest, I don't think much of the human way to destroy the sky. Why? When I was in power of the Southern Changsheng Emperor, I also used countless small worlds to deduce the future. Ji Changsheng thought of the journey to the west he had read, the myths and legends he had read, and the historical changes. According to the information revealed by the master and Li Changqi, he judged that these were most likely the deductions of the Southern Emperor Changsheng for the future. Of course, it may not be accurate, but it is very meaningful for reference. In Journey to the West, the heaven is still the heaven. Lingshan is still Lingshan. Mortals are still mortals. Compared with the prehistoric fairyland during the conferred god tribulation, the pattern has naturally changed greatly. But it is obvious that the heaven is still there. So the heaven killing is not completely successful. Maybe the results of the deductions of the Saint Tai Ching and the Master Xuandu are different. However, Ji Changsheng still wants to take a safer path. My dear father Yuan Shi Tianwang. If the new candidate for the human emperor is not unexpected, combined with all kinds of information, it should be the first emperor. But what version of this first emperor is? Only God knows. Ji Changsheng can only be sure that it is definitely not the ordinary person version of the first emperor recorded in the history books he has studied. According to my deduction, the new emperor will definitely accomplish great things. But in the end, he will most likely fail and his regime will end. Li Changqi was not surprised by Ji Changsheng's judgment, because this was a high probability event. The Tai Ching lineage dared to take action, so they must have something to rely on. But at present, it is really unclear what the Tai Ching Saint's trump card is. Li Changqi shook her head and said, well, since you don't get involved, I won't get involved either. What is your plan for the Ying Kingdom? Of course, it is to find out the truth about the assassination of Ying III. Find out the truth? Li Changqi didn't believe Ji Changsheng's words. After all, she still knew something about her own junior brother. Junior brother? Are you sure you care about the truth? Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and explained. Of course I care about the truth. But what the truth is, it must be decided by me and my senior sister. Li Changqi nodded with satisfaction. I don't know what's wrong with Zhu Jiangxian. He actually ordered my general to go to Ingwa to investigate this matter. It's really unlucky. With your help, I feel much more relaxed. Ji Changsheng's heart moved, and he sold out the master of the temple directly. Senior sister, the master of the temple hinted to me that you are Zhu Jiangxian. Li Changqi blinked. Once I met the master of the temple when I was robbing while pretending to be Zhu Jiangxian. He was an old silver coin in disguise at the time. I don't know who he wanted to trick, but he bumped into me. Ji Changsheng was immediately shocked. Senior sister, you pretended to be Zhu Jiangxian to rob? Don't worry. I robbed the spiritual stones of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Li Changqi said proudly. Apart from the facts, I have contributed at least 50% to Zhu Jiangxian's current reputation. Junior brother, do you think Zhu Jiangxian should be grateful? Ji Changsheng nodded vigorously. Yes. Absolutely. It's confirmed that Zhu Jiangxian is indeed a public vest. This is normal. The absolute sword immortal hides his head and shows his tail, which makes it very easy for others to disguise themselves. Especially for those sword masters and illusion masters to disguise themselves. I suspect that the absolute sword immortal wants to repay kindness with enmity. Li Changqi said. Ji Changsheng said decisively. Then the absolute sword immortal is too ignorant. If he really wants to harm my senior sister, I will deal with him for my senior sister. Although Ji Changsheng seriously suspected that the real absolute sword immortal might be his wife's vest. But in front of Li Changqi, he must support Li Changqi. Li Changqi is very satisfied with Ji Changsheng's attitude. Junior brother, you go to Ingwa first. I will cooperate with you in secret as the gold medal assassin of the Assassin League. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. With my senior sister here, you and I will join forces, and Ingwa can be pacified in one day. The main thing is that the first wife only has 1 day left. Ji Changsheng must improve efficiency. Things that can be done within one day must not be delayed until the next day. Otherwise, Yu Laomo's life and death are uncertain. Li Huanyan is integrating the Huan sect. Li Chengxi has not completely transformed into a big shot. And the master can't rely on him at all. Ji Laomo lacks a sense of security. It's useless for Ji Changsheng to tell Ing Hongya about the content of the secret conversation with Li Chengxi. So he just said simply, I haven't seen my senior sister for a long time. And I talked about the old times. Ing Hongya. Not long. I saw her yesterday. Ji Changsheng, this is not important. But it's a pity that Fairy Linglong didn't see me this time. My wife is shy. It's definitely not annoying me. Ji Changsheng is very confident about this. Let's not talk about them. Hongya. Have you sent back the news that you are going back to China? Of course. That's good. Let's see how many people will be at the airport, and will greet you outside the teleportation array. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Changsheng saw Li Xiang. Saw the current Grand Marshal of the Army of Ing State. Saw the person in charge of the 3 law departments. But who I saw was not important. It was important not to see who I saw. Ji Changsheng glanced around and whispered, the Queen. The first prince, the second prince, and the third prince. None of them came to pick you up. Ing Hongya's face remained unchanged. After getting the life-sustaining golden pill from Xuandu Temple, she had completely regained her composure. After all, she had received orthodox elite education from the Ing State royal family for the past 20 years. And being calm in the face of adversity was the most basic quality for Ing Hongya. Although she had guessed that this time when she returned to the country, her closest relatives might kill each other. But as disciples of the royal family, they had been mentally prepared for such things since childhood. After all, there are too many examples in history books. Anyone who has read books knows how fragile the family ties of the royal family are. Ing Hongya ignored the fact that her mother and 3 brothers did not show up. She first saluted the ministers of Ing State, and then introduced each other to the ministers of Ing State and Ji Changsheng. After 3 minutes of greetings, Ing Hongya began to get into the state. Li Xiang. My father said that I would be in charge of the case of his assassination? Yes. Li Xiang answered decisively. At that time, all the civil and military officials were present, and the queen and the 3 princes were also serving by the side. His Majesty has said that the princess will investigate the matter, and no one can stop it. Okay. Then I will start investigating now. Do you have any objections? Everyone was a little unresponsive. Li Xiang also subconsciously said, Your Highness, it's getting late now. Why don't we investigate tomorrow? It was indeed late. At this time, the sun had set. Ing State had started its nightlife, and all the major offices had gone off work. However, Ing Hongya had worked with Ji Changsheng for a long time. Well, not long. But she was influenced by him, and quickly managed her time. My father was assassinated, and I couldn't sleep or eat. I just want to catch the real murderer as soon as possible. If you have any opinions, please keep them, and wait until my father wakes up before suing me. Ing Hongya said so. Who dares to object? Li Xiang objectively stated, Your Highness, all government offices have been closed at this time. If you start the investigation now, it may be difficult to deploy personnel. Ing Hongya said directly, I have my own arrangements. Cha Sheng. This is my seal. Ing Hongya took out a golden seal with a black bird totem flapping its wings and soaring on it. I will go to the palace to visit my father first. You take my seal and go to my mansion to organize the troops. I have sent them a message, and they are waiting in my mansion now. Before I come back, you start the investigation first, and my people will listen to your arrangements. The ministers were all shocked. This time, Ing Hongya came back, and his decisiveness seemed to be even better than before. He came fully prepared. Someone objected, Young Master Ji is a demon. Young Master of the Tianxing sect. It seems inappropriate to let him investigate the assassination of His Majesty. Ing Hongya looked at the man. Minister Ding of the Ministry of Justice? Ding Shiqi took the initiative to salute, Your Highness. Ding is not questioning Your Highness. But I feel that Your Highness's arrangements are not appropriate. Ing Hongya said coldly, Are you teaching me how to do things? I dare not. But, Ing Hongya interrupted him directly, Changsheng. First investigate Ding Shiqi. I suspect he and my father were assassinated. The case is related to the case. Ji Changsheng raised his hand and grabbed Ding Shiqi in his hand and suppressed him directly. Then smiled and said to the ministers of Ing State, You may not know me well. Let me introduce myself. Ji was the first detective of Xuandu Temple. And now the first detective of Tianxing sect. I promise everyone that I will never wrongly accuse a good person. And I will never let a bad person go. And I swear in the name of Master Yu that Hongya, and I will never use the opportunity of investigating the case to start a big prison when we come to Ing State this time. Our purpose is very simple. Find out the truth. That's all. Ji Changsheng made his first appearance. First with force, and then with courtesy. And the ministers of Ing State finally remained silent. Obviously, Ding Shiqi was the chicken that Ing Hongya used to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. And there is a high probability that someone behind Ding Shiqi is also instructing him. You only need to see how Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongya treat Ding Shiqi in the end to judge what the rules of Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongya's investigation this time are. They still need time to adapt to and evaluate Ji Changsheng's style of doing things. Ji Changsheng also quickly made them understand one thing. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. Chapter 189. Whoever is investigated will die. Ji Qingtian. Princess Hongya's mansion. Ji Changsheng met with Ing Hongya's team in Ingwa here. The quality needs to be tested. After all, it was his first time seeing them. Ji Changsheng only found one thing at the first time. The relationship between Wanyao Kingdom and Ingwa seems to be good. A young woman with cat ears in the middle saluted and said, "Young master may have a misunderstanding. Although Wanyao Kingdom has diplomatic relations with Ingwa, it is not particularly harmonious. After all, the two strongest countries in the world are Wanyao Kingdom and Ingwa. It is difficult for the first and second to have a true friendship." Ji Changsheng pointed at her cat ears. The cat girl said, "I am a hybrid of human and cat. I couldn't survive in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. So I sneaked to Ing Kingdom. If it weren't for your highness saving me, I might have already become the blood food of the monster king or the plaything of the big shots. It was your highness who gave me a new life. Your highness has ordered us to obey the orders of the young master. What's your name?" "Mao Yi. Mao in Thatched Cottage. Yi Independence." Ji Changsheng nodded and looked at Mao Yi carefully again. When he was in Qi Kingdom and Sheng Kingdom, he had never seen a hybrid of human and monster. Ing Kingdom is indeed a big country. And he was able to see the world as soon as he arrived. That's right. Since there are humans and monsters in this world, how can there be no mixed bloods? Ji Changsheng pondered for a moment and asked, "Does Ingwa say that monsters are precious?" Mao Yi nodded, but then shook her head and said, "There are indeed such calls among the people. But they will not become a trend. The real people in power in Ingwa are all humans. Although a human-monster mixed blood like me will not be discriminated against on the surface. In fact, unless I get the favor of the big shots, I will never be in a high position." "What position do you hold now?" "General manager of the princess's mansion." Ji Changsheng nodded and looked at the middle-aged man beside Mao Yi. The other party took the initiative to bow. Guandingrong, the commander of the guards of the princess's mansion, greets young Master Ji. There is one Jean Dan for foundation building, and 8 cheer refining in the princess's mansion. I am at the peak of the foundation building stage. However, we all wear special weapons and cannot act recklessly in the princess's mansion below the level of the spiritualization stage. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure you can kill the Yuanian cultivators?" Guandingrong nodded confidently. "Unless it is a top-notch disciple of the immortal sect like Shi Yao or the young master. Otherwise 90% of the Yuanian cultivators will be killed in front of us." Ji Changsheng silently digested this information. Guandingrong is only at the peak of the foundation building stage, with 3 foundation building and 8 cheer refining cultivators. He dares to snipe Yuanian cultivators. And it doesn't seem like he is bragging. The Ing Kingdom is indeed unique. Next. "Hello, young Master Ji. I am Tan Yin, Tan Zhao's brother." "Tan family?" "The Tan family and Hongya are so close openly." Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Scholars and merchants have cooperated very closely in all dynasties. But they have also tried to distance themselves from each other in public. Is Ingwa an exception? Tan Yin explained. The Tan family once encountered a life-and-death crisis. And it was Princess Hongya, who was 15 years old at the time, who helped our Tan family overcome the difficulties. Since then, the Tan family has become a staunch supporter of the princess. Even if our Tan family pretends not to be familiar with her, no one will believe it. Life and death crisis? Yes. Our Tan family offended the eldest prince. Tan Yin did not hide it. These things were not difficult to investigate, to be precise. It was the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce that took a fancy to our Tan family's business. Due to the government order of Ingwa, The Tontian Chamber of Commerce could not develop normally in Ingwa. So they wanted to train our Tan family to be the representative of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Ingwa. The eldest prince personally came forward to put pressure on us. And our Tan family was powerless to resist. If it were not for my younger sister's friendship with Princess Hongya and letting the princess plead in front of His Majesty, our Tan family's current foundation would probably have been swallowed up. Ji Changxing immediately thought of the reason why Ing Hongya told him that the eldest prince was idle. On the surface, he was raising a fox girl. But in fact, he was very close to Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Wanyao Kingdom. But now it seems that the eldest prince's affairs have been exposed, and she has made great efforts behind the scenes. Is the eldest prince idle because of this matter? Ji Changxing asked. Tan Yi nodded and said bluntly, so our Tan family has no way out. We can only hope that Her Royal Highness the Princess will get better and better. Ji Changxing thought that this was not necessarily the case. Just bet on another prince in secret. But it is indeed very risky. After all, secrets are the most difficult things to keep in this world. At present, at least Ing Hongya has not found any signs that the Tan family has two boats. So Ji Changxing will certainly not go into it. What is the name of this girl? Ji Changxing looked at the last woman, who was the shortest and looked the most inconspicuous. The aura of the golden elixir, the pure-blooded human race, was mediocre, and would be drowned immediately in a crowd. But her introduction made Ji Changxing interested. Zhang Bei, Deputy Captain of the Secret Magic Team. Nice to meet you. Young Master Ji. Secret Magic Team? The Secret Law Enforcement Team of the Secret Magic Pavilion? Are you the Deputy Captain? Yes. Hongya's hand is quite good. Ji Changxing's eyes lit up. Ji Changxing didn't think Maui, the Jindan stage human-demon hybrid, and the guard team that Guandingrong said could kill Yuanying stage were very important. After all, he could mobilize a large group of such helpers from the Tiansheng sect at any time. What interested him was Tan Yin, the heir of the Tan family, and Zhang Bei, the deputy captain of the secret magic team. These two people, one a businessman and one a scholar, can be the backbone of things if they can be used well. Master Ji, the Secret Law Pavilion has launched a full investigation into the assassination of His Majesty, and has found a lot of useful information. This is the information I have compiled. Please take a look. Zhang Bei handed over a file. Ji Changxing took it, and threw it directly on the table without any intention of reading it. This is not important. Captain Zhang, I want to know if your Zhang and Marshal Zhang's Zhang are the same. Ingwa's military marshal also had the surname Zhang, and he went to the teleportation array to greet Ing Hongya and Ji Changxing. Although Ji Changxing did not have direct communication with Marshal Zhang, he remembered the other's surname and appearance. Zhang Bei was silent for a moment, and then said, Master Ji, I can become the deputy captain of the secret law team after going through rigorous training and selection. And I have survived many deaths. I definitely don't rely on my family background. Then it is the same Dong. Ji Changxing nodded. He directly ignored the minor news from Zhang Bei's mouth and grasped the core point. What rigorous training, careful selection, and life-threatening situations. Based on Ji Changxing's experience, when Zhang Bei competed for the position of vice captain of the secret team, there was basically no other candidate for the position of vice captain, unless Ing 3 personally sent someone to compete. Young talents only want to prove themselves by breaking away from their family background. When you reach my age, you will know how happy it is to have a good father. Ji Changxing said calmly, Captain Zhang, learn to accept and get used to being grateful. Your surname will definitely bring you a smooth life instead of strange eyes. Zhang Bei hesitated and finally said, although what the young master said makes sense. I am 33 years old this year. Older than the young master. Ji Changxing glanced at Zhang Bei again and said with emotion, Captain Zhang has taken good care of himself. Okay, let's talk business. Among the four of you, who knows Ding Shiqi, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, who I brought with me? Ding Shiqi just openly questioned Hongya. I suspect that the person behind him is the real murderer who assassinated His Majesty. Zhang Bei, Master Ji, why don't you take a look at the files compiled by our Secret Law Pavilion? According to our Secret Law Pavilion's investigation, Minister Ding should have nothing to do with this matter. Ji Changxing looked at Zhang Bei quietly. This woman needs to be disciplined. No wonder she is ashamed to admit that her surname is Zhang. Is it embarrassing that you have the same surname as the military marshal of Ing State? Although he is already 33 years old, he is indeed still young. Although Ji Chansheng never boasted that his biological father was Yuan Shi Tianwang, he has always been proud of his father, and would never be ashamed to admit it like Zhang Bei. Mao Yi, who had been tempered for a long time, reacted a little faster. After all, he had been beaten by reality several times. Mao Yi pulled Zhang Bei's sleeve and said to Ji Chansheng, "Master Ji, I remember that Minister Ding was close to the eldest prince before." "The eldest prince's people?" Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows. "Then he is an enemy." This time, no one dared to speak. But not denying means admitting. Since he is an enemy, it will be easy. Let's check if the Ding family has any evidence of assassinating His Majesty. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Bei tried to remind, "Master Ji, even if you want to investigate Minister Ding, you should investigate him himself." "Right. What can you find out by going to his house? You will know only when you go to his house. But shouldn't we investigate the assassination of His Majesty?" The guard commander Guandingrong was also confused by Ji Chansheng. "Master Ji, you may not know that Minister Ding is your Majesty's childhood friend." Ji Chansheng really didn't know. Everyone in England knows that your Majesty and Minister Ding have a good relationship. And it is entirely because of your Majesty's preference that Minister Ding can still hold the position of Minister of the Ministry of Justice when the Grand Prince has faded out of the court. Guandingrong reminded, "If your Majesty gets into trouble, Minister Ding will be one of the most unlucky people. His ability has never been respected. So no one will believe that Minister Ding will assassinate your Majesty." "Really? What if we can find evidence?" "There is no evidence in his family. If there is really a problem, it is enough to investigate Minister Ding himself." "Master Ji, please interrogate Minister Ding." Zhang Bei volunteered. "Does Minister Ding have any problems? Give me a quarter of an hour, and I promise to give Master Ji an accurate answer." Ji Chansheng shook his head. No wonder Heng Yet gave up the right of inheritance before. Relying on these few confidants, it is indeed impossible to seize the country. Ji Chansheng would never believe that the best disciple of the younger generation of the Zhang family is a young man like Zhang Bei, who does not know how to guess the intentions of the superiors. She may know how to do things, but she definitely does not know how to be an official. She does not even know how to investigate cases. She is far from the realm of Ji Chansheng, the first detective of Xuandu Temple. Ji Chansheng ignored Zhang Bei, but looked at Tan Yin and asked, "Mr. Tan, how is the Ding family's property?" Tan Yin told the truth. "Minister Ding is incorruptible, but Mrs. Ding is worth billions. As far as I know, Minister Ding did not embezzle or pervert the law. But Minister Ding's wife's family, the Shi family, created a top 500 sect in Ingwa from scratch during Minister Ding's tenure. Competitors, who are enemies of the Shi family, will always be in the hands of the Ministry of Justice because of various problems." After a pause, Tan Yin continued, "Of course, all of this is in line with the laws of the state of Ing and can withstand investigation. So Minister Ding has no problem with bribery." Ji Chansheng smiled. "Although you may not believe me, I am even a little moved that a high-ranking official like Minister Ding in the state of Ing is willing to disguise himself before taking bribes. The state of Ing deserves praise for being able to do this. Look at the state of Qi, where the emperor takes the lead in corruption. Look at the state of Shung, where the emperor is directly a demon. In contrast, the minister of the Ministry of Justice in the state of Ing actually knows to give face to the law, knows how to conceal his tracks, and knows how many hands to pass before getting the spirit stone. Ji Chansheng feels that he has been successfully paid by this world. Add 1 point to the state of Ing. No. Add 3 points. Captain Zhang, does the secret law pavilion have information about the Shi family? Yes. I'll get it to you right away. Zhang Bei's ability to do things is still online. After Ji Chansheng and Ing Hengye received the news that they had taken down Minister Ding, she had already started to prepare information about the Ding family. This time it just came in handy. Ji Chansheng simply flipped through the information about the Shi family. A very typical family that relies on oneself and starts from scratch. The reason why they can create a top 500 sect in Ingwa is that the people of the Shi family are hardworking enough. Such a family deserves praise. Ji Chansheng nodded with relief. General Manager Mao, send a message to the Ding family, saying that Minister Ding committed suicide out of fear of crime. Ah? The 4 of them were all stunned. Ji Chansheng sighed again. Hengye's team did not pass the quality inspection. It is far less malleable than when Renjia Yu Sui Tinghui Ren Suqiong and other Saint Church disciples. Commander Guan, gather the troops and follow me to the Shi family. The 4 looked at each other. Guandingrong carefully reminded Master Ji. Minister Ding was personally placed in the wing room by me. He was alive and well. He could confirm it 100%. Ji Changsheng ignored Guandingrong's words and asked directly, Commander Guan, is it the duty of soldiers to obey orders? Yes. Can you execute my orders? Yes. Then go and assemble the troops. I obey your orders. Guandingrong stopped talking nonsense. The other three finally understood. But their scalps were numb. Zhang Bei considered her words and said to Ji Changsheng, Master Ji, I have a nickname. What nickname? The #1 detective in the capital. Zhang Bei said seriously, Master Ji, if you trust me, you can leave this matter to me. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer within a week. What you are doing now is not good. Ji Changsheng smiled, Captain Zhang. It's a coincidence. I also have a nickname. The #1 detective of Xuandu Temple, and the #1 detective of Tianxing sect. When it comes to investigating cases, you are definitely not as good as me. Follow me and learn well. How much you can learn depends on your talent. Zhang Bei. She soon saw the way Detective Ji investigated cases. 3 minutes later, they left the princess's mansion. At the same time, the news that Minister Ding committed suicide out of fear of crime spread. It quickly caused a storm in the capital of Yingwe, and also made many people directly confused. Ding Shiqi committed suicide out of fear of punishment? What punishment? Could Ding Shiqi have anything to do with the assassination of His Majesty? Ji Changsheng would not kill people right away on his first day in Ying State. Right? Did they go to the Shi family? Mrs. Ding Shiqi's family? Tell the people below to watch carefully. No one should move. Wait and see how Ji Changsheng will act. Ding people were still adapting to and evaluating Ji Changsheng's style of doing things. Ding Shiqi's suicide out of fear of crime was just a rumor after all. A real big shot would not start a war because of a rumor. They had to wait for Ji Changsheng's subsequent actions. And Ji Changsheng did not let them wait too long. Just a quarter of an hour later, a raging fire broke out in the Shi family. Outside the fire, Ji Changsheng's angry voice, driven by some people, spread throughout the capital of Ying State. Okay. Whoever I find out will commit suicide out of fear of crime. Wherever I find out, there will be a sudden fire. Ji has lived for more than 20 years. And this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant murderer. The water of Ying State is indeed very deep. But I, Ji Changsheng, will definitely wade through it and give the people of Ying State a satisfactory explanation. The people of Ying State, who heard the news outside the Shi family, spontaneously applauded and were deeply moved by Ji Qingqian's bravery and fearlessness. The bigwigs who secretly watched the Shi family were once again confused. The Shi family caught fire? It must have been set by someone. The fire could not be put out without special methods. It was very much like the legendary Sun Fire. Could Ding Shiqi and the Shi family really be related to the assassination of His Majesty? No way. Ding Shiqi would be crazy to attack His Majesty. Then what's the matter with the fire in the Shi family? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a murder to silence the witnesses. Could it be set by Ji Changsheng? Someone dared to put forward this idea. But it was rejected by all the bigwigs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Changsheng came to Ying State in the middle of the night. And he didn't even understand the situation. Is he going to kill people and set fire? I don't believe Ji Changsheng can sort out the clues at this moment. He doesn't know whether the Ding family and the Shi family are enemies or friends. And he has no reason to attack the Shi family. If it was really Ji Changsheng who set the fire. Once the masters of the Secret Law Pavilion verify it tomorrow, Ji Changsheng will be very passive. He will not make such a low-level mistake. Go and check the Shi family and the Ding family carefully to see what is strange behind these two families. The bigwigs of the entire Yingjing city will have a hard time sleeping tonight. They are distracted by Ji Changsheng's behavior. At this time, Ji Changsheng is rewarding 4 subordinates. General Manager Mao. This is yours. The Emperor doesn't need hungry soldiers. And I won't mistreat those who work for me. Commander Guan. Take this and share it with your brothers. Mr. Tan. I know you don't lack spiritual stones. But you'll be our own only if you take it. Captain Zhang. Have you figured out how to investigate the case now? Zhang Bei was in a trance. I don't understand. What does this have to do with investigating the assassination of His Majesty? Ji Changsheng patiently instructed, only low-level detectives need to start investigating from the clues of the case itself. And then spend a lot of effort to find the murderer. Detectives of my level don't need to be so troublesome to investigate. And don't need to know who the murderer is. What I need is for you to tell me who should be the murderer. Come on. Please invite the next murderer. Who will nominate you? Chapter 190 Ji Lao Mo. Investigating a case requires evidence. Counterterrorism requires a list. And suppressing a rebellion only requires coordinates. Hearing Ji Lao Mo's words, Zhang Bei knelt down to Ji Lao Mo. As the most recognized top detective in Beijing, she had never seen Ji Chongqing's fresh way of investigating a case. It's okay to say who should be the murderer. But should there be such a thing as a murderer? Zhang Bei was speechless. Master Ji, you are worthy of being the master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ji Chongqing corrected. It is the Heavenly Saint Sect. Zhang Bei stubbornly did not want to change the name. This is not reasonable. Fortunately, the plasticity gap was revealed at this time. Mao Yi pulled Zhang Bei's sleeve and said to Ji Chongqing, Master Ji, we still have to do some follow-up work on the Shi family. Even if we really want to retaliate deliberately, we should say that it is the clues found from the Shi family. Ji Chongqing looked at Mao Yi with appreciation. General Manager Mao is not bad. Worthy of being beaten by life. Captain Zhang is still protected too well by the Zhang family. He can only do things. Not be a person. Not be an official. And even less investigate cases. Zhang Bei defended herself. I left the Zhang family at the age of 15. Served in the army for 5 years. And entered the Ministry of Justice for 5 years. Finally, I entered the Secret Law Pavilion. Later, I was promoted to the deputy captain of the Secret Law team because of my outstanding performance. Master Ji, I, Zhang Bei, have come to where I am today, relying on my own efforts. Ji Chongqing laughed out loud. The Shi family has come to where they are today. And they also say that they rely on their own efforts. And it has nothing to do with Minister Ding. Captain Zhang, you and the Shi family have a lot in common. I am different from them. Essentially the same. But you don't understand it yourself. Ji Chongqing patted Zhang Bei on the shoulder and sighed. If you had been smarter earlier, Hongya might have become the crown princess earlier. Study hard. Commander Guan. Let's go and meet the Shi family. Ji Chongqing took the lead and walked into the fire scene. Zhang Bei clenched her fists and trembled with anger. Sister Mao. Why is he like this? Mao Yi and Tan Yin looked at each other. Mao Yi coughed lightly and persuaded in a measured tone. Bei. What Master Ji said is not completely unreasonable. Zhang Bei was angry. Sister Mao. Do you also think that I rely on the Zhang family to get to where I am today? Mao Yi shrugged. Tan Yin told Zhang Bei a statistic that stunned her. Bei. The Special Forces team you joined when you joined the army had a full complement of 20 people. But only 7 survived. After you joined the Ministry of Justice, there were 53 people in your same period. And you were the youngest and the fastest promoted. The Secret Law Pavilion recruited people from the Ministry of Justice. And they never pick young people under 30 years old. But they broke the rules for you. The day before you participated in the selection of the deputy captain of the Secret Law team. One of the 3 people competing with you was transferred. One of the wives at home had an extra 2 million in the account. And another had already negotiated with the army to join the army in 3 years. At this point, Tan Yin smiled at Zhang Bei. I know you have a strong sense of self-esteem. So I don't usually mention these things in front of you. Bei. For the second generation like us, who come from a rich and powerful family, it is easy to make people sick to talk about self-struggle. We can tolerate you. But Master Ji won't. Mature as soon as possible. Your ability may only account for less than half of the reason why you can get to where you are today. Just like I can stand in front of Master Ji today. It's all because of my last name Tan. If your last name is not Zhang and I am not Tan, do you really think Master Ji will pay attention to us? Tan Yin shook his head. If it weren't for our surnames, we wouldn't even have the chance to talk to a big shot like young Master Ji. Do what he says, and don't have too many opinions. Bei. He is the young master of the Tianxing sect. A contemporary genius, who truly started from scratch. Zhang Bei was struck by lightning. Too much information came in an instant. And she couldn't digest it a little. Not everyone has the digestive ability like Ji Chongqing. But no one cares. When Ji Lao Mo chooses his subordinates, he will help them if he can. And if he can't help them, just get out of the way. People like Chao Ziming, Ren Suqiong, Wen Renjiayu, and Cui Tinghuai are very malleable in Ji Chongqing's eyes, and can be trained with emphasis. Lan Jujuan's performance was okay, but her response to major changes was obviously not up to standard. and her ranking in Ji Chongqing's eyes plummeted. It seems that Zhang Bei is not as good as Lan Zhujun now. It is understandable that young people have self-esteem. But it is a bit unclear to not appreciate the blessings you have, and regard the convenience brought by your family background as your own efforts. If you can figure it out as soon as possible, it is still worth cultivating. Otherwise, Ji Laoimo said that the thing of the divine detective is not enough to have hands. As long as I kill enough people, there will always be the real murderer among them. Guandingrong said, Master Ji. The Shi family was taken to the backyard by the brothers. The fire only burned the house in front, and no one was burned. But what? But they should have seen the brothers take action. If we hand them over, what we did will be easily exposed. But we can't kill people to silence them. After the Shi family became one of the top 500 sects in Ninghua, the relationship within the family was also complicated, and they had marriages with many wealthy nobles. Master Ji, this group of people is actually very difficult to deal with. Guandingrong tactfully put forward his own opinions. Setting fires is fun for a while, but the crematorium will burn you afterwards. He didn't know how to end it. Ji Chongsheng said calmly, so follow me and learn well. As Hongya's most core confidants, it's no wonder that she gave up her inheritance rights. If I were Hongya, I wouldn't dare to fight for the throne when I saw you for too lack of experience. Guandingrong smiled bitterly. Master Ji, you may have been too smooth in Qi and Sheng. Our Ing is different from Qi and Sheng. Our Ing is based on the rule of law. Ji Chongsheng looked at Guandingrong strangely, and then laughed out loud. Master Ji, what are you laughing at? It's okay. We are based on the rule of law. Right? Then use the law to deal with the Shi family. Is it difficult? Not difficult at all. Ji Chongsheng taught step by step. Who is the head of the Shi family? I am Shi Yonghong. Guandingrong whispered beside Ji Chongsheng. Mrs. Ding is his biological sister. Ji Chongsheng nodded. Do you know what you have done wrong? Shi Yonghong looked at the fire that was still blazing in front of him. But strangely, it only burned the house of the Shi family, and did not spread at all. This kind of precise attack operation, especially in the capital of Ninghua, attacked a family of the top 500, which made his face very pale. Retracting his gaze from the front yard, Shi Yonghong glanced at Ji Chongsheng, who was looking at him with a smile, and thought of Ji Chongsheng's identity as the young leader of the Tianma sect. One day later, Fairy Linglong ascended, and the Tianma sect was the largest sect in the world. So Shi Yonghong gritted his teeth and knelt directly on the ground. Young Master Ji, please understand that the Shi family has indeed committed crimes, and bribed and accepted bribes. I am willing to be a tainted witness, and report that Ding Shiqi and the Shi family colluded to suppress other sects, and transfer benefits to each other. Zhang Bei, who had just arrived at the scene, was stunned again. You admit it now? Yes. You admit it now. Shi Yonghong admitted it. Being able to make the Shi family one of the top 500 in Ninghua, Shi Yonghong still showed his extraordinary ability. I will surrender to the Ministry of Justice later. I hope that Master Ji can show mercy. Our Shi family has nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty. Shi Yonghong can admit to any business matter. Shi Yonghong dare not get involved in the assassination of the Emperor. A major case of treason. Ji Chongsheng laughed again. Master Shi is a smart man. I admire him very much. Shi Yonghong felt relieved. So, Minister Ding committed suicide out of fear of punishment. It seems that he colluded with your Shi family? Shi Yonghong gritted his teeth and said, Yes, based on the things my brother-in-law and our Shi family did. My brother-in-law should be in prison for 40 years. He is not young anymore, and does not want to be imprisoned again. So he chose to commit suicide out of fear of punishment. Ji Chongsheng tilted his head and looked at Zhang Bei. Can this statement convince the Ministry of Justice? Zhang Bei, if the head of the Shi family is willing to testify and find evidence that the Shi family and Minister Ding have transferred benefits, then there are both witnesses and evidence, and the chain of evidence is complete. The case can be concluded without confessions. No problem. Shi Yonghong hurriedly said. I am willing to testify and present evidence. I only hope that Master Ji can show mercy. Our Shi family has nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty. What about the fire today? Shi Yonghong said decisively. I said it myself. I am guilty and destroyed the evidence. This time it was Guandingrong's turn to be stunned. It was obviously him who set the fire. Why does it feel like the entire Ing Kingdom has changed instantly since young Master Ji arrived? Facts have proved that the person who knows you best is not necessarily your own person. But maybe your enemy or a bad person. Ji Changsheng continued to ask. The Shi family's property has been reduced by so much. What do you say? Shi Yonghong said, I moved it out. And I am willing to be severely punished by the law. No. You should say that you gave it to the eldest prince. Ji Changsheng pointed out. Shi Yonghong was almost scared to death. Zhang Bei and the others also instantly softened their legs. Only Ji Changsheng patiently pointed out, behind you is Minister Ding. And behind Minister Ding is the eldest prince. The Shi family may have nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty. But Minister Ding may not have nothing to do with it. And the eldest prince has a direct relationship with it. Shi Yonghong cried, Master Ji. Our Shi family is not high enough. We can't get close to the eldest prince. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Wrong. Master Shi. I thought you were a smart man. I don't care what your Shi family has done. I care about what I need your Shi family to do. Do you understand me? Shi Yonghong burst into tears. Master Ji. If I get close to the eldest prince, the Shi family will be completely finished. Ji Changsheng's smile was full of kindness. Sad, but if you are the first to stand up as a witness and report the eldest prince, it will be a meritorious service. And Princess Hongye can use this to save a part of the Shi family's property. It's impossible to be among the top 500 in Ingwe as before. But you can keep a chance for your Shi family to make a comeback. At worst, with my influence in Qi and Sheng, I can send your Shi family abroad. I have seen the crimes of the Shi family. They are mainly economic problems. And the main problem lies with Minister Ding. You are just his black glove. Minister Ding will die. And you will die too. But I can guarantee that your children will survive. Those innocent people in the Shi family will not be implicated by the law. Master Shi. Think about it carefully. Shi Yonghong didn't dare to think for more than a minute. He didn't dare to bet on Ji Changsheng's patience. Master Ji. Do you keep your word? Of course. You can ask around. Ji. Will keep my word. Okay. I believe Master Ji. Mainly. He could not believe it. Ji Changsheng didn't give him a chance to choose. I am willing to be a tainted witness and testify that the eldest prince and Ding Shiqi have a collusion of interests. Ji Changsheng laughed. Congratulations. Master Shi. You have found a way out for your Shi family. Commander Guan. Send a message to the Ministry of Justice and ask them to come and take him away. Guan Dingrong sent a message to the Ministry of Justice with trembling legs. Eyes opened. After all, the national conditions of Ingwe are different. Guan Dingrong followed Ing Hongye. He had seen Ing 3, the Queen Mother, and the 3 princes, but none of them was as arrogant as Ji Changsheng. Seeing Guan Dingrong like this, Ji Changsheng shook his head helplessly again. It's not a big deal. Look how scared you are. Although the national conditions of Ingwe and other countries are different, it's nothing more than a few more procedures. Shi Yonghong is smarter than you. But you are forcing him to confess by torture. The speaker is Zhang Bei. Ji Changsheng asked back, Did I beat him? Zhang Bei. Aren't you afraid that Shi Yonghong will change his confession after he goes to the Ministry of Justice? Ji Changsheng smiled. Captain Zhang. When can you jump out of the framework of investigating the case? What confession? Evidence. Witnesses. These are not important at all. They are used to fool the superiors and the subordinates. I can provide you with as much as you want. Without Shi Yonghong, I can still find Zhang Yonghong and Guan Yonghong. Is it difficult? Zhang Bei. It's very difficult. Anyway, she didn't dare to do it. Master Ji. I remind you that the Ministry of Justice is the territory of Minister Ding. And Shi Yonghong must be very familiar with it. After he went to the Ministry of Justice, he might collude with others and might be killed. The reason why he was willing to surrender must be related to the Ministry of Justice. He should be sure that the sentence would be lighter. Zhang Bei reminded. Ji Changsheng nodded. I guessed it. Otherwise Shi Yonghong would not have knelt so cleanly. Minister Ding is the second in command of the Ministry of Justice. The Shi family is sure to deal with him. But I don't care. Shi Yonghong trembled again. Ji Changsheng smiled and put away the water mirror video of Shi Yonghong testifying against the eldest prince. And then said to Shi Yonghong, Master Shi. For me, your historical mission has been completed. As for your future fate, I don't care. If you want to survive, work harder. Don't worry. I will remember my promise to the Shi family. Thank you, Master Ji. Ji Changsheng accepted it calmly. Although I burned your house, robbed your spirit stones, killed your backers, and asked you to frame someone, you should thank me. Master Sure. You are a reasonable person. There are not many people who can see his pure and kind nature now. The 4 teammates on his side probably haven't seen it clearly yet. Let's go. Let's investigate the next suspect. The spirit stones of the Sure family have been obtained. And the confession has been obtained. The Sure family has completed their historical mission. Ji Changsheng rushed to the next destination without stopping. Zhang Bei's scalp tingled. And she blurted out. Master Ji, you don't want to investigate the Grand Prince. Do you? Of course. Mao Yi also knelt down. Master Ji. Think twice. It is difficult for the eldest prince to be related to the assassination of the emperor. As everyone knows, the emperor has already left the eldest prince idle. Even if the emperor gets into trouble, the eldest prince will never be able to succeed to the throne. Therefore, the eldest prince is the least suspected among the 3 princes. If we investigate him first, it will be difficult to convince the public. Master Ji, why do you want to target the eldest prince? Ji Changsheng told the truth. It's not that I'm targeting the eldest prince. It's your Princess Hongya who doesn't like him. Before leaving Xuandu Temple, Ji Changsheng had 2 lists in his hand. One was given to him by the temple master, and the other was given to him by Ying Hongya. Minister Ding and the Sure family were not actually on these 2 lists. Both Minister Ding and the Sure family were too small, and the temple master and Ying Hongya didn't take them seriously. However, the spirit stone Ji Changsheng had copied from the Sure family told him that the murderer was not wrong. Ying Hongya was the princess of the Ying kingdom, and the master of the temple was the head of the world's #1 immortal sect. It was normal for them to have high standards and only see tigers in their eyes. But flies must be hit. When Ji Qingtian came, he would sweep away all the termites. After the Sure family was swept away, Ji Changsheng's attention shifted to the 2 lists. Not to mention the list provided by the master of the temple. The list given to him by Hongya. The eldest prince ranked first. Of course he would get the eldest prince. Dare to mess with my concubine. Who will die if you don't? At this time, Ji Changsheng naturally understood why Ying Hongya got the eldest prince. The eldest prince was idle, and Ying Hongya was the initiator. This hatred was too big. If Ying Hongya didn't kill this dear brother with a stick, he would be in danger. When they heard that it was their own princess's intention, the faces of the 4 people eased a little. Tan Yin blamed himself. This is our Tan family's fault, which caused the princess and the eldest prince to have a big feud. But the young master must think twice. It is indeed difficult to link the eldest prince with the assassination of the emperor. When the emperor is in trouble, his situation is the worst. After all, the emperor is his father, and the other princes are his brothers. Even if the emperor doesn't like the eldest prince, he won't do anything to his own son. It's hard to say if it's the other princes, so no one will think that it was the eldest prince who did it. Ji Changsheng corrected. Your idea is wrong. The eldest prince may have used your idea to deliberately complete this rebellion in order to frame the 2nd and 3rd princes. Tan Yin. Besides, the eldest prince is close to the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. This is an indisputable fact. Right? Tan Yin nodded. That's right. Supporting the Tantian Chamber of Commerce makes you suspect of being a demon. Raising a fox girl means that he has a nexus with the Wanyao kingdom. Such an idle prince takes money from the Tantian Chamber of Commerce, borrows troops from the Wanyao kingdom, and then starts a rebellion in the Ying kingdom. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng's face turned pale. If this person is not removed, the Ying kingdom will never have peace. Gentlemen, accompany me to eliminate the rebellion. Gentlemen knelt on the ground. This is the elimination of the rebellion. What about the promised investigation? Young Master Ji must think twice. We are really incapable of eliminating the rebellion. Guandingrong persuaded Ji Changsheng from another angle. The guards of the Grand Prince's residence are stronger than those of the Princess's mansion. And because the Grand Prince was too close to the Tantian Chamber of Commerce before, there have been people in the secret law pavilion watching the Grand Prince. Zhang Bei nodded and said, Yes, there are people from the secret law pavilion serving the Grand Prince in his mansion. We have been getting intelligence about the Grand Prince every day. It can be basically confirmed that the assassination of His Majesty has nothing to do with His Majesty. Young Master Ji, you want to pin this on His Majesty, but you can't get past the secret law pavilion. The secret law pavilion? Is it a place where the demons of the demon cult are hidden? Ji Changsheng was a little confused. What's the name of the pavilion master? Tell me. Zhang Bei's scalp numbed again. As the deputy captain of the secret law team, She had a deep respect for the secret law pavilion. But from Ji Chongqing's mouth, the secret law pavilion was like a dish that could be thrown away at any time. She had never heard this tone from her grandfather, Marshal Zhang, because the secret law pavilion did not find out about His Majesty's assassination in advance. The pavilion master has been confined to the mansion to reflect on his mistakes, Zhang Bei said. Ji Chongqing clapped his hands vigorously. Then the truth is about to come out? Zhang Bei looked at Ji Chongqing in confusion. Ji Chongqing sorted out the truth about the assassination of Ying 3 for her. The eldest prince and the head of the secret law pavilion colluded to assassinate His Majesty. The eldest prince was responsible for the action, and the head of the secret law pavilion was responsible for covering it up for him. So the secret law pavilion was kept in the dark. And you people in the secret law pavilion also thought that the eldest prince had no suspicion. But all this was a conspiracy they had planned long ago. The eldest prince used the head of the secret law pavilion to clear his suspicion. And the head of the secret law pavilion then supported the eldest prince to ascend the throne. They colluded with each other, and colluded with the Assassins' League. There is solid evidence and the truth is out. Zhang Bei is stupid. How can the pavilion master help the first prince ascend the throne? It's too easy. Just frame the second and third princes for the assassination of His Majesty. These two thieves are indeed worthy of death. In an emergency, we must act decisively. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the first prince's residence first. If we go too late, he may have destroyed the evidence. Zhang Bei. There is no evidence. How can it be destroyed? Although the lies made up by Ji Chongqing are logically feasible, she did not believe a word of it. It is obvious that Ji Chongqing made it up on the spot. Master Ji, the eldest prince will not cooperate with our investigation, and we do not have enough reasons to investigate a prince's mansion. Now the eyes of the entire capital are on you. If you attack the eldest prince without reason, everyone will be in danger. The second and third princes, including the queen, will not stand idly by. Mao Yi hesitated for a moment, and continued to remind in a low voice, even the queen may come forward to stop you. Master Ji, don't forget that the four princes are brothers and sisters from the same mother. Even if His Majesty wakes up, he will definitely not be happy if he knows that you attacked the eldest prince without reason. In these words of Mao Yi, Ji Chongqing only heard one key point. There is not enough reason. What if we have enough reasons to investigate the eldest prince? It's impossible. The eldest prince is indeed in trouble in other aspects, but he is clean in the case of the assassination of His Majesty. If we can't produce solid evidence, the eldest prince will definitely resist with force, which will surely shake the entire capital. Zhang Bei looked at Ji Chongqing and said seriously, Master Ji, I know you are a young genius with strong strength, but in the capital of Yingwe, unless Fairy Linglong comes in person. Otherwise, even if a cultivator in the tribulation realm comes, he can't turn the world upside down. We can't take down the eldest prince at all, but we'll make ourselves look bad. Ji Chongqing silently took out his wife's jade sword. Zhang Bei was speechless for a moment. Yu Linglong didn't come, but her sword came. Then it will definitely be no problem to capture the eldest prince. Captain Zhang, show me the information of the eldest prince. I will see if I have caught the wrong person. Mao Yi laughed, but his laughter was very sarcastic. Young Master Ji, you don't have to worry about this. The eldest prince tortures several demon women to death every year. If it weren't for the princess who saved me from the water and fire, I would have fallen into the hands of the eldest prince and been tortured to death. Ji Chongqing silently added a label to the eldest prince. Doesn't the Ying Kingdom rule the country according to law? Mao Yi continued to sneer. The eldest prince is still smart. He doesn't do anything to ordinary human women. At least not in public. He seems to love human-demon hybrids, or simply demons in disguise. The laws of the Ying Kingdom protect the people of the Ying Kingdom. People like us who sneak in, or demons, are not protected by the laws of the Ying Kingdom. Ji Chongqing nodded and asked, are there any other questions? Yes. This time it was Tan Yin who spoke. The eldest prince could get 30% of all the business of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Ying State before, which is why His Majesty is really furious. Tan Yin said bluntly, if it was just bullying our Tan family, to be honest, His Majesty would not take it to heart. It is because the eldest prince and Tontian Chamber of Commerce are too close and have too deep connections. Many of Tontian Chamber of Commerce's businesses in Ying State are even promoted under the name of the eldest prince, which offended His Majesty. Ji Chongqing's face also sank. Zhang Bei, is this true? Yes. But the eldest prince did not ask about the specific business of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. He only got a share. Zhang Bei added, those things that really violated the laws of Ying State were done by Tantian Chamber of Commerce. According to our investigation of the secret law pavilion, the eldest prince was not aware of it. Ji Changsheng sneered. He deserves death as well. Give me the evidence. I'll take a look on the way. Ji Changsheng didn't think these people were wrongly accusing the eldest prince. But he was a man of justice after all. If he wanted to kill someone, he would definitely kill him with a clear conscience and solid evidence. The attention paid to the eldest prince in the secret law pavilion exceeded Ji Changsheng's imagination. He quickly got the eldest prince's files in the secret law pavilion. As Zhang Bei and Tanning said, the eldest prince only took a share and did not participate in specific affairs. And of course those dirty things didn't matter. But this was enough for Ji Changsheng. The Black Gloves deserved death. The people who supported the Black Gloves also deserved death. The laws of the Ying Kingdom are only the most basic bottom line of being a human being. Ji Qingqian's bottom line is far above the laws of the Ying Kingdom. If his bottom line is violated, who cares about the eldest prince or the second prince? Can he, a second-generation saint, be so awesome? Now that the evidence is there, the next step is to eliminate the rebellion. Ji Changsheng made a final conclusion. Zhang Bei, Master Ji, the entire Ying Kingdom's high-level officials know about this evidence, and they can't do anything to the prince. At most, he will be left on the bench. If you take this evidence to the prince to question him, he will definitely not take it seriously. Of course, you have the Linglong Fairy's sword, and you are not afraid of anything. But this will not solve the fundamental problem. And it will only alert the enemy, and let the real murderer go unpunished. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said firmly, the real murderer can't go unpunished. I can only kill more people. And I will never miss anyone. Ji Laoimo has absolute confidence in this. Zhang Bei was speechless. As for the fact that these evidences are not easy to take action against the prince, it's simple. Then find a suitable reason to take action against the prince. What's the reason? Tannin smiled bitterly. The prince looks reckless. But he is actually a smart man. He knows very well what he can touch, and what he can't touch. He was so close to the Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and the Wanyao Kingdom. But the prince was able to escape unscathed, because he did not leave any evidence of real violation of the law. That's because he hadn't met me before. If Ying Hongya had known Ji Changsheng back then, the prince would probably be dead now. It's a pity that we met too late. Fortunately, it can be made up. Ji Changsheng is concerned about the concubine's affairs. The evidence will be here soon. As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, 3,000 sword chi fell from the sky and instantly enveloped their team of imperial envoys. Each sword chi contained a deep murderous aura. As the leader of the guards of the princess's mansion, Guandingrong was the first to react. His eyes were bloodshot. Enemy attack. Protect Master Ji. The guards didn't react as fast as he did. In fact, it would be useless even if they reacted as fast as he did, because the assassin was in Mahayana realm. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Imperial Envoy team were injured. But they were not in danger of death. The most seriously injured was Ji Changsheng. The real target of the assassin was also Ji Changsheng. Young master of Tianxing sect? A cold voice sounded in the air. Someone has offered 1 billion high-quality spirit stones to buy your life. Die in my hands. Rest in peace. The Mahayana cultivator was in full force. Hundreds of afterimages surrounded the Imperial Envoy team. Her identity was recognized in an instant. Gold medal assassin. Its afterimage. Phantom afterimage. The signature skill of the 8 gold medal assassins of the Assassin's League. Damn it. Master Ji. Be careful. Ji Changsheng smiled at Remnant Shadow. Then he waved the jade sword in his hand. After seeing the jade sword and the colorful sword energy that followed, Remnant Shadow screamed and turned around to run. But his speed was obviously slowed down. Ji Changsheng shook his neck and took the initiative to ask, "Are you all okay?" "No. Thank you for your concern. Master Ji." "Why would Remnant Shadow assassinate Master Ji?" Ji Changsheng guessed. "It should be because we found the real murderer." So the real murderer wanted to hire someone to kill. Zhang Bei found that the direction of Remnant Shadow was running towards the direction of the eldest prince's mansion. And her eyes twitched fiercely. And finally reacted. "Master Ji, you?" Ji Changsheng interrupted this not-so-smart woman directly. And his angry voice spread throughout the capital. "Ji has just arrived in the capital. And just found a little clue. and sent the Assassins League's gold medal assassin to assassinate Ji. What a great gift. Assassinating the Imperial envoy is tantamount to treason. And the crime is unforgivable. Everyone, follow me to suppress the rebellion. After saying that, Ji Changsheng chased after the remnant shadow. The remnant shadow was seriously injured. And she can't run away. Zhang Bei. It's hard to describe the turmoil in her heart at this time. She seemed to see the truth. But she couldn't figure out many things. The most unclear thing was whether this remnant shadow was cooperating with Ji Changsheng to act. If so, the relationship between Ji Changsheng and the Assassins League was simply terrifying for her to think about. If not, then this matter was too coincidental. She believed that the top leaders of the entire capital should have been shocked now. This is indeed the case. The afterimage of one of the 8 gold medal assassins of the Assassins League showed up and assassinated Ji Changsheng. This was such a big deal that all the top leaders were instantly alerted. Are you sure it's really the afterimage? It can't be wrong. The aura of Mahayana is so strong. And even the gold medal fell to the ground. It's impossible for someone to impersonate. The afterimage assassinated Ji Changsheng. Did Ji Changsheng really find any clues? The data does show that Ji Changsheng's efficiency is very high. But is it so high? The real murderer behind the scenes also reacted quickly and decisively. He directly killed Ji Changsheng. And his attack was at the level of a gold medal assassin. If Ji Changsheng hadn't taken the jade sword of Fairy Linglong, he would have been killed in our capital today. Assassinating the Imperial envoy is a serious crime. After being hit by the sword of Fairy Linglong, the afterimage was seriously injured and may fall into the hands of Ji Changsheng. No. I have to go and see it myself. Many bigwigs were a little restless. The assassination of the emperor was already scary. As a result, the emperor was assassinated just before the imperial envoy, who was investigating the matter, was also assassinated. And this time, it was confirmed that it was the gold medal assassin of the Assassins League. This made the entire Ing Kingdom feel like they were facing a great enemy. Many people were guessing what Ji Changsheng had found out. The eldest prince was also guessing. The difference was that he felt very sorry. I heard that Ji Changsheng was Hongya's favorite candidate for the son-in-law. It's a pity that Caning didn't kill him this time. The eldest prince sighed to the sky. If Hongya's lover died at Caning's hands, it would be so gratifying. Your Highness, be careful with your words. The walls have ears. The confidant around him reminded. The eldest prince waved his hand casually. It is precisely because the walls have ears that there is no need to hide. The secret law pavilion has arranged people around me. And they know my innocence best. This kind of thing must have nothing to do with me. So it doesn't matter if I say a few more words. If I knew which hero hired Caning, I would definitely have a drink with him. Your Highness. Your Highness. Who is that? The eldest prince looked up and saw dozens of afterimages. He blinked, then wiped his eyes. And the afterimages were already in front of him. The angry accusations of the afterimages made the eldest prince's brain start to crash. Why didn't Ji Changsheng carry the Linglong fairy sword in the information you gave me? Are you deliberately trying to kill me? The Assassins League will settle this account with you sooner or later. After the afterimage finished speaking, it flew away again. But the angry accusations of the afterimage had spread throughout the mansion. And then to the entire capital. The eldest prince himself was already confused. The confidants in the eldest prince's mansion, including the undercover of the secret law pavilion, also stopped thinking at this time. They had been staring at the eldest prince all day, but they didn't find that he had contacted the Assassins League. What was going on? Before they could react, Ji Changsheng had already arrived here with a Linglong fairy sword. Ji Qitian was very angry. Your Highness, you are so brave. You assassinated His Majesty first, and then assassinated the Imperial Envoy. I'm afraid that there has never been a hero like you in the 500 years of Ing Kingdom. The eldest prince shuddered. I didn't. It wasn't me. The evidence is irrefutable. And you still dare to deny it. The shadow admitted it himself. Ji Changsheng raised the jade sword of Fairy Linglong. The eldest prince felt the crisis of life and death. And he shouted, this is a frame-up? Ji Changsheng, you can't kill me. The commotion here was too loud. And Ji Changsheng's actions tonight had always been watched. So when Ji Changsheng came to the eldest prince's mansion, the big guys finally couldn't sit still. Young Master Ji, spare his life. Li Xiang rushed out quickly. This matter still needs to be discussed in the long run. Marshal Zhang also walked out of the darkness quickly. Master Ji, we will take over this matter in the secret law pavilion. Within 3 days, We will definitely find out the real culprit and give you a satisfactory explanation. The deputy master of the secret law pavilion wiped the cold sweat from his head and appeared in front of Ji Changsheng. The emperor was assassinated, and the master of the secret law pavilion had been confined. Now the imperial envoy was assassinated again, and the deputy master felt that the secret law pavilion was really in trouble. Master Ji, calm down. The queen was very angry when she heard that you were assassinated by the residual shadow. She has sent the best imperial doctor to the princess's mansion. Master Ji, why don't you move to the princess's mansion to treat your injuries first? The close-fitting female official beside the queen also appeared at the right time, and put her attitude very low. Seeing so many people stand up to protect him, the eldest prince breathed a sigh of relief and regained his composure as the royal family of Ingwe. Ji Changsheng, this is clearly a frame-up. We in Ingwe need evidence to investigate cases. I will not pursue you for breaking into my mansion without reason. Ji Changsheng looked around coldly and said in a deep voice, of course, we need evidence to investigate a case. But is assassinating the imperial envoy a case? Without waiting for others to answer, Ji Changsheng gave a decisive answer. The golden assassin of the Assassins' League assassinated the imperial envoy in the capital. This is a terrorist act and a blatant treason. Investigating a case requires evidence. Counterterrorism requires a list. And suppressing a rebellion only requires coordinates. Ji Changsheng pointed his sword at the eldest prince and said in a deep voice, your mansion is the last coordinate where the afterimage disappeared. The eldest prince felt very ridiculous. So he really laughed out loud. So what? I didn't do something I didn't do. I'm standing here. If you have the guts, kill me. Ji Changsheng followed suit. The eldest prince's head fell to the ground. The people around were stunned. Ji Changsheng's voice chilled everyone's heart. It is necessary to remind everyone that the assassination of His Majesty was not a murder, but a treason. He is good at investigating cases. He is even better at suppressing rebellions. Chapter 191 Brother. Do you really think I'm here to investigate a case? Although Ji Changsheng had not been in Ingwe for long, he soon realized one thing. Perhaps because Ing III was not dead, the people of Ingwe did not regard the assassination of the Emperor of Ingwe as a particularly important event, but only regarded it as a case of assassination and murder. Even Ing III himself chose to transfer Ing Hongya back to be fully responsible for the investigation of the case. Ji Changsheng thought that Ing III was just an emperor, and he knew nothing about treason. Assassinating the emperor, no matter which dynasty, is a complete treason, and Ingwe is no exception. Treason requires suppression. What the hell is investigating a case? Treason cannot become attempted murder just because the emperor is not dead. Ing III has to keep his opinions to himself. I, Detective Ji, have the final say. Looking at the stunned faces around him, even Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang were shocked. Ji Changsheng shook his head helplessly. It seems that there has been no treason case in Ingwe for a long time. So you have no experience at all. Although I claim to be the first detective of Xuandu Temple and Tiansheng sect, I am not here to investigate the case. I brought the jade sword of Fairy Linglong, entrusted by Master Yu, and came to Ingwe to deal with the rebellion for Princess Hongya at the request of the Emperor of Ingwe and Princess Hongya. Ji Changsheng held the jade sword of Fairy Linglong in his right hand. The bright red jade pendant representing the young master of Tiansheng sect hung on his waist, and took out the princess seal given to her by Ing Hongya in his left hand. Do you understand the value of these three things? Li Xiang finally reacted, but his scalp was still numb. Ji, young Master Ji, did you really kill the prince? Is it an illusion? He kept his last hope. Li Xiang had investigated Ji Changsheng's information and knew that Ji Changsheng was from the Youguang lineage of Xuandu Temple, and his specialty was illusion. Unfortunately, his last hope was dashed. Ji Changsheng kicked the head of the prince into his arms. Li Xiang, you testify for me that it was the eldest prince who asked me to kill him. I have never seen such a request in my life. At this point, Ji Changsheng was a little curious. Is the eldest prince a fool? Or has he never collected information about me? If he knows a little about me, he would not ask me that kind of request. Ji Changsheng was not bragging. The problem was that since his debut, he has always been reckless and killed anyone he saw, never bullying the weak and fearing the strong. What about Yu Linglong's husband? What about the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? What about Guanyin Temple? My buddy raised his knife and fell, one by one, and his hands were sore from killing. The eldest prince could still provoke so much. Warrior, Great. Li Xiang was unable to describe his feelings towards Ji Chansheng. Your Highness. It is true that his intelligence information is not as good as that of the other two Highnesses and Princess Hongya. He has been under soft house arrest for many years. Soft house arrest? Your Majesty has not issued an open order, but His Highness will not be allowed to show up in any official occasion. I understand. The difference between stars who are banned by documents and those who are not banned by documents but are hidden. The former are hammered to death. The latter cannot be hammered to death legally, but they are hammered to death morally. The official does not provide any opportunity for a comeback, but the official does not admit to banning them. In this case, the latter has room to maneuver and can try to come back. There will also be people who speculate on them, but whenever they participate in an activity, the official will block you twice and review you for a month. After a long time, others will naturally give up. The eldest prince is probably the latter. He can go out, but he can only eat, drink and have fun. He can make friends, but the real court officials have given up on him, so he can only make some bad friends. He can keep his ambitions, but his strength no longer supports his ambitions. So, this guy really seems to have nothing to do with the assassination of Ying 3. Detective G confirmed this. He couldn't even find his information, let alone contact the Assassin League's Zhujiangxian. And he had to plan such a big event. The strength of the eldest prince didn't allow it. After getting the conclusion, Detective G gave himself a thumbs up. He cleared the innocence of a suspect so quickly, and he really lived up to the name of the detective. Master G, did you kill the prince? The queen's personal female official looked pale. The eyes looking at Ji Chansheng were all shocked, fearful and puzzled. How dare you? Ji Chansheng looked at the female official curiously. After a moment, Detective G suddenly realized, my achievements have not spread to Yingwe. Yes. Although he did a lot of things and killed many big shots. The big outbreak happened in the past 2 days. And too many things happened in the past 2 days. Not only him. Yu Linglong. Yu Laomo. Li Huanyan. Many big shots are doing things. In comparison, it is normal that the things he did not spread to the middle and lower classes of Yingwe. In Yingwe, I am afraid that only Ying 3, Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, and the head of the secret law pavilion can get his latest intelligence. Others, such as the queen's personal female official, if nothing unexpected happens, still get his intelligence from 2 days ago? Or yesterday's intelligence. She must not know what happened today. Otherwise she would never ask this question. Ji Chansheng thought about it, and said that he could understand. It can't be blamed on their backward information. It's mainly because of his high efficiency. From this point of view, the death of the eldest prince is indeed a bit unfair. If he had waited for 2 more days, he would definitely not dare to provoke Ji Laoimo so much. The queen's female official did not get the latest information from Ji Chansheng in the past 2 days. She knew the value of the Linglong fairy sword, but she grew up in the palace and knew the weight of the Prince of Yingwe. In her eyes, what Ji Chansheng did was simply treason. The female official emphasized her tone and tried to remind, Master Ji, beheading the prince in the street is also a crime of treason. You shouldn't do this. The eldest prince died, and Princess Hongya couldn't bear the consequences. And you said in person that your purpose of coming to Yingwe was just to find out the truth. Ji Chansheng smiled. This female official sister. I said I was an imperial envoy. Do you really think I was an imperial envoy? Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang were silent. A boss with high rank and broad knowledge is naturally better at handling emergencies than others. To be honest, they originally thought that Ji Chansheng was really helping Ying Hongya investigate the case. After all, Ji Chansheng had said in front of them not long ago that he would never wrongly accuse a good person, and would never use this opportunity to start a big prison. Now it seems that Ji Chansheng is talking nonsense. But they endured it, because they know that there will always be people who will not endure it. This is indeed the case. The significance of the existence of cannon fodder is often to set off the high rank of the boss. Obviously, the rank of the queen's personal female official is not high enough. She has not yet understood the current situation. Master Ji, this is Yingwe. The dead person is the Prince of Yingwe, and he has nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty. Ji Chansheng narrowed his eyes. How do you know that the eldest prince has nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty? Is it you who is the real murderer? So you know that the eldest prince is innocent? Without waiting for the female official to react, Ji Chansheng continued to reason. No. The real murderer cannot be you. You are just a female official next to the queen. There is no point in killing the emperor. You are the queen's person, and you know that the eldest prince is innocent. Ji Changsheng took a breath and found out the truth of the matter. Prime Minister Li. Marshal Zhang. You all heard it with your own ears. This woman testified that the queen was the culprit of the assassination of His Majesty. Prime Minister Li and Marshal Zhang remained silent, but looked at the female official with some pity. We both stopped talking. Why are you talking so much? The eldest prince is already dead. Can you still bring him back to life? The female official finally reacted and said loudly, I am not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The assassination of His Majesty has nothing to do with the queen. So why do you know that the eldest prince is not the real murderer? Ji Changsheng asked sternly. The female official was about to cry. I don't know. I made a mistake. As the queen's personal female official, your every word and action represents the queen. Don't make a mistake casually, or you will not be able to bear the consequences. The female official nodded vigorously. Although she was already gritting her teeth in hatred, she pretended to be grateful on the surface. Thank you, Master Ji, for your advice. Ruzi is teachable. What's the name of this sister? Manru. Sister Manru. Do you still believe that the eldest prince has nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty? No. Manru immediately took herself out. Ji Changsheng made a decisive decision. The queen's personal maid Miss Manru pointed out that the prince might be related to the assassination of the emperor. Since Miss Manru reported it, she cannot take it lightly. Close the commander, break the door, and confiscate the house. Miss Manru will bear all the consequences. Manru knelt on the ground instantly. But Ji Changsheng ignored her at this time, and kicked open the door of the prince's mansion. Miss Manru will be fine, because something will definitely be found in the prince's mansion. And then Manru will be rewarded for reporting. If anything goes wrong, it is the remnants of the prince who did it. Zhang Bei, Mao Yi, Tan Yin and others followed Ji Changsheng and felt extremely unreal. Zhang Bei almost stepped on the air and muttered to herself, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? Mao Yi asked. The shadow was able to escape from the jade sword of Fairy Ling Long. His strength is probably not inferior to that of Fairy Juejian. So Mao Yi and Tan Yin also missed their step. Things happened too fast, and they didn't have time to think about many details. It must be said that Zhang Bei, the first detective in Beijing, is still good. She is better than ordinary people in catching details. Bang! Marshal Zhang chopped Zhang Bei's head with a knife, knocking her unconscious. Then Marshal Zhang handed Zhang Bei to a guard beside him. Take her back and confine her for 7 days. If she steps out of the door. Marshal Zhang hesitated for a second, but still said coldly, behead? The guard whispered, what about the master and the lady's plea? Zhang Bei is Marshal Zhang's granddaughter, and the eldest daughter of the eldest house. That's why she has the current temper. Marshal Zhang said coldly, Master, please depose his head of the family. Madam, please give her a letter of divorce. There are hundreds of people in the Zhang family, and we cannot hand them over to useless people, even if they are from the eldest branch. Originally, he had his own selfish motives. Of course, the eldest branch should be more or less favored. In fact, if the family wants to maintain harmony, it is absolutely necessary to insist on appointing the eldest son instead of the virtuous one. The reason is very simple. There is no clear standard for virtuous or not. The right of interpretation belongs to the fist, which can easily cause disputes. As for the eldest son or not, the clear standard is there, which can reduce a lot of internal troubles. A clear standard is very important for a big family. There are many things in the world that give bad people room to operate behind the scenes because the standards are not clear enough. But the premise of all this is that the eldest branch does not commit suicide. What Zhang Bei said just now was just committing suicide in Marshal Zhang's view. After dealing with Zhang Bei, Marshal Zhang nodded slightly to Mao Yi, with a murderous tone in his voice. From today on, Zhang Bei will leave the princess's mansion. If Princess Hongya has any mission, please come to find Pingju. Tomorrow, I will let Pingju stand by and serve Princess Hongya. Mao Yi and Tan Yin were both awed. Zhang Pingju, the real talent of the Zhang family. Since he began to show his talent at the age of 8, he has been raised by Marshal Zhang. For 18 years after he became an adult, he has been working in the army. What's more valuable is that Zhang Pingju spent 7 years undercover in the Wanyao kingdom to gather intelligence, and 4 years as a pioneer on the border where wars are most frequent. Marshal Zhang can control everything in Ying kingdom. But he cannot control things outside Ing Kingdom, and cannot control the ever-changing battlefield. Zhang Pingju made great contributions at the forefront of the Wanyao Kingdom, and survived countless times in the 4-year border war. He gradually inherited the Zhang family's connections and prestige in the army with the most indisputable way and military merit. And Zhang Bei was transferred out of the army after 5 years of military service. It is not difficult to see who the big family is cultivating and who they have the highest expectations for. Marshal Zhang used to let Zhang Bei work for Ing Hongye, but in fact no one in Ing Kingdom took it seriously. Even Ing Hongye didn't think that he could win over the Zhang family through Zhang Bei. Otherwise Ing Hongye would not have taken the initiative to give up his inheritance rights and worship at Xuandu Temple. But Zhang Pingju is different. Marshal Zhang's actions revealed a major signal. Old Zhang, are you on the side? Li Xiang took all this in his eyes, and was very impressed by the decisiveness of his old friend. Marshal Zhang shook his head and said, "It's not about taking sides. It's about apologizing. If Zhang Bei is placed next to Princess Hongye, the Zhang family will offend Princess Hongye. If she continues to stay, she will also offend young Master Ji." After a pause, Marshal Zhang shook his head helplessly again. Smart people will pretend to be stupid, and only fools have to appear smart. Zhang Bei went from the army to the Ministry of Justice, and from the Ministry of Justice to the Secret Law Pavilion. More than 10 years have passed, and she is still like a teenager. She can only do things, not be a person. She can only pretend to be smart, not stupid. Li Xiang chuckled. Young people always think they can find things that others can't find, and always think that only they can see the truth clearly. Ingwe is not short of truly smart people. It's just that those truly smart people in Ingwe did not work for Ing Hongye, the princess, who had the least hope of succeeding to the throne in the past. Everything began to change when Ji Changsheng came. Report: the dragon robe was found under the second tree in the backyard of the eldest prince. Chapter 192. As long as I kill enough bad guys, the real murderer will be brought to justice. After hearing that Ji Changsheng had found the dragon robe in the mansion of the eldest prince, Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang looked at the deputy leader of the Secret Law Pavilion. Mao Yi and Tan Yin were also shocked. There really is something? The face of Yu Qizhao, the deputy leader of the Secret Law Pavilion, was even more shocked than them. She quickly summoned the people who were planted in the mansion of the eldest prince by the Secret Law Pavilion. What's the matter with the dragon robe? The two undercovers of the Secret Law Pavilion looked at each other. I never noticed it. Why don't you remember that there are 2 trees in the backyard of the prince? Isn't there only one? Puff. This time everyone couldn't hold back. Yu Qingzhao's eyes twitched. Master Ji really doesn't take us seriously at all. Of course. She believed the words of the undercovers planted by the Secret Law Pavilion in the mansion of the eldest prince. So what Ji Changsheng did was simply outrageous and arrogant. Yu Qingzhao looked at Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. 2 big guys. Give me a rule. Should we continue to endure, or expose him? Li Xiang said in a deep voice. Go and have a look. Before they reached the backyard, another good news came. Report: a deputy pavilion master Yu was found. This time it was Yu Qingzhao's turn to almost fall. Compared to Zhang Bei, who had never understood life, Yu Qingzhao had already become the deputy pavilion master of the Secret Law Pavilion, and his level was naturally far higher than Zhang Bei. But with her wide experience, she didn't understand what it meant to find a deputy pavilion master Yu. Yu Qingzhao quickly walked towards the scene of the incident, and after a moment, her body shook again, because she really saw a deputy pavilion master Yu. He looked exactly like her. The difference was that this deputy pavilion master Yu had a fox tail hanging behind him. Seeing this scene, Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang's eyes twitched slightly, and they felt that the eldest prince was really courting death. Yu Qingzhao was even more furious. Who can tell me what's going on? She looked at the 2 undercovers in the Secret Law Pavilion. This time, the 2 undercovers lowered their heads one after another. They really didn't know about the dragon robe incident, but they knew about this deputy pavilion master Yu. When Yu Qingzhao saw their expressions, he knew that the incident was probably true, and he was even more angry. Tell me, what's going on? Undercover A whispered. We have reported this to the pavilion master. Undercover B added. The pavilion master was afraid that you would be too angry, so he asked us to keep it secret from you. Yu Qingzhao's eyes went dark. That means it was not Ji Changsheng's frame-up. What's going on? Yu Qingzhao asked with gritted teeth. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu started to cry. The eldest prince is not a human, but a beast. It was you. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu, who led the team to investigate his collusion with the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Later, you arranged to plant an undercover agent in the eldest prince's mansion. The eldest prince wanted to take revenge on you, but he didn't dare to provoke you. So he took it out on us fox girls and asked us fox girls to transform into your appearance for his enjoyment. He even paid a high price to buy the clothes you wore, just to humiliate you more. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu showed the scar on his shoulder. Yu Qingjiao's eyes were bloodshot. As the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Secret Law Pavilion, she was also a big man who could be ranked in the top 20 in the entire Ying Kingdom. Her self-restraint was actually not bad. Ji Chansheng was so arrogant just now, and she was calm inside. But now, she really broke down. I can't stand it. Especially when she found out that the clothes on this Deputy Pavilion Master Yu were really the clothes she had worn. She became even more angry. Your Highness. Li Xiang comforted. He's dead. Lord Yu. Calm down, and don't get angry with the dead. Yu Qingju's breath was blocked in his throat, and he couldn't vent it. I'll go and help Master Ji to search for evidence. The person is dead, but the family property is still there. When it comes to confiscating property, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Secret Law Pavilion is certainly more professional than Guan Dingrong. Seeing Yu Qingjiao like this, Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang knew that the eldest prince probably died in vain this time. It's not a wise choice to offend a woman, and the eldest prince offended a woman of the level of the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Secret Law Pavilion. They didn't dare to do such a thing. Sure enough, with the help of Yu Qingjiao, the things confiscated from the eldest prince's mansion were shocking. Ji Chansheng was amazed by it. 139 beauties of various races. Ji Chansheng made a simple count. Among the 139 beauties, only 3 were human. 75 of them were human-demon hybrids, and 61 were pure-blooded demons. And each of them had injuries on their bodies. There were even 7 human-demon hybrids with missing arms and legs. The eldest prince is no longer an ordinary pervert. It's not unfair that he died. Ji Chansheng said to Tan Yin and Mao Yi, Mr. Tan, General Manager Mao, you too said that the eldest prince is a smart man who knows what he can and cannot do, and will not attack ordinary human women. Facts have proved that you still lack understanding of the eldest prince. He dared to attack, but he did it in a more secretive way. If it weren't for Vice Pavilion Master Yu's keen observation, the secret pavilion would have been kept in the dark. Yu Qingjuo's face was still ugly. Master Ji, you are too kind. Under the nose of the Secret Law Pavilion, the Grand Prince actually touched 3 innocent people. The Secret Law Pavilion is to blame. I will check myself immediately after returning, and give an explanation to the people of Yinghua. She did not forget that the fox girl was wearing her clothes. This is disgusting. She must find out who is colluding with the eldest prince. Ji Chansheng took a look at Yu Qingjiao's appearance, and recognized the eldest prince's perverted attributes a little more. He really doesn't care about life and coldness. For revenge, he can even tolerate his appearance. He can't do this. Women are just the most insignificant problem for the eldest prince. Ji Chansheng opened 3 storage magic weapons. In an instant, 3 mountains of spirit stones rose into the sky, shocking countless people. Ji Chansheng nodded slightly to Yu Qingjiao again, with the help of Vice Pavilion Master Yu. 37.5 billion high-grade spirit stones were confiscated in the mansion, and 218 billion high-grade spirit stones were found in various related accounts. This time, including Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang, everyone took a breath of cold air. Li Xiang subconsciously said, Master Ji, please say it again. How much did you find? 37.5 billion high-grade spirit stones were confiscated in the mansion, and 218 billion high-grade spirit stones were found in various related accounts. This is just a temporary inventory. I believe that if the people from the Ministry of Justice and the Secret Law Pavilion come to check carefully, they will definitely find more. Li Xiang's mind went blank in an instant. Why so much? Last time, the court found out that the prince was colluding with the Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and he was fined 100 billion high-quality spirit stones. Ji Chansheng shrugged. When I was in Qi and Sheng, I always heard Hongya, and I talk about how good Ying was. Now it seems that the ordinary people in Ying do live better than other countries. But the upper class lives better, and is more greedy. If I remember correctly, the eldest prince should be the least important of the 3 princes. Right? In terms of power. Yes, but not necessarily in terms of economy. Yu Qingjiao forced herself to regain her composure. although the eldest prince did offend her. And although the things seized from the eldest prince's mansion also made her feel shocked, she still spoke frankly. The eldest prince is the most stupid one. He is too close to the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Most of these spiritual stones were contributed to him by the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The second and third princes have higher ambitions, so they will not leave such obvious handles. And their actions are far less generous than the eldest prince. Ji Chansheng did some reading comprehension. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu means that the eldest prince is stupid and has a lot of money, while the second and third princes are more ambitious and are more likely to collude with the Assassins' League to assassinate His Majesty. Yu Qingzhe's level is undoubtedly much better than Manru. Facing Ji Changqing's distortion of right and wrong, Yu Qingzhao remained calm. Young Master Ji, you are joking. Didn't the dragon robe found in the eldest prince's mansion? Ji Changqing smiled slightly. Indeed. It seems that I did not kill the wrong person. His Highness did intend to rebel. Ji Changsheng took the dragon robe and said to Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang, Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, with this evidence and these spirit stones, the eldest prince deserves death. Do you have any objection? Marshal Zhang stared at the dragon robe in Ji Changqing's hand for a second. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. This dragon robe is the style of Qi. The Ying Kingdom prefers black, and the dragon robes are mostly black, not the yellow common in other countries. Ji Changqing's forgery was not done well this time. If Zhang Bei was present, she would definitely question it. But he is not Zhang Bei, but the military marshal of the Ying Kingdom, he said in a deep voice, after the eldest prince was fined 100 billion spirit stones. So many spirit stones were confiscated. It is really shocking. The dragon robe can be fake, but the spirit stones are all real. Li Xian also nodded and agreed with Marshal Zhang's opinion. After the eldest prince was fined 100 billion family property last time, he once told Your Majesty that he had no more money. Ji Chansheng shrugged. Commander Guan, all the 37.5 billion high-quality spirit stones seized in the eldest prince's mansion will be taken to the princess's mansion. Tomorrow morning, they will be used in the name of Princess Hongya to compensate the good people who have been oppressed by the eldest prince over the years. Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, and Deputy Pavilion Master Yu, do you have any objections? The three of them shook their heads. Even if Ji Chansheng kept all the money, they would not dare to have any objections. Before Ying 3 woke up, Ji Chansheng was holding the Shangfang sword in his hand. The most frightening thing is that this Shangfang sword is not Ying 3's, but Linglong Fairy's. There must be someone in Yinghua who dares not take seriously the imperial sword bestowed by Ying 3, and the jade sword bestowed by Linglong Fairy, except for the afterimage who escaped. No one dares not take it seriously. Moreover, Ji Changqing's eating manners were not bad. He only left cash, and the bulk of it was left to the court of Yinghua. Ji Chansheng did not take too much, but too little. This time, Guandingrong was also unusually bold and reminded Ji Chansheng, Master Ji, according to convention, we can first deduct all the spiritual stones in the residence of the eldest prince. Ji Chansheng shook his head and said, no need. I came to Yinghua to quell the rebellion, not to confiscate the property. As Hongya said, Yinghua is still a country that adheres to the rule of law on the surface, and the eldest prince only dares to secretly attack innocent people, so the compensation should not be too much. And 37.5 billion is enough. Yinghua is indeed different from other countries. When she was prosperous, the dignitaries of the two countries did not even need to pretend, and the emperor took the lead in disgusting the people. Yinghua was at least pretending on the surface, and was willing to pretend. Minister Ding knew to support his brother-in-law to get spiritual stones. The eldest prince did not dare to defile ordinary civilian women in public. Only 3 were found after the eldest prince's house was searched, and the others were all demons or mixed-blooded. A prince wanted to retaliate against a minister, but he only dared to let the fox girl raised by his subordinates pretend to be the other party, and spend spiritual stones to buy the other party's clothes privately. Although they are still doing evil, and there are still all kinds of injustices, everything is afraid of comparison. Compared with other countries, being able to do what Yinghua did is already a great improvement. The struggle of Emperor Ying in the past still left a lot of precious heritage, so Ji Chansheng is not going to mess around. The laws and rules of Yinghua seem to still have deterrence now, so do things within the scope allowed by the laws and rules, which is better for ordinary people. Anyway, Ji Chansheng is also good at doing things within the rules. Of course, there is no need to worry about suppressing a rebellion. as long as you have coordinates. This is also the rule. Ji Chansheng also said this in front of Ing 3. I want to admit my mistake here. When Ji Chansheng said this, everyone paid attention to it. Will Ji Laomo admit his mistakes? Ji Chansheng told them that he would. He was a very humble person. According to the stolen goods and evidence found in the mansion of the eldest prince, the eldest prince did want to rebel, and the evidence is conclusive. However, there is no evidence that the eldest prince has colluded with the Assassins' League, and no records of dealings with the Assassins' League have been found in the eldest prince's accounts. So now it seems that the eldest prince has nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty and the assassination of me by the afterimage. Ji Chansheng said sincerely, I killed the right person. But I am 1 and 2. Although the eldest prince is not a good person, I will not wrongly accuse him of something he did not do. Miss Manru, you are right. The eldest prince has nothing to do with the assassination of His Majesty. Manru trembled all over and immediately added, Master Ji, this matter has nothing to do with the Queen Mother. Ji Chansheng nodded, from the point of view that the eldest prince is innocent in this matter. Miss Manru's judgment is very correct. Miss Manru said that the eldest prince is innocent. And the eldest prince is indeed innocent. Miss Manru said that the Queen Mother is innocent. So the Queen Mother should also be innocent. Manru's face was happy. But she soon realized that she was too happy too early. Ji Chansheng continued, according to your Majesty's judgment, there are 4 suspects in his assassination, the eldest prince, the second prince, the third prince, and the queen. Miss Manru said that the eldest prince and the queen are innocent, which means that Miss Manru is hinting that there is something wrong with my second and third princes. Manru cried, Master Ji. Ji Chansheng waved his hand and said decisively, Miss Manru, don't worry. I know your difficulties. You must be afraid of being killed to silence your mouth. Don't be afraid. Just stay by my side. I will definitely protect you. It just so happens that I have also received a letter of complaint, reporting that the third prince is related to your Majesty's assassination. I didn't know who wrote this letter before, but now I think it was Miss Manru. Manru wanted to tell others loudly that it was not her, but others didn't hear her at all. I only saw Detective G take out a letter of complaint. The letter also said that the third prince had questioned your Majesty's will after your Majesty fainted, and thought it was inappropriate for Hung Ye to investigate your Majesty's assassination. He also had opinions about me, and thought that this matter might have been done by our Tiansheng sect. When Ji Chansheng said this, those who were not present at the time were fine. But Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, and Yu Qingjiao suddenly changed color, because this was true, and it happened not long ago today. But Ing Hongye's confidants were not qualified to attend the imperial meeting. Now Ji Chansheng actually knew the inside story. This letter. The 3 of them focused their eyes on the letter, silently speculating which person in the court had sided with Ing Hongye and sold the imperial meeting. And they also understood why Ji Chansheng targeted the third prince. Li Xiang explained to the third prince, Master Ji, please don't misunderstand. I refuted the third prince on the spot. This matter must have nothing to do with the Holy Church and Master Yu. Ji Chansheng nodded slightly. Master Li is a wise man. After a pause, Ji Chansheng also nodded slightly to Yu Qingjiao. The secret law pavilion was able to find out that the master was seriously injured. Its strength should not be underestimated. Yu Qingjiao's mind was startled, and he quickly said, Master Ji, our secret law pavilion has no ill will towards the Holy Church. She heard it clearly and understood that Ji Chansheng was showing off his muscles with their Ing kingdom as the young master of the heavenly demon cult. Yu Laomo was seriously injured, and the secret law pavilion received the exact news, which showed that there were people from the secret law pavilion inside the Holy Church. Not long after the imperial meeting before Ing 3 fainted, the young master of the heavenly demon cult had already obtained the details, which obviously also showed the strength of the heavenly demon cult. The problem is that the heavenly demon cult can now show off its muscles to the kingdom of Ing at any time. But the kingdom of Ing cannot openly threaten the heavenly demon cult. Yu Laomo is right in one point. His record is the greatest glory of the heavenly demon cult. As long as he survives, the disciples of the demonic sect will have the confidence to fight for their background when they walk outside. Yu Qingjiao absolutely does not want the secret law pavilion to engage in a life-and-death battle with the demonic sect's intelligence system, because she knows that the secret law pavilion must be injured. Ji Chansheng smiled. From the performance of Li Xiang and Deputy Pavilion Master Yu, the contents of the imperial meeting recorded in this letter are all true. The two did not refute. Then it seems that the third prince reported in this letter is also very likely to be true. Miss Manru, if the third prince is really problematic, you have made a great contribution. Miss Manru's voice was almost hoarse at this time. But she realized that the people around her did not react at all. Although her rank is not as high as that of Marshal Li Xiangjong, she is not stupid. Naturally, she has reacted and fell into Ji Chongqing's calculations. So she accepted her fate. No matter what Ji Chongqing said, she could only smile bitterly. The queen must know that these were not done by her. But if the queen insists that it was her who did it, she can only wait for death. The premise is that the queen can escape the suppression of rebellion by this devil. She saw that Ji Chongqing was indeed not here to investigate the case. He was here to suppress the rebellion directly. The third prince must have offended Ji Chongqing in some way. Li Xiang and the others also made this judgment. Marshal Zhang hesitated for a moment, but still walked to Ji Chongqing and whispered, Master Ji, I am willing to be a middleman. Please ask the third prince to sit down and talk with Master Ji. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Ji Chongqing glanced at Marshal Zhang and laughed softly. But there was no smile in his eyes. Ji Chongqing opened his mouth and made Marshal Zhang sweat instantly. I heard that the first prince is the person favored by Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Wanyao country. The second prince is more mysterious. And the third prince is the spokesperson of the noble family of Ying country. Marshal Zhang's iron-blooded and murderous old face turned slightly pale. And he said in a deep voice, absolutely not. Yingwe has no noble families. They are all ordinary people. Really? Ji Chongqing raised his eyebrows. The list given to him by Ying Hongya. The eldest prince ranked first. The list given to him by the master of the temple. The third prince ranked first. And the master of the temple made it very clear that there was really no top immortal gate behind the third prince. The noble families in Yingwe supported him. Let the third prince take the throne. Yingwe will become a high-end version of the prosperous Qi kingdom. This is completely contrary to the original intention of Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple supports Yingwe to let Yingwe take a different path, rather than letting Yingwe repeat the old path of other countries. That is meaningless to Xuandu Temple and Tai Qing lineage. But the inertia of history is too great. The current Yingwe is inevitably following the old path of those countries, and repeating the problems of those countries. The third prince is the target chosen by this group of people. The third prince married a girl from the Li family. When he was a teenager, he met 6 friends, who were like-minded, and became brothers and sisters. One of them was the only son of the third branch of the Zhang family. One was the beloved daughter of the master of the secret law pavilion. And the parents of the other 4 were either rich or noble. Ji Chongqing said with a half-smile, this is probably all coincidence. Marshal Zhang's face became paler. He realized the seriousness of the problem. Li Xiang's face was also a little pale. And he tried to explain, Master Ji, with the status of the third prince, it is normal for the people he interacts with to be either rich or noble. Princess Hongya was also surrounded by rich and noble people before. Yes, it's normal. Ji Chongqing nodded and said, but Hongya went to Xuandu Temple and started from scratch. And the friends of the third prince have begun to hold the power of the Ying kingdom one by one. In addition, I heard that the third prince has a slogan in private, rule the world with the literati, not with the people. Li Xiang said categorically, it is impossible. The third prince cannot speak so much. This goes against the teachings of Emperor Ying. Ying will always belong to the people. And the royal family only serves the people of Ying. This will never change. Ji Chongqing's face turned cold. Li Xiang, you said that the third prince did not say it. But this is the information given to me by the leader's wife. Who do you think I should believe? Li Xiang's hands trembled. Li Huanyan's intelligence is the best in the world. Just like Yu Linglong is the best in the world. This is recognized by the world. Since Li Xiang and the leader's wife have a conflict, I think as long as the third prince is arrested and interrogated, everything will naturally come to light. Ji Chongqing stroked the jade sword in his hand and whispered, or, some people in Ying think that your majesty has been in office for too long, and hope that the third prince will ascend the throne so that he can rule the world with the literati as soon as possible. Crack! A thunderous sound exploded in the sky above the capital. Report. The afterimage has entered the residence of the third prince. Ji Chongqing gave himself and Li Chongqi a thumbs up. The high-ranking officials of Ying State know how to disguise themselves when they are bad guys. He could have killed people directly, but he was willing to respect the rules of Ying State and disguise himself first. This is called adapting to local customs. Chapter 193 Yoguang Luo 1. The best in the world. When Ji Changsheng gave himself a thumbs up, the people of Ingwa felt cold all over. The eldest prince's body was still cold. And Ji Laoma's knife was on the head of the third prince again. And from what Ji Laoma meant, it was not just the third prince. Those nobles who were friends with the third prince were obviously also on Ji Laoma's blacklist. Despite this, Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang and Yu Qizhao, the three big guys present, quickly gritted their teeth and made a decision after hearing that the remnant shadow entered the third prince's mansion. Check times 3. If they check the third prince, of course, something might happen later. If they don't check the third prince, they are likely to get into trouble now. At this time, they must die rather than the poor Taoist. The clearer the relationship with the third prince is, the more beneficial it is for their safety. After all, Ji Changsheng has already begun to kill his heart. What makes them even more terrified is that their children and grandchildren are indeed very close to the third prince. This will be a storm with far-reaching impact. And it is visible to the naked eye that it will sweep across the entire Ing Kingdom. At this time, it was exactly 1 hour since Ji Changsheng came to Ing Kingdom. As a great cultivator in the refining void realm, Ji Laomo would not feel sleepy even if he did not sleep for a year in theory. Thinking of this, many people in Ing Kingdom present were a little desperate. After all, this night will be very long. However, Ji Qingtian is a person who can think from the perspective of others. He is very considerate of the feelings of the people present. So he comforted them, "Don't worry, everyone. Although I am here to help Princess Hongyet quell the rebellion, I am not a bloodthirsty person. It has been confirmed just now that the residual shadow is deliberately framing the eldest prince. So now the residual shadow is also likely to repeat the same trick and frame the third prince again. In view of this, I will never take the initiative to attack the third prince, but just go to find out the truth." No one was relieved. The reputation of Ji Laomo was quickly declared bankrupt in Ingwa within just 1 hour. Ji Laomo was very helpless about this. "Forget it. Facts speak louder than words. And everyone will see my sincerity in a while." 5 minutes later, Ji Changsheng brought a large group of people and quickly came to the residence of the third prince. At this time, many people from Ingwa who were watching the excitement gathered around. Judging from the richness of nightlife, the wealth of Ingwa is indeed far superior to that of Qi and Shengwu. However, the people were just watching the excitement and did not point too much. From this point of view, the people under the feet of the Emperor of Ingwa were also very clear. When the gods fight, just watch the excitement, and you will never dare to shout before Ji Laomo arrives. When Ji Laomo comes, it is useless for the people not to shout. After all, Ji Laomo will do it himself and have enough food and clothing. "Miss Manru, go knock on the door." Ji Changsheng smiled and said to Manru, "You are the one who reported the third prince, and you should be the one to knock on the door of the third prince's mansion. Don't worry. With Prime Minister Li, Marshal Zhang and Deputy Pavilion Master Yu here, no one dares to kill you to silence you." Miss Manru tried to squeeze out a smile. "Master Ji, you are a very good person." Ji Changsheng nodded calmly. "Miss Manru has a good eye, and she is worthy of being someone who can see the true face of the third prince." Miss Manru's smile froze on her face. Obviously, her level is still not as good as Ji Laomo, mainly because she is not as thick-skinned as Ji Laomo. Following the queen, Miss Manru has seen many smiling tigers, but it is the first time she has seen such a shameless person like Ji Laomo. "I can only bear it." Manru gritted her teeth and knocked on the door of the Xianwang mansion. The third prince, titled Xianwang. Unexpectedly, it was not the third prince who came out to greet them, but the mistress of this mansion, Xianwang Consort Li Jianmei. "Meet Xianwang Consort." The people around saluted one after another, and Xianwang Consort blinked at Ji Changsheng. "Ji Changsheng, senior sister, where is Xianwang Consort?" Li Changshi casually said. "I talked to her about reason, but found that reasoning was not convincing at all. She has been completely assimilated by the demon cult monster of the third prince, and is determined to expand the power and influence of the Li family in Ingwa. Li Xiang is a member of the Li family. Expanding the power of the Li family in Ingwa. Is it looking for death? I don't understand what is too much. There is no way. I can only knock her out first." "Senior sister, you don't want to use her to gain merit, right?" Li Changshi nodded. "I have this idea. The Li family has prospered because of me. But some people in the family are not clear at all. When the Li family has reached this point, they should cherish their feathers. do good deeds, and keep a low profile. But Li Jiamei married the third prince. Li Xiang became the prime minister, and the Li family expanded in Ying state. I don't have the authority to control the Xian Wang Merit Tower now. If the Li family keeps doing this, it is possible that I will be implicated. The Xian Wang Merit Tower is the projection of the Xian Wang Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth. If you control the Xian Wang Merit Tower, you can be exempted from cause and effect. The former Yu Linglong and the current temple master can do it on their own. If Yu Lao Mo can always use the projection of the Yuan 2 Abi double sword to kill people, he can also do it on his own without being affected by cause and effect. However, the cost of Yu Lao Mo using the projection of the Yuan 2 Abi double sword to kill people is too high. Therefore, the only people in this world who can truly be exempted from karma are Yu Linglong in the past and the current master of the temple. It makes sense that Xuandu Temple is the first immortal sect, and its background is really too strong. In contrast, Ji Chaosheng and Li Chongxi, the two Daluo, do not have such treatment. They are the second only to Yu Linglong and the master of the temple in the world, who are not afraid of being contaminated by karma. But this is mainly because they have too many merits. Merits and karma and sins are mutually offset. The way of heaven is fair. It is impossible that you have done good things all your life, but all the previous good things will be reset to zero just because you did a bad thing or were implicated by others. This is obviously unfair. Therefore, even if the karma of the things done by the Li family is reflected back to Li Chongxi, there will not be too much. At least Li Chongxi's own merits will definitely cover it. Just like the killings committed by Ji Chongsheng, his merits can also cover it. However, no one wants to be entangled in karma. Li Chongxi's desire to reform the Li family is completely understandable within Ji Chongsheng's logic. As for whether the Li family understands it or not, Ji Chongsheng doesn't care. Where is the third prince? Ji Chongsheng continued to ask. Was he also knocked out by you, senior sister? Li Chongxi shook her head and said, the third prince was not at home. I only found Li Jianmei, but I still found a lot of surprises. I will take you to see it later. Thank you, senior sister. Li Chongxi said casually, junior brother. Why are you being so polite to me? Senior sister will take you to fly right away. Anyway, I also want to investigate who assassinated Ying 3. This time, Li Chongxi did not deliberately cooperate with Ji Chongsheng. She was really after Image, one of the 8 gold medal assassins of the Assassin's League. Li Chongxi is credited with 50% of the credit for the title of Absolute Sword Immortal. Remnant Shadow's achievements are 100% credited to Li Chongxi. So Remnant Shadow really went to the mansion of the eldest prince first, and then entered the mansion of the third prince. Ji Chongsheng did not wrongly accuse these two people at all. Li Chongxi was appointed by Absolute Sword Immortal, and she had to come. Since she is here, of course she has to fill up the merits. It happened that Ji Chongsheng went to Xuandu Temple before coming to Yinghua, and had a conversation with her. So the assassination of the Imperial Envoy happened. After exchanging information with Ji Chongsheng, Li Chongxi raised her hand and snapped her fingers. So Ji Chongsheng's eyes quickly flashed the scene that Li Xiang and the others had seen before. Ji Chongsheng, meet the virtuous princess. Li Jianmei frowned. I prefer others to call me Miss Li, not the virtuous princess. Women in Ying State are not just vassals of men. The Emperor Ying said that men and women are equal. Master Ji, do you look down on women? This punch caught Ji Chongsheng off guard in the eyes of outsiders. And the old demon Ji bowed his head and admitted his mistake rarely. It was Ji who made a mistake. Miss Li, please forgive me. Li Jianmei nodded with satisfaction. It is a great virtue to correct mistakes as soon as you know them. Master Ji knows how to respect women better than many stinky men in Ying State. Since Master Ji gave you face, I will also give you face. Please come in. After a pause, Li Jianmei's next word shocked everyone. Master Ji, as the virtuous princess, I report the virtuous king for forming a clique for personal gain and intending to rebel. Li Jianmei's real name report made everyone confused. Ji Chongsheng was not confused. He could only sigh that he and his senior sister were indeed a match made in heaven. This is a match made in heaven. Others simply can't stand it. Indeed, Li Xiang, an old fox who fought in the officialdom, was stunned when he heard Li Chongxi's words. Jianmei, be careful with your words. Li Jianmei said in a deep voice, Grandpa, are you asking me to give false testimony to protect the virtuous king in front of so many people? Li Xiang's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he saw the people of Ying State around him and Ji Changsheng staring at him with a smile. And he swallowed the following words. Grandpa certainly didn't mean that. Li Xiang explained. Grandpa is just curious. You and the virtuous king have always been in love. What happened today? Did the virtuous king do something to let you down? Tell Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely help you get justice. He quickly made the most favorable choice to resolve the current embarrassing situation and lead the matter to the topic of romance. As long as the people of Ying State thought that the third prince was wandering around and angered the virtuous princess, the matter would not be too big for a person of the status of the heir to the throne. The private morality of men and women will never be a fatal problem. He paved the way for Li Jianmei and hinted that he would seek justice for Li Jianmei. Unfortunately, the real Li Jianmei could not hear it, and Li Changxi would certainly not pay attention to him. Li Changxi said seriously, Grandpa, I have been taught by the Li family since I was a child, and I grew up reading the books of sages. The person I admire most is Emperor Ying. Who do you think I am? The issue of men and women is just a private morality issue. What I am reporting now is that the Xianhuang has a problem. Emperor Ying said that the descendants of the Ying family should take serving the people as their responsibility. However, the Xianhuang regarded himself as a noble person, recruited his followers, abused his power for personal gain, and completely abandoned the ideals and beliefs when the Ying kingdom was founded. For such an unfaithful and unfilial person, I, Li Jianmei, will never reconcile with him. Li Xiang was dumbfounded. He knew his granddaughter very well. No matter how he listened to it, it didn't sound like something his granddaughter would say. But this person looked like his granddaughter. What happened? Others didn't know what happened. However, the people watching the excitement around expressed their support for Li Jianmei with applause. Well said. Miss Li is very righteous. We all support Miss Li. Li Jianmei bowed to all directions. With righteousness and righteousness. And she was as good as a man. The wise king once told many disciples of the noble families in private that if he became emperor, he would rule the world with the literati, not with the people. With great achievements in the world, the world will naturally be peaceful. Li Jianmei is ashamed of such a beast who violates human ethics. Yingwe will always be the Yingwe of the people of Yingwe. Whoever stands on the opposite side of the people of Yingwe is my Li Jianmei's sworn enemy. Good. The people of Yingwe applauded. Li Xiang's eyes gradually lost focus. Marshal Zhang and Yu Qingzhao looked at Li Jianmei with more and more confusion. They were certainly not as familiar with Li Jianmei as Li Xiang. But could they say such things in front of others? Marshal Zhang looked at Li Xiang suspiciously, not judging that Li Xiang was acting. He looked at Yu Qingzhao again, and found that Yu Qingzhao was as shocked as he was. So today's drama was neither arranged by the Li family, nor by the secret law pavilion. Arranged by Ji Changsheng? That can't be possible. Ji Changsheng had just been in Yingwe for an hour, and he was on the go, with no free time at all. And it was his first time to come to the Xianhuang mansion. What is going on? Marshal Zhang touched his head subconsciously. He couldn't figure it out. No one thought about illusion at this time. After all, Li Changxi was the shame of Xuandu, and Ji Changsheng was here for the first time. And the people of Ying had no such knowledge at all. Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng didn't give them time to react. Detective Ji spoke decisively. Miss Li's report. Ji attaches great importance to it. I also admire Miss Li's deep sense of justice. However, as the young master of Tianxing sect and the successor of Xuandu Temple, I will never wrongly accuse a good person, nor will I let a bad person go. Miss Li, do you have evidence to prove what you said? Of course. I won't talk nonsense. Li Changxi waved her hand and became the leader. Young Master Ji, please come in. And the elders and villagers will come together. Today, I, Li Jianmei, will reveal the truth about the Xianhuang mansion to everyone, so that the elders and villagers can see the true face of the so-called Xianhuang in private. Ji Changsheng followed closely. Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang and Deputy Pavilion Master, you were still in a daze. Seeing that they did not stop them at all, the people of Ying State simply followed them to watch the fun. With Detective Ji around, they could not be killed to silence them. Their choice was right. Ji Changsheng would never let their safety be in trouble. And they did see the wonderful performance of the virtuous king. In the virtuous king's mansion, there were indeed no mountains of spiritual stones and beauties of various races like in the eldest prince's mansion. But there were many water mirror videos. Li Changxi explained, these are all water mirror videos of the virtuous king using the convenience of his position and the convenient conditions formed by his power or status to seek benefits for others and illegally accept money and property given by others. Some were recorded by the virtuous king himself in order to threaten others in the future. Some were recorded by me secretly because I had to get evidence before I could report the virtuous king. Otherwise, with the reputation of the virtuous king in the court and the public of Ming state, no one would believe me without evidence. Li Xiang's face changed again. Although he hadn't watched the water mirror video yet, he knew that these water mirror videos must be particularly heavy bombs, which would definitely blow up the third prince and many noble families. But before he could react, Li Jianmei suddenly frowned and said, "Grandpa, I know this matter is serious, but I must make these water mirror videos public today. You don't have to send me a message again. Before the matter is investigated clearly, it is indeed not appropriate to release the case information to the public. I understand all these principles, but many people in the 3 judicial departments responsible for the case are colluding with the virtuous king. How can you let me believe them? What's more, with so much evidence in hand, what is unclear about the investigation? Grandpa, you are covering up for the virtuous king. Do you have a private transaction with the virtuous king?" Swish. Everyone looked at Li Xiang. Li Xiang, who was old, had experienced many hardships and had been tested for a long time. But he was still messy at this time. "I didn't send a message. Forget it. Jianmei, just be happy." Li Xiang could only smile bitterly. He knew that he couldn't explain it clearly. Fortunately, he is a smart man. With his status, he certainly cannot get too close to the princes of the current dynasty. So there is no evidence of him in these water mirror videos. As for what happened to Li Jianmei, the granddaughter, Li Xiang is still inclined to believe that the third prince may have done something wrong to Li Jianmei outside. So the family is in turmoil, and was reported by his wife. This kind of thing is very common in Ningwu. It's just that Li Xiang never thought that this kind of thing would happen to their Li family girl. The matter is done, and he has no choice but to clear himself first and then wait and see. Li Xiang had shut up. So of course Marshal Zhang and Yu Qingzhao would not feel uncomfortable. But just a moment later, Marshal Zhang began to feel uncomfortable. Li Jianmei opened the first water mirror video. In the video, the third prince and Zhang Pingning, the only son of the third branch of the Zhang family, were toasting each other. And there was also someone Marshal Zhang was very familiar with, the Minister of Rights Hong Qiong. The content of their conversation made Marshal Zhang feel cold inside. "Pingning, this is the test paper for this year's imperial examination." The third prince handed Zhang Pingning a file. "This is this year's chief examiner, Minister Hong, who will also be your tutor in the future. This test paper was given to you by Minister Hong. Remember to thank Lord Hong in the future. With Minister Hong here, your ranking could have been arranged directly. However, if you were ranked as the top scholar, there would definitely be people who would not accept it. And according to convention, the emperor would personally look at the top scholar's paper. So you need to hand in a perfect answer sheet." Zhang Pingning took the test paper given to him by the third prince with a smile, and then raised his glass. "Your Highness, Minister Hong, I won't say much about my gratitude. It's all in the wine. I'll drink first to show my respect." After Zhang Pingning toasted the third prince with 3 cups of wine and Minister Hong with 2 cups, Minister Hong interrupted him with a smile. "That's enough. I've heard of Pingning's talent. Even without my care, Pingning would have been a top scholar. I'm just being safe. We are all selecting talents for the country. You don't have to be polite." Zhang Pingning said respectfully, "I know the kindness of Minister Hong in supporting me. After the court is dismissed tomorrow, I will host a meal with my father and invite Minister Hong to Zhang's house." Minister Hong was delighted, but he still said cautiously, "Forget it. The big exam is coming soon. It's not convenient for me to go to Zhang's house. Then come to my mansion." The third prince decided, "We are all friends. Let's keep in touch. No one will blame us. Besides, my mansion is very clean. The people that the secret law pavilion has planted in my mansion have long been our own people. Don't worry. Thank you, Your Highness X2. Li Changshi turned off the water mirror video and said to Marshal Zhang, "Marshal Zhang, does that young man look familiar to you?" Marshal Zhang looked at Li Changshi deeply, then turned his head and ordered, "Send someone to arrest Zhang Pingning and send him to the Ministry of Justice immediately." "Yes." "Wait a minute." Ji Changsheng stopped the servant of the Zhang family and smiled at Marshal Zhang. "Don't bother 2 masters for one thing. Take Zhang Pingning to the Xianwang mansion. Maybe you can confront the Xianwang face to face later." Marshal Zhang's hands trembled. Judging from the fact that Ji Chansheng killed the eldest prince without hesitation just now, Ji Chansheng really dared to kill people. Letting Zhang Pingning come to the Xianwang mansion is basically sending Zhang Pingning to the underworld. This is his grandson. Ji Chansheng is forcing him to send his son to hell. But he took a deep breath and ordered, "Do as Master Ji said." Ji Chansheng smiled and said, "Call Zhang Pingning's father as well. After all, his father's business is also involved here." Marshal Zhang's hands were not only shaking this time. His face was twitching. He looked at Ji Chansheng with a little pleading in his eyes. Ji Chansheng didn't say anything. But Li Chengxi spoke, not only the third branch of the Zhang family. "Master Ji, send someone to bring Minister Han of the Ministry of Rights here. The national talent selection ceremony is the fairest way for the people of Ying to compete with those disciples of the aristocratic families. But it has become a transaction in front of them. Such behavior is infuriating to both humans and gods." "Mrs. Li is right, Chief Steward Mao. You must bring Minister Han here within a quarter of an hour. If there is resistance, I will allow you to execute him first and report later." Ji Chongqing's face was as compassionate as always. Mao bowed and accepted the order. Marshal Zhang closed his eyes. And the whole person seemed to be 10 years older. "Bring the third son and Zhang Pingning here together. And wait for the trial of young Master Ji." He accepted it. It certainly doesn't feel good to send his son and grandson to the guillotine. But the Zhang family is a large family of hundreds of people. And Ji Chansheng is the young master of the heavenly demon sect, holding the jade sword of fairy Ling Long in his hand. He who knows the times is a hero. Li Chengxi played the second water mirror video. This time, the eyelids jumped, and it became Yu Qingxiao. There are still 3 people in the video. The third prince is still sitting in the main seat. On the left-hand side was a woman in her 30s. Ji Chansheng did not recognize her. But he heard the people around him whispering, "Shang Jingjia, the beloved daughter of the pavilion master of the secret law pavilion." The person on the right-hand side also looks familiar. Like the deputy city master of Yunqing. Yes, it is the deputy city master of Yunqing. They seem to be discussing the incident that happened in Yunqing last year. Ji Chansheng certainly did not know what happened in Yunqing of Ingwa last year. But the content of the water mirror video soon told him. "Xingjia, this is Deputy City Master Xian of Yunqing. Lord Xian, this is my good sister, the beloved daughter of the Pavilion Master Shang of the Secret Law Pavilion. If you want to get your business done, I am powerless. You need Xingjia to nod." Shang Xingjia said, "Lord Xian, what is the matter? Do you need your highness to help?" Deputy City Master Xian rubbed his hands. Obviously a little ashamed, Xian wants to ask Miss Shan to rescue someone from the secret prison of the Secret Law Pavilion. This request was not unexpected by Shang Jingjia. "Who? Sha Lei. Sha Lei? Is it Sha Lei who raped 3 decent girls and killed 2 people in Yunqing last year?" Shang Jingjia frowned and said, "This is a bit troublesome. If no one died, everything would be fine. But if someone died, according to the court law, it must be handled strictly and severely. I remember that the Ministry of Justice delayed the case of Sha Lei for a year before transferring it to the Secret Law Pavilion. Sha Lei caused great public resentment, and the pavilion has approved and sentenced him to death." The third prince smiled and said, "Xingjia, think of a way. City Lord Xian should be the real City Lord of Yunqing next year. More friends, more ways." Shang Xingjia glanced at Deputy City Lord Xian and asked curiously, "Why did City Lord Xian save Sha Lei?" Deputy City Lord Xian told the truth. "To be honest with Miss Shang, Sha Lei is my illegitimate son. Otherwise, he should have died in the Ministry of Justice last year." "I see." Shang Xingjia suddenly realized. She glanced at the third prince again. And the third prince nodded slightly, persuading her, "Xingjia, Lord Xian loves his son dearly. And we should all understand that. Think carefully. Is there any way to help Lord Xian?" Shang Xingjia pondered for a moment, and then spoke carefully. "It is impossible to change the sentence. The laws of Ingwa are strict. And this case has a huge impact. Many people are watching. What Sha Lei did is punishable by death wherever he is taken. So he must die. But since His Highness has spoken, Lord Xian can help. I will use a death row prisoner to replace Sha Lei. Anyway, those people don't know whether Sha Lei is dead or not. As long as Sha Lei changes his name outside, no one will know." Deputy City Lord Xian was overjoyed. "Thank you, Miss Shang." Shang Jingjia said calmly, "It's a small matter. since His Highness said that City Lord Xian is a friend. Friends should help each other. Xian understands. Miss Shang is right. Friends should help each other. Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingjiao. Many people were staring at her at this moment. Yu Qingjiao's forehead was sweating. She carefully identified the authenticity of the water mirror video. The secret law pavilion still had this ability. But she did not find any trace of fraud. And Shang Jingjiao and the third prince had always been very close. People once thought that there was a love affair between the two. And the case of Sha Lei did attract a lot of attention last year. Deputy Pavilion Lord Yu. Do you have any comment? Ji Changsheng asked. Yu Qingjiao quickly distanced herself. This matter has nothing to do with me. Ji Changsheng nodded. Indeed. It has nothing to do with Yu Qingjiao. But since you are the current manager of the Secret Law Pavilion, of course I have to find you if there is anything. Is Shang Jingjiao the beloved daughter of the head of the Secret Law Pavilion? Yes. Yu Qingjiao could not deny it. What about Sha Lei? Yu Qingjiao said in a deep voice, as far as I know. Sha Lei was executed last year. But according to the Shuijing video, Sha Lei should not be dead. Deputy Head Yu. I think with the ability of the Secret Law Pavilion, it should be very simple to confirm the identity of a death row prisoner and confirm whether a former fugitive is dead or not. Yu Qingjiao did not speak. But it was indeed very simple. The Secret Law Pavilion is the sharp weapon used by the Ying Kingdom to fight against the Immortal Gate. And it is naturally effortless to investigate such a small matter. Ji Changsheng stretched out a finger. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu. Within 1 minute, I want to know whether Sha Lei is dead or not. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Yu Qingjiao's pupils contracted, and she subconsciously looked at the exquisite fairy sword in Ji Changsheng's hand. Like Marshal Zhang, she did not dare to gamble. So she quickly used the exploration method of the Secret Law Pavilion. After a moment, her sound transmission node lit up. Yu Qingjiao did not dare to hide, and directly played the sound. Deputy Pavilion Master. We used the blood and fingerprints left by Sha Lei in our Secret Law Pavilion to compare, and found that there are still records of his activities in Yunqing today. It's really strange. There was an uproar all around. Ji Changsheng's eyes also completely turned cold. No wonder the master said that the third prince should be killed the most. After watching only 2 water mirror videos, Ji Changsheng had already seen the sins of the third prince against the Ying Kingdom. Sister, are the water mirror videos real? Li Chengxi nodded, of course. I only frame innocent people. There is no need to frame a scum like the third prince. Just then, the third prince came late. What are you all doing here? Madam, why don't you let young Master Ji, Prime Minister Li, Marshal Zhang, and Deputy Pavilion Master Yu sit in the house? Obviously, the third prince didn't know what happened. Before Li Chengxi took action, she had cut off the connection between the Xianwang mansion and the outside world. Everyone looked at the third prince with strange eyes. A compassionate smile appeared on Ji Chengxing's face again. You dog. Your crime has been exposed. Confess your crime of treason honestly. Chapter 194 The Lord of Demons from Heaven. The God of Tai Sui on earth. The third prince? He was a little confused. Although he knew that Ji Changsheng had a bad temper. Why did he start to scold him? Ji Changsheng used to kill demons from the demon cult. But he was the prince of Ying State. The third prince could swear to heaven that he had absolutely nothing to do with the demons from the demon cult. Master Ji, are you talking to me? The third prince still held back. Ji Changsheng continued to smile and said, of course it's you. You bastard. Come on. Count your sins. The third prince blurted out, can I still count my sins now? The third prince? People around him. The third prince was in a trance. He seemed to have heard himself talking just now. But he actually had no idea what Ji Changsheng was saying. Nor did he know what he said in reply. He just saw the weird looks that the people around him gave him. And he finally saw the water mirror video in Li Jianmei's hand. And his pupils began to shrink violently. Madam, what are you holding in your hand? Of course, it's your evidence of guilt. Li Jianmei was upright, drew a clear line with the third prince, and stood with Ji Qitian. You bastard. I have exposed all your affairs. I, Li Jianmei, grew up reading saints' books, and was influenced by the ideas of Emperor Ying. How could I be in the same boat with a traitor like you? You underestimated me. Well said. Ji Changsheng applauded his wife. But Miss Li is not accurate enough. The evidence of this bastard's guilt has not been fully exposed. The 2 things that have been exposed now are not enough to prove that the third prince deserves to die from the law of Ingwa. As I said, Ji Changsheng is a reasonable person. Since he has come to Ingwa, he should abide by the rules of Ingwa. In the water mirror video just now, the wise king of the current dynasty, the daughter of the master of the secret law pavilion, and the deputy city lord of Yunqing joined forces to rescue a murderer. And they also needed to use the method of Li Dai Tao Jiang. They are still willing to pretend. To be honest, Ji Changsheng was a little moved. Seeing that they are willing to pretend, Ji Changsheng is also willing to pretend. After all, he is really kind. The face of the third prince turned pale instantly. In fact, at this point, he still doesn't know what happened specifically. But these water mirror videos are indeed his backup. Once exposed, he is also clear about the consequences. The third prince keenly discovered that Li Jianmei has activated 2 water mirrors. This made him relax a little. If only 2 were exposed, there should be room for recovery. His first thought was the same as Li Xiang's. So he took a deep breath and put on a sincere smile. Jianmei, did you misunderstand something? I definitely don't have other women outside. He also thought that Li Jianmei might have thought that he was having an affair with other women outside. So she did this in anger. Jianmei, you know my feelings for you. Since I married you, I haven't even had a casual affair outside. Do you doubt my relationship with Shang Jingjia? Jingjia Pingming and I are like-minded and are sworn brothers and sisters. In terms of feelings, I am absolutely loyal to you. Ji Changsheng heard Li Changqi's voice transmission. No wonder Li Jianmei is devoted to this guy. He really doesn't mess around outside. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. Compared to the eldest prince, this bastard seems to like power more, and is more harmful. Jianmei, if you have any dissatisfaction, can we talk about it behind closed doors? The third prince tried his best to make amends. If I did something wrong, I will definitely try my best to make it up to you. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. You should believe me. I won't do anything to let you down. Li Jianmei sneered, bastard. You underestimate me. I never said you messed around with women outside. I said you secretly formed gangs, abused your power, accumulated money, and misled the country and the people. I, Li Jianmei, am not a person who indulges in petty love. I care about the people of the world. The third prince was struck by lightning and blurted out, this is impossible. You are not Jianmei. Who are you? Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi's faces sank at the same time. Li Changqi said to Ji Changsheng, junior brother, this guy should be charged with leaking secrets. Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. He deserves to die. Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang and others didn't see it. But the third prince saw it. It turns out that the bad guys are bad, but not stupid. The more so, the more they deserve to die. Li Jianmei was too lazy to pay attention to the third prince. She opened another water mirror video. This time, the water mirror video made Li Xiang's already old face look 3 years older. Because one of the 3 people who appeared in the water mirror video this time was his son Li Kangjian, who was also Li Jianmei's biological father. In the video, the third prince was drinking tea with his father-in-law and another woman who was not unfamiliar in Ingwa. It's Tan Qiurong, the sister of the head of the Tan family. Ji Changsheng looked at Tan Yin. Tan Yin's face was also surprised. But he still said, it is indeed my aunt. But I haven't heard my aunt say that she has contact with the virtuous king. Wait, is it that spiritual mind? Tan Yin suddenly thought of something. The content of the water mirror video also quickly told the truth to the world. Li Kangjian took the initiative to offer a cup of spiritual tea and asked with a smile, Boss Tan, I heard that the Tan family found a spiritual mine in the west. Tan Qiurong didn't drink the tea. She knew that once she drank this cup of tea, what she vomited out would most likely be a spiritual mine. Tan Qiurong just said coldly, our Tan family heard that a Mahayana cultivator had fallen in that place. We sent people to search the local area for more than a year and finally found traces of the spiritual mine. Spirit stones are renewable resources in this world. But the consumption is also very huge. Cultivators must use high-quality and top-quality spiritual stones for cultivation. But there is a high probability that spiritual mines will form in the area where the great cultivators die. Digging out a spiritual mine is equivalent to becoming a billionaire instantly, provided that you can keep it. Li Kangjian said to Tan Qiurong seriously, Boss Tan, you don't know that the fallen Mahayana monk is from our Li family. Tan Qiurong was so angry that she laughed. There are only a few Mahayana monks in the Li family. You can count them on your fingers. Each one has a history. Boss Li, The Li family should not be so ugly. Tan Qiurong said so. And Li Kongjian did not speak again. At this time, the third prince picked up the teacup and placed it in front of Tan Qiurong. Boss Tan, drink tea. Tan Qiurong's face turned very ugly. And he reminded Xian Wang, you have never interfered in business competition. Do you want to help Boss Li to seize by trickery? The third prince chuckled and said, what are you talking about? Mr. Tan? Of course. I will not help my father-in-law to rob people. Tan Qiurong's expression did not ease. And he continued to ask in a deep voice, what does the wise king mean? The third prince said softly, I want to tell Mr. Tan that there is a problem with the business of the Tan family in the West. The procedures are not complete, and we cannot apply for a mining license. If we cannot apply for a mining license, we cannot mine the discovered spiritual stone mine. Tan Qiurong's face was as heavy as water. Wise king, our Tan family will not be bullied in Ingwa. The third prince chuckled and said, of course. The head of the Tan family is the second richest man in Ingwa. And he is also famous with my father. But there is a saying. I wonder if Mr. Tan has heard it. What is it? Scholars, farmers, workers, merchants. There was silence for half a minute. Tan Qiurong picked up the tea offered by the third prince. The third prince smiled and clinked glasses with Tan Qiurong. Don't worry, Mr. Tan. As long as the Tan family operates legally in Ingwa, I will take care of it. There is no need to tell outsiders about what happened today. Otherwise, I will be very unhappy. Tan Qiurong drank the tea given by the third prince and left the scene with a sullen face, leaving the third prince and Li Kongjian to continue talking. Father-in-law, swallow this spiritual stone mine and ask grandfather to operate it. You should be able to become the number one in the spiritual mine of Ingwa. The spiritual mine is a strategic resource, and father-in-law must grasp this position well. Don't worry, my virtuous king. I know the importance. The third prince trembled all over. GMA. Why are you doing this? That's your father. Li GMA said seriously. I will kill my relatives for the sake of justice and draw a clear line with national parasites like you and my father. I, Li GMA, have acted upright all my life. I can't go along with the bad husband and father just because I am not virtuous. Miss Li said it well. Ji Qingtian clapped his hands in praise. Then he and Li Chongxi understood why Li GMA was so devoted to the third prince. This is no longer just a relationship between husband and wife. This is a true community of interests. Looking at Li Xiong's face now, you can see how serious this matter is. Li Xiong, I guess you definitely don't know about this matter. Ji Changsheng first paved a way for Li Xiong. Li Xiong smiled bitterly and said, I really don't know. But Li Kongjian must know. Did you call Li Kongjian? Or did I send someone to call him? Or did you send someone to send him away? And then I killed him in the name of absconding from the crime? At the end, Ji Chengqing's tone was still a little expectant. Li Xiong smiled bitterly and bowed. I will make Li Kongjian appear in the Xianwang mansion within a quarter of an hour. According to the laws of Ingwa, the behavior of Li Kongjian and the third prince is just an economic crime, which is actually not a big problem. As long as the Li family works hard, they can still suspend the sentence for a few years. Get a medical diagnosis certificate to confirm that Li Kongjian has mental problems. And then he won't have to go to jail. But if Li Kongjian ran away, Li Xiong was 100% sure that Ji Changsheng would kill people right after. So he hoped that his son would receive the fairest trial. At this time, Zhang Pingning, his father, and Minister Hong of the Ministry of Rights were all taken to the Xianwang mansion. The third prince had a good memory. When he saw these three people appear, he knew that the imperial examination cheating must have happened, and his face became more and more ugly. Zhang Pingning and his father were obviously seriously educated on the way here. So when they arrived at the Xianwang mansion, they immediately knelt in front of Ji Changsheng. I did cheat in the imperial examination, and I am willing to accept the court's trial. I and the virtuous king did have a profit transfer, and I am willing to turn myself in and accept the investigation. Minister Hong was not educated, but he was a smart man. Seeing Zhang Pingning and his father, two members of the Zhang family, kneel so quickly, he also knelt on the ground instantly. Master Ji, I did not check the imperial examination strictly, but everything was instructed by the virtuous king. I am willing to make meritorious contributions and become a tainted witness. Ji Changsheng, the third prince. Both of them were a little angry. Ji Changsheng was angry because these guys were not guilty of death according to the laws of Ing state. The third prince was angry because these guys dared to turn the tables. At this time, the sound transmission note on Yu Qingjia's body flashed again. And then she nodded to Ji Changsheng. Master Ji, the secret law pavilion in Yunqing has taken action and has captured Sha Lei. But Shang Xingjia is still at the pavilion master's house. So Master Ji may need to take action himself. She is the deputy pavilion master of the secret law pavilion. And it would be bad for her to take action against the pavilion master's biological daughter. If she can take advantage of this opportunity to nail the pavilion master to death, it will be fine. If she fails to nail him to death, she will be in big trouble in the future. So Yu Qingjiao didn't dare to gamble. When the third prince heard the name Sha Lei and Shang Xingjia, his heart sank again. But he kept the last hope. Master Ji, you and this king may have some misunderstandings. The third prince struggled to death, although the water mirror video is difficult to fake. It is not absolutely foolproof. This king suspects that the person in the water mirror video is a demon from the demon sect, deliberately framing this king, the real demon from the demon cult. Old Demon Ji was furious. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu, the secret law pavilion should be professional in this area. But you can see that the water mirror video has signs of fraud? Yu Qingjiao shook his head without hesitation. There is no shortage of discerning people in the Ying Kingdom, and it is meaningless for her to deny this. Besides, it did not involve her, and no one greeted her in advance. So of course she was too lazy to cover up for the third prince. It must be said that Ji Changsheng caught everyone off guard, leaving these offenders no time to react, let alone remedial measures. Ji Changsheng continued to ask, then from the professional perspective of Deputy Pavilion Master Yu, is the third prince in the water mirror video himself? Yu Qingjiao still did not hesitate. Of course it is himself. Even if I admit my mistake, Li Kaijian, Zhang Pingning, Shang Xingjia and others will not admit it. Ji Changsheng's eyes when he looked at the third prince again were already carrying obvious murderous intent. You bastard. You can come up with an excuse to make up a lie, Ji Changsheng said coldly. Keep making it up. Let this detective see what else you have up your sleeve. The third prince. Before he could find a new excuse, Li Kaijian was brought to the scene by Li Xiang's men. It must be said that a big boss is a big boss. He has the final say in the court of Ing state, and he also has the final say within the family. After Zhang Pingning and his father arrived at the Xianwang mansion, they knelt directly at Ji Changsheng's feet. After Li Kaijian arrived at the Xianwang mansion, he also knelt down and admitted his mistakes. Master Ji, there is indeed a collusion between the Xianwang and me, and seizing the spirit stone mine from Tanshirong is just one of them. After the Xianwang made connections, I finally received 7 other interest connections, and I am willing to confess all of them and make meritorious contributions while guilty. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. The third prince also reacted suddenly. From the Zhang family to the Li family, they all admitted their guilt when facing Ji Changsheng. The eldest prince seems to have been killed by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng holds the Linglong fairy sword in his hand, and he is also the young master of the heavenly demon sect. If he continues to quibble, he may soon follow in his elder brother's footsteps. He must admit his guilt. But once he admits the matter, his reputation as a wise king will be completely ruined, and the possibility of succession will be reduced to the lowest. But now, he should consider life and death. The third prince is a decisive person. Although he is very sad, he quickly made a decision. Young Master Ji, I am willing to plead guilty. Plead guilty? Yes. As Madam said, I have lost the ideals and beliefs that Ingwe has always had, betrayed my original mission, and done many wrong things. I have deeply realized my mistakes, and am willing to make meritorious contributions while guilty, and take the initiative to confess my crimes. Ji Changsheng and Li Changshi looked at each other. Ji Changsheng realized the third prince's intention and sneered, making meritorious service while serving your sentence? You should be sentenced to death. Other things can be compromised. But on this matter, the third prince cannot retreat even a step. He shouted, Master Ji, I am guilty and willing to accept all investigations by the court. But my crime does not deserve death. According to the laws of the Ying Kingdom, I will be sentenced to as many years as I should, and I will never cry out for injustice. But Master Ji took the initiative to use private punishment, and the people of the Ying Kingdom will never let Master Ji do whatever he wants. Ji Changsheng said coldly, Not guilty? Are you sure? I am sure. Then keep watching. In front of the people of the Ying Kingdom, Ji Changsheng opened all the water mirror videos in the Xianwang mansion. The crimes in the video are too numerous to list. They are all solid evidence that the third prince formed a clique for personal gain and abused his power. But half an hour later, Ji Changsheng's face turned black. Li Changqi's face also turned ugly. And she cursed directly. This dog thing is really smart. He never said anything final. It was all ambiguous hints. It's not easy to convict him. The third prince admitted it so readily. And he also recognized this point. Master Ji, I made a mistake, and am willing to accept the court's trial. After watching his own water mirror video, the third prince was completely relieved. It's worth his caution for so many years. Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi looked at each other. From the water mirror video, the third prince was not guilty of death. There was no record of collusion with the Assassins' League. Ingwu is a country that values evidence. Then I can only make evidence myself. Li Jianmei stood up again. Master Ji, I report that the virtuous king secretly hid the Jade Seal and plotted rebellion. The Jade Seal is hidden under the second tree in the backyard of the virtuous king's mansion. A minute later, Ji Changsheng got the Jade Seal. Ji Qitian was furious and took action directly. The traitors who plotted rebellion should be killed by everyone. After the voice fell, Ji Qitian swung his knife brazenly. He wasted an hour of his time. But he didn't find any evidence that could really kill the third prince. The laws of Ingwu were too imperfect. The old demon Ji was very angry. And the consequences were very serious. So the third prince decisively fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. The golden lotus of merit bloomed on Ji Changsheng's head. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang's eyes twitched violently. And they wanted to say something but stopped. This Jade Seal is the Qi style again. Chapter 195. Do you know the truth about the assassination of Emperor Ing III? Detective Ji, shut up. I don't want to hear it. The Jade Seals of every country are different. Some people understand this. But Ji Changsheng has not studied it. And neither has Li Changqi. Coincidentally, the last human dynasty that Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi visited was Qi. And they had seen the Jade Seals of Qi. Therefore, the Jade Seals hidden in the residence of the third prince became the Qi style. This work was done very roughly. And it was not hidden from the discerning people at all. But Zhang Bei was not there. Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, and Yu Qizhao, who reacted at the first time, were all really smart people who knew when to play dumb. Although they wanted to complain in their hearts. Their mouths were as tight as cast iron. But there were still idiots. The head of the third prince fell right in front of Zhang Pingning, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhang Pingning looked at the third prince, who died with his eyes open. And the whole person was almost scared to pee. Seeing the Jade Seal in Ji Changsheng's hand again, he blurted out, "This is not the Jade Seal of our Ing country. This is the Jade Seal of Qi." Ji Changsheng, Li Changqi, Marshal Zhang's eyes went dark. Fuck. We have to call Pingju over quickly. Otherwise, the Zhang family will sooner or later die at the hands of useless descendants like Zhang Bei and Zhang Pingning. Marshal Zhang kicked Zhang Pingning away with a kick. And a big drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly made amends. "I'm sorry that you were ignorant. Young Master Ji, you are the only one who has a big mouth. Who can't see that it is the Jade Seal of Qi?" Marshal Zhang was very angry. If it wasn't his grandson, he would have kicked Zhang Pingning to death with that kick just now. Even now, he was kicked half to death. Li Changqi was also a little embarrassed, and sent a message to Ji Changsheng, "Junior brother, this can't be blamed on me. I haven't seen the Jade Seal of the Ing Kingdom either. It's okay." Ji Changsheng calmly comforted Li Changqi, and then said to Marshal Zhang, "It's okay. I haven't seen what the Jade Seal of the Ing Kingdom looks like. According to what Master Ling said, I killed the wrong third prince?" Marshal Zhang was old, and after hearing what Ji Changsheng said, his legs still felt a little weak instantly. Although he had been killing people with iron blood all his life, it was the first time in his life that he had seen someone like Ji Lao-imo who dared to kill the prince of the Ing Kingdom so cleanly. It's not okay. How could young Master Ji be wrong? Marshal Zhang took the initiative to take the blame and went straight out. The consequences of offending the third prince were acceptable. Anyway, he was already a dead man. But if he offended Ji Lao-imo, he might become a dead man immediately. So Marshal Zhang chose to help Ji Lao-imo clean up his name. The third prince secretly kept the Jade Seal of Qi, and it seems that he has connections with Qi. Is the Emperor of Qi a puppet supported by Huangquan sect? Ji Changsheng nodded. Marshal Zhang said decisively, "That's right. Young Master Ji is very observant. And the third prince may have been bewitched by Huangquan sect. So he made all kinds of mistakes. Is that so? It must be. Marshal Zhang's words were firm. But Ji Qingtian was still a little unsure. Marshal Zhang, I have just come to your precious land. And I don't know much about the laws of Ying. I killed someone on the spot. And the person I killed was a prince. Did I violate the laws of Ying? Ji Qingtian asked. Marshal Zhang gave a definite answer. Murder is of course a serious crime. But it involves treason. As Master Ji said, anyone can kill him. The laws of Ying state are strict. But they will never show leniency to traitors. Master Ji killed the demons and eliminated the monsters. Not only did he not do anything wrong, but he also made meritorious deeds. That's good. Ji Qingtian was completely relieved. With Marshal Zhang's endorsement. I feel relieved. Marshal Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his head. Marshal Zhang didn't have time to rejoice. And heard Ji Chansheng pointing the finger at his grandson. So what is Zhang Pingning's rule? Is he speaking up for the demons of the demon cult? Marshal Zhang's cold sweat flowed down again. He tried very hard to choose his words. Master Ji, Zhang Pingning and the demons of the demon cult are together. So there must be major problems. I suggest that the 3 law departments investigate and punish severely. I hereby assure the people of Yingwa that I will never bend the law for personal gain. Ji Chansheng said with relief. Of course I believe in Marshal Zhang. But judging from the water mirror videos found in the residence of the third prince, there are indeed many people with problems in the 3 law departments. I don't trust them. What can we find out when our own people investigate our own people? Marshal Zhang's face turned pale. He heard the murderous intent in Ji Changsheng's words. At this time, Li Xiang spoke decisively and helped the political enemy who had fought with him for half his life, showing his skillful skills in the court of Yingwa for decades. Let Princess Hongye investigate. Li Xiang made his suggestion. Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows. Li Xiang said in a deep voice, Master Ji, judging from the evidence we found today, the 3 law departments are indeed no longer trustworthy. And there are also many problems in the secret law pavilion. However, Princess Hongye has studied in Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion before, and she can definitely be trusted. Given your relationship with Princess Hongye, Master Ji, you must believe that Princess Hongye will not bend the law for personal gain. Let Princess Hongye investigate them and deal with them strictly in accordance with the laws of Ying State. And everyone in Ying State will be convinced. The most important thing is that for the sake of Ying Hongye, Ji Chansheng can't kill again. He can also use this opportunity to let Ying Hongye eliminate dissidents and place his own forces. Li Xiang's move is not bad. On Ji Changsheng's side, the Ying people really have no way to use their power. But on Ying Hongye's side, he and Marshal Zhang have the ability to exert influence. If Ji Chansheng and Ying Hongye came to Yingwa completely for power and profit, Ji Chansheng should agree to Li Xiang's suggestion. Even if they didn't come for power and profit, Ji Chansheng couldn't refuse it openly, because this proposal is definitely beneficial to Ying Hongye. But Ji Laoimo is Ji Laoimo after all. He smiled and nodded. Li Xiang's words are mature and prudent, and I should agree to it. Hearing Ji Chansheng say it's reasonable, Li Xiang's heart sank. It's just that Hongye is worried about the injury of His Majesty, and can't do anything else. She has entrusted me with full authority. She wants to be filial to His Majesty at his sickbed, as Hongye's best friend. How can I bear to let Hongye give up the opportunity to be filial because of these trivial matters? This is not friendship, Ji Chansheng said seriously, although I am also busy. Since I promised Hongye, I will be responsible to the end. Li Xiang's forehead began to sweat. If Ji Laoimo is responsible, his son may not be able to be saved. At this time, it is necessary to divert the trouble. Li Xiang suddenly thought of someone. Where is the afterimage? Yes, where is the afterimage? Marshal Zhang also reacted. Didn't they say that the afterimage entered the Xianwang mansion? Why didn't they find her trace? Report. The last trace of the afterimage disappeared outside the Shang Pavilion Master's mansion. This time it was Ji Changsheng's turn to have his eyes twitched violently. Li Changshi rolled her eyes silently. And then her eyes were as sharp as a knife, sweeping over Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang and Yu Qingxiao. Cha-sheng. Who do you think did it? It was definitely not her and Ji Chansheng. Before, whether it was the assassination of the imperial envoy, going to the eldest prince's mansion, or the afterimage that disappeared in the third prince's mansion, they were all real afterimages. As descendants of the righteous path, Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi never framed others. But now they are both in the same place. The afterimage disappeared outside the mansion of the master of the secret law pavilion. This is really weird. Ji Changsheng locked his final target on Yu Qingxiao. It should be Yu Qingxiao. Ji Changsheng analyzed. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang obviously didn't react just now. And with their status, there is no need to target the head of the secret law pavilion. Although the head of the secret law pavilion is also a high-ranking and powerful person in Ying State, and can even be ranked in the top 5 in terms of actual power. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang are undoubtedly the top 2. If they want to move the head of the secret law pavilion, there is no need to lower their status so much. It is more likely that Yu Qingxiao wants to take the opportunity to take the position. Li Changqi rolled her eyes again. According to the intelligence of the Assassin's League, there is basically no faction in the secret law pavilion. It is a one-man show by the surname Shang. Yu Qingxiao was also promoted by the surname Shang, and is an absolute confidant. She did this, which is a typical betrayal. Normal. Who wants to be the second in command when you can be the boss? Ji Changsheng didn't care. After all, not everyone is as noble as him. Should I follow her wishes? Li Changqi asked. Ji Changsheng shrugged. It doesn't matter. What I want is merit. As for where the merit is, it doesn't matter to me. If I find out that Yu Qingxiao is also a meritorious person, I will kill her together. Li Changqi agreed. Junior brother, what you said is very true. Merit is the most important thing. Don't worry about other things. In their eyes, the people of Ying are people with great merit and small merit, as well as innocent people and a few good people. I will clean up the Xianwang mansion from inside to outside. And you go to the secret law pavilion. Li Changqi and Ji Changsheng divided the territory. There must be a lot of merit in the Xianwang mansion. And the Xianwang concubine's surname is Li. Although Li Changqi didn't care, she still had to make up for it. Ji Changsheng certainly had no objection. Senior sister, tell me when you're done with things here. After bidding farewell to Li Changqi, Ji Changsheng waved his hand and sent troops to Shang Mansion. Because the secret law pavilion did not receive the news of the assassination of Ying III by the Assassin's League in advance, the head of the secret law pavilion Shang had been ordered to reflect behind closed doors. Shang Jingjia is the only daughter of Pavilion Master Shang. The water mirror videos found in the third prince's residence before involved the families of Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang chose to admit their guilt and quickly sent their families to the Xianwang mansion. But Shang Jingjia never came to confess his guilt. Ji Changsheng has not forgotten this matter. Faces given to each other. Those who don't give him face can only be demons of the demon cult. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu. Shang Jingjia has not come to surrender before. Do you think Pavilion Master Shang doesn't know about this? Or is he so eager to love his daughter that he deliberately bends the law for personal gain? Ji Changsheng asked. Yu Qingxiao smiled bitterly. She didn't want to answer this question. But facing Ji Changsheng's sharp eyes, she knew that her little tricks might have been completely seen through by the young leader of the heavenly demon cult. She was not surprised by this. At first, they hadn't reacted yet. Now, with her and Marshal Li Xiangzhang's level, they could guess that the so-called afterimage was Ji Changsheng's people. And the afterimage that disappeared outside the Shang mansion could only be her people. She didn't expect to deceive Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng asked her to answer the heart-piercing questions now, which was also to make her stand clear. If there was a choice, she would still like to wait until the ending came out before taking sides. But there was no choice. She could only grit her teeth and say, in terms of power, Pavilion Master Shang is not as good as Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. But in terms of being well informed, Pavilion Master Shang is even better than your majesty in the territory of Ying State, especially in the capital. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said, Deputy Pavilion Master Yu's implication is that Pavilion Master Shang loves his daughter so much that he is partial to his daughter and perverts the law? Yu Qingjiao's tone gradually became calm and firm. I do mean that. Shang Jingjia is the Pavilion Master's only daughter, and has always been the Pavilion Master's jewel in the palm. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what trouble Shang Jingjia gets into, the Pavilion Master will help her clean up the mess. No one spoke around. Everyone was silent. After all, this was an internal fight between the Pavilion Master and the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Secret Law Pavilion. Even Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang quietly moved away 3 steps. Even with their identities, they also did not want to get involved in the internal struggle of the Secret Law Pavilion. Only Ji Changsheng was selfless and broad-minded. And he was fearless under the blessing of his passion. Knowing the law and breaking it is a heavier crime. I hope that Pavilion Master Shang will not make mistakes. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng was disappointed. They soon arrived at the door of Shang Mansion, and they knocked on the door of Shang Mansion quickly. However, there was only Pavilion Master Shang in the mansion, and Shang Jingjiao was not there. Facing Ji Changsheng's inquiry, Pavilion Master Shang just bowed and said, "Master Ji, my daughter is kind-hearted. She must have been deceived by the villain and made a mistake. As for her current location, I don't know much either. It's just that she just told me yesterday that she was going to travel to other countries for a few days. She may have already arrived abroad." Yu Qingzhuo's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Pavilion Master, I met Jingjiao this morning." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Pavilion Master Shang's eyes, and he said coldly, "You are wrong. Master Ji, please come in and talk." Ji Changsheng kindly reminded Pavilion Master Shang, "You are not only breaking the law knowingly, but also shielding the murderer and resisting the court investigation. If you don't hand over Shang Jingjiao, I have reason to suspect that you sent Shang Jingjiao out of Ingwa through the Assassin's League. And then I have reason to suspect that the assassination of His Majesty was instigated by you." The face of Pavilion Master Shang changed slightly, but he was still very calm overall. The next moment, Ji Changsheng heard the voice of Pavilion Master Shang, "Master Ji, there is another hidden story about the assassination of His Majesty. Please come in and talk. As long as Master Ji is willing to show mercy to my daughter, Shang promises to tell everything and let Master Ji find out the whole truth immediately." Another hidden story? The truth? Ji Changsheng and Pavilion Master Shang looked at each other. Even though he deliberately showed the exquisite fairy sword, Pavilion Master Shang's eyes did not dodge or fear at all. It doesn't look like acting. This guy really knows the truth about the assassination of Ing 3. No wonder he is so confident. Ji Changsheng had a guess in an instant. And then he laughed out loud. "The truth? What I found is the truth. Whoever Detective Ji said was the murderer was the murderer. He said no. Even if the murderer surrendered himself, it would definitely be fake." In the shocked eyes of the Shang Pavilion Master, Ji Changsheng slapped him and said, "Young master of the Tianxing sect, do not make deals with any criminals." Chapter 196, The First Appearance of the Fire. The strength of Ing State. The head of the Shang Pavilion was stunned by the Jishin detective. He really had a trump card. So he dared to negotiate a deal with Ji Lao Mo. As the head of the Secret Law Pavilion, the first person in the Ing State intelligence system, the Shang Pavilion has more information in his hands than Ji Changsheng can imagine. Otherwise, he would not be so calm. But Ji Lao Mo's reaction caught him off guard. According to the information he collected, Ji Lao Mo was very polite to Li Huanyan, a big man who held important intelligence. Why is it different for him? Of course, Ji Changsheng didn't know what the Shang Pavilion Master was thinking. Otherwise he would definitely laugh out loud. Bao is a big beauty. How can you, a stinky man, compare with her? It's clear that Ji Changsheng is sexist and favors girls over boys. The male Bao can be trembling with anger. Of course, there must be a reason that he can't beat Indian Bao's strength and Bao's power. As for Pavilion Master Shang? Who is this? Old Demon Ji didn't even care what his name was. "Master Ji, I really know the truth about His Majesty's assassination." Pavilion Master Shang was anxious and said it loudly. This was his biggest trump card. If Ji Changsheng played hard with him and forced his trump card to fail, he would be so frustrated. After hearing what Pavilion Master Shang said, Ji Changsheng didn't react much. But the three giants of Ing State were very shocked. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang looked at each other and found that the other party should not have known about it before. Yu Qingzhao's face turned pale in an instant. "You know the truth? No wonder you immediately closed the door and refused to see guests and said nothing when this happened." Her heart sank into the bottomless abyss. It's bad. This guy is fishing for law enforcement, and her ambition has been hooked out. But Ji Changsheng immediately gave her great comfort. Ji Changsheng slapped him again. "I asked where Shang Jingjiao is? You answered irrelevantly. I think you are the real murderer who assassinated His Majesty." Ji Changsheng, don't go too far. Shang Pavilion Master raised his hand to block Ji Changsheng's slap. Boom! The invisible energy swept around, and Ji Changsheng subconsciously took a step back, while Shang Pavilion Master did not move, which surprised Ji Changsheng. You actually relied on your own strength to get to the top. This guy's own strength is above the refining void realm. In Ingwa, this is a bit strange, because Ingwa takes another path, and is not known for its own strength. Li Xiang explained to Ji Changsheng, "Young Master Ji, you don't know that Shang Pavilion Master's father is one of the elders of the Fire Seed. And he was also one of the vain masters of Danqing Pavilion 100 years ago." Ji Changsheng really didn't know this information. If he still investigates everyone's intelligence with his wife's jade sword, then he has a brain problem. If Li Huanyan had the strength of Yu Linglong, she would not work so hard to expand her intelligence network. However, Ji Changsheng frowned immediately. "People from Danqing Pavilion? Why don't I see the righteousness?" Pavilion Master Shan coughed lightly and explained his origins. "Master Ji, my father is from Danqing Pavilion. But I didn't practice in Danqing Pavilion. I just took the empty position of the outer elder of Danqing Pavilion." Ji Changsheng sneered, "If you can't practice, just say you can't practice. You are quite good at flattering yourself." Pavilion Master Shang blushed. Ji Changsheng was right. He just couldn't practice it. Not everyone can enter the top immortal gates in the world. The threshold is actually very high. And the merit and virtue of Xuandu Temple and the righteousness of Danqing Pavilion require higher qualities besides talent. Ji Changsheng knows quite a few Danqing Pavilion disciples. From Pavilion Master Jiang Shi to senior brother Chao Ziming, including Du Zongxing who died in Ji Changsheng's hands before. These people are not only talented, but even Du Zongxing has never done any evil things in public. Moreover, Du Zongxing only gradually began to deteriorate after reaching the Golden Core realm. It would be a miracle if Pavilion Master Shang, a spy chief, could practice righteousness. Even if Yulao Li Huanyan was called over, they couldn't practice righteousness. This is not just a matter of talent. Power, position, and property can all be inherited. But intangible assets such as righteousness and merit and virtue are difficult to inherit, and can basically only be inherited by oneself. The Shang Pavilion Master has a father who is at the level of the leader of the Danqing Pavilion. 100 years ago, he was also one of the top 10 or even top 5 big men in the Danqing Pavilion. And his status was not necessarily worse than the current Qinglian Sword Immortal. In this case, if the Shang Pavilion Master has a slight possibility, he will not switch to practicing other schools. To put it bluntly, this guy is not a good person. And even he himself does not think he is a good person. The minimum requirement for practicing Haoran Jingqi is that you must think that you are a good person, and that you have been doing Haoran things. The Shang Pavilion Master can't do it. Then Ji Changsheng naturally has no scruples. If you can't even cultivate Haoran Jingqi, what good can you be? Detective Ji made the final conclusion. Yu Qingjiao felt calm when he heard it. If Lord Shang was fishing, she would have been caught. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. There is no turning back in life. Since she has been betrayed in the officialdom, she can't stand back. Even if she wants to stand back, Lord Shang will not believe her. So she can only go all the way. After looking at Ji Changsheng, Yu Qingjiao's eyes flashed with determination. The final fate of many people depends on the choice at the critical moment. Now is the critical moment for Yu Qingjiao. She decided to take a gamble. So she issued an order, "Do it." Ji Changsheng and Lord Shang both looked at Yu Qingjiao. Ji Changsheng hadn't reacted yet. But the Shang Pavilion Master, who knew Yu Qingjiao better, suddenly jumped in his heart and said angrily, "Yu Qingjiao, who did you attack?" Yu Qingjiao ignored the Shang Pavilion Master's words and said directly to Ji Changsheng, "Master Ji, my people have captured Shang Jingjia and will bring him here soon." Ji Changsheng and Yu Qingjiao looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu is loyal to the country and is not afraid of power. I will inform Princess Hongye. Yu Qingjiao relaxed again. She didn't know whether her gamble was right or wrong this time. But since she was already at the table, and the Shang Pavilion Master opposite had revealed his trump card, she could only go all in. Go all in is a kind of wisdom. Yu Qingjiao completely cut off his retreat. "Master Ji, I have collected some information about Shang Jingjia's abuse of power and profit transfer using his father's power. And I have also reported it to His Majesty privately." The three giants of Ing State were a little shocked. They didn't know about this. Yu Qingjiao continued, "Your Majesty has always kept silent about it, and I have been forced to endure it until now. If Master Ji and Princess Hongye are willing to enforce the law impartially, I am willing to lend a helping hand to Master Ji." Deputy Pavilion Master Yu is thoughtful. "Bring me the evidence." Young Master Ji. Wait a moment. It is obvious that Yu Qingjiao has been eyeing the position of Pavilion Master Shang for a long time. She has done a lot of work secretly over the years. Ji Changsheng quickly got the information about Shang. After a brief browse, Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and handed the evidence to Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, take a look together. Are the things recorded above true? Li Xiang only read it for a minute and said to Ji Changsheng, Young Master Ji, Mr. Shang is the fire seed meritorious and founding hero of Ying State. Marshal Zhang added, Mr. Shang is still alive. Ji Changsheng did some reading comprehension. All the information brought by Deputy Pavilion Master Yu is true. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang did not deny it. Ji Changsheng nodded and handed the evidence to Pavilion Master Shang again. Look for yourself. I don't want to wrongly accuse a good person. I'll give you a chance to defend yourself. Ji Changsheng cultivates the spirit of merit. Killing a good person will be affected and his merit will be reduced. Of course, since his debut, Ji Changsheng has not killed the wrong person. It has to be said that there are still too many merits in this world. Shang Pavilion Master didn't look at it at all. He knew it must be true. And at this time, his beloved daughter had been taken to the scene by Yu Qingzhao's confidant. Let me go! My father is the Pavilion Master of the Secret Law Pavilion. And my grandfather is the Fire Seed Elder. Who gave your dog the courage to catch me? Is Yu Qingzhao crazy? Shang Jingjiao kept struggling. Shang Pavilion Master was heartbroken. Yu Qingzhao, you are very good. Shang Pavilion Master looked at Yu Qingzhao with murderous intent and said coldly, let him go. I don't want to say it a second time. Don't harm your family. You have crossed the line. Yu Qingzhao ignored what Pavilion Master Shang said and just looked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng did not let her down. It is correct not to harm your family, provided that your family has not committed any crime. Ji Qingtian sneered. Pavilion Master Shang, didn't you just say that Shang Jingjia has gone abroad? What's going on? You are full of lies. Disloyal to the court. Dishonest. Shielding criminals. Bending the law for personal gain. And placing family affection above the law. Are you worthy of being an important minister of the country? Ji Changsheng, don't sing high-sounding words here. This is Yinghua. It was not Pavilion Master Shang who spoke, but Shang Jingjia. Pavilion Master Shang really didn't dare to talk to Ji Laoimo like this. But young people are always braver. This is Yinghua, which was conquered by my grandfather and his men. My grandfather is not dead yet. If you touch me in Yinghua, you are the enemy of the entire Yinghua. Ji Changsheng smiled. Miss Shang, you probably don't know who I killed tonight. Shang Jingjia really didn't know. So she was very confident. Of course, Pavilion Master Shang knew this. So he didn't let his daughter continue to commit suicide. He spoke before Shang Jingjia. Master Ji, give the old man some face. Jingjia did make a mistake. But the crime is not punishable by death. The old man went through life and death for the Ying Kingdom. And the Shang family is full of loyal heroes. Even if Jingjia is a little spoiled. She was raised by the old man. The ancestors went through life and death. Isn't it for the descendants to live and work in peace and contentment? If Master Ji touches Jingjia today, the old ministers of Huizhong will have opinions about Princess Hengye. Ji Changsheng laughed again. But his laughter was full of murderous intent. The generation of Emperor Ying went through life and death, just to let the descendants of Ying live and work in peace and contentment. The purpose of the Ying Emperor and his people struggle against the immortal gates is not to let their descendants live and work in peace and contentment. The reason why they want to fight against the immortal gates is that they don't want the immortal gates to be superior to the people of Ying State. Not to let their descendants be superior to the people of Ying State. Shang, you are using the merits of the fire to pressure me? Ji Changsheng chopped off Shang Jingjia's head with a knife, and then pointed the knife at the Shang Pavilion Master with bloodshot eyes, and said murderously, I'll give you a chance. Call your father over. And you can also call your close uncles and uncles together. I'll wait here. Fire? If the fire is only shining on meritorious families, like your Shang family, I will completely extinguish the fire tonight. Chapter 197, All beings are equal under Madame Ji's sword. To be honest, Ji Changsheng had expected that Yinghua's fire might deteriorate. The dragon-slaying warriors eventually became evil dragons. It has been happening in the heavens and the world since ancient times. What virtue can Yinghua have to be an exception? But expectations are expectations. When he really saw the scene, Ji Changsheng still couldn't control his killing intention. Although it was not good for him, because he cultivated merits. If he killed a lot in the fire merit, even if the dragon-slaying warriors of that year became evil dragons, Ji Changsheng estimated that he would lose more than he gained. After all, the dragon-slaying deeds of that year were all true. And the warriors were all real warriors. The evil behind will not cover up their goodness in front. As long as the evil done by the fire merit in recent years does not exceed the good they did in those years, Ji Chongqing's killing them will only increase the killing sins and reduce the merits. But he still wants to kill. It's nothing more than temporarily giving up cultivating merits and cultivating magic first. It's not a big deal. Merit is his core technology. But Ji Lao Mo does not rely on merit alone. It just so happens that he has only advanced to a higher realm recently, and his internal strength has improved. But his skills and techniques have not kept up. It is not derogatory to say that Ji Chongsheng is now the weakest in the refining void realm. This is an objective statement. As the young master of the Tianxing sect, he must also improve the Tianxing sect's techniques. So now Ji Lao Mo is full of murderous intent. This kind of demon style of cutting off heads with a knife makes everyone in Yingwe very uncomfortable. Even big guys like Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, Shang Pavilion Master, and Yu Qingjiao are a little confused when they feel Shang Jingjiao's blood splashing on them. In the past 100 years, Ying State has not seen such a brave man. 100 years ago, it's been too long. People nowadays don't remember the bloodshed back then. And there is something that Ji Chongsheng doesn't know, or doesn't care about. But they all know it, and care about it very much. Seeing Ji Chongsheng's knife fall, and even directly issued a death declaration to the Fire Seed Meritorious. Not to mention the Shang Pavilion Master who lost his beloved daughter. Even Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang's eyelids jumped, and their legs went weak. Marshal Zhang's voice was a little trembling. Master Ji, there is something you must know. Say it. Grandpa Shang is a great cultivator in the Tribulation Realm. Ji Chongsheng narrowed his eyes. Tribulation Realm? Yes. Tribulation Realm. Marshal Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his head. This is why he is afraid. A great cultivator in the Tribulation Realm can support a top immortal sect, as powerful as Xuandu Temple. Before this year, there was only one cultivator in the Tribulation Realm, although this cultivator was called Yu Linglong. But there was indeed only one. Yingwe. There was also one. Old Master Shang is one of the foundations of the entire Yingwe. Marshal Zhang reminded, he is also the one with the highest realm among the fire seeds, who survived that year. No one else. Old Master Shang played a great role in preventing Yingwe from being destroyed. Ji Chongsheng sneered, nonsense. Marshal Zhang. Why is young Master Ji laughing? Ji Chongsheng said contemptuously, I am laughing at the shamelessness of the Shang family. What does the fact that Yingwe was not destroyed have to do with the surname Shang? It's because Fairy Linglong never thought of killing everyone. What? Fairy Linglong wants to destroy Yingwe. Can old Master Shang stop her? Marshal Zhang did not speak. But Li Xian whispered, Mr. Shang is naturally not the opponent of Linglong Fairy. But he may not be the opponent of Linglong Fairy's sword. Especially in Yingwe. Ji Chongsheng narrowed his eyes. Although he still sneered at Li Xiang's evaluation, he understood one thing. No wonder Pavilion Master Shang has the confidence to make a deal with me. No wonder I think that in terms of individual quality, Pavilion Master Shang is worse than Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. And even worse than Deputy Pavilion Master Yu. But he can become the Pavilion Master of the Secret Law Pavilion. The Li family and the Zhang family are also mixed. Many of the direct relatives of Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang have become parasites of Yingwe. But at least after being discovered and exposed, under his military deterrence, Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang were able to do justice and kill their relatives. Don't worry about what they think in their hearts. At least they can be brave enough to cut off their arms. After the evidence was conclusive, Pavilion Master Shang still tried to make a deal with him. And he was obviously one of the people who knew his information best. But he still had this fantasy. There is no doubt that in terms of personal ability, Pavilion Master Shang is not as good as Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. But in terms of family background, Pavilion Master Shang is stronger than these two people. Shang Jingjia relies on the father of the Pavilion Master of the Secret Law. And the Pavilion Master of the Secret Law relies on his old father, who is in the Tribulation Realm. Pavilion Master Shang. I think too highly of you. Do you think your family can always lie on the merit book and act arrogantly? Do you think that relying on an old father in the Tribulation Realm, the whole world should give you face? Compete for background? Ji Chongsheng thought to himself that I like to compete for background the most. Pavilion Master Shang held his daughter's headless body and roared to the sky, Ji Chongsheng. You will pay the price for your arrogance. I'm waiting. You'd better call someone as soon as possible. I may not be able to wait for you. Very soon. A strong murderous aura burst out from the Shang Pavilion Master. If it weren't for the Linglong fairy sword, he would have already taken action. Even if Ji Changsheng held the Linglong fairy sword, he was not going to stop today. I only have one daughter, Zhenjia. Whoever killed her must be responsible for his actions. Hearing the Shang Pavilion master's nonsense, Ji Changsheng asked, how many children did the people killed by Sha Lei have? Can they compare with Jingjia? Fuck you. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Shang Pavilion master and greeted him with a sword. It has come to this point. He thinks there is no need to talk nonsense. Just now, he has tried it. In a head-on confrontation. He, the shame of the refining void, may not be the opponent of the Shang Pavilion master. So when killing Shang Jingjia, Ji Changsheng used the sad magic knife. But this time, Ji Changsheng used the Linglong jade sword. The old demon Ji attacked again and killed people, which made the head of the Shang Pavilion regain his sanity from his anger. It also made countless people exclaim at the same time. Spare his life. Stop. Father. Save me. The old man Shang is here. Ji Changsheng blocked all the noisy sounds from the outside world and fell with a sword. Clean and neat. Plop. The head of the Shang Pavilion hugged the headless body of Shang Jingjia and fell to the ground together. The old demon Ji never hesitated when killing people. After killing people, Ji Changsheng only felt that his thoughts were clear. His heart was clear. And his state of mind was slightly improved. But this time, the golden lotus of merit on Ji Changsheng's head did not increase. But there was a little more evil spirit on his body. Looking at the Shang Pavilion master who also died with his eyes wide open, Ji Changsheng said coldly, it seems that the Shang surname is not full of evil. The fact that his merits and virtues have not increased or decreased does not mean that Ji Changsheng made a mistake in killing. But it also does not prove that Ji Changsheng made the right decision to kill. It only proves that Shang Pavilion master did as many bad things as good things. Among the people Ji Changsheng killed, there are not many people like Shang Pavilion master. But Ji Changsheng did not regret it. Looking at Shang Pavilion master's appearance, even if Ji Changsheng did not kill him, he would still kill Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng just chose to strike first. Moreover, what this guy said just now should have been killed by Ji Laomo. After all, he practiced magic. Yu Linglong, Guanju, Li Huanyan, including Yu Laomo himself, all felt that Ji Changsheng and Yu Laomo's styles of doing things were carved from the same mold. And the two did look a bit alike. Ji Changsheng did not take life and death lightly, but he definitely did it if he did not obey, holding his wife's jade sword in his hand. If he doesn't have this little courage, what kind of Taoism can he practice? If Ji Changsheng had killed the eldest prince, the third prince and Shang Jingjia before, it was still within the scope of acceptance of Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. But after Mr. Shang arrived immediately, and Ji Changsheng killed the head of the Shang Pavilion, the matter was completely beyond the cognition of Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. They retreated. Too brave. A killer star fell from the sky. The two looked at each other, and quietly withdrew from the battlefield. Yu Qizhao also left the scene early. Ji Changsheng's bravery was far beyond their expectations. But they knew the strength of the Shang family. The national conditions of Ying State were different, and the foundation was profound. Although Ji Changsheng also had a strong background, they could not have imagined that the conflict between the two sides would intensify to this extent. And the final result of the two sides choosing to confront each other was also unpredictable to them. To be honest, their reaction surprised Ji Changsheng. He had already seen Mr. Shang, and the oppressive feeling coming towards him really made Ji Changsheng realize the strength of the great cultivators in the tribulation realm. Just in case, Ji Changsheng asked his first wife, "Wife, can you handle the background of the Ying Kingdom?" Yu Linglong rolled her eyes. Ji Changsheng instantly felt calm. My wife rolled her eyes, which means she has me in her heart. The rolling eyes represent her love for me. It is definitely not contempt for my IQ. Nourished by love, Ji Changsheng's courage increased by 200%. And there was no hesitation. Xiaoyang. Zhenjia. I'm late. A middle-aged man, with the vicissitudes of life and a thin body, quickly rushed to the original place. Looking at Shang Jingjia, who had become a headless corpse, and the owner of the Shang Pavilion, who died with his eyes open. His eyes revealed a deep sorrow. A head of gray hair turned snow-white in an instant. The greatest pain in life is when the old send off the young. Ji Changsheng didn't know this guy, but he could guess that this should be the old man of the Shang family. It is a basic operation for the strong to have the skills to keep their youth. Ji Changsheng was not afraid at all when he was surrounded by several old guys, who also looked very vicissitudes. He just held the exquisite jade sword and pointed it at the old man of the Shang family. Are you the ancestor of the Shang family? No need to thank me. I will send your son and granddaughter to reunite. The people around him were silent for a while. Shang Fucking's eyes were wet. And he was silent for half a minute. And then he slowly said, my wife died for the Ying Kingdom 100 years ago, leaving only Xiaoyang. Ji Changsheng nodded. It turns out that the owner of the Shang Pavilion is Shang Xiaoyang. I never ask the other person's name when I kill someone. But I express my sincere respect to your wife. She is a real hero. At this point, Ji Changsheng sighed. Mr. Shang, it would have been great if you had died back then. At least you would have left behind a good reputation as a hero. And your son and granddaughter might not have become playboys and national parasites under your protection. Shang Fucking emphasized. My wife only left behind a son, Xiaoyang. And Xiaoyang only had a daughter, Zhenjia. Ji Changsheng frowned. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. It seems that I really killed the wrong people. Mr. Shang, your son and granddaughter are no better than others. Noble. All beings are equal under the sword of this young master. No need to be polite. How dare you? How dare you talk to Shan Lao? This is Ingwa, not your Tianma sect. Ji Changsheng looked up at the three old guys who were talking. And then looked at Yu Qingjiao. Don't tell me that these three are the so-called fire seed meritorious. I will be very disappointed. Yu Qingjiao told the truth. The first two are the servants subdued by Shan Lao. And the last one is Li Lao of fire seed. Li Lao? Which Li? Ji Changsheng asked. Li Lao said, it's the Li you are thinking of. Li Xiang stood up and saluted. Ji Zhang greets the ancestor. Li Lao waved to Li Xiang directly. Still staring at Ji Changsheng. Ji boy, I have heard about your story. Regardless of what you have done in the past. Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? Didn't Changshi teach you well? Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Old man, are you taking advantage of your age? Changshi calls me ancestor when she sees me. Don't I have the right to take advantage of my age? Under the shining moonlight, 3,000 sword energies fell from the sky again. Amidst the afterimages, a blood shadow flashed by. The night of Ingwa was a little darker, because the fire of Ingwa was extinguished a little. Insolent. Bold. Huh. The afterimage flew into the sky. In a flash, Li Lao, who was still relying on his seniority, had completely fallen to the ground. Ji Changsheng blocked Shang Fucking's rescue route in time. And then he remembered Li Changshi's voice transmission. Junior brother. It's a pity. This guy has no merit. Ji Changsheng. Not surprising. But this guy certainly deserves to die. And he is asking for death. Who are you to rely on your seniority in front of the Southern Emperor Changsheng and the Moonstar Lord? And no matter how brilliant that Li and Shang Fucking in front of him were, they have become de facto obstacles until now. They have not changed. But their hearts have changed. These reasons are enough for Ji Laoimo to kill people. These reasons are also enough for Li Changshi to kill people. It can only be said that Shang Renren and this old Li are unlucky. They have to offend Ji Changsheng and step on Li Changshi to teach Ji Changsheng a lesson. Which of these two people can bear to be bullied? Shang Fucking's face became completely gloomy. If I am not mistaken, it was the afterimage of one of the 8 gold medal assassins of the Assassin's League. Ji Changsheng, you colluded with the Assassin's League and assassinated the Fire Seed Meritorious Service. Do you know what crime this is? Ji Changsheng logically cleared himself out. First, I don't know if it was the afterimage of the gold medal assassin of the Assassin's League just now. Second, I did not collude with the Assassin's League. Third, I did not see the Fire Seed Meritorious Service being assassinated. If the first two reasons given by Ji Changsheng are acceptable and expected by everyone, but the third reason given by Ji Changsheng will make everyone confused. Shang Fucking laughed in anger. The devil is indeed a devil. He dares to confuse right and wrong in public. Brother Li is recognized as a Fire Seed Meritorious, an old man who survived 100 years ago. The whole country knows about this. And you still dare to deny it. Seeing more and more people from Ying State approaching, Ji Changsheng decided to let Shang Fucking die clearly, so that the people of Ying State would not think that he was unreasonable. In the past, the Tianma cult only needed swords to kill people. After the arrival of young Master Ji, the Tiansheng cult still had to rely on swords to kill people. But they also had to stand on the moral ground. So Ji Changsheng directly released his merit Golden Lotus. After the special effects background image was set, Ji Chansheng spoke directly. Spark? Emperor Ing said that the spark of Ing country is the students who study hard, the positive young people, and the people of Ing country who work hard in society. Not the rotten bones of 3 generations who rely on their merits. And not the old thieves who take advantage of their so-called merits. With the blessing of a monk named Ji, who did not want to reveal his name, the original definition of spark spread to all directions. After tonight, it will inevitably spread throughout the capital of Ing country, and then spread throughout the world of Ing country. This was originally the original definition of spark, but 100 years later, it was forgotten by more and more people in Ing country. On the contrary, Ji Chansheng, an outsider, only heard Ing Hongya say it once and remembered it firmly in his heart. Meritorious deeds are meritorious deeds, and faults are faults. Meritorious deeds should be rewarded, and faults should be punished. Mr. Shang, you are brave and devoted, risking your life, and you are admired by the world. You have been respected by the whole country for more than 100 years. This is what you deserve. You are the only one who has achieved success, and your descendants have also prospered. You ride on the heads of the people of Ing State. Abuse your power. Use public resources for personal gain, and take human lives lightly. I will destroy your Shang family today, and this is what you deserve. Under the shining golden light of merit, Ji Chansheng stood tall and upright, and his resounding judgment reached the hearts of countless people of Ing State. Chapter 198: The History of the Development of the Empress. Shang fucking. Are you convinced? Shang fucking's face was livid. You little brat. You are so eloquent. You think I can't do anything to you just because you hold the exquisite jade sword? Swordless domain. Rise. A transparent air shield instantly surrounded the area of 100 miles. Within 100 miles, the spiritual swords in the hands of countless sword cultivators dimmed instantly. Countless swordsmen lost their fighting power in an instant. Ji Chansheng also clearly felt that his few skills in swordsmanship disappeared in an instant. Swordless domain? It was the first time Ji Chansheng heard this name. Shang fucking said coldly, do you think you can do whatever you want in Ing State with just a delicate jade sword? Swordless domain is a killer move that I personally presided over the development of Fire Seed for the 5 great sword immortals for 100 years. In the swordless domain, even if the 5 great sword immortals come in person, their sharpness will be scattered, and they will die on the spot. As soon as Shang fucking finished speaking, colorful sword energy burst out from the jade sword in Ji Chansheng's hand. In a moment, it pierced through Shang fucking's 7 major acupoints. Yu Linglong's voice came from the jade sword. Swordless domain? It can indeed restrain my sword skills from 100 years ago. Unfortunately, it is now 100 years later. Linglong Fairy. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Key point, 100 years ago. Sword skills. Hearing Yu Linglong say this, even Ji Laomo couldn't bear to look directly. My wife is really too cruel. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Of course, Shang fucking is not dead yet. But since the swordless domain can't restrain the Linglong Jade Sword at all, Shang fucking's death is just a matter of time. Moreover, Shang fucking is obviously not dead. When the 7-colored sword energy was still shining on the spot, Shang fucking's heart was completely cold. This is impossible. How can you still have such a sharp sword energy in the swordless realm? This is absolutely impossible. The powerful vitality of the great cultivator in the tribulation realm made Shang fucking unwillingly question. We have done countless experiments, and even Li Qinglian will be affected. How can you be an exception? Ji Chansheng silently decided to break up with the Qinglian sword immortal. This guy seems to be useless. It's still Yu Lao Ma Xiang. Yu Linglong and Shang fucking seem to be old acquaintances. So he obviously talked more. Maybe it's because I'm not a sword cultivator? Puff. Shang fucking opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Yu Linglong. You can kill me or cut me up as you like. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Yu Linglong's tone was very calm. You think too much. What virtue do you have to let me humiliate you? I just told you the truth. Even 100 years ago, I wouldn't be afraid of your swordless realm without a sword. 100 years have passed. And you have researched this thing? Ji Chansheng covered his face. He could tell that his wife really didn't mean to insult Shang fucking. She was just telling the truth. But lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest. Because it was the truth, it was more heartbreaking. Yu Linglong was obviously wondering. You did all these things in 100 years? 100 years ago. You were still a big shot. 100 years later. Yu Bihai has already killed demons with a sword. Li Qinglian was originally your junior. And he might not be your opponent without the swordless domain. So I'm very curious. Shang fucking. What progress have you made in the past 100 years? Shang fucking spit out a mouthful of old blood again. And his Tao heart completely collapsed. Yu Linglong. Don't say sarcastic words. 100 years? Is it a long time for a cultivator? I can research the swordless domain. Am I weak? Yu Linglong. Did you see the little guy in front of you? Ji Changsheng? What do you mean? In 2 days, he was promoted from the nascent soul realm to the refining void realm. 100 years is really a long time. Shang fucking. Let Ingwa open his eyes to see the world. Don't indulge in the glory of the past. No one will stop there and wait for you. Not to mention no progress. Even if the progress is slow, you will be left far behind by others. Shang fucking. You are old and can't keep up with the development of the times. Yu Linglong came to the conclusion easily. After Ji Changsheng appeared, this kind of procrastination efficiency will definitely be eliminated. She was forced to ascend. If the fire seeds of Ingwa are still so decadent, they will definitely not be able to keep up with Ji Changsheng's blood replacement speed. Ingwa will go on its own. Shang fucking. If the fire seeds can't make Ingwa better, then turn them into nutrients to help the young people. I gave you more than 100 years. And the facts prove that you are useless. The colorful sword energy rises again. Yu Linglong has already made her attitude clear. So she won't waste any more words. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fairy Linglong. Please spare me. The colorful sword energy condensed but did not release. Ji Changsheng heard Yu Linglong's words. This group of people is not interesting. They are not as cute as they were 100 years ago. You can do whatever you want. The higher-ups have already given up on Ingwa. So there is no need to give them face. However, Ingwa is not Qi or Shenghua. Overall, it is still the best country in the world. Try not to kill people. Understood. After Ji Changsheng came to Ingwa, he actually did not kill people. He didn't kill many people in total. Although the people he killed were not ordinary people. But compared to Ji Laomo's previous style of doing things and efficiency of killing, he really restrained himself a lot. Because he also found that it was not easy to earn merit in Ingwa. The national conditions and current situation of Ingwa destined that the bad guys here were not as reckless as those in Qi and Shenghua. So they were not worth much merit in this case. Killing too many people would backfire. But those who should be killed still had to be killed. If they were not killed, Ingwa would not be able to make progress. If they were not killed, Hongya would not be able to become the empress. And he would not be able to find an empress as a concubine. Ahem. Yu Linglong had one last day to ascend. And it was hard to say what the world would become after one day. Ji Laomo was full of a sense of crisis about the new world after one day. So he was very anxious now. And when he was anxious, Ji Laomo wanted to kill people. So he started swinging his sword directly. Stop. An iron rod blocked Shang fucking at the critical moment, and took the fatal blow for him. Fairy Linglong. Please calm down your anger. Shang fucking is not guilty of death. The visitor looked like a middle-aged woman. But Ji Changsheng estimated that her actual age was 3 times that of Shang fucking. Compared with Shang fucking and the old Li who had been bullying others before. This woman's face revealed kindness. And her eyes showed wisdom and experience. However, a middle-aged woman who looked kind was waving an iron rod in her hand. This strange style of painting still made Ji Changsheng very strange. Ji Changsheng glanced at Yu Qingzhao. Yu Qingzhao realized that Ji Changsheng did not recognize who the other party was. And transmitted a voice. This is General Fan. The first female war god under Emperor Ing. She always led the troops. Climbed the battlefield. Broke through the enemy lines. Killed the generals. And seized the flags. She fought her way out of the battlefield step by step. She was seriously injured in the last battle 100 years ago. I thought she had passed away. But I didn't expect she was still alive. Not only alive, but also seems to be stronger. Ji Changsheng did not feel the breath of the tribulation realm from this General Fan. But the other party held an iron rod, and actually blocked a Linglong sword energy. The foundation of the Ing kingdom is indeed strong. But Ji Changsheng is certainly not afraid. General Fan wants to stop me from clearing out the rebellion? Yu Linglong did not speak. It was Ji Changsheng who spoke. Which made General Fan realize that Yu Linglong had withdrawn. Now Ji Changsheng is in charge of the situation. This did not make General Fan relax. But a bitter smile appeared on his face. She knew Fairy Linglong. Although she killed a lot of people, Her murderous nature was not that strong. She did not know Ji Changsheng very well, but judging from the information she had just obtained, Ji Changsheng's murderous nature was much greater than Fairy Linglong. It is still possible to reason with Fairy Linglong. And Ji Laomo. General Fan could only smile bitterly and said, Master Ji. Right? On the way here, I have learned some of what happened tonight. Shang Shang was indeed wrong. And Shang fucking did objectively seek personal gain for his descendants. But in any case, he is not guilty of death. So please let him go, and deal with him impartially. Ji Changsheng said seriously. General Fan. As everyone knows, I am a reasonable person. Since you are reasonable with me, I will also be reasonable with you. You are right. Shang Shang and Shang fucking are not guilty of death. General Fan felt relieved. And then felt a little strange. Isn't Ji Changsheng able to communicate? Why can Shang fucking intensify the conflict to this extent? She understood it quickly. Ji Changsheng can indeed communicate. But he can only communicate within Ji Changsheng's logic. I have a question for General Fan. Master Ji. Please speak. How capable is Shang Xiaoyang? General Fan said frankly. He is of average appearance and talent of Bailey, but not a tool for the country. Ji Changsheng nodded. General Fan. You are indeed a reasonable person. Let me ask another question. Should the head of the Secret Law Pavilion be a talent of Bailey? Or a tool for the country? General Fan told the truth. The Secret Law Pavilion is in charge of research and development, intelligence, diplomacy, and many other major affairs. In terms of actual power, it is the third person in the court, second only to the Prime Minister and the Grand Marshal. Naturally, it should be a tool for the country. Ji Changsheng continued to ask. Then is Shang Xiaoyang acting impartially as the head of the Secret Law Pavilion? General Fan shook his head. Ji Changsheng smiled. When Shang Jia enjoyed the benefits, did General Fan handle it impartially? Did Huizhong handle it impartially? General Fan said nothing. Ji Changsheng held the exquisite jade sword, and his smile became more compassionate. General Fan. When Shang Xiaoyang was not worthy of his position, you did not stand up and say that he would deal with it impartially. Now that Shang is in trouble, you told me to deal with it impartially. Is the fairness of Ing State only for you old ministers of the Fire Seed? Only for your descendants? When the Shang people abused their power for personal gain and oppressed the innocent, did you, General Fan, stand up and cry out for the innocent people like you did today? General Fan bowed his head in shame. Of course the Shang people are not guilty of death. And Shang fucking is also not guilty of death. I have said that Shang fucking's past achievements are all true. However, I want to kill him today. And he deserves it. Whoever stops me, I will kill him together. Ji Changsheng's smile faded. And he was full of murderous intent, since Yu Huizhong didn't talk about fairness in the past. I will be sorry to the people of Ingwa if I talk to you about fair treatment today. I have made it very clear that we must correct the wrongs. You are the first to double standards. Not me. The Shang people deserved what they got today. General Fan. Do you want to get out of here? Or choose to die with Shang fucking? General Fan struggled and tried to remind him, Master Ji. You should cultivate merit. Killing Shang fucking will never increase your merit, but will only make you fall into the devil's way. Ji Changsheng didn't waste time talking to her, and swung his sword directly. Wait. At most a quarter of an hour. General Fan tried his best to block Linglong's sword again. Although she was pale at first, Ji Changsheng once again realized the strength of Ingwa's foundation. Shang fucking. General Fan. Huizhong should have other people. What's the matter? Huizhong is still calling people? Want to kill me completely tonight? Ji Changsheng said sarcastically. Although he was surprised, Ji Changsheng had already understood one thing. In front of Yu Linglong and Yu Laoimo, the number of people is meaningless. If Huizhong was thinking of fighting shoulder to shoulder, then he made a wrong calculation. General Fan coughed loudly twice, then quickly said, Master Ji, don't worry too much. Huizhong just wants to have a good talk with Master Ji and Fairy Linglong. There must be a misunderstanding here. Really? Ji Changsheng suddenly looked up in the direction of the Ingwa Palace. Then he raised his eyebrows. The troops are divided into two groups. One to stop me from killing people, and the other to the palace to plead for mercy. Do you want Hongye to persuade me? General Fan did not deny. Huizhong is also for the good of Ingwa. Even though it took some detours and paid some small prices, Huizhong and Princess Hongye have the same vision. Leaving Huizhong and Shang fucking must be a better choice for Ingwa. Please be patient, Master Ji. At the end, General Fan paused and his tone became tough. After all, this is our Ingwa's business. As an outsider, Master Ji should respect the ideas of the Ingwa people. Ji Changsheng smiled. This has never been a matter of the Ying Kingdom, but a matter of the entire human race. As a member of the human race, I will help those who are in justice. If you are dissatisfied, just keep it to yourself. Besides, I am not an outsider. What? Don't you know the relationship between Hongya and me? Princess Hongya is my intended concubine. What's wrong with the son-in-law of the Ying Kingdom managing the affairs of the Ying Kingdom? Shouldn't it be? At the same time, the palace, Ying Hongya was wiping Ying Three's forehead in front of his sickbed. Behind him, a female official was reporting the situation to her at any time. Your Highness, young Master Ji killed the eldest prince. Your Highness, young Master Ji also killed the third prince. Your Highness, young Master Ji killed Shang Jingjia. Your Highness, young Master Ji killed Master Shang. Oh my god. Your Highness, young Master Ji wants to kill Shang fucking, and says he wants to extinguish the entire fire. Your Highness, General Fan appeared and blocked the two swords of Linglong Fairy's sword. But young Master Ji has an absolute upper hand. Ying Hongya knew that if she handed the matter over to Changsheng, Changsheng would definitely make a big fuss. She did it on purpose. But even if she was mentally prepared, seeing Changsheng making such a big fuss still made her a little confused. She knew Changsheng was fast, but Changsheng was too fast. Has Changsheng and I been in Ying Kingdom for 2 hours? Ying Hongya asked. Female official. Probably not yet. But it will be soon. Ying Hongya. Changsheng is really a god general. At this moment, she deeply understood the master's feelings. They all knew that it would be very powerful to let Ji Changsheng charge into battle. But the difference between a fierce general and a god general is that a fierce general can only charge into battle. But a god general can charge and the enemy will be gone. And the master will also be paralyzed. The sky has been exposed, and the Lord can no longer hide his roots. Report? Yao Lao asked for an audience late at night. Yao Lao is one of the existing meritorious old ministers of Huizhong. Ying Hongya already knew about the conflict between Ji Changsheng and Huizhong. So the purpose of Yao Lao entering the palace is naturally self-evident. Your Highness, Yao Lao is a meritorious official of Huizhong and has a respected status. He asked for an audience, so it is not good to refuse. The female official reminded. Ying Hongya nodded. Then please ask Yao Lao to come in. After the female official went out, Ying Hongya took out a knife and looked at her father on the bed. After hesitating for a while, Ying Hongya was influenced by Ji Changsheng's kindness and decided to be a filial daughter, so that she would not use her father as a prop. She should do it herself. After a while, Yao Lao entered the bedroom. He watched Ying Hongya stab him with his own eyes, and then roared Yao Lao. Even if I die, I will never be kidnapped by the traitors of Huizhong. Come! Protect the Emperor. Chapter 199, The second tree made new contributions. Old Yao was quickly surrounded by the palace guards. People are stupid. He didn't say a word. How could he become a traitor? What kind of people are young people nowadays? Old Yao didn't react at all. But Ying Hongya was dying, but still bravely stood in front of the sickbed of Ying Three. Old Yao, even if you threaten me and my father's life, I will never give in. The descendants of the Ying family will not negotiate with any traitors. Forever. This is called husband and wife follows suit. Ji Changsheng said that the young master of Tiansheng sect would not trade with any criminals. And Ying Hongya followed suit. Old Yao finally reacted. Then, people became even more numb. It wasn't me. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhuo looked at Old Yao warily, not hiding his murderous intent and threats. Old Yao, if you make any unusual moves, don't blame me for being rude. Zhuo, the first female warrior of Ying State after General Fan, because she was born after the defeat of Emperor Ying. Zhuo did not have many glorious achievements of beheading generals and seizing flags. She just had a conflict with the sworn brother of the king of Wanyao State during a joint military exercise between Ying State and Wanyao State, and then led her personal guards to kill the sworn brother of the king of Wanyao State in anger. The sworn brother of the king of Wanyao State was at the peak of the Mahayana realm, with a half step to cross the tribulation. Since then, Zhuo has become famous all over the world. Wanyao State once used this as an excuse to call the Ying State to task, but was stopped by Ying Three. So Zhuo is considered to be Ying Three's iron confidant. She was not originally the commander of the Imperial Guards. but led the army outside. After the assassination of Ing 3, two people were immediately confined to the capital, the head of the secret law pavilion and the former commander of the Imperial Guards. Zhuo Ruoshui was urgently ordered by Ing 3 to return to the capital and temporarily lead the Imperial Guards, which meant that Ing 3 entrusted his life to her at the critical moment of life and death. With such a heavy trust, Zhuo Ruoshui certainly did not dare to neglect it. Hearing Ing Hongya's call for help, Zhuo Ruoshui immediately rushed over and immediately blocked Ing Hongya and Ing 3 behind him. Even in the face of the former Fire Seed meritorious service, Zhuo Ruoshui directly showed the silver spear in his hand. Yao Rengang had a lot to say, but in the end, he could only smile bitterly. Little Yi, I watched you grow up. How did you become like this? Ing Hongya was not moved at all, and still bravely protected his father, not daring to retreat half a step. Grandpa Yao, I am no longer the same person as before. The truth, senior brother Chao has only been with Chan Sheng for a few days, and he has grown so fast. Ing Hongya has been working with Chan Sheng since Xuandu Temple. After such a long time of cultivation, Ing Hongya certainly would not have learned nothing. As the saying goes, a red man is red, a black man is black. Ing Hongya's learning ability is very fast. She just doesn't want to use it. But now it's urgent. The descendants of the Ing family would rather die than live in disgrace. Don't even think about forcing me with force. Old Yao, if you want to achieve your goal, then step over my body. Ing Hongya's oath moved the Imperial Guards led by Zhuo Ruoshui. They haven't seen such a brave royal bloodline for many years. Zhuo Ruoshui said in a deep voice, Your Highness, you protect His Majesty. Old Yao, with me here, neither His Majesty nor His Highness will be in trouble today. I know a thing or two about the outside world. Young Master Ji wants to take action against merchants, which is indeed against the laws of the Ing Kingdom. But it has nothing to do with the Imperial Guards. The spear in Zhuo Ruoshui's hand was like a dragon. Really like a dragon. And a dragon-shaped shadow was already hovering at the tip of her spear. I don't care what Mr. Yao does outside the palace. In the palace, even if you are a Fire Seed meritorious, you are not allowed to act recklessly. Yao Rengang sighed to the sky. Xiao Yi, you are deliberately condoning Ji Chansheng to kill Fire Seed meritorious. You want to be the empress. Ing Hongya did not explain first, but just opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as gold paper, and she was dying. Seeing this, Zhuo Ruoshui's murderous intent became stronger. Old Yao, be careful with your words. I know that before His Majesty fell into a coma, he said that if he could not wake up, the new emperor would be decided by the old ministers of Huizhong. If His Highness wants to be the empress, he should be on good terms with you, not against you. Yao Rengang. Ing Hongya coughed twice softly, crying blood, and then said, The innocent are innocent. Old Yao, I am very disappointed in you and your Huizhong. I didn't expect that Huizhong is really like Chansheng said. It has become a rotten and dry skeleton lying on the merit book and eating 3 generations, and has become a man who relies on the name of so-called merit to bully his old age. Xiao Yi, you, Yao Rengang's old face flushed. You have been possessed by a demon. Report. Prince Duan is here. Prince Duan is the title of the second prince. Among the 3 princes, only the eldest prince was not crowned as a king because he was too close to the Wanyao kingdom of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The second and third princes were crowned as kings after they came of age, including Ing Hongya, who is also a genuine princess of the Ing kingdom. Before the Prince Duan arrived, a voice had already come over. Hongya, what's wrong with you? How can you go to war against old Yao? Zhuo Ruoshui's face was as gloomy as water. Ing Hongya sneered, Grandpa Yao, it seems that the new king that the old minister of Huizhong has chosen has arrived. Yao Rengang was speechless after being beaten by this series of punches. General Zhuo, if there are princes who collude with the Fire Seed meritorious officials to rebel, are you willing to join me to suppress the rebellion? Zhuo Ruoshui did not hesitate. I will follow your majesty and your highness until death. Before Ing 3 fell into a coma, he handed over the defense of the palace to her. He handed over the investigation to Ing Hongya. It was to allow them to work together. Okay. General Zhuo is loyal and brave. Ing Hongya wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and restored the dignity of a princess. Grandpa Yao, since you are here, you don't have to leave for the time being. In front of Yao Rengang and Zhuo Ruoshui, Ing Hongya sent a message to Ji Chansheng. Cha one of the old ministers of Huizhong, Mr. Yao, broke into the palace at night and threatened the lives of me and your majesty, forcing me to persuade you to give in. I refused on the spot, and was seriously injured. Fortunately, I was protected by General Zhou of the Imperial Guards, and was temporarily safe. Cha Sheng, you can do your work outside the palace with peace of mind. If you have something to do outside the palace and find that I have died in battle, then avenge me. Descendants of the Ying family will not negotiate with any traitors and villains. It is better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. Outside the main door of the merchant house, Ji Chansheng received the news and was furious. Shang fucking General Fan, you Huizhong are simply unscrupulous. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. The colorful sword energy filled the whole place again. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. Old Yao would never be so impulsive. Ji Chansheng thought that a man with the surname Yao would definitely not be so impulsive. But Heng Ye has learned bad things from me. Ji Chansheng was very worried. After all, Heng Ye didn't know illusion, and she must have used a heavy blow on him. Alas, Heng Ye is still too kind. It is much more effective for you to stab Ying 3 than yourself. You need to continue learning. He also needs to speed up the progress. General Fan, if you don't get out of the way, you will die with Shang fucking. Ji Chansheng acted brazenly. At the same time, the second prince came to the bedroom. Seeing such a tense situation, he was a little stunned. Heng Ye, what happened? Heng Ye didn't answer him at all. The dragon-shaped phantom on the tip of Zhou Ruoshui's gun has become more and more solid, and the power close to the realm of tribulation permeates the entire room. Although Yao Rongong's strength should not be underestimated, he is not in the realm of tribulation. In the home court of the Ying Kingdom Palace, he has no confidence to defeat Zhou Ruoshui at all. Not to mention that Zhou Ruoshui also commands the most elite imperial guards in the capital in theory. After a moment of silence, Yao Rengang decisively took a step back. Xiao Yi, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. I came here because my old friend asked me to do this. There is no need to resort to violence. This matter ends here. After hearing this, Heng Ye finally relaxed a little. She did not have the confidence of Linglong Yujian. It would be best if Yao Rengang could take a step back. Old Yao, please go to the side hall and sit quietly. General Zhou, please take care of it yourself. Heng Ye said, tonight, I hope Old Yao can stay quietly in the palace. Zhou Ruoshui glanced at the second prince. Heng Ye said in a deep voice, don't worry. There are imperial guards outside. Does the second brother dare to kill me to silence me? Zhou Ruoshui was convinced. Old Yao, please. Yao Rengang looked at Heng Ye again, and said with emotion, a new generation replaces the old one. Xiao Yi, you are very good, but you are too impatient. Everything should be done in moderation. Shaking his head, Yao Rengang walked to the side hall. The second prince's eyes flickered, and he spoke again, Heng Ye, you should be more polite to a fire-starting meritorious person like Yao Lao. Your attitude is too rude. Heng Ye stared at the second prince quietly, and the voice of reporting sounded again in his ears. Report? The queen is here. Heng Ye said directly. No? Heng Ye, are you going to refuse even your mother? The queen rushed in directly. I heard that you had a conflict with Yao Lao in your father's bedroom. What happened? Yao Lao watched you grow up. Heng Ye, why are you so rude now? Heng Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Then she waved her hand, signaling all the guards and maids in the bedroom to withdraw. And then she said in a deep voice, Mother, Father was assassinated and unconscious. Father has entrusted me with the investigation. You and the second brother are still suspected and should avoid suspicion. It is not good for both of you to appear here. The queen frowned and said, Heng Ye, you even suspect Mother? Heng Ye was very calm, before Chansheng gave the results of the investigation. You are all suspected except me. The queen was instantly furious. Ji Chansheng killed the eldest and the third. They are your biological brothers. They are also her biological sons. Any mother would definitely not tolerate such a thing. Heng Ye fully understood the queen's current excitement. She kindly reminded Mother, you'd better not be resentful of Chansheng. Chansheng must have a reason for killing people. If you want to retaliate against him, I don't want to be a child without a mother. The queen was completely furious. Heng Ye, for a man, you don't want your brother? Don't want your mother? Are you crazy? Heng Ye said calmly, this man is helping me do things. Helping me kill people. Helping me to improve my cultivation. And helping me realize my long-cherished wish. And my brother. My mother. Force me to go far away from my hometown. Mother, you favor boys over girls. I don't blame you. I am in love. Don't blame me. In the final analysis, there must be a result for every cause. I can tell who is really good to me, and who is just good to me in words. After meeting Ji Changsheng, Ing Hongya has evolved. Blood ties can only bind her a few days ago. Isn't the Empress attractive? Besides, Changsheng has already been killed. And the matter is done. If you don't stand with your man, why do you blame him? Ing Hongya even wanted to mock her mother and second brother, thinking, do you think I'm stupid? If I stand with Changsheng, I guess I will be the queen of Ingwa soon. What can I get by standing with you? In public and private. As long as Ing Hongya's IQ is online, there is no other choice. Unfortunately, since meeting Ji Changsheng, Ing Hongya's IQ has never dropped even if she is in love. The second prince stopped the angry queen and said something that made Ing Hongya stunned. Hongya, I heard that before you returned to Ingwa, you went back to Xuandu Temple with Ji Changsheng? And you got the life-extending elixir from the master of Mu Temple. Ing Hongya looked at the second prince in shock. Since you have already got the life-extending elixir, why don't you give it to your father? Ing Hongya's brain was working rapidly. The second prince knew that she went to Xuandu Temple with Changsheng, knowing that she got the life-extending elixir from the master of the temple. And she knew that she didn't use it on Ing 3. She could understand the first point. How did the second and third points work out for the second prince? Ing Hongya glanced at the second prince, the unconscious Ing 3, and the half-believing and half-doubting queen. In the end, she actually didn't see anything. But she was furious. Second brother, you are indeed the Huangquan demon. The second prince and the queen were stunned at the same time. Aren't they talking about the life-extending golden elixir? Why did they suddenly jump to the Huangquan demon? Mother, have you also been bewitched by the second brother, the Huangquan demon? Or have you, like the second brother, betrayed the Huangquan sect? The queen was so angry that she laughed. Hongya, do you know who you are talking to? Of course it's with mother. I have absolute evidence to prove that the second brother is the Huangquan demon. Evidence? Seeing her daughter's solemn words, the queen subconsciously believed it. What evidence? Before I returned to Ingwa, a righteous man around my second brother reported that my second brother was in close contact with the Huangquan sect in private. And there was a Huangquan sect token hidden in the mansion, buried under the second tree in the backyard. Right? The second prince sarcastically said. Hongya, don't talk nonsense. Ji Changsheng went on a killing spree in the capital tonight. My eldest brother and third brother were unjustly killed by him. But his tricks won't work with me. Ing Hongya thought to himself that I don't think so. Second brother, if you are really innocent, would you let me and my mother investigate it in person? No need. The second prince's tone became more and more sarcastic. Hongya, you may have been away for too long and forgot one thing. There are no trees planted in my backyard at all. The queen nodded and said, yes, Hongya, don't slander your second brother. I think you have been led astray by Ji Changsheng. Ing Hongya glanced at her mother and thought, I have advised you. But you still leak secrets like this. If I really become a child without a mother, you will take full responsibility. Mother, you don't understand. Ing Hongya didn't have much affection for her three brothers, but she still had feelings for her parents. If possible, she still wanted to save them. You know too little about cultivation. The Huangquan sect's skills are weird and unpredictable. Although there are no trees on the second brother's mansion, they are actually planted with the underworld trees. You can't see them during the day, only on a dark and windy night. Using a special technique of looking at the air, can you see the underworld trees planted in the second brother's mansion? If the mother doesn't believe it, let's go and verify it together. And we can prove that everything I said is true. Ing Hongya's convincing appearance made the queen's attitude somewhat loose. Hongya, are you serious? Of course it's true. If the second brother has nothing to hide, he won't be afraid to prove his innocence. Of course I have nothing to hide. Then go to your mansion and search it. Investigate it. I am not afraid of my own shadow. How can I be afraid of you? Okay, let's go now. Ing Hongya followed Ji Changsheng and learned to act decisively. 10 minutes later, Ing Hongya brought the queen to the second prince's mansion. It happened to meet Ji Changsheng and his party. At this time, the jade sword in Ji Changsheng's hand was still dripping with blood, and the golden lotus of merit on his head had dimmed. This was the first time that Ji Changsheng killed someone, and his merits did not increase but decreased. When Ing Hongya saw the dim merits on Ji Chongsheng's head, her heart suddenly warmed. Chongsheng killed people for me without asking for benefits. When others saw the dim merits on Ji Chongsheng's head, and the jade sword in his hand that was dripping with blood, their hearts turned cold at the same time. The second prince's face suddenly changed. Ji Chongsheng. Where is Mr. Shang? And General Fan? Ji Chongsheng told the truth. I am a kind person. And I said Mr. Shang and his family to reunite. At this time, Shang Fucking's 3 souls and 7 spirits were already in place at the Wand and Umbrella's elegant seat. The soul of a great cultivator in the tribulation realm is a great supplement for Wand and Umbrella. Ji Chongsheng clearly felt that the grades of Wand and Umbrella were undergoing qualitative changes. As for General Fan, I have already told her that if she stops me again, I will kill someone. But she insisted on stopping me. Ji Chongsheng shook his head and said helplessly, good words cannot persuade a damn ghost. And great mercy will not save people. I didn't want to kill her, but she asked for death herself. Who can I blame? General Fan just went to mediate a fight. And you killed her too. Are you still a human being? The second prince was quite emotional. Ji Chongsheng expressed his understanding. Shang Fucking and General Fan both confessed before they died that you, the second prince, are the new king candidate that Huizhan Gongxuan likes. Everyone looked at Ji Chongsheng in shock, including Ing Hongya. She didn't know about this matter. It also includes Marshal Li Xiangzhong and Yu Qingzhao. They were just at the door of the merchant. Although they were far from the battlefield, they all had good hearing. Why didn't they hear the last words of Shang Fucking and General Fan? Ji Chongsheng was too lazy to explain, and just told the truth. General Fan repented before his death, reflecting on himself as a dead bone in the tomb, jealous of talents, corrupt and decadent, and should have given up his position and given more opportunities to young people. It was only because Prince Duan tempted her with the Huangquan magic to live forever after death that she did all these perverse things. General Fan regretted it very much, and his only hope before his death was for me to expose the true face of you, the Huangquan demon. When a person is about to die, his words are also good. I must complete General Fan's last wish. Prince Duan, your incident has been exposed. Ing Hongya's eyes lit up. He felt more and more that he and Chongsheng were a perfect match. The second prince trembled all over. Ji Chongsheng, the person is dead. It's up to you to say it? Ji Chongsheng patiently explained. Of course I won't speak nonsense. General Fan said that the evidence that you are the Huangquan demon is buried under the second tree in your backyard. The second prince pointed at Ji Chongsheng and then at Ing Hongya, gritting his teeth in anger. Okay. You two are a pair of dogs and bitches, working together. But it's not that easy to frame me. The second prince took out a face. Jianjin Mirror, the anti-counterfeiting artifact created by the Fire Seed Mirror. Under the Jianjin Mirror, all demons and monsters are exposed. The second prince held the Jianjin Mirror and sneered. Ji Chongsheng, there is no tree planted in my backyard, let alone the second tree. Aren't you looking for evidence? Let's go and see your so-called evidence. Today I will definitely expose your hypocritical true face of the demon sect in front of everyone. I know that you are good at illusions. And I also know how you deal with my eldest brother and third brother. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Ing Hongya's face changed slightly. But Ji Chongsheng chuckled. Prince Duan, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. The fire helps you hide your traces, but it is not foolproof, and it can't be hidden from Ji's eyes. The second prince sneered. Under the Jianjin Mirror, all illusions are invisible. I wonder how long you can pretend. Ji Chongsheng looked at Li Chongqi beside him. Li Chongqi shrugged. Don't worry, junior brother. I'm here. You can pretend until the end of time. So Ji Chongsheng laughed even more happily. Jianjin Mirror? Even my wife couldn't find me standing next to me. I was really scared. Let alone Jianjin Mirror. What can a magic mirror do? Ji Chongsheng had seen Li Chongqi's achievements with his own eyes. So 3 minutes later, in the backyard of Prince Duan's mansion, 2 dark trees gradually revealed their true bodies under Ji Chongsheng's spells, and were exposed to everyone. And under the second dark tree, Guandingrong quickly dug out the clothes and tokens of the true disciples of Huangquan sect, as well as the black coffin that belonged to Huangquan sect. Ji Qingtian was furious. Prince Duan, you still say you are not a Huangquan demon? The second prince was stunned. It's fake. It must be fake. It must be an illusion. Ing Hongya sneered. Second brother, you said it yourself. Under the Jianjin Mirror, All illusions are invisible. The second prince was speechless. I only felt the pain when the boomerang hit me. Hongya. Is there something wrong? The queen couldn't sit still any longer. The second prince was her only son now, and she couldn't let anything happen to him. How could the second son be a Huangquan demon? Our Ingwa royal family is protected by the destiny of humanity, and all demons of the demon sect cannot disguise themselves as royal children. Moreover, the disciples of Huangquan sect are all dead, and the second son is alive and well. How could he be related to Huangquan sect? Ing Hongya said seriously, Mother, you don't know that Huangquan sect has recently innovated its technology. The Huangquan demons themselves don't know that they are dead. Chansheng and I have encountered such an example in Qi. Ji Chansheng nodded and confirmed Ing Hongya's words. Hongya is right. We have encountered similar things in Qi. At that time, that person lived for more than 10 years without knowing anything. It was not until I discovered that he knew that he had died long ago. Huangquan magic is weird and unpredictable, and it is hard to guard against. Prince Tuan is alive and well in the eyes of the queen and the world. Maybe he himself thinks he is alive and well, but he has already unknowingly worshipped Huangquan sect and became a pawn of Huangquan sect. It's just ridiculous. The second prince and the queen didn't accept such an explanation, even though Ji Chansheng and Ing Hongya didn't lie to them this time. Ji Chansheng also expressed his understanding of their reactions. Prince Duan, you are so indignant at this time, which shows that you are guilty. The second prince was once again angry at Ji Chansheng. I am angry that you, a demon from the demon cult, are confusing right and wrong without any guilt. Ji Chansheng explained, you have been exposed by me, and the normal reaction is that you are confused and frightened at this time, so that you look guilty. Many people nodded subconsciously. This should indeed be the normal reaction of a criminal after being exposed. Ji Chansheng continued, but you are not an ordinary sinner. Prince Duan, you are a demon from Huangquan. Even though I have exposed the truth and broken your disguise, you still maintain your composure. You believe that you are innocent, and you can see it from your eyes. The second prince said angrily, because this prince is innocent. No, this just shows that you are guilty, because demons are used to being shameless. You, the second prince hates it. Can you talk some reason? Anyway, I am a demon from Huangquan. Your logic is closed. How can I defend myself? The queen couldn't listen anymore. Master Ji, my son is the prince of Ingwa, and I won't allow you to make groundless accusations. Ingwa is not a place where you can casually put a hat on others. Ji Chansheng smiled kindly at the queen. The way to verify that Prince Tuan is a demon from Huangquan is also very simple. I killed the second prince. As long as he can be resurrected, he is a demon from Huangquan. Before the queen could react, Ji Chansheng raised his sword and slashed. The second prince had not reacted before his head fell off. Even though this had happened many times before, the old demon Ji once again killed people without blinking an eye, which still made many people present fall into confusion. After all, the old demon Ji was still talking and laughing before, and suddenly turned his face and killed people the next moment, without any signs at all. After killing people, Ji Chansheng continued to patiently explain to the queen, if Prince Duan cannot be resurrected, then he is a well-hidden demon from the demon cult. At this time, the queen finally reacted. You, Ing Hongya directly controlled her mother. Then everyone waited for a minute together. The second prince died with his eyes open, and his body did not react. Everyone looked at Ji Chansheng with complicated eyes. Detective Ji was not panicked at all. He had seen through the truth. I didn't expect that Prince Tuan was so loyal to Huangquan sect, and would not reveal the information of Huangquan sect even if he died. Well, for his loyalty, put him in the coffin and bury him. After saying this, Detective Ji gave himself a thumbs up. This is called eliminating the false and retaining the true, and seeing through the slightest details. Chapter 200. Madam, you don't want your secret to be known by His Majesty, do you? Everyone's eyes became more and more complicated for the conclusion drawn by Detective Ji. You should at least pretend. Li Chengqi, a psychopath, couldn't help but suggest, junior brother, how about I use illusion to pretend that the second prince is resurrected? This is very simple. Ji Chansheng decisively refused. No, there is no need to act so perfectly. What I want is to be simple and crude, and insult IQ. The great Emperor Chansheng of the South Pole is gradually adapting to his ecological niche. Only those small characters who have no self-protection ability like to work hard on conspiracies and tricks. and are proud of doing things perfectly. But in fact, this is just because they are not strong enough. Those big guys who are strong enough never talk about these things when doing things. And they don't care about them at all. Yu Linglong killed the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce because she was in a bad mood and was too lazy to find other damn reasons for the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The saint cut off the fate of the Shang dynasty because King Zhou had lustful thoughts about a statue. And he also didn't care about what people thought. King Zhou's 70 major crimes were made up by the Zhou people and had nothing to do with the saint. The difference in pattern was immediately judged. What's the ability to make you convinced? You must be convinced by mouth even if you are not convinced by heart. This is where the strength of the boss is reflected. As the eldest son of the South Pole Chongqing Emperor, the Jade Pure True King, and the Yuanshi Tianwang, Ji Chongsheng knew that he should pursue the latter, not the former. The road cannot be wrong, and the style must be high. Otherwise, if he becomes a conspiracy expert, he will be embarrassed to say that he is the South Pole Chongsheng Emperor when he goes out in the future. And Yuanshi Tianwang may not even want to recognize him as his own son. After all, according to rumors, Yuanshi Tianwang's style has always been to help relatives and not to help others. It is common for the big to bully the small. Several disciples under the third uncle were killed by his father himself. Choose the good ones and follow them. The advantages of his father must be learned. So Ji Chongsheng took his wife's jade sword and never cared about bullying the small. This is all learning from his father with practical actions. Ji Chongsheng felt that his pattern had expanded again, and other people's cognition of Ji Shintan's face was refreshed again. The queen's lips began to tremble with anger. Ji Chongsheng, you are too much. Our Ingwa is a country that abides by the law and does not allow you to be so presumptuous. Ji Chongsheng did not think he was too much. He pointed to the evidence, the tree of the underworld, the black coffin, the Huangquan token. I have already produced a lot of evidence. Queen, don't selectively turn a blind eye. I respect Ingwa very much. If this was in Chigua Shunhua, he would not even bother to do these foreplays. After arriving in Ingwa, Ji Chongsheng followed the local customs and changed a lot. Of course, the core idea cannot be changed. A mere Ingwa can never shake his heart of Taoism. Ing Hongya decisively covered the mouth of the queen. She really didn't want to be a child without a mother. But Ji Chongsheng still frowned and said in a deep voice, Queen, why do you have demonic energy? The word shocked everyone. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang's legs softened again. Yu Qingzhao lowered his head desperately, regretting that he followed him to the Prince Duan's mansion. What kind of beast is Master Ji? Yu Lao Mo didn't have such an exaggerated style back then. Why is Ji Chongsheng so murderous? The people of Ing, including the bigwigs of Ing, simply cannot adapt to Ji Chongsheng. Because this is a completely new version they have never seen. It has not been 3 hours since he came to Ing. And Ji Chongsheng has killed 3 princes, a master of the secret law pavilion, and 2 fire seed meritorious officers. Is this something a human can do? How can the people of Ing adapt? Now Ji Chongsheng has turned his attention to the queen. If Ing 3 really wakes up and finds that Ing Hongya is the only daughter around him, that scene. The bigwigs of Ing who have reacted are too lazy to look at Ji Lao Mo anymore. And they all look at Ing Hongya with complicated eyes. Ji Lao Mo may not be a human, but Ji Lao Mo actually didn't kill many people. And those people killed by Ji Lao Mo were obviously very targeted. This is love. Princess Hongya, you really have a good eye to pick out such an excellent son-in-law. Ing Hongya also felt the complexity and meaningfulness of everyone's eyes looking at her. But she was also wronged. She dared to swear to the heavens that she had never told Chongsheng to kill all 3 of her brothers. Chongsheng would not notify me if he killed anyone. I was just passively accepting the betrothal gift at most. What could I do? I was also desperate. Well, not desperate. I didn't feel much pain. But my brother died, and my mother should try to live as much as possible. Anyway, my mother couldn't compete with her for the throne. So Ing Hongya persuaded Chongsheng. My mother might have been stimulated by the death of my second brother, the Huangquan demon. So she spoke without thinking. You should understand my mother's pain of losing her son, and don't bother with her. Hongya, I'm serious. Your mother really has demonic energy leaking out. Ji Chongsheng's face turned solemn. He was indeed framing the 3 princes. But he was telling the truth about the queen. Although he didn't see it. It was Li Chongxi who saw it. Interesting. Junior brother. This queen is covered by an illusion. And she is from our lineage. Yoguan Luowan? Yes. It seems to be from the lineage master 100 years ago. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Is the queen still related to us? It doesn't matter. Even if there is a relationship. We are enemies. The decline of our Yogwan lineage in Xuandu Temple has nothing to do with me. It was all caused by the previous lineage master. There have been few traitors in the history of our Xuandu Temple. And he is one of them. Traitor? Betray Xuandu Temple? Are you so upset? You have become the leader of the 8 lions of Xuandu Temple. And you still betray Xuandu Temple. What's the purpose? Ji Changsheng didn't understand. Xuandu Temple is the #1 immortal sect in the world. Can you get more benefits by joining other forces? If Yu Linglong didn't ascend, Ji Changsheng would not bother to continue to be an undercover agent in the Heavenly Demon sect. However, Ji Changsheng accepted Li Changxi's answer, because of love. Ji Changsheng. Okay. Love is awesome. There is no way around it. Love-minded people are invincible. He is also a love-minded person. He is loyal to Li Changxi and Yu Linglong. He is willing to go through life and death for his concubine. And he has not forgotten Bao. If it weren't for love, Ji Changsheng would not take such a big risk in Yinghui. And he would not take this extremely dangerous road of merit like Li Changxi. The power of love is so great. Ji Changsheng understood the previous leader of the Yaoguang lineage. After all, they are the same kind of people in their bones. He fell in love with a demon. A green kite. Green kite? Ji Changsheng's heart moved. Sister, the green kite is the blue bird. Right? Yes. I heard from my brother Jiao that the Blue Bird clan is one of the royal families of the Wanyao kingdom. Yes. He fell in love with the daughter of the Blue Bird clan leader. This is interesting. It seems that there is a story behind the love of the previous leader of our Yaoguang lineage. Xuandu Temple is the best in the world. And the Xianwang Merit Tower is basically impossible to shake by external forces. And the strongest fortress is always easy to be destroyed from the inside. TSK. Sister, I have a conspiracy in my mind. What's more interesting is that our previous leader is my mother's competitor. If it weren't for my mother, it's very likely that he would be the master of the temple. Then I think he is not just because of love. He wants to use the power of the Wanyao kingdom to deal with our mother. My mother said so too. And she also talked to him, asking him to be careful of the conspiracy of the Wanyao kingdom. But he insisted that it was because of love, and thought that my mother was trying to sow discord. What happened later? The Qingyao also died. My mother killed it. Then he saw it. And he went crazy and wanted to avenge his wife. So he also died. Ji Changsheng. This buddy is really depressed. Whether you are because of love or conspiracy, you should weigh your own strength. The queen has the breath of Qingyao. Li Changxi narrowed her eyes. If it weren't for you, junior brother, who just killed Prince Duan and stimulated the queen, I wouldn't have noticed that she was covered by illusion. The Yaoguang Luohuan surrounding the queen is even higher than my attainments. If it weren't for a major stimulus, even I couldn't find it. No wonder she can hide so well in Yinghui. Ji Changsheng understood. Li Changxi has reached the peak of the Mahayana realm. Yu Linglong is one of the people who has higher attainments than her. But Yu Linglong cannot be so bored. The only person who can do this is the last leader of the Yaoguang lineage, who wanted to compete with Yu Linglong for the position of the master of the temple. Since he has the ambition to compete with Yu Linglong, he should be in the tribulation realm. This can also explain why the queen can hide so perfectly. Yu Linglong used Yaoguang Luohuan to fabricate Ji Changsheng's life experience. And even Yu Laoimo could not find it. The leader of the Yaoguang lineage, who is in the tribulation realm, and competing with Yu Linglong used Yaoguang Luohuan. And it was no problem for him to deceive the Ying kingdom. So, could the queen be his daughter? Li Changxi nodded. I guess so too. Human-demon hybrids grow slower than ordinary humans. And demons grow even slower. Demons have a long lifespan. And 100 years old may be equivalent to 20 years old in humans. The queen's actual age should be 100 years old. But converted to the human side, it may be about the same age as Ying 3. With the queen's beauty, it is easy for Ying 3 to fall in love with her. Junior brother, does this plot look familiar? Ji Changsheng nodded. The great human demon love in Xuandu Temple was broken up by Yu Linglong. Ji Changsheng thought that he had to take on the great human demon love in Ying state. This is called the wife sings, and the husband follows. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were carefully observing the queen's reaction. When Ji Changsheng broke the news that the queen had a demonic aura, they both saw the queen's face turn slightly pale, and the panic flashed in her eyes. That's basically correct. When Jishan investigates a case, he does not need to find concrete evidence. When he has found this point, he can basically make a conclusion. Queen, if I am not mistaken, you have the blood of Qingyao. Ji Changsheng did not use a question sentence, but an affirmative sentence. The queen was furious. Ji Changsheng, don't go too far. You killed my son first, and then pointed the butcher knife at me. Do you want to kill all the royal family of Ingwa? This is also the common idea of everyone now. The queen can be said to have expressed the voice of the onlookers. Ji Changsheng seems to be going to kill all the royal family of Ingwa. In response, Ji Changsheng smiled slightly and explained patiently, Queen, don't worry. I swear to heaven that Hongya, as a member of the royal family of Ingwa, will definitely not die. The old demon Ji fought for a true heart in exchange for a true heart. When hearing what Ji Lamo said, only Ing Hongya felt warm in his heart, and everyone else felt cold in their hearts. Your Majesty, there is no need to panic and accuse me. If you can admit that your 3 sons are all plotting something bad, even if you really have the blood of the Qingyao and the background of the Wanyao kingdom, I can let you off the hook. Ji Changsheng said seriously, after all, you are Hongya's mother. For Hongya's sake, I don't want to kill you. Ing Hongya's heart warmed again. Changsheng really has me in his heart. But the queen did not accept Ji Changsheng's kindness. She was still immersed in the anger of losing her son, and the panic of being exposed by Ji Changsheng about the origin of her bloodline. I am the mother of Ing Kingdom. How can I be coerced by a demon cult monster like you? Prime Minister Li? Marshal Zhang? Deputy Pavilion Master Yu? Are you just going to watch Ji Changsheng humiliate me like this? Li Xiang and the other 2 smiled bitterly. They really didn't want to watch helplessly. They didn't believe Ji Changsheng's sincerity. But they couldn't stop it. The strength of the old ministers of Wuzhong was far above theirs. And Ji Changsheng had already killed 2 of them. They would just be sending themselves to death. However, Ing 3 was unconscious. And the orphans and widows left behind were bullied by Ji Changsheng in front of them, which really slapped the face of Ingwa. Moreover, the orphans were gone. And if the widows were gone, what would Ing 3 do when he woke up? With the idea of being loyal to the country, Li Xiang risked his life and stood up, bowed to Ji Changsheng and said, Master Ji, the queen does not have much power in Ingwa. There is no need to kill the queen. The implication is that you should restrain yourself a little. The 3 direct competitors of Ing Hongya have been killed. So why should the queen be killed again? The queen has no influence on Ing Hongya's succession. Ji Changsheng actually thought so at first. As long as the queen is willing to bow her head, even though she is really a demon, she can still cooperate. Unfortunately, she is unwilling to bow her head and unwilling to cooperate. Can Ji Changsheng be blamed for this? Li Xiang, there is one thing you have not considered. What is it? Ji Changsheng pointed to the body of the 2nd prince and began to reason. The Huangquan sect has infiltrated so deeply, and Prince Duan would rather die than reveal the secrets of the Huangquan sect. What does this mean? Li Xiang, he thinks this means that the 2nd prince is not a Huangquan demon at all. But he dare not say it. Ji Changsheng gave a direct answer. This means that behind the 2nd prince, there is a real murderer hiding deeper behind the scenes. And this mastermind can let the 2nd prince use his life to cover her up. How many people in the entire Ing kingdom can let the 2nd prince do this? Ji Changsheng looked at the queen and said his final conclusion. Except for his majesty, who was assassinated and unconscious. Only the queen could make the 2nd prince do this. Everyone. Is my reasoning logical and impeccable? Ji Changsheng blew a breath on the exquisite jade sword. Li Xiang wanted to say something but stopped. The queen's blood rushed to her heart, and she fainted directly. Unfortunately, she met the old demon Ji. A basin of cold water appeared out of thin air and poured on the queen's head, waking her up directly. Queen, you can't get away with pretending to be dead. You'd better tell the truth. For Hongya's sake, maybe I will show you mercy. Ji Changsheng rarely gave the queen another chance. People who know the old demon Ji know that he is really kind-hearted. But the queen doesn't think so. In her eyes, Ji Changsheng is a complete devil. Your Majesty, please wake up soon. If you don't wake up, I will be completely wrongfully killed by Ji Changsheng, the demon cult monster. Ji Changsheng looked at the queen, who started to cry. Make a scene and hang herself. And there was a flash of undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. After persuading her twice, he would not persuade her again. Nodding to Ing Hongya, Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice, Hongya, let's put aside the queen's matter for now, and I will tell you what has been verified. The eldest prince has evil intentions. And the evidence is conclusive. But he has nothing to do with the assassination of your majesty. You know me. Although I despise the eldest prince, I will not wrongly accuse him of something he has not done. Ing Hongye praised Ji Chansheng, Cha Sheng. You are very perceptive, and should be a role model for the world. Ji Chansheng glanced at the queen, thinking that you gave birth to such a smart daughter. Why are you so stubborn? I am beginning to doubt whether Hongye is your child. Wait. Sister, does Hongye have Qingyao blood? He couldn't tell. But Li Chengxi should be able to tell. The queen is a human-demon hybrid. And Ing 3 is a pure-blooded human. Normally, Ing Hongye should have a quarter of Qingyao blood. Li Chengxi also instantly became alert. She carefully observed Ing Hongye from top to bottom, and gave a positive conclusion. Ing Hongye is a pure-blooded human. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Ji Chengxing's expression also became very wonderful. There is Luo Qingling in front, and Ing Hongye in the back. Well, this is very royal. No need for surprise. My father-in-law is really not a good thing. From this point of view, the possibility that the queen is the real murderer behind the assassination of Ing 3 is as high as 90%. The motive for the crime is obvious. No wonder Hongye said that the queen favors sons over daughters. It would be strange if she didn't favor sons over daughters. Ji Chansheng suppressed the idea of sharing this gossip on the spot, and continued to say to Ing Hongye, I have also searched the mansion of the third prince thoroughly. Fortunately, with the help of the virtuous princess Li Jianmei, I have verified the evidence of the third prince's crimes. The third prince is also involved in treason. But he has nothing to do with the assassination of his majesty. There is no evidence to prove that the third prince contacted the Assassin's League. He just got too close to the nobles of the Ing kingdom. Ing Hongye continued to nod. Chansheng, I trust your judgment. The eldest brother and the third brother have been ruled out of suspicion of colluding with the Assassin's League. What about the second brother? Ji Chansheng said, at present, it has only been verified that Prince Duan is a demon from Huangquan. As for other crimes committed by Prince Duan, I don't know yet. Hearing Ji Chansheng say this, many people in Ingwa subconsciously covered their faces. The queen became more and more angry. But Ji Chansheng showed his own golden lotus of merit. The golden lotus of merit, which was a little dim just now, is now a little brighter. Ji Chansheng pointed to his own golden lotus of merit and said calmly, although I haven't found any evidence yet, I can confirm that Prince Duan is a bad guy. When killing the second prince, Ji Chansheng didn't kill the bad guy. It was because he saw that the second prince had prepared the Jianjin mirror in advance. And it was obvious that he had dug a pit for him to jump. After confirming that it was the enemy camp, Ji Chansheng didn't care so much and took the initiative. But after killing the second prince, Ji Chansheng confirmed that he was a bad guy. The evil done by the second prince exceeded his good deeds. I don't know exactly what the second prince did, so we can start investigating now. Vice Pavilion Master Yu, your secret law pavilion is professional in this area. Search the entire mansion thoroughly. I need a rough result in a quarter of an hour. If you can't do it, then the vacancy left by Pavilion Master Shang. It seems that you still need to find someone else who is virtuous and capable. Yu Qingzhao's expression suddenly became stern. She glanced at Ing Hongye and found that Ing Hongye did not object. So she immediately bowed and said, please wait for a moment. Master Ji and Her Royal Highness the Princess, I will start the search immediately. The team has been lined up, which is equivalent to showing loyalty. But loyalty alone is not enough. Obviously, Ji Chansheng and Ing Hongye need their subordinates to have sufficient capabilities. Fortunately, Yu Qingzhao is not lacking in this regard. She doesn't have an old father who is in the tribulation realm. She can only rely on her ability to become the deputy leader of the secret law pavilion. Now that Ji Chansheng has given her a stage, she has played to her full potential. A quarter of an hour later, the evidence of the second prince's crime was in the hands of Ji Chansheng and Ing Hongye. The entire Prince Duan's mansion has not been completely searched. But Yu Qingzhao doesn't need to be so troublesome. Yu Qingzhao explained, the secret law pavilion has always been concerned about the three princes, including Princess Hongye. And this is also what His Majesty specifically instructed. Ing Hongye nodded and didn't care. A mature emperor and a mature secret agency will of course pay more attention to the heir to the country. So there is no need to be angry about this. Ing Hongye is also a mature princess. So the secret law pavilion has already controlled some of the second prince's affairs. But they were suppressed by Pavilion Master Shang and not reported. Speaking of this, Yu Qing looked at Ji Chansheng and Ing Hongye. and her tone was full of admiration from the bottom of her heart. The previous judgment of young Master Ji and Princess Royal Highness was not wrong. The first prince had long lost the hope of succession. The third prince is the heir preferred by the current nobles of Ing State. And the second prince is the new monarch preferred by the old ministers of fire. If the old ministers of fire were allowed to vote to appoint a new monarch, the second prince would be the only candidate. Pavilion Master Shang knew this a long time ago. So he basically never reported the second prince's problems to His Majesty. It was normal for her to know these things. After all, she was the deputy pavilion master of the secret law pavilion. Ji Changsheng, an outsider, and Ing Hongye, an exiled princess, could actually guess such secrets, which made her a little admired. Ji Changsheng thought it was nothing. I just tried my best. If I hit the target, I'm awesome. If I don't, I'll use my wife's jade sword to let the world know that I hit the target. He was defeated in every aspect. The biggest problem of the second prince is that he almost monopolized the replacement of fresh blood in Huizhong. During the blood replacement process within Huizhong, the second prince firmly stood on the side of the meritorious old ministers. Princess, you know that our Ing country has many technical R&D geniuses, but their personal strength is very average. Ing Hongye nodded. When Emperor Ing was still alive 100 years ago, the use of these R&D geniuses was based on merit, as long as the technology they developed was strong enough. Even the Mahayana or even Tribulation Realm cultivators could help them. But now, Huizhong has also begun to become a school of factions. Even those geniuses in charge of R&D must first pay homage to the mountain and seek shelter. Those wild geniuses without background will be seriously blocked in the application for funds. Huizhong no longer only promotes talents, but first looks at who your teacher is, and whether you can behave like a human being. Speaking of this, Yu Qingjiao sighed helplessly. Tone. Technical geniuses who are absolutely devoted to research and development will invest less in human relations. Some of them may not be incompetent, but they just don't want to waste time on being human. But now, the requirement for selecting talents within Huizhong has become that emotional intelligence is more important than ability. 100 years ago, the Secret Law Pavilion had endless new technologies, but there has been no essential technological innovation in the past 100 years. The second prince has an unshirkable responsibility for this change in atmosphere. The real life of Princess Duan is actually the granddaughter of the adopted daughter of Old Lady Yao. Ji Changsheng looked at Ing Hongye in confusion. Ing Hongye explained, Yao Rengang is the person who just entered the palace to force me to submit. He is basically responsible for managing the technical research and development of Huizhong, and the research and development funds must pass through his hands. However, the life of the second sister-in-law is actually related to Old Lady Yao. This is the first time I know about this. Yu Qingjiao explained, I learned the secret only after I became the deputy leader of the Secret Law Pavilion. Information about the merits of the fire seed is highly confidential in the Secret Law Pavilion. Once leaked, they will be severely punished immediately. Ji Changsheng's face was as gloomy as water. No wonder the leader of the Secret Law Pavilion is surnamed Shang. Is the one surnamed Yao dead? Ing Hongye shook his head. I have kept him in the palace. Old Yao has watched me grow up, and his merits are written in history books. Even now, his merits are definitely greater than his faults. I can't bear to attack him. Just now in the palace, Old Yao told me that he watched me grow up and asked me why I became like this. Speaking of this, Ing Hongye sighed. I also watched Grandpa Yao grow old, and I really don't understand why they became like this. Ji Changsheng didn't care about this. It is difficult to keep the original intention. How can anyone be as noble as him? As an adult, learn to pay the price for your behavior. I'll go to the palace to kill this old man later. Ji Changsheng was merciful. If he dies early, he can still keep his reputation. I'm doing this for his own good. No one dared to raise any objections except the queen, and Ji Changsheng's focus returned to the queen. From the evidence collected so far, Prince Duan has nothing to do with the assassination of your majesty. Therefore, there is only one real murderer. Queen, do you choose to confess and be lenient, or let me expose your true face? Chapter 201 Detective G. Wrongful Trial. Start. Ji Changsheng said a lot of things, but the queen only caught one key point. Ji Changsheng, you went to investigate the real murderer of the assassination of His Majesty. As a result, you killed my 3 sons, none of whom were the real murderer of the assassination of His Majesty. If it were a thin-skinned person, he would have been ashamed by now. However, Detective G has always been very observant. He stated calmly, Your Majesty, You have made a mistake. I did not come to Ingwa to investigate the case before. I came to Ingwa to suppress the rebellion on behalf of Hungya. As for the investigation, it is only now that we really start the investigation. The death of the three princes is not completely worthless. It is known that the real murderer is hidden among the three princes and the queen. As long as I kill you all, the real murderer will naturally have nowhere to escape. The queen laughed in anger. You are really a genius in investigating cases. Ji Changsheng nodded and thanked. Thank you for your compliment. Your Majesty. You. Li Xiang stepped forward again and shook his head at the queen to stop her from continuing to commit suicide. 3 princes have died in Ingwa. And he really doesn't want the queen to die during his term of office. If there is really no one in the royal family except Ing Hongya, he will have no face to see Ing 3 when Ing 3 wakes up. After stopping the queen, Li Xiang boldly asked, Master Ji, there is something I don't understand. What is it? You said that the real murderer who assassinated His Majesty is hiding among the 3 princes and the queen. Why do you say that? Why is this a known condition? Li Xiang said I don't know. Ji Changsheng didn't expect that such an obvious thing would be unknown to someone. He patiently explained, Isn't this obvious? Do I need to explain more? Li Xiang. Hongya. Do you need me to explain such an obvious reason? Ing Hongya shook her head, No. I understand you. In fact, she didn't understand at all. But she knew what to say. Ji Changsheng blew a breath on the sword of Linglong Fairy's sword again. And then asked Yu Qizhao, Deputy Pavilion Master Yu. Do you understand? Yu Qizhao said decisively, I understand. This is not your judgment, Master Ji, but your Majesty's own judgment. Ji Changsheng's eyes flashed with praise. Go on. I haven't finished it yet. You can do it for me. Encouraged by Detective Ji, Yu Qizhao showed her ability as the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, as everyone knows. Your Majesty is a wise monarch who sees everything clearly. No one dared to object, even if someone didn't think so in their heart. Before His Majesty fainted, he restricted the actions of only 6 people, Pavilion Master Shang, the commander of the Imperial Guards, the 3 princes, and the Empress. It can be seen that His Majesty suspected that the real murderer was not Zhu Jianxian, but one of these 6 people. Of course, we should refer to His Majesty's opinion. I received news a quarter of an hour ago that the commander of the Imperial Guards was seriously injured in the battle against Zhu Jianxian. He died of his injuries a quarter of an hour ago, which shows that he cannot be the murderer. Ji Changsheng just learned about this matter. For the 3 princes, young Master Ji has ruled out their suspicion of assassinating His Majesty. For Pavilion Master Shang, I also have evidence to prove that he is not the real murderer who assassinated His Majesty. Therefore, according to the range of suspects given by His Majesty, the real murderer is about to be revealed. At this point, Yu Qizhao looked at the queen. My queen, to be honest, I never doubted you. But now it seems that you are the real murderer. She was not joking. She was present when Ji Changsheng killed the 3 princes, and she could confirm that the assassination of Ing 3 had nothing to do with the 3 princes. There were only a few people who could do this. She ruled out the 3 princes, the Lord Shang, and the commander of the Imperial Guards. And the queen was really the only suspect left. Facts proved what Detective Ji said, that as long as enough people were killed, the real murderer would not be able to escape. Although Yu Qizhao did not understand why the queen wanted to attack His Majesty. But there was only one suspect, the queen, and it had to be her. My queen, why did you assassinate His Majesty? Yu Qizhao asked in a deep voice. Ji Changsheng gave the answer on behalf of the queen, because of love. Yu Qingjiao's face turned pale. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang also changed their faces at the same time. Even Ing Hongya frowned and reminded, Changsheng, don't tarnish your mother's reputation. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Don't worry. The queen is innocent. The queen felt relieved. Then Ji Changsheng said, It is your Majesty who is not innocent. Your Majesty is a scumbag who disguises himself very well. Everyone. If I had known earlier, you might as well tarnish the queen's reputation. Although the queen is also the face of the Ing kingdom. If you have to choose between Ing 3 and the queen, the face of Ing 3 is more important. However, as a good man, Ji Changsheng can kill his sister mercilessly to prove his truth. But he will never slander a woman's reputation casually. He has always hated 2-timing scumbags. Don't worry, Queen. Although I think your behavior is wrong. In the relationship with His Majesty is the betrayer. I will never wrong you for something you didn't do. The queen's eyes were red. She was actually a little touched. Others were moved by the queen's reaction. Ing Hongye thought of Luo Qingling. She was mentally prepared for the fact that her father was a scumbag. Looking around, there were no ordinary people in the Prince Duan's mansion at this time. Most of them were important officials of the court, who were qualified to know some inside information. So she asked tentatively, Chansheng, do you mean that the emperor has another woman outside? Yes. So the queen mother hates because of love? Ji Chansheng continued to nod. Actually, I can understand the queen. Ing Hongye immediately expressed his attitude. I can understand. Mother, if you did something wrong because the emperor betrayed your feelings, I will apologize to him for you after the emperor wakes up. And I will do my best to protect you. In this matter, I absolutely support the queen mother. This time the queen's eyes did not turn red. Ji Chansheng sighed. Hongye, I am very moved by your behavior of helping girls. But there is one thing you don't know yet. What is it? You are not the queen's child. Click. Detective Ji shocked everyone again. Ing Hongye's eyes, which were originally large, became larger again. And the whole person was struck by lightning. Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang were also in a mess. Although this melon is very explosive, they really don't want to eat it. It's terrible. Cha Sheng. What do you mean? Ing Hongye's voice was trembling. I am definitely my father's bloodline. The royal family has its own way to verify bloodline. And there will be no mistakes in this regard. Ji Chansheng nodded. That's right. Hongye, you are your father's child. And you must be a genuine royal bloodline. But not your mother's. In short, you are your father's illegitimate daughter outside. Ing Hongye thought of Luo Qingling again. Could it be that she is my biological sister with the same father and mother? She looked at Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng gave her a basically affirmative answer. Ing Hongye didn't know what all this was about. But she almost immediately chose to believe Ji Chansheng. Because under the premise that she was not the queen's biological child, she figured out a lot of things. Mother, is this why you favor boys over girls? Ing Hongye murmured. No wonder you never liked me. I thought I didn't do something good enough before. Hongye, don't let your imagination run wild. The queen's face changed slightly. Ji Chansheng is talking nonsense. You are my child. Ji Chansheng sighed. My queen, it's too late to come to ask for help when you don't have time. If you really love Hongye, you wouldn't let the youngest Hongye go to the immortal gate to practice. The eldest prince was idle at home. And the second and third princes were older than Hongye. And the consequences of brothers killing each other would only be more serious. In the end, only Hongye, who had never made any mistakes, was sent to the immortal gate. I believe that if you ask her to stay, Hongye will stay in Ingwe. Ji Chansheng stared at the face of the queen. And his calm tone brought great pressure to the queen. In fact, the reason why your majesty sent Hongye to Xuandu Temple is because Hongye is in your eyes. And your majesty is worried that if you continue to keep the adult Hongye under your nose, Hongye's life will be threatened. Sending Hongye to Xuandu Temple early is to reassure you and protect Hongye's safety. Am I right? The queen tried to keep her face calm. It's a pity that all the people present were 1,000-year-old foxes. And they were almost better than her in terms of Taoism. Although she didn't admit it. The big guys present were basically sure that Ji Chansheng was telling the truth. What was missing was only evidence to support it. Which was not difficult. It didn't matter even if there was no evidence. As I said, only the lowest level detectives need evidence. After reaching a certain height, investigating a case never requires evidence. Only free conviction. My queen, I understand you very well. Ji Chansheng said seriously. You have half of the Blue Harrier bloodline in your body. And you are from the Bluebird royal family. The Bluebird lineage is loyal to its spouse, but also requires its spouse to be loyal. Vice Pavilion Master Yu. Am I right? Yu Qingjiao nodded and said admiringly. Young Master Ji is knowledgeable. Ji Chansheng said to Li Changxi. Senior sister is still knowledgeable. I didn't know that the Bluebird clan had this requirement. I have decided not to provoke the demon women of the Bluebird clan in the future. Fortunately, Hongye is a pure-blooded human. Li Changxi said proudly. It's a piece of cake. Senior sister, I know astronomy and geography. Junior brother, if you don't understand, just ask me. With the help of Li Changxi's intelligence, Ji Chansheng has basically outlined the cause and effect of the assassination of Ing 3, my queen. You found out that His Majesty had another woman outside without your knowledge. So you were furious and began to plan revenge on His Majesty. Ji Changsheng stared at the queen's eyes, and quietly practiced the Devil's Desire Sutra. According to his observation, although the queen also had cultivation to protect her body, her own strength was not high. And she was not the kind of person who was particularly determined and did not show her emotions. The queen's level was not high. Otherwise she would not have been angry and lost her temper so many times. In this case, practicing the Devil's Desire Sutra often has miraculous effects. Sure enough, the queen lost her temper again and blurted out, "I didn't. I just killed that bitch." As soon as the voice fell, the queen immediately realized her loss of composure and hurriedly shut up. But Ji Changsheng and the others had heard the inside story revealed by the queen. Ji Changsheng instantly thought of Luo Qingling's mother, who was also likely to be Ying Hongya's mother. Ying Hongya also thought of this at the same time. She knew that Luo Qingling had lost her mother, so her face was very pale at this time. "Mother! My mother was killed by you?" The queen clenched her fist quietly. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Ji Changsheng once again recited the Devil's Desire Sutra. The queen's inner anger was once again aroused. "She destroyed my family and seduced my man. Shouldn't she die?" Ying Hongya's face became paler. Ji Changsheng patted Ying Hongya's shoulders and comforted her. "Hongya, I'm sorry. It's better than you being kept in the dark." The queen's mentality collapsed, and she gave up. "This matter is extremely secret." Ji Changsheng, "How do you know that I have the blood of the Qingyao in my body?" Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other and asked, "Senior sister, is our Yoguang lineage considered a family scandal?" Li Changxi understood Ji Changsheng's meaning and waved her hand, saying, "No. Explain it to them clearly. Just to clear my name. The world thinks that the Yoguang lineage is the shame of Xuandu because of me. I am really wronged. If it weren't for me, the Yaoguang lineage would have almost been expelled from Xuandu Temple. I am a great contributor to the revival of the Yaoguang lineage." With Li Changxi's permission, Ji Changsheng told the story of the leader of the Yaoguang lineage 100 years ago. Everyone was very moved after listening, including the queen. She didn't know much about what happened 100 years ago. Ji Changsheng calmly analyzed, "From Xuandu Temple to the Yinglu royal family, there are hidden clues and hidden veins. There is an invisible big hand behind the scenes, with great plots. Queen, you have promoted many people in the Yinglu court over the years, right?" Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang's faces changed suddenly. Li Xiang said in a deep voice, "The strength of the queen's party is indeed not small." Marshal Zhang added, "The general leading the border line with the Wanyao kingdom is also a member of the queen's party." Ji Changsheng connected everything. "Send the queen to the palace. Let the emperor and the queen get together, and then use the queen and the three princes to develop the power of the demon clan. The strongest fortress is always the easiest to break from the inside. With the queen and the three princes, the national strength of Ying has been declining in recent decades. Queen, the person behind you can be said to have calculated everything. The conspiracy that failed in Xuandu Temple that year has been successful in Ying. If your majesty dies, one of the three princes will definitely ascend the throne. The three princes have a quarter of the blood of the demon clan in their bodies, and the entire Ying kingdom court and the public. It is unknown how many demon clan undercovers are hidden. Letting one of the three princes ascend the throne is very important for the Wanyao kingdom. So the real murderer who assassinated your majesty was, as expected, the Wanyao kingdom. And the queen is most likely the one who personally carried out the execution. Your majesty, am I right?" The queen's answer was simple, "Nonsense." Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. If you do it, there will be traces. The three princes have nothing to do with this matter, so we can only find evidence of their other crimes. And you, the queen, are related to this matter, so we will definitely find evidence left by you. Hongya, it seems that we have to go to the harem. Then go. We must find out the truth." Ying Hongya struggled to digest the information that came one after another. In response, the queen just sneered, "Ji Changsheng, your reasoning is very interesting. I also admit that His Majesty was indeed not honest outside the palace and had a fleeting affair with other women." Ji Changsheng reminded, "It's probably more than a fleeting affair. Your Majesty, His Majesty seems to have more than one illegitimate daughter." The queen's face became uglier. "You even know this? Then you should know that I only killed that bitch and didn't do anything to His Majesty." "Really? I don't believe it." "Humph. You can check it yourself. I'll see what evidence you can find." The Queen obviously hasn't completely adapted to Detective G's style of doing things. Even if there is no evidence, Detective G can create evidence. Seeing the Queen's reaction, Ji Changsheng was only certain of one thing. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with the Absolute Sword Immortal. So even if we need to find evidence, it may not be related to the Assassin's League. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu, go investigate the death of the former Imperial Guards General. He may not have died of his injuries, but may have been murdered to silence him. Prime Minister Li, Marshal Zhang, did you see with your own eyes that His Majesty was assassinated by the Absolute Sword Immortal? Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang shook their heads at the same time. Marshal Zhang looked very solemn, and his eyes were very alert when he looked at the Queen. At that time, only the former commander of the Imperial Guards and the Queen were around Your Majesty. Your Majesty was assassinated by the Sword Master, and it was also said by the Queen and the commander of the Imperial Guards. And Your Majesty also said so. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. The commander of the Imperial Guards was already dead. The last suspect was the Queen. And Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other. Sister, something seems wrong. Li Changxi also realized the Queen doesn't look very smart, and doesn't seem like she can handle such a big thing. She might be the mastermind behind the human demon love. Or maybe, did Ying 3 tell a big lie? Want to dig a pit to bury people? No, it shouldn't be Ying 3. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. He can't pit his 3 sons. Ji Changsheng nodded. Sister, it's really unlikely that Ying 3 would do something to his 3 sons. It was me who did it. Li Changxi. Ji Changsheng continued. I bet Ying 3 would never have thought that on the day he was assassinated, I killed all 3 of his sons within 3 hours. This is definitely not the ending he wanted to see. If he really directed and acted it himself, then I would definitely have destroyed all his plans and overturned the chessboard. Revenge for killing his sons. Li Changxi took out a green pill. Junior brother, you go to the Queen's bedroom to create evidence. I'll go feed Ying 3 something good. After eating this, Ying 3 can sleep in the illusion for 100 years. Unless someone with higher illusion skills than me takes action, no one can wake him up. Ji Changsheng praised Li Changxi. Senior sister is wise. I think the assassination of Ying 3 must have been ordered by the Queen, and Ying 3 has fallen into a long sleep because of this. The country cannot be without a king for a day. It's decided. Let Hongya be Ying 4. There is only one truth. The Southern Changsheng Emperor and the Taiyin Star Lord successfully reached a consensus. Whoever dares to overturn this conclusion is a demon in the underworld. Chapter 202. To assassinate His Majesty is a capital crime. I mean, including His Majesty himself. Senior sister, you have to be careful. The royal family of Ying should be protected by the luck of humanity, and should also be protected by the treasure of humanity. Ji Changsheng reminded. Li Changxi nodded. I know. But as long as it is not his own strength, there is room for operation. In the end, there are too many loopholes in relying on external objects. Ji Changsheng deeply agrees. If you are strong enough, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks you have, they will be useless. But if only the external force is strong enough, and your own strength is average, then there are too many ways to think of. The lethality of the nuclear bomb button is the same in anyone's hands. The monk route pursues turning oneself into a nuclear bomb, and the Ingwa route pursues that everyone has a nuclear bomb button in their hands. In terms of the prospects of industrialized mass production, including the total war force, Ji Changsheng really thinks that the Ingwa route is more likely to succeed. After all, turning yourself into a nuclear bomb depends too much on talent. But industrialized mass production only depends on productivity and technology. However, the Ying Kingdom has not yet achieved its ultimate goal, and basically only the Emperor has the nuclear bomb button in his hand. That is far from being that powerful. Ordinary people don't have the ability to deal with nuclear bombs. But it is not that difficult to deal with a person who presses the nuclear bomb button. The strength of Ying 3 himself is not necessarily stronger than that of Ji Changsheng now. Whether it is Ji Changsheng holding the exquisite jade sword, or Li Changxi, who is only half a step away from the peak of the Mahayana realm, and is only half a step away from the tribulation. They are very good at finding loopholes in the system. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Changsheng and his team arrived at the Queen's bedroom and began to look for evidence that the Queen had assassinated His Majesty. Ji Changxi immediately covered the entire bedroom with his divine thoughts. And indeed, he found a lot of good things. Well, Vice Pavilion Master Yu, you should search it. And remember to only bring female disciples from the secret law pavilion. Ji Chongsheng's order made Yu Qingzhao a little confused. It also made the queen angry. Ji Chongsheng. What did you find? Ji Chongsheng raised his hands to show his innocence. My queen. I can understand you. Really. His Majesty is probably tired of you. And you are at this age. So it is very reasonable to use some tools. This doesn't mean anything. It's His Majesty who is a scumbag. Don't worry. My queen. I used an illusion. And no one else can hear it. I said. I only kill women. And I will never insult women's reputation. The queen was still immersed in shame and anger. However, the remaining rationality made her look at the others. And sure enough, they had no reaction. Which meant that Ji Chongsheng did not lie to her, and did not make her privacy public. After realizing this, the queen was subconsciously a little moved. Ji Chongsheng. You still have a bottom line. Ji Chongsheng nodded slightly. Pua succeeded. It's better to be a bad guy. As long as you act bad enough in the beginning. You only need to show a little bit of humanity. And others will be very moved. Just like the current queen. She probably forgot that Ji Chongsheng killed her 3 sons. Of course, she will remember it soon. But judging from the queen's subconscious reaction, she does not seem like a meticulous hero. I have used illusion to block these tools. I am only looking for evidence that the queen assassinated His Majesty. The queen's face became more and more relaxed. And there was a subtle gratitude in her eyes when she looked at Ji Chongsheng. You will be disappointed. There is no evidence for something I have not done. Ji Chongsheng thought to himself that you are still too naive. No wonder you can't even deal with a scumbag. Facts prove that the queen's confidence is indeed unreasonable. Because Miss Manru is voted. Seeing Ji Chongsheng kill 3 princes in a row with a knife. And now starting to search the queen's bedroom. Miss Manru's heart went from shock to collapse. And then from collapse to reorganization. After arriving at the queen's bedroom and coming to a familiar environment, Miss Manru's collapsed emotions began to calm down. She realized one thing. The sky of Ingwa is going to change. It is likely that Princess Hongya will have the final say in the future. And the queen is not Princess Hongya's biological mother. Miss Manru decisively decided to save herself. Master Ji, I know where the queen's secret is hidden. Before, Ji Chongsheng said that Miss Manru reported the 3rd prince. Which was nonsense. But now Miss Manru has admitted everything and added another person to report. I am willing to make amends for my crime and testify against the queen. I was in charge of many things that happened to the queen before. As the queen's personal maid, Miss Manru is also a top figure in the harem. And is the queen's confidant. She really knows a lot of things. Seeing Manru decisively surrender to the enemy, the queen's face suddenly changed. Manru, are you going to betray me? Miss Manru was shining with the light of righteousness. Inspired by Master Ji. Manru is willing to turn over a new leaf. Queen, you are indeed kind to Manru. But I am a Ing countryman. Not a demon. With the righteousness of my country in the first place. I can only apologize to the queen. I cannot betray the Ing country. After saying that, Miss Manru walked to the queen's dressing table. And in full view of everyone, she pressed a button on the dressing table. A moment later, a door appeared out of thin air behind the dressing table. Miss Manru explained, this is the dowry given to the queen by the Bluebird clan. A shattered secret realm. Because it is not in our world. It is difficult to discover with technical means. The queen's real secrets are hidden in the secret realm. The queen's face was pale. But no one cared about her at this time. Ji Chongsheng nodded to Miss Manru. Lead the way. Yes. Miss Manru also knew that she had to go all the way now. Without any hesitation. 3 minutes later, Ji Chongsheng and his team arrived in the secret realm and saw evidence of the queen's connection with the Wanyao kingdom. The correspondence and call records between the queen and the chief of the Bluebird clan are all here. The souvenirs of the Bluebird clan collected by the queen are also placed here. And I have kept a record of the list of people promoted within the Ing kingdom by the chief of the Bluebird clan over the years. Miss Manru sold the queen out completely. But in the end, she still said something for the queen, although the queen had cooperated with the Bluebird clan before. She did not really want to harm the Ing kingdom. It was after she found out that His Majesty had other women outside and gave birth to an illegitimate daughter that the queen changed her attitude and began to retaliate against His Majesty and the Ing kingdom, appointing many incompetents who were not worthy of their positions, including deliberately guiding the 3 princes to become what they are now. Although the queen was wrong, she did not have ill intentions from the beginning. His Majesty destroyed the queen's fantasy about love. So the queen began to grasp the power in her hands, and began to rely on, and support the power of her mother's family. I also asked Master Ji to be discerning, and show mercy to the queen. Ji Changsheng ignored Miss Manru. He was quickly flipping through the evidence. The little love between men and women is something that only a little man who likes to throw water in front of a horse would pay special attention to. At the national level, Ji Changsheng is of course concerned about the extent of the infiltration of the Wanyao kingdom, and how many nails the queen has helped the Wanyao kingdom to drive into the Ying kingdom over the years. It is ridiculous that Ying 3 and the queen can affect the fate of the Ying kingdom because of their emotional disputes. They have become emperors and queens. But they are still so confused and don't understand how many people their words and deeds will affect. It is not unjust for these two people to die. After a brief flip through, Ji Changsheng looked at Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang. The two were also flipping through the evidence provided by Miss Manru. And their faces were very ugly at this time. Prime Minister Li, it's troublesome. There are too many people. It's difficult to clean them up. There are also many new bloods of the fire seed. Yes, Prince Duan is in charge of the fire seed line. It's too easy for the queen to reach into the fire seed. Marshal Zhang's face was uglier than Prime Minister Li. Almost all the leaders of the corps stationed at the border of the Wanyao kingdom are on this list. Before they set off, they all came to pay their respects to the queen. Some of the young and vigorous factions were even arranged by the queen as a matchmaker. Marshal Zhang looked at the queen and said in a very serious voice, "My queen, if the Wanyao kingdom mobilizes troops against the Ying kingdom, will these people be beheaded at any time if they don't surrender?" The queen looked away, not daring to look at Marshal Zhang, but whispered, "If your majesty and I love each other, the Ying kingdom and the Wanyao kingdom can certainly live in harmony." Fuck. Marshal Zhang cursed. He wanted to kill someone. National affairs are not about love affairs. Can you be more mature? Marshal Zhang was angry. If you are really angry with your majesty, you can just poison him to death earlier. Why do you want to attack national defense and internal affairs? England is really unlucky to have you two emperors and empresses. Marshal Zhang was already furious. So he started to speak without thinking. But it's not a big problem. The national conditions of Ingwa are different from those of other countries. The Emperor of Ingwa is stronger than the emperors of other countries. But the status of the Emperor of Ingwa is not as high as that of the emperors of other countries. When Emperor Ing was in a position to be the only one in power, he delegated power to the civil and military officials, and even the people of the world. This habit has been retained. So the civil and military officials, and ordinary people of Ingwa are not slaves. In theory, they can blame the emperor. Although there are risks. Marshal Zhang would certainly not say this under normal circumstances. But now, he has completely exploded. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies of Ingwa, he clearly realized the national defense crisis of Ingwa at this time. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend to heaven. The Wanyao kingdom has been preparing for war for more than 100 years. It will definitely not be willing to be inferior to the human race. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. There will be a war between the human and demon races. If the Wanyao kingdom wants to win the battle, the fastest way must be to defeat or even destroy the Ying kingdom. Once the Ying kingdom is defeated, other countries will have no power to fight back against the Wanyao kingdom. Marshal Zhang was furious and pale. If the list and information are true, then once the Wanyao kingdom goes to war, the Ying kingdom will definitely retreat in the first 3 months. If there are princes and queens who defect to the enemy, it is definitely not an exaggeration to destroy the country. Deputy Pavilion Master Yu immediately confirm the authenticity of this information, once it is verified to be true. Marshal Zhang paused and said sternly, "Your Majesty, you'd better pray that Ingwa can react. Otherwise, I will definitely cut you up as a sacrifice. I mean what I say." The queen trembled all over. Ji Changsheng glanced at Marshal Zhang and nodded slightly. This is the way a big boss should think. Marshal Zhang, Deputy Pavilion Master Yu, and Prime Minister Li, you go and verify the authenticity of this information. Ji Changsheng did not choose to believe it immediately after seeing the evidence. After all, he himself is very good at forging evidence. Of course, looking at the reaction of the queen, the ugly faces of Prime Minister Li and Marshal Zhang, and thinking about the actions of the 3 princes who were killed before, Ji Changsheng knew that the evidence was 99.99% true. Implement it quickly. Preferably tonight. Fairy Linglong has 1 day left to ascend, so it may be in time to turn the tide. Otherwise, it will be too late after 1 day. The Wanyao kingdom has been planning for 100 years, without the help of Fairy Linglong. It will be difficult for Ying Kingdom to fight back. Li Xiang, Marshal Zhang, and Yu Qingzhao turned around and left without saying a word, taking Miss Manru with them. They really need to implement it quickly. Delaying it for one day at this time is irresponsible for the fate of Ying Kingdom. Ying Kingdom seems to be very powerful, but with problems at the top. It has hidden dangers. They have been working hard for 100 years. And you are still taking it slow. This is an insult to their ability and IQ. Facts have proved that there are real wise men in Wanyao Kingdom. But Ying Kingdom has encountered a group of pig teammates. What is needed at this time is a divine soldier from the sky. A strong man who can change fate, rather than waiting for the opportunity. After the three left, only Ji Chansheng, Ying Hongye, and the queen were left at the scene. The queen suddenly spoke. He actually knows my life experience. Ji Chansheng reacted. Ying 3 knows that you have the blood of the blue harrier? Yes. He knew it from the beginning. He also knew that the blue bird lineage would never allow infidelity. When he was with me, he swore to be with me for the rest of my life. The queen's voice became more and more firm. He caused all this. If he could control himself, I would never let things turn out like this. Ying Hongye's brain, which almost crashed, slowly resumed functioning. When she heard what the queen said, she almost laughed out of anger. Marshal Zhang is right. You really hate your father. Just kill him. Isn't it better for him? You don't understand. What he cares about most is Yingwe. And what I care about most is our relationship. He destroyed what I care about most. And I will destroy what he cares about most. 2. This is the greatest revenge for his infidelity. A trace of madness flashed in the eyes of the queen. I don't want to kill him. I want him to watch the demise of Yingwe. And I want him to spend the rest of his life in a life worse than death. Ying Hongye, while she was powerless to complain, she realized one thing. Didn't you assassinate my father? Of course not. It should be the Wanyao Kingdom that did it. The queen listened to all of Ji Changsheng's previous reasoning. She thought it made sense. Ying 3 was in a coma, and Yingwe would fall into the hands of her and her son. In this way, what Ying 3 cared about most fell into her hands, and she could do whatever she wanted. But she forgot another possibility. After all, Ji Chansheng didn't tell her. Ji Chansheng was too lazy to care about the queen. He said to Ying Hongye, Hongye, did she raise you? Ying Hongye shook her head. I was raised by a wet nurse, and my 3 brothers were raised by her. I always thought she was just biased towards boys. Then there is no psychological pressure, Ji Chansheng said calmly. Which is more important? The grace of giving birth or the grace of raising? Is a question that is difficult to have a standard answer for Ji Chansheng. If the child was born but not raised, the grace of raising is more important. So whether to kill the queen or not depends on Ying Hongye's attitude. Ji Chansheng still cares about his concubine. But since the queen didn't raise Ying Hongye, Ji Chansheng didn't care at all. I have a misogyny, and I don't care about the queen's love brain. After Li Xiang and Marshal Zhang verify it, just kill her directly. Ji Chansheng didn't kill the queen on the spot, although he didn't think the evidence was false. What if it was? Anyway, you don't have to wait too long. Empress, don't be afraid. It's just the right time to go down and reunite with your 3 children. Hongye, get ready. You will be the 4th generation of Ying soon. Ying Hongye was stunned, but my father hasn't passed away yet. As long as I give him the life-extending elixir, my father should be able to wake up. I checked, and it's not a fatal injury. After arriving in Ying State, Ying Hongye didn't give the life-extending elixir to the 3rd generation of Ying immediately. Not because she wanted to kill her father, but because she knew that Ji Chansheng needed time to operate. As long as the 3rd generation of Ying didn't wake up, she would have the greatest authority, so that Ji Chansheng would have the greatest room for operation. When Ying 3 wakes up, it will be hard for him to accept Ji Changsheng's style of doing things, which will easily lead to conflicts, which is something Ying Hongye doesn't want to see. After all, Ying 3 is still good to Ying Hongye, and she is not that cold and ruthless. But Ji Chansheng has already made a final judgment on Ying 3. He married a half-human, half-demon as his queen. He knew the Bluebird clan's requirements for spouses, but he still couldn't control himself and messed around outside. The queen is a love-brained loser, and Ying 3 is a scumbag with no self-control. Not to mention that he raised his 3 sons to be like this, causing internal and external troubles in the Ying kingdom. He doesn't need to wake up. This kind of loser has no value in continuing to exist. Ying Hongye hesitated to speak, but finally couldn't help it. Chansheng, Is there a possibility that maybe the whole thing was that the emperor discovered the hidden problems within the court, and directed and acted in such a big drama, just to fish out all the traitors, and then catch them all in one net? Compared to the queen, Ing Hongya has been working hard with Ji Changsheng for such a long time, cough cough. It has been 10 days and a half months, and the progress is still obvious. And Ing Hongya is much smarter than the queen. She also found another possibility. But Ji Changsheng's tone was firm. There is no such possibility. Ing Hongya, Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice, the conclusion I came to is the truth. No matter what Ing 3 thinks or what he wants to do, I don't care. In my eyes, he is a waste, and I don't care about him. Hongya, you only need to answer 2 questions. Do you want to be Ing 4? Yes. Ing Hongya did not hesitate. Are you sure you can do better than Ing 3? Ing Hongya thought about the identity of the queen and the bad things her 3 brothers did, and told the truth, I am sure. Behind her is Ji Changsheng. She has no demon clan background, no family ties, and she still cultivates merits and righteousness. It is really difficult to do worse than Ing 3. Ji Changsheng, that's enough. To assassinate your majesty is a capital crime. I mean, including your majesty himself. Chapter 203 Ji Lao Mo ended a fulfilling day. While Ji Changsheng was verifying the evidence of the queen's assassination of Ing 3, Li Changshi, holding Ing Hongya's token, had already arrived at Ing 3's bedroom without any obstacles. Now the entire palace is under the control of Princess Hongya. Li Changshi didn't even use illusions to see Ing 3 lying unconscious on the bed. Then she immediately confirmed Ing 3's condition. Junior brother, Ing 3 is not pretending. He is really seriously injured and dying. What's the situation on your side? Ji Changsheng shared the situation on his side with Li Changshi. Then Li Changshi was very surprised. So Ing 3 acted a big trick? Just act? Why did he really do it to himself? Ji Changsheng said, I guess he was afraid that he couldn't fool the people around him. The queen and the others were not stupid enough. In addition, Ing 3 is not a disciple of our Yoguan lineage after all. When it comes to layout and disguise, the Yoguan lineage dares to say that it is second, and no one dares to say that it is first. Only if they were replaced by the Yoguan lineage to plan, they would have the confidence to just pretend and not really do it. If Ing 3 wanted to deceive the people around him, he had to do it for real. This is the end of doing it for real. Sister, if it was really done by Ing 3, then he must have a backup plan that can revive at any time. You should be careful. I will come as soon as I finish dealing with the queen's affairs. Li Changshi looked around in Ing 3's bedroom, and a touch of moonlight flashed in her eyes. I seem to have discovered Ing 3's backup plan. Junior brother, you go ahead and do your thing. I will learn about the foundation of Ing State. After putting away the sound transmission talisman, Li Changshi looked at the 4 inner pillars in the bedroom again. The inner pillars of the main hall of the bedroom of Ing 3 were supported by 4 red giant pillars, each of which was engraved with a swirling, lifelike golden dragon, which was extremely spectacular. Li Changshi took a look at each one, and then walked to the red giant pillar closest to Ing 3's sickbed and stood still. At this time, the golden dragon coiled on the red giant pillar happened to hold a gem in its mouth. It looked like this was just a sculpture. Everything was fake. However, Li Changshi reached out and took the gem from the golden dragon's mouth. After playing with it casually for a while, he chuckled and said, You are unlucky to use this kind of trick in front of me. This is the luck bead of Ing country. If the luck is not destroyed, the human king will not die. Feed this luck bead to Ing 3, and he will basically be able to return to normal. Am I right? Golden Dragon King. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the palace. But it did not reach outside the palace at all, because Li Changshi had already laid the moonlight boundary. My mother told me that the reason why Emperor Ing was called the true dragon son of heaven was because he subdued a golden dragon in his early years, and signed a symbiotic contract with the golden dragon, becoming a rare dragon rider. But before Emperor Ing was defeated and committed suicide, he terminated the symbiotic contract with the golden dragon. The golden dragon was grateful for Emperor Ying's great kindness, and has since hidden in the deep palace of Ing State. While enjoying the fortune of Ing State, it also protects the safety of the descendants of Queen Ing. If I'm not mistaken, it should be you. The golden dragon king on the red pillar shone brightly. The next moment, the light dissipated, and a blond man appeared in front of Li Changshi, looking at Li Changshi with a very solemn look. A disciple of the Yoguan lineage of Xuandu Temple? Are you the current leader of the Yaoguang lineage? Li Changxi introduced herself. I am Taiyin Star Lord, Golden Dragon King. I don't quite understand the current path of the human race. You are not the person I am waiting for. Please leave as soon as possible. Although he didn't understand, the Golden Dragon King didn't act rashly. He felt a huge threat from Li Changxi. Li Changxi glanced at Ying 3, whose life and death were still uncertain, and asked curiously, Who are you waiting for? King Jinlong said, The descendants of the Ying family. The real heirs of the Ying kingdom. According to Ying 3's estimation, this time he was assassinated and unconscious, and Princess Hongya was recalled. There would inevitably be chaos in the court and the country, and those conflicts and traitors that were usually hidden would take this opportunity to erupt. When those people jumped out, loyal ministers and generals would naturally stand up to fight back. The descendants of the Ying family, who performed best in this process, would get this luck bead and become the heirs of the Ying kingdom. Li Changxi. There are too many complaints, and I don't know how to complain for a while. Wait, so the backup plan for Ying 3 to wake up is not this luck bead? Of course not. The Ying family has its own magic medicine. As long as the time is right, he will wake up naturally, and everything is under his control, King Jinlong said. Li Changxi blinked, pursed her red lips, digested the information provided by the Golden Dragon King, and then asked, Were you sleeping just now? Yes. I dozed off. What happened? I remember that I didn't rest for several hours. Did something big happen in Ingwa? Asked the Golden Dragon King. Li Changxi said decisively, It's okay. It's fine. Ingwa is peaceful and prosperous. You can continue to take a nap. I was ordered by Fairy Linglong to come to Ingwa to do good deeds. If there is any problem in Ingwa, I will help you keep an eye on it. So it was you Linglong who sent you. The Golden Dragon King suddenly realized, I remember that you do have the breath of Yu Linglong. Emperor Ying said that Yu Linglong is trustworthy. So Ingwa will be handed over to you first. It just so happens that I'm a little sleepy recently. By the way, this is the backup plan left by Ying 3, and the list of his real confidants. Since you are Yu Linglong's man, I will give it all to you. The Golden Dragon King yawned, threw everything that Ying 3 had told him to Li Changxi, and then went back to the pillar to take a nap. Li Changxi pinched the seal with both hands, and in the shortest time, he set 9 layers of illusion on the Golden Dragon King's pillar. Then he pointed a middle finger at Ying 3 on the bed. You actually entrusted the backup plan to a guy like Jin Longwang who has no brains. Your vision is really bad. Although Jin Longwang did meet Yu Linglong in the past, and trusted the people of Xiandu Temple, this was too straightforward. Li Changxi asked herself that she would never entrust the important task to Jin Longwang. You can trust Jin Longwang's loyalty and cultivation, but you should not trust Jin Longwang's ability to do things. When Ji Changsheng and Ying Hongye came to the bedroom, Li Changxi was looking through the things Jin Longwang threw to him. Sister, what is this? Li Changxi raised her hand and threw 4 water mirror videos to Ji Changsheng. It was hard to say. You can watch it yourself. It's hard for me to comment. Master Li? Why are you here? Ying Hongye was shocked when she saw Li Changxi for the first time. Before, when they were in Prince Duan's mansion, Li Changxi was only seen by Ji Changsheng, and outsiders didn't know that Li Changxi had always been by Ji Changsheng's side. Ji Changsheng explained, I invited you to help. After all, Ying State is different from Qi State and Sheng State, and they have a deep foundation. I was afraid that I couldn't handle it alone, so I asked you to come and help. So that's why you disappeared in Xuandu Temple for a while. Ying Hongye suddenly realized, and then took the initiative to salute Li Changxi and said, Thank you, Master Li, for helping me. Hongye will always be grateful. Li Changxi nodded casually. Just remember the favor to my junior brother. I don't care. She was actually mainly here to deal with Zhu Jianxian. However, the truth about the assassination of Ying 3 really opened her eyes. Ji Changsheng glanced at the water mirror video that Li Changxi threw to him. Each water mirror was labeled with the names of the eldest prince, the second prince, the third prince, and Ying Hongye. He had some understanding. What did Ying 3 leave for his own children? Yes. Ji Changsheng opened the water mirror video with the label of Ying Hongye. Then he and Li Changxi fell into silence. The water mirror video contained a confession. Hongye, if you open this water mirror video, it means that you are the first person to discover that the assassination of your father is abnormal, and you have been favored by the Golden Dragon King. Next, listen carefully to your father's words. Your father wants to tell you something very important. Some secrets that you have been kept in the dark. In fact, you are not your mother's biological child. You are your father's child born outside the palace. I have 3 sons and 2 daughters. The 3 sons are your 3 brothers. And you also have a sister. Who is your biological sister? Hongya. I know this may be difficult for you to accept. But you must be strong. Because father has another thing to tell you. Your mother is actually a half-demon. When Hongya saw this, it was difficult to express her current mood in words. These are indeed very important secrets. But with the help of Detective G, she already knew everything. When she listened to Ing3's personal narration, she lost her feelings. What really made her feel was the following words of Ing3. Your mother has the blood of the Bluebird clan. And the Bluebird clan has extremely harsh requirements for feelings. If a man is unfaithful, he will definitely suffer the most deadly revenge from the Bluebird clan. Father has your biological mother outside. So he is sorry for your mother. Because he feels guilty about your mother. Father has not dared to get too close to you for more than 20 years. When you grow up, sending you to Xuandu Temple is also to protect your safety. It is also because father was sorry for your mother first. So father has always turned a blind eye to your mother's actions over the years. But recently, I found that your mother has crossed the line. Her various behaviors have already involved national security. It is difficult for your father to ignore it. But when I wanted to fight back, I found that your 3 brothers had gone astray. Either openly or secretly. Father doesn't know who is a friend and who is a degenerated enemy. Father doesn't know how to face your mother. Because she has never really made our conflicts public. Deposing the queen without reason will affect the national system. And father must act cautiously. In the end, father decided to set up a game to let all the traitors jump out. And then catch them all in one fell swoop. Hongya. Father has great expectations for you. And you are very close to Ji Changsheng. Father knows that Yubihai is behind Ji Changsheng now. Father hopes that you can use Ji Changsheng's power to help father catch all the traitors in Ingwa. This is a serious matter. And we must take a long-term view. Your 3 brothers are not bad people. And your mother is just taking revenge on me for being unfaithful. They have been operating in Ingwa for a long time, and are deeply rooted. Hongya. If you are having a hard time in Ingwa, you can sit down and have a good talk with them. After all, blood is thicker than water. I believe that as long as you brothers and sisters work together, you will be able to restore order and achieve revival in Ingwa. After watching the water mirror video that Ing3 left for her, Hongya covered her little face with both hands and rubbed it hard. Her mood was very complicated. Father asked me to sit down and have a good talk with my 3 brothers and mother? Hongya smiled bitterly as she spoke. His plan is so naive, and he really doesn't understand you. Cha Sheng. Ji Changsheng shrugged. I told you before that Ing3 may have his own plan. But his plan certainly does not include killing all 3 of his sons within 3 hours of my arrival in Ing State. So no matter what Ing3's plan is, I don't care. Because it is impossible for him to follow Ing3's plan. Li Changqi said, Junior brother. You can watch the water mirror video that Ing3 left for the 3 princes. The content is almost the same. Ji Changsheng opened the water mirror video that Ing3 left for the 2nd prince. Found that the content is indeed similar. The main goal is to make the brothers united, the family harmonious, and revitalizing state. After watching it, Ji Changsheng had only one comment, what a naive man. Li Changqi gave Ji Changsheng a thumbs up, Junior brother. What you said is very touching. I almost got stupidity. The blood inheritance system should really be abandoned. No hurry. Take your time. The concubine still has to be an emperor with real power, which is convenient for maximizing efficiency. But the concubine's next emperor can gradually become a virtual emperor. Wait. The time of this water mirror recording and the appearance of Ing3 in the water mirror seemed to be a little wrong. Ji Changsheng keenly discovered that the pajamas worn by Ing3 in the water mirror seemed to be the pajamas worn by Ing3 now. Who? Li Changqi became alert instantly. She found someone destroying the illusion she arranged. Hongya quickly reacted. It's Zhuo Ruoshui, the current commander of the Imperial Army. She may have discovered the illusion arranged by Li Maizu. Li Maizu. You can let her in. This is your own person. Li Changqi turned a deaf ear and just looked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng pointed at the exquisite jade sword in his hand. Li Changqi was relieved and removed the illusion. A moment later, Zhuo Ruoshui came to the bedroom, looking at Ing3, who was still unconscious on the sickbed, and Hongya, who was safe. Zuo breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness. Are you okay? No problem. Ing Hongye shook his head, pondered for a moment, and took the initiative to ask, General Zuo, are you my father's confidant? Of course. Then do you know the inside story of my father's assassination? Zuo face changed slightly. Ing Hongye nodded and said, from the look of General Zuo, he knows. So General Zuo should have realized that my father's plan has all failed. Zuo smiled bitterly. Young Master Ji does things, vigorous and resolute, which makes people awe. Li Chongxi and Ing Hongye nodded in agreement. They are among the people who know Ji Chongqing's style of doing things best. But they are often refreshed by Ji Chongqing's efficiency. Zuo knew that Ing Hongye and Ji Chongqing had probably guessed the truth. So she gave up struggling. Your Majesty did intend to let the traitors jump out and then catch them all in one fell swoop. But the death of the three princes. Your Majesty never expected it. Master Ji, you acted too quickly. Ji Chongqing defended himself, to be honest. I haven't killed many people since I came to Ingwa. This is the truth. Not a sophistry. In total, Ji Chongqing has been in Ingwa for 3 hours. And he has only killed 3 princes, 2 fire heroes, 1 master of the secret law pavilion, and the daughter of the master of the secret law pavilion. Only 7 people in total. For Ji Laomo. This killing efficiency can definitely be called soft-hearted. Zuo did not argue with Ji Laomo. In short, Your Majesty wanted to play a big game. But Master Ji turned the chessboard upside down. Master Ji, the people you killed are not the same people as the people Your Majesty wanted to kill. Ji Chongqing said, that is the problem of Ing 3. Let him reflect on himself. If you only kill flies and not tigers, the problems of Ing Kingdom will never be solved. Forget it. Why am I telling you this? I just ask you one thing. Can you wake up Ing 3? Yes. Zuo did not deny it. Your Highness, please let me wake up Your Majesty. Your Highness can discuss the next things with Your Majesty. The current situation is too complicated. And Zuo does not want to participate. Ji Chongqing and Li Chongxi did not speak, leaving the choice to Ing Hongye. Ing Hongye knew that this was the moment to decide her own fate. She looked at the 4 water mirror videos in her hand again, and then looked at her father, who was lying on the sickbed, breathing weakly and seriously injured, and made a quick decision. General Zuo, who are you loyal to? Zuo said decisively, of course. Your Majesty. Ing Hongye took a step to the left, blocking Zuo's view of Ing 3, and then raised her chin slightly. And a majestic and murderous temperament immediately emerged from her. I accept General Zuo's loyalty. General Zuo, you can kneel down. Zuo's hand holding the spear froze instantly. Ji Chongqing walked silently to Ing Hongye's side, and blew a breath on the sword of the exquisite jade sword. Zuo. Ing Hongye asked again, General Zuo, who are you loyal to? Zuo gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee. I am not afraid of Master Ji. I am just loyal to Your Majesty forever. Ji Chongqing was amused by Zuo. General Zuo, don't worry. Ingwa is the Ingwa people. I don't have time to stay here for long. I don't worry. Well, go and kill the queen. Ji Chongqing gave an order lightly. We have just received feedback from Prime Minister Li, Marshal Zhang and Yu Qingxiao. After verification by all parties, the intelligence we just obtained in the secret realm of the Queen's bedroom is true. The Wanyao Kingdom has seriously infiltrated the Ing Kingdom, and the Queen is the first person responsible. General Zuo, this opportunity to make a contribution is given to you. Zuo. She looked at Ing Hongye, Your Highness. No, Your Majesty. The Emperor may not want the Queen to die. Ing Hongye whispered, General Zuo, this is the 3rd time I ask you. Who are you loyal to? Zuo left without saying anything. At this point, if she said one more word, she would have no chance to pledge her loyalty. What was needed at this time was action. A minute later, Zuo returned to the palace with the head of the Queen. Your Majesty. Master Ji. I have killed the Demon Queen. Very good. Ji Chongqing was satisfied with Zuo's efficiency. General Zuo, what do you think if the Emperor wakes up and finds that his wife and son are all dead? Zuo said in a deep voice. The Emperor was assassinated by the Sword Immortal and was seriously injured. He will never wake up again. Ji Chongqing nodded. General Zuo is the Emperor's confidant and has a guard by his side. He knows the Emperor's situation best. Since General Zuo said so, he must be trustworthy. Hongya. What do you think? General Zhui is right. Zhui Ruoshui felt bitter. But at the same time, he felt relieved. At this time when the Ying Kingdom was in turmoil, it was a blessing for the country and the people to meet such an iron-blooded queen and the demon behind the queen who killed people without blinking an eye. The emperor, as the foundation of the world, was not afraid of bad people, but was afraid of stupidity. Ding! The bell of midnight rang on time. The long day finally came to an end. Ji Lao Mo ended his fulfilling day. He started a new day with great anxiety. Sister, it's bad. What's wrong? Fairy Linglong only has 1 day left before she can ascend. Chapter 204. The fake villain has been operating for 100 years, and has made every possible effort. The real villain has a sword in hand, and can destroy everything in his path. It is well known that a wounded beast is the most dangerous. Question: when is the old demon Ji the most dangerous? Li Changqi sensed the murderous aura coming from Ji Changsheng, and was shocked by her cultivation level. Junior brother, why are you so murderous? Isn't the situation very good? They found out the truth, supported the empress to take the throne. Although the civil strife in Ingwa has not been completely quelled, it seems that it is only a matter of time. This trip to Ingwa can be said to have been a complete success. But the old demon Ji should guard against arrogance and impatience, and will always be on the road to progress. Sister, I feel very insecure. Why? There is only 1 day left for my invincible experience card. Ji Changsheng looked at the exquisite jade sword in his hand, his eyes full of reluctance. After today, I can no longer rush around like this recklessly. How should I live? It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Ji Changsheng is very loyal to love. He really doesn't want his wife to leave. Li Changqi is also a little reluctant. After all, if Yu Linglong hadn't protected her, she would have died 800 times. So she quickly empathized with Ji Changsheng. Yes, there is only one good mother in the world. Children with mothers are like treasures, and children without mothers are like grass. After today, my life will be much more difficult, and the master of the temple will not be able to stand up. Ing Hongya looked at this pair of dogs and endured again and again. In the end, he couldn't hold it back. Masterly, you are one of the 8 masters of the Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple will always be Xuandu Temple. Even if there is no Linglong Fairy, there is still the Xian Wang Merit Tower. Xuandu Temple will always be invincible. Cha Sheng, you are now the young leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. After Fairy Linglong ascended, Yu Lao Mo was the #1 person in the world. The Heavenly Demon Sect was the largest sect in the world, and you are the heir to the largest sect in the world. Even if Fairy Linglong ascended, it would not be your turn to worry. Can you stop being so sad? Ing Hongya almost vomited after hearing this. What kind of beasts are these two? They are not satisfied with such good conditions. Ji Changsheng shook his head. Hongya, you have not experienced the feeling of holding a sword in hand. I am not targeting anyone, and everyone here is trash. You don't understand. Li Changqi nodded in agreement. Yes. As the Taiyin Star Lord, I have to be careful of the mortals in this small world from tomorrow. Alas, I am getting worse and worse. I want to reflect. I want to work hard. And I want to pass the tribulation and ascend as soon as possible. Junior brother, you have to work hard too. Ji Changsheng said seriously. Senior sister is right. I have been slacking off recently. After the refining void realm, I have not been promoted to the fusion realm. Half a day has passed. This is a serious waste of time. Ing Hongya, Masterly, Cha Sheng, can you be more sane? The more I listened, the more I couldn't listen. Is this something a human can say? You have done so many things in half a day, and you still complain that your realm has not been improved. It's crazy that you can improve your realm in half a day. Okay. Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi didn't care about Ing Hongya's reaction. Ji Changsheng reviewed it, and came to the conclusion, it can't be blamed entirely on me. After all, the people in Ingwa are too complicated. Almost all of them are praised and criticized. Killing them will not increase your merits at all. Ji Changsheng showed his merit Golden Lotus, and was even more distressed. My merit actually decreased. It's really a ghost. There is something wrong with the judgment of the heaven. Li Changqi empathized with Ji Changsheng again. There is indeed something wrong with the judgment of the heaven. I killed that old guy surnamed Li, but he didn't give me any merit. It's simply unreasonable. The Li family prospered because of me. I killed a guy who forgot his ancestors. Why didn't I get any merit? Ing Hongya and Zhuo Ruoshui looked at each other, and found that each other was speechless. If I remember correctly, the old man Li, who was killed, was the ancestor of the Li family. Li Chengxi is the descendant of that old man Li. You killed him, which is called betraying your teacher and destroying your ancestors. How could he forget his ancestors? Two normal people really can't talk to a beast and a mental patient. But even if they can't talk to each other, they have to talk. Your Majesty, Master Ji, Master Li, I have something to report. Say, Your Majesty has given me a secret order. During his coma, I will follow the direct leadership of Elder Yin, in addition to the command of Princess Hongya. If there is a conflict between Princess Hongya's order and Elder Yin's order will be executed first. Elder Yin? Ji Chansheng looked at Ing Hongya in confusion. Ing Hongya explained, Elder Yin is known as the wisest man in our Ing country. He was once the first military advisor under the command of our ancestors. After the failure of our ancestors, Elder Yin retreated behind the scenes to run the fire. Unlike other fire heroes, Elder Yin did not marry or have children. He has always been single and has no family inheritance. Therefore, Elder Yin is the most respected person among the existing fire heroes. And it can even be said that there is no one else. My father respected Elder Yin very much. My father was able to ascend the throne that year, thanks to Elder Yin's secret guidance. Zhuo Ruoshui added, after His Majesty fell into a coma. Elder Yin once sneaked into the palace. Ji Changsheng and Li Chengxi looked at each other. Li Chengxi was thoughtful. Yin Bingjun? I've heard my mother talk about him. He once helped the Wanyao kingdom to quell a civil strife as a human, and was praised by the Wanyao kingdom's leader as the fox of Ing kingdom. He was highly praised in the Wanyao kingdom, and he repeatedly shined under the command of Emperor Ing, with outstanding military exploits. However, Yin Bingjun prefers to hide behind the scenes to make plans, and it is said that he claims that he is too vicious and cruel in his life, and he will inevitably suffer retribution. So he chooses to be single to avoid bringing disaster to his descendants. Ing Hongya agreed, Old Yin's plans are indeed vicious. But in the war years, it is understandable for victory. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. The ancestors took the upright path. And they also need poisonous people like Old Yin to make plans, and do things that the ancestors were not convenient to do. It can be seen that Ing Hongya still has a strong sense of identification with Old Yin. But this was the first time Ji Chansheng heard of this person, and he grasped the key point differently from others. Hongya, you said that Elder Yin was behind the scenes in charge of the operation of the fire seed. He is the actual controller of the fire seed at this stage? Ing Hongya thought for a moment and said rigorously, among the surviving old ministers of the fire seed, Shang fucking has the highest cultivation. Elder Yin is the #1 strategist. Elder Yao controls the financial power. And General Fan has the greatest military merit. The highest decision-making level of the fire seed is these 4 people. But Elder Yin is recognized as the smartest one. So generally, other people will not refute the decisions made by Elder Yin. And General Fan has cooperated with Elder Yin many times during the war. And she and Elder Yin have always been together. That's a problem. This was the first time Ji Chansheng knew about the decision-making level of Huizhong. And the first time he heard the name Yin Bingjun. He didn't have any filters. So he asked a sharp question, if this old Yin is really as smart as you said, then why did Huizhong become what it is today? Ing Hongya was speechless. Ji Chansheng held up 2 fingers. There are only 2 possibilities. First, this old Yin is a flower stand with gold and jade on the outside and rotten cotton on the inside. In fact, he is not as powerful as he boasts. No. Ing Hongya, Li Chengxi and Zhuo Ruoshui all rejected this possibility, leaving aside the judgments of Ing Hongya and Zhuo Ruoshui. Li Chengxi's judgment directly blocked this possibility for Ji Chansheng. I heard from my mother that Yin Bingjun is indeed a man. Those who can catch my mother's eye are not useless. I have also read some historical materials of the year. Yin Bingjun did help Emperor Ing win many battles. Then, there is only one possibility left. The surname Yin has also changed. Ji Chansheng said in a deep voice. Ing Hongya and Zhuo Ruoshui's faces changed slightly. They were convinced, because they all believed in Yin Bingjun's ability. Before some windows are broken, everyone can still whitewash the piece. But tonight, Ji Chansheng has torn off the fig leaf of Huizhong, revealing the true face of Huizhong to the people of Ing, the first wise man of Ingwa, who used the best resources and talents in the country to create the Ingwa think tank. Should not be like this. This does not conform to his ability positioning, nor can it meet the psychological expectations of the people of Ingwa. Of course, there is a problem. Although Ing Hongya had a filter for Old Een, she could still understand this simple truth. General Zwa, call Old Een to the palace. When it comes to business, Ing Hongya has never failed. Since she began to suspect that Ing Bingjun had a problem, she took action immediately. Zwa Ruoshui subconsciously glanced at the exquisite jade sword in Ji Chongqing's hand, bowed and accepted the order to leave. Before Fairy Linglong ascended, solve all the hidden dangers that can be seen. She is not very loyal to the new queen of Ing Kingdom, but she has more trust in Ing Hongya's ability, at least in terms of decisiveness. Ing Hongya is better than Ing 3. As for Ing Bingjun, Zwa Ruoshui certainly has no friendship with him. Let Detective Ji judge whether there is a problem. Detective Ji thought of another thing at this time. Hongya, you said that your father was able to ascend the throne thanks to the secret guidance of Mr. Een? Yes. I have a second uncle, and his talent and reputation were half a step better than your father's. But Mr. Een finally stood on your father's side, and your father finally succeeded to the throne. From your father's ability, Mr. Yin's choice does not seem to be for the sake of Ingwa. Ji Chongsheng did not give face to Ing 3 at all. This father-in-law who will never wake up has been deducted from his points in his heart. In this regard, Ing Hongya could only smile bitterly. You can't say that. The reason Mr. Een gave back then is also reasonable. If you can establish the eldest son, it is better not to establish the virtuous one, because the latter is too easy to cause the tragedy of brothers killing each other. The only thing to do is to consider the age of the eldest son. If you establish the virtuous one, it is difficult to see which one is the most virtuous without letting several heirs kill each other until only the last one is left. Mr. Een insisted on establishing the eldest son, and everyone thought that Mr. Een was mature and dedicated to the country. Ji Chongsheng said what he meant. I also support the eldest son. After all, I also have 8 younger brothers, and I am the eldest son. Yuanshi Tianwang has 9 sons, and Nanji Chongsheng Dadi is the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang. So Ji Chongsheng firmly supports the eldest son inheritance system. Whoever opposes the eldest son inheritance system is his sworn enemy. I have no opinion on Ing Bingjun in terms of the eldest son, but Ing 3 is too lame, and Hua Zhong is too lame. I think there is a big problem here. Whether there is a problem or not, we will know when he comes. Li Chongxi didn't take it seriously. Junior brother, you are good at investigating cases, and I will investigate it carefully later. Ing Hongya, Chongsheng is too good at investigating cases. I have never seen him fail, and he can catch the real murderer every time. Ing Hongya had to remind him, Chongsheng, I know you kill people for my own good, but it's not good to kill all the Fire Seed meritorious service. Moreover, the old Fire Seed ministers, like Elder Een, were once heroes. Even if they have degenerated over the years, it can't offset their previous bravery. Killing them is likely to have retribution. If Elder Een is really problematic, I'll do it. Don't do it again. I'm worried that you will fall into the realm. Ji Chongqing's cultivation and merits are too tightly bound. Once too many people who shouldn't be killed are killed. Ing Hongya is very worried that her man's cultivation will be stuck or even fall into the realm, which will be a big trouble. She doesn't want Ji Chongsheng to pay such a big price for her. Chongsheng, Old Een is a military advisor. It's not difficult to kill him. You don't have to do it yourself. You must control yourself. Ji Chongsheng smiled at Ing Hongya. Don't worry. Merit is something that can't be earned in Ing country. You can still earn it in Wanyao country. Besides, I controlled myself in Ing country and didn't kill many people. If this Old Een is not a big problem, I won't do it. They soon met Ing Bingjun. Contrary to Ji Chongqing's expectations, Ing Bingjun's anti-aging skills seemed to be not fully practiced, and he looked at least 60 years old. He wore a purple robe, which was noble and arrogant. Purple is a color that many nobles and great monks like, including the monks of Xuandu Temple. Many of them also wore purple robes and practiced purple qi from the east. Except for the anti-aging skills that were somewhat beyond Ji Chongqing's expectations, Ing Bingjun's figure and image were in line with Ji Chongqing's judgment of a counselor. Confident, elegant, with narrow eyes, restrained expression, and slightly vicissitudes and wisdom in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. I don't know if it was Ing Hongya's popular science that gave Ji Chongsheng a preconceived idea. When he saw Ing Bingjun, he subconsciously thought of the winner in the war. Old Yin's demeanor is indeed extraordinary. Ji Chongsheng nodded slightly. Yin Bingjun nodded as a greeting. Hello. Master Li. Master Ji. Hongya. We meet again. Ing Hongya returned the greeting. Grandpa Yin. I called you here this time, because Chansheng has some questions to ask you. Don't be nervous. Just say whatever you want. A bitter smile appeared on Yin Bingjun's face. And he took the initiative to bow and said, Hongya. I basically know the matter. I am responsible for the degeneration of Huijan. Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows and immediately climbed up the pole. Old Yin. What do you think is your responsibility? Yin Bingjun introspected. I have rigid thinking and nepotism. I work behind closed doors and can't keep up with the development of the outside world. I turn a blind eye to some old friends' affairs and put personal friendship above national law. Although this is not my fault. As a wise man recognized by everyone, I should have solved these problems after seeing them. I was too numb and always thought that maybe time could solve everything. I couldn't do anything to those old friends, which led to the current bad consequences. At this point, Yin Bingjun took the initiative to kneel in front of Ing Hongya, which scared Ing Hongya. Grandpa Yin, what are you doing? It's too embarrassing for me. The emperor is the emperor, and Ingwa does not practice kneeling. Ing Hongya just forced Zhuo Ruoshui to be loyal, and Zhuo Ruoshui knelt on one knee to express his sincerity. Under normal circumstances, kneeling is not allowed in Ingwa, which goes against the original intention that Ingwa has always pursued, especially for a fire-seed meritorious person like Yin Bingjun, kneeling to a young man like Ing Hongya. If it gets out, Ing Hongya will be spitted to pieces by the people of the world. Yin Bingjun said in a deep voice, Hongya, I am not kneeling to you, but to the people of Ingwa. I did not do my job when I was in office, which led to serious problems in Ingwa. I am to blame. Merits and demerits cannot be offset. My past achievements have allowed me to enjoy all the glory. I have been a slacker for decades, and I should be severely punished by the law. Hongya, put me in jail. According to the law, I will be severely punished for treason. The atmosphere in Ingwa will definitely be completely renewed. Ing Hongya was moved. Grandpa Yin, why do you have to do this? Yin Bingjun said seriously, to correct a wrong. You must go too far. Send someone to jail me and punish me for treason. I will accept all the consequences. I am old, and this is all I can do for you. Ing Hongya was deeply moved. Grandpa Yin, Hongya is really unworthy of it. Ji Chansheng and Li Changxi have been staring at Yin Bingjun. Sister, what do you think? Ji Chansheng asked in a voice transmission. Li Changxi said, I didn't see any flaws. This person is either very loyal or very treacherous. Junior brother, what about you? Did you see anything wrong? No. He performed too perfectly. If I were him, I would probably only be able to do this. Ji Chansheng said what he meant. Li Changxi nodded. So he is fine? There is a problem. How could anyone in this world have the same high level of awareness as me? Ji Chansheng said confidently, my character? Can ordinary people touch porcelain? Li Changxi. This reason did not convince her. But Ji Changxing's next reason convinced her. If Yin Bingjun really had this awareness of sacrificing for the country, what would he have done before? I just came to Ingwa for one day. And Ingwa has such a loyal minister? Why don't I believe it? And if he really has the awareness of sacrificing for the country, then let him get what he wants. Huijan and Ingwa have become what they are today. And he, the wisest man in Ingwa, died to apologize. Isn't it unfair for him? No. Then satisfy him. At this time, Yin Bingjun was still in harmony with Ing Hongya, and Ji Chansheng swung his sword brazenly. Yin Bingjun's pupils dilated rapidly, and his brain performed up to thousands of operations in 1/10,000th of a second. Don't panic. He is just testing me. He can't kill me. There is no problem with my answer just now. Li Changxi and Ji Chansheng can't see through my illusion. I have worked hard for 100 years in Ingwa, and I will succeed soon. I can't fail at this moment. Yu Linglong didn't find out that I faked my death back then. How can Ji Chansheng find out? He is testing me 100%. Fuck. He definitely didn't find my true self. But he really wants to kill me. Yin Bingjun disappeared instantly. His mentality completely exploded. He was not injured, but he was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of old blood. Ji Chansheng. You bastard. Chapter 205 Ji Lao Mo saves the world. Yin Bingjun was shaking all over. Not injured. Pure energy. There are not many people in the world who can escape from Yu Linglong's sword. So he has absolute confidence in his ability. especially illusion. Ji Changsheng will definitely not be able to find his disguise. But Ji Changsheng didn't even ask. He raised his hand to kill. Where can he go to reason? He hated it. Even if it was Yu Linglong and Yu Bihai who came today. He felt that he would not be exposed so hastily. And there is even a great possibility that he would be successfully hidden. Only Ji Changsheng has no martial ethics at all. Asshole. I have been operating for 100 years. With no plan. And I have worked hard. And you? Why do you kill me just because you don't agree with me? You should at least ask a few questions. Yin Bingjun's mentality was completely blown up. If he lost to a strong person like Yu Linglong, a hegemon like Ying Huang, or a wise man who was his match, he could accept it. It's nothing more than inferior skills. So he is willing to accept defeat. But he is 100% sure that Ji Changsheng didn't find anything. This guy just wants to kill people. If he didn't hide, he would have been killed just now. 100 years of planning. 100 years of dormancy. Just went down the drain. With the Taoist heart of Yin Bingjun, who has been forbearing for 100 years. He is almost crazy at this moment. Roaring to the sky. It scared Ji Changsheng. What is it? It can be unscathed under the exquisite jade sword? When Ji Changsheng killed people, he really didn't think that this guy could hide so deeply and have such strong strength. Let alone him. Li Changqi, who is at the peak of Mahayana cultivation, didn't find anything wrong with the other party. Senior sister, what's this guy's way? Didn't you say that Yin Bingjun is not good at strength? What happened to the promise of playing with his brain? Li Changqi was as shocked as Ji Changsheng. She was observing Yin Bingjun very seriously. But she didn't observe anything. So she quietly protected Ji Changsheng in front of her. This protection action with a strong sense of deja vu made Ji Changsheng's eyes twitch. And he felt that he and Li Changqi were indeed a perfect match. I can't see his background. Li Changqi said solemnly. He is a great cultivator in the tribulation realm. And he is not an ordinary tribulation realm. Hearing Li Changqi say this, Ying Hongya was also shocked. How is it possible? Elder Yin's strength is at most the fusion stage. He is a military advisor, not a god of war. The god of war of Ying country is far inferior to him in strength. Ji Changsheng has a say in this. Shang Fucking is theoretically the person with the highest realm in Ying country. No one else. But he was also seriously injured by Yu Linglong's sword. General Fan's performance was not as good as Shang Fucking's. But Yin Bingjun was not hurt at all by Yu Linglong's sword. Ji Changsheng even felt that this guy's strength might have caught up with Lao Yu. Who are you? Ji Changsheng asked cautiously. Huh? You're not dead? Yu Linglong's voice came from the jade sword again. For the first time, Ji Changsheng heard the first wife's tone of uncertainty. Jian Gongyu. I didn't kill you back then? Who is Jian Gongyu? Ji Changsheng heard this name for the first time. Then he found that Li Changqi was getting more and more out of control. He is my nominal master. Ji Changsheng didn't react at first. It took him a second to realize who Li Changqi was talking about. The leader of our Yoguang lineage 100 years ago? The biggest traitor in the history of Xuandu Temple? He is not dead? Ji Changsheng was also shocked. How could someone escape the death of someone killed by Fairy Linglong? There are such warriors in the world. I thought there was only old demon Yu. Jian Gongyu was furious. You really don't know my existence. Ji Changsheng. Of course I don't know. I just heard of this name. Who is Yu Bihai? If you hadn't attacked me for no reason, I would have been the best in the world after Yu Linglong left. You have ruined all my plans. Yu Linglong's voice continued to be heard from the jade sword. You seem to be a little stronger than Yu Bihai. It seems that you have not lived in vain over the years. How could you have deceived me back then? Yes. I hadn't started practicing Yoguang Luo 1 at that time. I started practicing after I killed you. You faked your death and escaped, using Yoguang Luo 1 to deceive me. You have been lurking in Ying State for 100 years. No wonder Ying State's national fortune has not been able to increase. Even I didn't find out your details. If I really ascended and left, you might have subverted the world. Ji Changsheng. You have made a contribution. Yu Linglong admitted that Ji Changsheng, this little guy, really kept giving her surprises. After she became invincible, she suppressed the whole world for more than 100 years, and always thought that the world had been under her control. Facts have proved that she does have the strength to dominate the world. But precisely because Yu Linglong's strength was so overwhelming, those ambitious people chose to lie dormant. They have always existed, but they were so low-key that even Yu Linglong didn't notice them, until Ji Changsheng came out of nowhere. He blew up the whole world and blew out all the tyrants and treacherous heroes. So Yu Linglong was also shocked. This is a brand new version she has never seen. If it weren't for Ji Changsheng, she even thought she was living in a different world. The true face of this world completely refreshed her cognition. From Guanyin Temple to Yingwe. From Huaquan Sect to Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. And now Wanyaogua. It seems that every family can give her a big surprise. If these big surprises burst out at the same time, Yu Linglong is not sure that she can kill them all. Hearing his wife praising him like this, Ji Changsheng instantly straightened his chest and raised his head, and proudly claimed the credit. Fairy, I can see at a glance that this guy is hiding his head and showing his tail. He must be a traitor hiding in Yingwe. So I attacked him brazenly. The credit is not worth mentioning. It's all what I should do. Yu Linglong didn't believe a word. Jian Gongyu was furious again. Little beast. Even Li Chongqi can't see through my illusion. Let alone you. Who are you scolding? Little beast? Ji Changsheng asked. Jian Gongyu was furious. I am scolding you. Little beast. Old silver coin is old silver coin. In anger, he still maintains his rationality of scolding people, and did not fall into Ji Changsheng's language trap. But he was soon speechless by the two mentally ill people. Li Chongqi sneered and said sarcastically, Jian Gongyu, do you really think that I haven't discovered your true face? I'm just teasing you. I came to Yingwe just to kill you. Jian Gongyu looked at Li Chongqi and Ji Changsheng, who were sneering, and suddenly raised his hand to slap himself. And his heart continued to explode. Damn God. I lose to two such mentally ill people. I don't accept it. Yu Linglong rarely expressed sympathy for the enemy. Jian Gongyu, you said it would be great if you died at my hands back then. You would have a good reputation if you said it out loud. And you wouldn't have to endure the humiliation you are experiencing today. It must be very uncomfortable to have your business ruined by these two juniors, after a century of operation? Puff. Jian Gongyu sprayed blood into the sky. It was really uncomfortable. The most uncomfortable thing was that Yu Linglong had not yet ascended. And he knew clearly that he was afraid of Yu Linglong alone in this world. Originally, if he had held on for one more day, the whole world would be his. Now, Yu Linglong is stronger than 100 years ago, and will never give him a chance to fake his death and escape. In the blood all over the sky, Jian Gongyu quickly recalled his life. My name is Jian Gongyu, and I was born in a wealthy merchant family. When I was 8 years old, I met a white-bearded old Taoist priest. He said that I had amazing bones and extraordinary talents, and the responsibility of revitalizing the cultivation world in the future would definitely fall on me. I thought he was a liar at the time, but later I found out that he was the master of Xuandu Temple. I was brought to Xuandu Temple by him, and became a disciple of Yugguang Sect, one of the 8 sects of Xuandu. I quickly showed my amazing talent, which was better than my teacher. At the age of 30, I had already broken through the pill and became an infant. At the age of 40, I became famous for my combination of Lin Shuzhan, and became the only candidate for the next generation of the master of Xuandu Temple. At the age of 50, I had already entered the Mahayana realm. In the same year, 2 demon girls appeared. One was my sweetheart, the other was my nemesis. I fell in love with the real demon girl. I met an opponent with better talent than me. I was invincible in my life, but I was defeated by these 2 demon girls. In the end, the battle of overcoming the tribulation also became a battle between Yu Linglong and me for the next master of Xuandu Temple. The fact that my Taoist partner was the daughter of the chief of the Blue Bird clan of the Wanyao Kingdom was exposed in Xuandu Temple. For a time, I was under tremendous pressure. I thought it was Yu Linglong who ruined my Tao heart. But Yu Linglong killed my wife in front of me. And in front of my master, she defeated me in a crushing manner. She proved with her actual actions that she didn't need to target me at all. And she didn't even have me in her eyes. If I hadn't reached the pinnacle of Yugguang Luohuan, and used the last illusion to conceal Yu Linglong and leave myself a breath, I would have really died in that battle. After surviving, revenge became my only obsession. The name Jian Gongyu, if not famous in history, at least will be infamous for thousands of years. I knew that Xuandu Temple was supporting Yingwe behind the scenes, so I quietly lurked in Yingwe. Keep a low profile and wait for the right time. Yu Linglong can't keep winning. I believe I will always find a chance to fight back. My judgment is correct. Although the Xuandu Temple is supporting Yingwe, the Emperor Ying's attempt to change his fate against the will of heaven ultimately failed. Yingwe fell, and its strength was greatly reduced. I took this opportunity to change my appearance and became the real controller behind Ingwe. In the past, the supporter behind Ingwe was Yu Linglong. From now on, it will be me, Jian Gongyu. As a fire hero, I sent my own daughter to Ing3, so that they would develop feelings for each other and infiltrate Ingwe more conveniently. At the same time, I helped Ing3, a waste, to ascend the throne and become emperor. And I completely played with this waste. No one found out that it was my handiwork. Not even Yu Linglong. For 100 years, I have been quietly laying out in Ingwe. And everything is ready. Finally, Yu Linglong is going to ascend. My era is finally coming. In the past few years, there have been problems in the relationship between my daughter and Ing3. I deliberately let Ing3 discover the hidden crisis within Ingwe, and suggested to him that there is no way to build without destruction. I told him that Ingwe must undergo a major blood transfusion before it can usher in a complete rebirth. Ing3 is really a waste. He was easily persuaded by me and directed and acted out a drama in which he was assassinated by Zhujiangxian. He doesn't understand that the emperor is the one who matters to the safety of the world. And his own safety represents the stability of the country and the current situation. Whether it is a layout or fishing, it should not be such a big joke. It is courting death. But this is the advice I gave him. He has always worshipped me as a god. I said that doing so is the best choice for Ingwe. And he obeyed all my arrangements and entrusted the safety of Ingwe to me. He didn't know the relationship between me and the queen. He believed that with my help, Ingwe would be able to complete the established plan at the lowest cost and realize the revival of Ingwe. All my plans are going smoothly, and every aspect is within my calculations. According to my judgment, after Yu Linglong ascends, Ingwe will fall completely into my hands. Ing3 will never need to wake up again. I will become the #1 person in the world after Yu Linglong. Take the glory that should have belonged to me 100 years ago, and start my era. No one can stop me. As strong as Yu Linglong is, she is just a brave man and did not discover my calculations at all. In this game, I plotted against Ingwe, Xuandu Temple, and then the whole world. I will be the biggest winner before that little beast named Ji Chansheng appears. I never thought that in just one day, no, in just 3 or 4 hours, this little beast named Ji Chansheng could actually poke a huge hole in my century-long layout in Ingwe. He didn't find any flaws in me at all. He just wanted to kill people to silence them. He had no idea what kind of sparks my wisdom had flashed in the past century. He didn't know how to appreciate it at all. And he didn't understand what a wise man's layout was. He didn't know anything. I lost to a reckless man, a mentally ill person, and a beast who was bullying others. I hate it. I hate it. Jian Gongyu was completely crazy. Yu Linglong, come out and fight me. In this round, I have completely defeated you. The entire Ing kingdom has fallen into my hands. I have already won. Yu Linglong, come out and fight me. Such a young boy is not worthy of being my enemy. Ji Chansheng looked at Jian Gongyu, who was roaring to the sky, and sighed to Li Chengxi, senior sister. This guy is crazy. Li Chengxi nodded. The psychological quality is too poor, and he has never seen any big scenes. What is unacceptable about losing to you, the Southern Emperor of Chansheng, and me, the Taiyin Star Lord? People in small worlds are inferior. Ji Chansheng deeply agreed. This guy can't afford to lose, and he doesn't want to believe that I can see his flaws at a glance. Ing Hongya. It's hard to say. She could only suggest. Cha Sheng. Give Elder Yin a quick death. He was the head of the Youguang lineage 100 years ago. Youguang Luohuan's attainments were so profound that even Fairy Linglong could have been kept in the dark. The fact that the Queen Mother was able to hide it so well over the years must have something to do with him. If we continue to keep him here, it will be too uncontrollable. Indeed, it's better for this old guy to die. The more skillful Ji Chansheng is in using Youguang Luohuan, the more he understands how terrifying Jian Gongyu is. This guy really can't be left alive. So Ji Chansheng rushed up with a sword. But halfway through the rush, Ji Chansheng teleported behind Li Chengxi. The exquisite jade sword in his hand also fell into Li Chengxi's hands. Chengxi, you come and kill Jian Gongyu. Li Chengxi was a little surprised. Mom, isn't it the same whether Chansheng or I kill him? Yu Linglong's voice was a little solemn. It's different. It doesn't make much sense for Ji Chansheng to kill him. If you kill Jian Gongyu, you may be able to directly advance to the tribulation realm. Jian Gongyu's actions over the years should be worth a lot of merit. The most important thing is that the jade sword in Ji Changsheng's hands may not be able to completely kill Jian Gongyu. Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng looked at each other. Yu Linglong said in a deep voice, Jian Gongyu's confidence and anger are justified. 100 years ago, he was a demon who competed with me. If it weren't for me, Xuandu Temple would have been inherited by him. After 100 years of dormancy and painstaking efforts, his current Taoism is even slightly better than Yu Bihai. The only thing he lacks from Yu Bihai is practical experience and a heart of Taoism that is ready to die. With his attainments in Yoguan Luohuan, it will be difficult for Ji Changsheng to completely kill him without my personal action. It's better for you to do it. Li Changxi didn't waste any words and released all her Mahayana peak cultivation, stabbing Jian Gongyu with a sword. Jian Gongyu was furious. Yu Linglong, you come out to kill me in person. I will never accept defeat at the hands of two psychopaths. Yu Linglong ignored him. Instead, the colorful sword energy shone in the night sky. Li Changxi's aura became stronger and stronger, rising rapidly, and was quickly launching a final sprint to the tribulation realm. Ji Changsheng was frightened. 5 minutes later, Ing Hongye was also shocked when he saw Jian Gongyu, who was still roaring and invincible despite being at a disadvantage. Changsheng, is the strength shown by old Ing stronger than Yu Bihai? Ji Changsheng swallowed his saliva and murmured, from the perspective of performance and reference, he is indeed not worse than Yu Bihai. He is much stronger than other Tribulation Realm masters I have seen. He is worthy of being the one who escaped from Fairy Linglong. When Yu Lao Mo escaped from Fairy Linglong, Yu Linglong used a sword. 100 years ago, when Jian Gongyu escaped from Fairy Linglong, Yu Linglong used a whisk. Although Yu Linglong was not as powerful as it is now 100 years ago, Jian Gongyu is indeed a top master who can compete with Yu Bihai in terms of results. Hongya, you really have to be my concubine. Ji Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his head and sighed. If it weren't for me, your Ing kingdom would be dead this time. Ing Hongya nodded subconsciously. Half an hour later, Ji Changsheng hugged the unconscious Li Changxi and looked at Jian Gongyu, who was stabbed in the head by the jade sword and died with his eyes open. Jian Gongyu was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and only retained the last obsession, little beast. I hate it. Ji Changsheng pulled out the jade sword. Jian Gongyu fell on his back and died completely. The next moment, his body jumped up again and roared, I hate it. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Yu Linglong, don't worry. This is his obsession. And he got angry at you and came back to life. Ji Changsheng. You are really his doom. Chapter 206 The Doomsday Crisis of This World. Jian Gongyu died with his eyes open. Yu Linglong also had mixed feelings, which were hard to describe. Bury him. Don't peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Let him go in a decent way. As soon as Yu Linglong finished speaking, she saw Ji Changsheng had already skillfully sucked Jian Gongyo's blood and flesh, and then merged Jian Gongyo's bones into his own white bone Taoist palace. The jade sword rang, showing Yu Linglong's increasingly complicated feelings. Can you be a human being? Ji Changsheng argued. Fairy Linglong, you don't understand. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. What if he is not completely dead? Opposite Ji Changsheng, Yu Linglong silently rolled her eyes. He must be dead this time. All 3 souls and 7 spirits have been absorbed by you. Even Ho Tu Huang Di can't revive him again. There are 2 kinds of death. Death in this life that can be reincarnated and resurrected, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits are completely destroyed and completely dissipated from then on. The underworld is the place where all living things go after death. Dangerous as the conferred god Tribulation. Most of the spirits that died in it can also be reincarnated. But there is a kind of death that the underworld cannot control, which is to kill the opponent's 3 souls and 7 spirits and let the opponent completely dissipate from the universe. Originally, everyone kept a line for human beings and rarely played like this. But no one knows who broke the rules first. In short, from the saints to the lower chi refiners, they all began to learn to bypass the underworld and completely kill the opponent. So the demon cultivators came into being and became the leaders. There is a rumor that the underworld hates demon cultivators very much. The demon cultivators have taken away all the business of the underworld, from souls to flesh. Therefore, once the demon cultivators fall into the underworld, they will inevitably be tortured. But there is another rumor in the market, saying that most of the demon cultivators in this world have the background of employees of the underworld. Or at least some of them hold shares. After all living things enter the underworld after death. and everything belongs to the public resources. The employees of the underworld can only get their wages on time. But if you open a demon sect in the world, the bones, flesh, skin, soul, essence and blood you receive are all your own extra income. How can the salary of the underworld be as much as that of starting a business as a boss? As for the truth of these two rumors, everyone in the world has their own judgment in their hearts. But no one dares to investigate in depth. The more you know about some things, the faster you die. Anyway, Ji Changsheng knows that it is not just his family that does this. So he has no pressure to compete with the underworld for resources. And this time Jian Gongyu should really be dead. Yu Linglong can't fail twice on one person. Fairy Linglong, you are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Maybe my description is a little wrong. But that's what I mean. You don't think highly of Jian Gongyu's gains. But I think highly of the flesh and blood of a great cultivator in the tribulation realm. Which is a great tonic for me. It just so happens that my progress in martial arts has not caught up with my progress in cultivation. And Jian Gongyu should be able to help me make a lot of progress. So it must not be wasted. Yu Linglong is difficult to comment. Your magic skills are not slow. It's just that your realm is promoted too fast. Jian Gongyu lost too unfairly. I feel a little sorry for him. Rather than being beaten to death by me, he seems to be angry to death by you. Ji Changsheng didn't care, in the final analysis. He is not as skilled as others. So I saw through his true body at a glance. I hate it. Another roar came from the White Bone Taoist Palace. Ji Changsheng was shocked again. Fairy Linglong, didn't you say he was dead? Yu Linglong, he is indeed dead. But his obsession is hard to dissipate. He may cry for 100 years. You made him too angry. Ji Changsheng was relieved and became more and more distressed. People in the small world are people in this small world. They can't accept the reality at all. Is it shameful to lose to my Nanji Changsheng Emperor? Yu Linglong's tone was very complicated. If you really see through his disguise, he won't feel so ashamed. Jian Gongyu is a hero. He hid everything from me. Changshi's Yaoguang Luohuan has also cultivated to the realm of crossing the tribulation, but also did not find any trace of him. As a result, he met such an unreasonable madman like you. A scholar meets a soldier, and he can't explain his reason clearly. Ji Changsheng still didn't care, in the final analysis. It's his own problem. Can't he just wait one more day? He definitely doesn't think that you and Changshi can find out that he is wrong. And he didn't want to see you. But you insisted on seeing him. Yu Linglong reviewed the whole thing, and put herself in Jian Gongyu's shoes. And understood Jian Gongyu's feelings very well. Jian Gongyu was not careless. Nor did he reveal any flaws. And he never thought of meeting Ji Changsheng. He just didn't expect that someone could kill almost no one in the royal family of Yinghui in half a day. He didn't expect that someone would insist on killing him, when he didn't reveal any flaws at all. His ingenious calculations? Step-by-step operations. Which made him amazing. Ji Changsheng didn't care at all. And didn't even think about understanding. It was just a mechanical deity. Crushing, withering and rotten. It's so frustrating to lose. In this regard, Ji Changsheng expressed his own understanding. The great way is simple. Jian Gongyu made things complicated. The more intricate the layout is, the easier it is to go wrong in a certain link. A true wise man should never play like this. Simplicity and crudeness are the beauty. Yu Linglong reminded, if it weren't for you, he would have really succeeded. And I wouldn't have discovered his calculations. Can he be Yu Bihai's opponent? I don't believe it. Ji Changsheng stood firmly on the side of his adoptive father, although Fairy Linglong said that his Taoism is higher than Yu Bihai. Yu Bihai just killed a demon fairy who is more powerful than him. If a fight really breaks out, I will still vote for Yu Bihai. Yu Linglong commented impartially, on the surface. Jian Gongyu is more powerful. In a life and death fight, Yu Bihai has a slight advantage. But in terms of conspiracy, Jian Gongyu is firmly ahead of Yu Bihai. After I leave, the world may really belong to Jian Gongyu. Yu Bihai is too reckless. I still don't believe it. With me here, he can't jump up after you leave. Fairy. He must have won the Ying Kingdom. But he won't be the winner of the world. The strong must be confident. Yu Bihai is not good at conspiracy. But I am? Forget it. I am not good at it either. But I am good at killing. And if there is a strong enemy like Jian Gongyu, I will definitely try my best to help Bao and his adoptive father to resolve their differences and unite to kill Jian Gongyu first. The internal conflicts of our family can be resolved internally, and we can't let outsiders get away with it. With my reputation and affinity as the great emperor of Antarctica, Ji Changsheng believes that Bao will still be able to listen to him. If he doesn't, he will advise Yu Lao Mo to attack the Huan sect first and beat them to death. Bao will have to form an alliance within 2 days. At that time, Yu Bao will be responsible for the conspiracy. Yu Lao Mo will be responsible for the frontal attack. And I, the great emperor of Nanji Changsheng, will be in charge of the rear to stabilize the morale of the army. What is the point of the Xuandi traitor Jian Gongyu? No matter how many backups Jian Gongyu has prepared, it is not important to Ji Changsheng. He has never forgotten his core technology Thai. Hold Yu Linglong when she is here. After Yu Linglong left, Yu Lao Mo and Bao are the new Thais. What backups or not? No matter how many backups you have prepared. With the Thais here, I am invincible. When Yu Lao Mo and Bao also retire, Ji Changsheng estimates that he will ascend. This is the real divine calculation. The great way is simple. In response, Yu Linglong only said, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You have the final say. I am a little dazed now. As if I don't know this world anymore. There have been too many things beyond my cognition in the past 2 days. After Ji Lao Mo went down the mountain, he made her lose confidence. Bosses pop up one after another. How did they hide in the past? Ji Changsheng persuaded, old fairy. Don't worry. The more this happens, the more it shows that you are invincible. No matter how ambitious they are, no matter how they plot, they still dare not confront you head on. Before, you were too gentle and killed too few people. Under the sweeping of the fields, these rats who hide their heads and show their tails can't hide at all. Ji Changsheng thinks his wife is good in everything. Her strength is unquestionable. But she is too kind. If he were the number one in the world, these people would all jump out within 2 days. Put a knife on their necks. And no matter how deep the ambition is, they can't pretend. The Lord of Guanyin Hall, Jian Gongyu and Huan sect all gave Ji Changsheng thumbs up. Facts have proved that Ji Laomo's method is indeed effective. As long as enough people are killed, there will be no villains who can hide. The reason why Jian Gongyu and his ilk can survive is because you, the fairy, don't take them seriously at all. Yu Linglong nodded slightly. Although it was a twisted logic, she felt it made sense. Her mind was indeed not on these guys. And most of her energy was used to improve herself. Anyway, as long as her strength was ahead, the ambitious people in the world could only lie dormant. It's just that the number of ambitious people hiding in the world exceeded her expectations. And she really didn't expect that there could be so many hidden. If this group of people joined together to stab in the back, she reviewed it and felt that she was not sure to kill them all. From this point of view, Ji Changsheng helped her a lot. And it might even save her life. He was not the only one who was confused by Ji Changsheng. Jian Gongyu and the master of Guanyin Temple were hiding well. But suddenly Ji Changsheng came to them. They were more confused than Yu Linglong. As a result, Yu Linglong had the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, if they continued to lie dormant according to their plan, biding their time and seizing the opportunity, they might succeed. By the way, fairy, is my senior sister okay? Li Chengxi was still unconscious at this time. Ji Changsheng did not notice that Li Chengxi's breath was declining. But it was not a big deal if she could not wake up. The jade sword floated in front of Li Chengxi and observed it carefully. Then it almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, it was caught by Ji Changsheng. Fairy, what's wrong with you? Yu Linglong's voice was full of shock. In a place where Ji Changsheng could not see, Yu Linglong's red lips were slightly open. And she was completely out of control. I didn't notice it just now. And I thought she was exhausted. She was going through the tribulation. Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongya were a little confused when they heard it. Go through the tribulation? To advance to the tribulation realm. Don't you have to go through the thunder tribulation? What kind of tribulation is this? Generally speaking, the promotion of ordinary realms depends on accumulation over time, and it will come naturally. But from the beginning of the promotion to the tribulation realm, you need to go through the heavenly tribulation, or thunder tribulation. It is worth mentioning that the incarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng, Jiao Tian Ing Yuan Lei Sheng Pu Hua Tian Zun, is the root of the Thunder God Department, commanding thunder and lightning ghosts and gods, and also controlling the key to the birth of all things. In other words, the thunder tribulation is controlled by the Southern Emperor Changsheng. In other words, if the practitioners in the world want to be promoted, they look at the face of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. If the Southern Emperor Changsheng opens a back door for you, You can rise straight up. If the Southern Emperor Changsheng doesn't like you, even if you have enough Taoism, he can still give you a thunder tribulation that will kill you and make you die. If you want to move up, you have to follow the Southern Emperor Changsheng's path. Take a closer look at what kind of power this is. The Southern Emperor Changsheng directly controls the evolutionary authority of all spirits. Just like the Tian Star Lord in the past. He controlled the distribution of Emperor flowing liquid in the demon clan's heaven, and controlled the evolutionary authority of all demons. Ji Changsheng certainly knew how great this power was. So he felt that he and Tian Star Lord did not die unjustly. It was indeed a direct threat to the supreme ruler. Back to the point. Li Changshi was not going through the thunder tribulation. So Ji Changsheng was very surprised. Yu Linglong explained, there are two kinds of heavenly tribulations. One is the ordinary thunder tribulation, and the other is the hard demon tribulation. Hard demon tribulation? Yes. Ordinary practitioners need to survive the thunder tribulation. In other words, the creatures under the jurisdiction of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor survive the thunder tribulation, while the creatures outside the jurisdiction of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor survive the inner demon tribulation. Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changshi, his hand shaking a little. The jade sword also rang slightly, showing Yu Linglong's state of mind at the moment. Changshi is not under the jurisdiction of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor? Ji Changsheng said in a hoarse voice, Fairy, I remember that you also survived the thunder tribulation when you ascended? Yes. I am a pure-blooded human, with no special origin. So I am under the jurisdiction of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor. Changshi's absence means that her status is at least not lower than that of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor. Yu Linglong was silent for a moment, and said with difficulty, Is she really the Tian Star Lord? Ing Hongya's eyes widened. Ji Changsheng swallowed again. Others can be disguised, and Li Changshi's mental state may indeed be problematic. But the South Pole Changsheng Emperor is the Daluo Tiandi. Things like the authority of the Heavenly Emperor cannot be faked. The only one who can be exempted from the authority of the Heavenly Emperor and not be managed by the Great Luo Heavenly Emperor is the Great Luo. The jade sword kept trembling and ringing. Yu Linglong's worldview was obviously shattered. In contrast, Ji Changsheng regained his composure at the fastest speed. Fortunately, I have always treated my senior sister as the real Tian Star Lord and fooled her. Cross it out. I have always treated my senior sister as the real Tian Star Lord and respected her. Xiaoyu, ascend quickly, and contact less in the future. I am afraid that my senior sister will misunderstand. Chapter 207 Ji Lao Mo starts to speed up. Xiaoyu was so angry that she laughed at Ji Changsheng. This beast. When no one was around, she called me wife. And when there were people around, she called me fairy. Now she has become Xiaoyu. Can you not be so real? Encountering this kind of dog man who changes his face as fast as turning a book. Yu Linglong's Taoism is a little unstable. The colorful sword energy bloomed on the jade sword. And Yu Linglong laughed in anger. Ji Changsheng, say what you just said again. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and changed the subject directly. I was thinking about what kind of tribulation I will go through when I go through the tribulation. I can't give myself a thunder tribulation. Right? Yu Linglong. You must also be a hard demon tribulation. Ji Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Why? I want to go through the thunder tribulation. Although he has not experienced the thunder tribulation and the hard demon tribulation, he can clearly judge that the hard demon tribulation must be more dangerous. Besides, going through the thunder tribulation is equivalent to drinking 3 cups of wine as a punishment. For him, it is almost exempt from inspection. Fairy, do you believe that I am the reincarnation of the great emperor of longevity in the South Pole? Of course not. But you should have the Daluo inheritance. So naturally you are not under the jurisdiction of the Daluo emperor. Wait, I understand. Changshi also got the inheritance of the Tian Star Lord? No. Changshi is not as weird as you. Her combat power is not outrageous. And her mental state is a little abnormal. Not like she has a complete Daluo inheritance. Is she the reincarnation of the Tian Star Lord? Yu Linglong never thought that Ji Changsheng had mental problems. She knew that Ji Changsheng was pretending to have mental problems. But she was sure that Li Changshi must have mental problems. And from the actions of these two people, Ji Changsheng was obviously the more beastly one, with more weirdness. If Li Changshi had a complete Daluo inheritance, her behavior would be a bit too normal, and her progress in cultivation would seem a bit slow. Before Ji Changsheng appeared, it was hard for her to compare. But with Ji Changsheng as a reference, It was hard for her to think that Li Changshi had a Daluo inheritance. If it wasn't an inheritance, that would be even more frightening. That's not right. I traveled to the prehistoric fairyland before, and saw the movements of the fairy Chang'e. She couldn't be reincarnated. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly, and explained to Yu Linglong. The fairy Chang'e is the fairy Chang'e. She doesn't necessarily have a relationship with the Taiyin Star Lord. She just lives on the Taiyin Star. Just like I live in Xuandu Temple. I can't say that I am the master of Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong frowned and said, according to the canonization of the Heavenly Court, Taiyin Star now belongs to the fairy Chang'e. And no other gods can enter. If there is only you in Xuandu Temple, you are the master of Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng said calmly, it can be understood in other matters. But Taiyin Star is not so good. The Heavenly Court can canonize other star gods. But the Sun Star God and Taiyin Star God are both Daluo. Daluo has never been canonized. And it is useless to force it. Daluo is Daluo. And the threshold is there. Unless fairy Chang'e becomes a Daluo strawman one day, she will always be just a resident of Taiyin Star. The ancient Sun Star God was the former two emperors of the demon clan, who once suppressed the existence of Emperor Hua and Emperor Shi. The Taiyin Star God controls the evolution of all spirits, and his authority is similar to that of the Sun Star God. Even if he is a little weaker, it is really just that little. There is an essential difference from other stars. Sun, Moon, and stars are three different existences. The Heavenly Court can only canonize stars, and the Sun and Moon will be picked out separately. Fairy Chang'e, the Taiyin Lord, is only qualified to dance in front of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. So how can she be exempted from the heavenly tribulation? Yu Linglong was moved. She was convinced. As a descendant of Tai Ching, Yu Linglong knew a lot of secrets of the high-level officials in the prehistoric fairyland. So she had some preconceived ideas. For example, Fairy Chang'e. She knew that Fairy Chang'e had been formally canonized by the Heavenly Court. And she also knew that Taiyin Star had only had Fairy Chang'e as a resident for countless years. And no one else was allowed to enter. So she naturally regarded Fairy Chang'e as Taiyin Star Lord. But Ji Changsheng was right in one thing. Daluo could not be canonized. Daluo is a threshold. A realm. Not authority. Taiyin Star Lord must have been Daluo at first. And Fairy Chang'e was far from Daluo's strength. Unable to reach the threshold of Daluo. Fairy Chang'e, the Lord of Taiyin, was just placed there, but could not control Taiyin Star at all, and could not even exert the power of Taiyin Star itself. So Fairy Chang'e was never known for her strength, which was completely inconsistent with the positioning of Taiyin Star Lord. The power of Taiyin should not be so weak. Is it really a reincarnation? Yu Linglong pondered. If Changshi is the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord, it really makes sense. In this case, she will gradually revive her true spirit. But if this is the case, her inner demon tribulation must be very serious. Yu Linglong reminded Ji Changsheng. Changshi may not wake up in a short time. Ji Changsheng's heart sank. How long is a short time? I can't be sure. I haven't survived the inner demon tribulation either. It depends on Changshi's own luck. After one day, you have to be more careful. Ji Laomo began to worry again. One day later, the first wife ascended. The foster father was in a coma. The main wife was in a coma. What should he do? The thighs are a little unreliable now. The master of the temple is definitely not able to stand up. Bao, can you? Ji Changsheng thought about it seriously. It seems that Bao may become his thickest thigh in a day? Consumption downgrade. No. It can't be like this. Ji Laomo couldn't accept this cruel reality. I want to seize the last chance. The terrifying murderous aura emanated from Ji Laomo. Ing Hongya's eyes twitched. According to her understanding of Ji Changsheng, Changsheng's words meant that blood would soon flow. Chasheng, don't be so anxious. Ing Hongya persuaded, old Yin is dead, and I will have the final say in the future of Ingwa. Now Xuandu Temple, Danqing Pavilion, Guanyin Temple, Tianma Sect, Ingwa, will all support you. What are you worried about? You need to worry about others. Hongya, you don't understand. It is necessary to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Yu Linglong's voice came from the jade sword again. First, take care of Ingwa's funeral, and Ingwa will be handed over to you. Ji Changsheng, look back. Ji Changsheng hugged Li Changshi and Ing Hongya and turned his head together. Then, Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Ing Hongya's eyelids jumped. Father, why did you wake up? Ing 3 did wake up. But there was still confusion in his eyes. Obviously, he had just revived and didn't know what happened. Hearing Ing Hongya's words, Ing 3 subconsciously replied, "It should be Elder Yin who woke me up. I hate it." Ji Changsheng heard the cry of Jian Gongyu, who had turned into bones, and was speechless. I heard that he really hated it. Before he died, he woke up Ing 3. But what's the use? It's just a dying struggle. He himself is a love-brain person. And he thought that this emperor was also a love-brain person. No, this guy is not a love-brain person. Ji Changsheng recalled Jian Gongyu's deeds, and found that this guy didn't give up anything for love. This guy is a man who loves both the country and the beauty. And he was willing to marry his own daughter to Ing 3. It can be seen that he is quite indifferent to family affection, combined with the fact that he married the daughter of the chief of the Bluebird clan. It is hard for Ji Changsheng not to suspect that he is an external liaison with the demon clan to fight against Yu Linglong. This guy is more like a cold-blooded hero who will do anything to achieve his goal. No wonder he hates so much. In his worldview, he should have done nothing wrong. But he just lost. The first time he lost to Yu Linglong, he could be regarded as inferior to others. He was defeated by Yu Linglong with absolute strength. So he was also convinced and chose to fake his death to escape and lie dormant for 100 years. But this time when he ran into Ji Changsheng's gun, it was hard for Jian Gongyu to think that he was inferior to others. But what does this have to do with Ji Changsheng? Ji Changsheng looked at Ing 3, who was slowly waking up, thinking, what impact can this have on me? If it weren't for the concubine's face, I would have just killed her with a knife. Even if it was for the concubine's face, I was still ready to kill her with a knife. Ji Changsheng was serious. He put Li Changxi in place, and walked over with a knife. He was stopped by the concubine. Ing Hongye shook his head at Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, leave it to me. Ji Changsheng was reasonable, and knew how to sympathize with his concubine. So he asked, can you do it? If not, I'll help you. Don't worry. It's not good for father to wake up now. For his own good, I will let him continue to sleep. Ing Hongye said very calmly. Ji Changsheng was very pleased. Hongye, you have grown up. Wait, what are you talking about? Ing Sanshur didn't understand the conversation between Ing Hongye and Ji Changsheng. Where is Yin Lao? Where is Waruashui? Hongye, how is the current situation? Ing Hongye smiled at Ing Sanshur. Father, don't worry. Everything is normal. And the situation is progressing steadily and improving. Ing Sanshur breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. How long have I slept? Ing Hongye told the truth. Not more than a day. From the time Ing Sanshur was assassinated to now. It has indeed been less than a day. Ing Sanshur became more relaxed. Then why did Yin Lao wake me up? By the way, Cha Sheng, do you and the boss have some misunderstandings? He can't send the shadow to assassinate you. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes again. Ing Sanshur even knew this news. Jian Gongyu really wanted to kill. If he is not killed, a tyrant who has cultivated Yugwang Luohuan to the top of the world is too lethal. There is no way to judge how much he has done in private. Ing 3 continued to speak. Hongye, Cha Sheng, the affairs of Ingwa are very complicated. Governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. Don't be anxious. Take your time. No matter who is found, we can investigate it thoroughly and never tolerate it. Hongye, except for your 3 brothers and your mother, I will give you the privilege of beheading first and reporting later. Ing Hongye, no need. You don't need to give it to me. Cha Sheng has already used up the privilege of beheading first and reporting later. And don't forget to let me know that except for my 3 brothers and my mother, not many other people died. The main ones who died were those who you, the father, said should not be beheaded first. It is difficult to judge Ing Hongye. Cha Sheng is right. The people he killed and the people his father wanted to kill were not the same people. It is good that his father is in a coma. Otherwise, she would be so upset if she wavered between the man and her father. Father, this is the life-extending elixir I asked for from the master of the temple. Ing Hongye took a golden pill from Ji Changsheng. But she knew that it was definitely not the life-extending elixir from the master of the temple, because that life-extending elixir was still on her. This was the dream pill that Li Changxi was going to use to keep Ing 3 in the illusion. However, after arriving at Ing 3's bedroom, Li Changxi found a lot of surprises. She was busy eating melons, and had no time to do anything to Ing 3. It didn't matter much. Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye could do it for her. Ji Changsheng transmitted the message, don't worry, It won't kill you. Ing Hongye nodded and handed it to Ing 3. Father, your injuries are very serious. Take this life-extending elixir, and you will be completely out of danger. With Jin Gongyo's means, the assassination of Ing 3 didn't need to be so realistic. But Ing 3 didn't know that Ing Bingjun was Jin Gongyu. Jin Gongyu obviously didn't mean to reveal his identity. So the assassination of Ing 3 was real. The injury was real. And the need for life-saving was also real. Seeing Ing Hongye being so filial, Ing 3 was very relieved. Hongye, Father's love for you is not in vain. Ing Hongye said seriously, so I am also filial to Father. Father, have a good sleep. Continuing to wake up. She was sure that Ing 3 would be very hurt. Being immersed in illusions all the time is actually the best relief for Ing 3. After watching Ing 3 take the dream pill and fall into a deep sleep, Ing Hongye completely relaxed. Cha Sheng, you don't think I'm too cruel, do you? Of course not. This is all for the good of your father. Ji Chansheng said seriously. He can't accept the reality. Yes. My father can't accept the reality, and will only fight with you. Ing Hongye was not defending herself. She really thought so. I understand you and my father. Let my father know the whole truth. Then he would have reunited with my 3 brothers. Although continuing to sleep is not a good choice, it is at least better than death. A wise choice. But your majesty can still make use of the waste now. Ing Hongye looked at Ji Chansheng. But she didn't care about Ji Changsheng's disrespect for Ing 3. It has come to this point. There is no need to entangle these details. Ing Hongye is not Ing 3. She knows it clearly. Especially since she just witnessed the death of Jin Gongyu. She clearly understood that the current Ing state, including the current Ing emperor, should have a sense of crisis. Survival is the most important thing. What Ji Chansheng told her was also how to make Ing state survive better. Thanks to your father, and the help of your mother and 3 brothers. Of course, it was mainly Jin Gongyu who planned behind the scenes. Although Ing state has a good foundation. After more than 100 years of tossing, it is not to say that it is terminally ill, but has penetrated into the bone marrow. Ing Hongye nodded. It is necessary to scrape the bone to cure the poison. But it takes time. Okay. Cha Sheng, you don't have to look at me. I know you don't like to drag time. Tell me, what do you want to do? The laws of the Ing kingdom are too lenient and must be changed. Ji Chansheng said bluntly. When I killed the 3rd prince before, I found that the things he did were not punishable by death. Not to mention that he was not punishable by death. He did not even have to go to jail. Expelling his title and reducing his salary would almost make up for the matter. This is simply outrageous. Ji Chansheng was also unwilling to always use absurd reasons such as the 2nd tree in the backyard to frame others. But there was a problem with the laws of the Ing kingdom. According to the national law, they could not be killed. What should Ji Chansheng do? He could only do it himself and have enough food and clothing. Hongye, it's tiring to always fabricate evidence of rebellion under the 2nd tree in someone else's backyard. Ji Chansheng complained. I'm not Brother Chow. I don't have an obsession with the 2nd tree. Ing Hongye couldn't complain, and tried to talk to Ji Chansheng seriously. The laws of Ing state are indeed becoming more and more relaxed compared to the founding period. Those who embezzle billions of spiritual stones are often not sentenced to death in the end. But I still say that it takes time to change Ing law. Cha Sheng, this is really not something I can decide on a whim. And it will take a long time to implement it. I know. So I thought of setting an example for you first, and helping you kill a few people according to actual actions. When the time comes, you can follow the example I set for you and implement your new policy, which will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. And with me helping you lay the groundwork, I believe that the resistance to your implementation of the new policy will definitely be reduced a lot. Ji Chansheng showed a kind smile. Ing Hongye shuddered subconsciously. Cha Sheng, don't smile at me. It's scary. I have no problem with you killing people. You would kill people if I had a problem. Just tell me exactly how many people do you plan to kill? Ji Chansheng felt that his concubine was getting to know him better. He was only talking about killing a few people. But the concubine asked him how many people he was going to kill. I can't explain this clearly, but you must go too far to correct a wrong. For the current Ing state, and you who are about to ascend the throne, it is definitely not a bad thing to kill a few more guilty old ministers and playboys. A new emperor has new ministers. Hongye, you need to travel light, and not carry too many burdens left by your father. Ing Hongye was a little touched. Chansheng really has me in his heart. Cha Sheng, I know you are doing this for my own good. But there is one thing you should know. Ing State is really different from Qi State and Sheng State. In Qi State and Sheng State, you killed a lot of people. And the more you killed, the more merits you gained. But in our Ing State, killing a lot of people, as you said, is easy to go too far. I don't want you to have too much blood on your hands for me, which will affect your merits and reputation. I don't plan to kill in my name. Ah? Do it in the name of your father, Ji Changsheng explained, although I don't think Ing 3 is worthy of respect. He is your father after all, and he treats you well. Since Hongya, you are going to be my concubine. Of course, I have to give him a dowry that is worthy of my status. If we were to make a final judgment on Ing 3 now, we would inevitably be judged as a mediocre and incompetent monarch. So, I give him the credit. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said, in the name of Ing 3, all those seemingly innocent national parasites were caught. Ing 3 also sacrificed his own family for the sake of justice, personally abolished his own queen, killed his 3 sons, and finally handed over a clean country to his most beloved daughter. With this, Ing 3 deserves the temple name of Emperor Ing Zong. Right? Ing Hongya raised her leg and kicked Ji Changsheng. Then thought about it, and kicked Ji Changsheng again with hatred. Then she gritted her teeth and said, I thank you on behalf of my father. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ing Hongya really thought that putting the blame on Ing 3 was a good thing for Ing 3. As for being Changsheng's concubine, to be honest, Li Changshi, who was going through the hard demon tribulation, gave Ing 4 a huge shock. She barely had the courage to share her husband with Taiyin Xingjuan, to snatch her husband from Taiyin Xingjuan. Ing Hongya thought to herself that I still wanted to be Ing 4 for a few more years. If Li Changshi liked a bastard like Changsheng, she would give him to her. I only treated him as a male pet. Yes, that's it. Ing Hongya successfully persuaded herself. He did not forget to remind Ji Changsheng in a low voice, try not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Check and verify before taking action. The secret law pavilion was previously managed by Shan Xiaoyang, and it was essentially serving the fire seed. So the information of the secret law pavilion cannot be fully trusted. Cha Sheng, you can kill people, but don't kill randomly. Even if it takes more time, it is worth it. Don't worry. I know what's going on. You have known me for so long. When have you ever seen me kill innocent people indiscriminately? That's true. I still trust you in this regard. Ing Hongya nodded. Ji Changsheng certainly killed a lot of people, but there were basically no completely innocent people. The most innocent people should be by Guanlin's followers. But that group of guys gathered together to discuss how to kill Ji Changsheng. How could Ji Changsheng bear it? If he didn't take action, he would be the one to die. In that case, Ji Changsheng certainly couldn't care so much. I'm just a little worried that the situation in our Ing country is complicated, and there are too many double-faced people. Ing Hongya sighed. Some people are still inheriting the will left by our ancestors. Some have completely abandoned it. And some have inherited half of it but feel too tired. So they changed their ways halfway. So the people of Ing country are different from those of other countries. If you want to fully understand their positions and moral standards, the secret law pavilion certainly doesn't have this ability. Cha Sheng, you like efficiency in doing things. But the situation in Ing country is complicated. I can't think of how to cut the Gordian knot without killing innocent people. Ji Changsheng smiled. As long as your thoughts don't slip. There are always more solutions than problems. Hongya, you rectify the palace ban. Preside over the overall situation. And leave the screening to me. Do you really have a way? I don't have a way. But I can find someone who can help me. Ji Changsheng said goodbye to Ing Hongya. And then contacted a day later. Which might become the only usable SSR card. Bao. I want to cooperate with you. A Huan sect. Li Huanyan had just taken off her robe and was soaking in the hot spring pool exclusively for the saint, ready to close her eyes and take a short rest. When she received Ji Changsheng's message, without an immediate reply, Li Huanyan relaxed her body, letting the hot spring dispel the bloody meaning around her, and then lazily dialed the video call with Ji Changsheng. When Ji Changsheng saw Li Huanyan, his eyes lit up at first, and then he was completely disappointed. Bao, you are still hiding our relationship. Is it interesting? Li Huanyan's body was completely soaked in the hot spring, revealing only the content above her neck. With Ji Changsheng's eyesight at this time, he couldn't even see through a small hot spring. It was obvious that Li Huanyan had made a special shield. This made Ji Changsheng very angry. What about the trust between people? Li Huanyan yawned. I'm doing this for your own good. If you see something you shouldn't see, you might end up killing Yu Lao Mo and his son. Ji Changsheng said confidently. No. The leader told me that even if something that shouldn't have happened between me and the lady, it must have been the lady who seduced me. Li Huanyan, forced to hold back from swearing. Besides, the leader and I have nothing to do with each other. You know that? The lady. Ji Changsheng had no psychological pressure at all. Li Huanyan was too lazy to discuss this topic with Ji Changsheng. Aren't you doing well in Ingwa? What do you need me to do for you? Ji Changsheng was convinced. I knew that your intelligence was the best in the world. But I didn't expect you to pay so much attention to my movements. Bao, are you deeply in love with me? Li Huanyan rolled her eyes silently. Do you think I want to pay attention to you? You killed my people. What? I killed your people? Where? Ingwa? Of course. Ji Changsheng was shocked. I haven't killed many people in Ingwa. And one of them is yours. Who is it? Prince Duan. Prince Duan? Second prince? Ji Changsheng was even more shocked. Bao, you can always give me a big surprise. Prince Duan is the second prince of Ing. How come he is your man? To be precise, he is the one I support. Li Huanyan said lazily. The third prince of Ing is mediocre and getting older. Ing always needs a new king to take the throne. Among the three princes of Ing, I am most optimistic about Prince Duan. Ji Changsheng praised Li Huanyan. Good vision. If it weren't for me, the second prince would indeed be the most likely to succeed. The eldest prince was eliminated early. Although the third prince was named the virtuous king and had a good relationship with the nobles of Ing, the second prince made friends with the strongest spark of Ing. Unless Jian Gongyu intends to become the emperor himself, the second prince is indeed the most likely to succeed. But even if Prince Duan is in power, he is still a puppet. Killing him will not affect you. Li Huanyan's tone began to become slightly serious. I just learned about Jian Gongyo's affairs. No wonder I always thought that Ing's state was strange. But I couldn't figure out the reason. There was actually such a conspirator hiding. He fell into your hands, which was also bad luck. Even I didn't realize that he was still alive. At this point, Li Huanyan's tone became extremely strange. There are very few secrets in this world that can be hidden from her. But Jian Gongyu did it. Jian Gongyu, relying on his own strength to escape from Yu Linglong, relied on his own means to successfully hide his traces from Li Huanyan. And there has been no flaws in the past 100 years. Li Huanyan admires such people very much, and even feels a little inferior to them. But Jian Gongyu died. His death was clean and tidy, and extremely aggrieved. It's true that supernatural power cannot defeat destiny. Little guy, I'm a little afraid of you. Ji Changsheng said sincerely. Bao, what are you talking about? I will never harm you. I want to cooperate with you. How to cooperate? I believe that, Bao. You must know more about the tigers and flies in Ingwa than the secret law pavilion. Give me a list and I will kill people. Li Huanyan, you are worthy of you. What can I get? The Hahuan sect will enter Ingwa legally and reasonably. Ing Sishi can be the honorary saint of the Hahuan sect and personally endorse the Hahuan sect. I will help the Hahuan sect successfully transform in Ingwa. Deal? Li Huanyan did not bargain with Ji Changsheng. The real boss is too lazy to haggle. He only needs to make sure that something is beneficial to him before he can do it. Go find Zhuo. She will give you a list. Ji Changsheng. Chapter 208. My father-in-law is Yuan Shi Tianwang. Ji Changsheng often brings surprises to others. But there are a few people in this world who can often bring surprises to Ji Changsheng. For example, the Queen. The mentally ill senior sister Li Changxi has brought him too many surprises. For example, the first wife. Yu Linglong is invincible in the world has been refreshed several times by Ji Changsheng. At the beginning, Ji Changsheng was far from realizing the value of his wife's invincibility. For example, Bao, Li Huanyan's network of contacts. At the beginning, Ji Changsheng only felt awesome, and later felt horrible. Now, Ji Changsheng began to sympathize with Yu Lao Mo. Old you. I blamed you wrongly before. You can actually develop into the second in the world under the suppression of my first wife and Bao, which is really not easy. In fact, the value of Yu Linglong, Yu Lao Mo, and Li Huanyan is rising sharply in Ji Changsheng's place. Let's not talk about old you for now. Although Bao's strength is a little worse, her strengths are also very strong. The SSR card is gone. After the first wife ascends, It is not impossible to sprint for the UR card. Li Huanyan naturally felt Ji Chongqing's shock, and said casually, when you practice the Devil Desire Sutra to the top of the world, you can do it too. Ji Chongqing asked sincerely, Bao, can I use the chess pieces you control with the Devil Desire Sutra? Li Huanyan's body was a little stiff in an instant. And she was even a little stupid in a rare way. Good question. I don't know. No one except me could practice the Devil Desire Sutra before. So she had never considered this problem. Now thinking about it carefully, Li Huanyan suddenly felt a little restless. Bao, you will definitely not make trouble for me. Right? Ji Chongqing smiled, of course. Li Huanyan. Bao, we have always had a pleasant cooperation. Ji Chongqing continued to smile, of course. Li Huanyan wanted to curse. But she endured it, Bao. You know, I can kill you. But I chose to cooperate with you. Ji Chongqing still smiled, of course. Li Huanyan. Okay. I admit that I dare not kill you. I really don't dare. At first, Li Huanyan just thought that Ji Chongqing was very courageous and worthy of training. But after experiencing a series of things, especially after Guanyin Bodhisattva turned a blind eye to Ji Chongqing's behavior, it was hard for her not to think that Ji Chongqing was involved with the Southern Pole Chongqing Emperor. Even if it was not reincarnation, there must be other close connections. It involved the cause and effect of Daluo. And she was not stupid. So of course she didn't want to provoke it. Besides, her cooperation with Ji Chongqing has always been a win-win situation. And she has no reason to turn against Ji Chongqing. Bao, I believe you won't cheat me. Of course. Ji Chongqing's tone was as sincere as ever. Li Huanyan gradually regained her composure. You really have no reason to cheat me. There is no conflict between us. Even the Devil Desire Sutra was taught to you by me. What happened just now happened too suddenly. Her core technology was learned by another person. And it might even replace it. So Li Huanyan was a little panicked. But after a few words, she regained her composure and sorted out the whole thing, not to mention that you didn't practice the Devil Desire Sutra to the top of the world. Even if you practice to that level, I or you should have these two words. Redundant. Ascended. The progress of the technique and the realm are basically matched. Under normal circumstances, they are both advancing together, and there is rarely an imbalance between the two sides. Of course, Ji Chongqing is in an abnormal situation now. His realm has risen too fast, but his technique has not been improved, so his strength is not good at the same level. When Ji Lao kills people, he either uses the exquisite jade sword or relies on the realm to crush them. But Ji Chongqing doesn't think it's a big problem. No matter whether the cat is black or white, it is a good cat that can kill the enemy. Judging from Ji Chongqing's current situation, when Ji Chongqing cultivates the Demon Desire Sutra to the level of Li Huanyan, Ji Chongqing is likely to be a true immortal. At that time, either Li Huanyan will ascend to heaven, or Ji Chongqing will ascend to heaven. She really doesn't need to worry too much. Besides, you still have ideas about me. Li Huanyan completely relaxed. Her tone returned to laziness. For me, you gave up Lan Zhujun, who was already your slave. You didn't want to betray me. You only hugged my thighs, which were so useful and beautiful. Ji Chongqing's smile was a little stiff. Bao, you even know that I gave up Lan Zhujun? Li Huanyan said casually. I almost killed her whole family. So of course, I have to take care of her. If it weren't for you, she would have died long ago. Although I don't think she can pose any threat to me. There are always some hidden dangers if you don't get rid of the roots. But compared with making friends with you, I can accept this hidden danger. Ji Chongqing sighed lightly. It's the same as what he thought. For his sake, Li Huanyan will not care about Lan Zhujun, provided that Lan Zhujun doesn't continue to commit suicide and seek revenge. If she really wants to commit suicide, no one can stop her. But Lan Zhujun is not as clear as Bao. This choice is easy for Ji Chongqing to make. Bao has helped him a lot and is irreplaceable. Lan Zhujun is basically worthless in comparison. Not to mention that she came to Ji Chongqing to cause trouble in the beginning. If she doesn't leave Qi, let her be her launching goddess at ease, which is also my care for my subordinates. Ji Chongqing said, if she leaves Qi, Bao, you can do whatever you want. I am not her nanny, and I have no obligation to protect her all the time. And I will definitely stand on your side in your affairs with the Lan family. If I were you, I would only kill more people. Li Huanyan smiled, little guy. I love you for a reason. I know you are clear, and know how to repay kindness. I do understand. Ji Changsheng is serious. And Li Huanyan is also serious. Including the fact that Yu Linglong has been helping Ji Changsheng. A large part of the reason is that Ji Changsheng is really a good partner. As long as you are good to Ji Changsheng will basically return the favor. In Ji Changsheng's view, this is also the basic bottom line of being a man. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. Only in this way can others feel at ease to cooperate with you. So Ji Changsheng's enemies are basically dead now. And Ji Changsheng's friends are steadily moving forward. Li Huanyan has no reason not to make friends with such a promising young man. Just like Ji Changsheng has no reason not to make friends with Li Huanyan. A big man who has provided him with great help. Bao, your list is not to trick me into killing your enemies in Ingwa? Don't worry. Ingwa has no enemies of mine. Li Huanyan said calmly, little guy. Don't curse so harshly. How many people in the world do you think are worthy of being my enemies? Ji Changsheng gave Bao a thumbs up. This guy is 99 points for pretense. 1 point less is because I am afraid she will be proud. That makes sense. I am just shocked that Bao, you can reach so far in Ingwa. It's not just me, but also the Hehuan sect. Li Huanyan told the truth. Now I am the head of the Hehuan sect. And all the resources of the Hehuan sect naturally fall into my hands. You may not understand that the strongest point of the Hehuan sect is not the top combat power, but the extensive network of human connections and intelligence. You may not understand this. Let me put it another way. There are too many lustful people like you in this world. Where you exist. It is the soil for the growth of the Hehuan sect. Ji Changsheng blushed. Bao, I am actually very pure. At least until now. All of them are pure. That's because you've been busy all the time. Either killing people or setting fires. Or on the way to kill people and setting fires. Li Huanyan complained. Compared to your murderous nature, you are indeed not lustful. I believe there are still many righteous people in the world. Besides, women account for half of the world. Li Huanyan looked at Ji Changsheng with a very curious look, which made Ji Changsheng feel strange. What did I say wrong? Li Huanyan smiled slightly. Who told you that women are not lustful? Do you think there are no male cultivators in our Hehuan sect? Ji Changsheng. I lost. That's right. That's the truth. Then Hehuan sect is really awesome. Although it is difficult to become the world's #1 immortal sect. But the core technology of Hehuan sect can always have an audience and a market. And the mass base is too deep. I'm afraid that Hehuan sect has a deeper mass base than Danqing Pavilion. After you finish dealing with the affairs in Ingwa, let Ing Hongye come to our Hehuan sect. Or I will send you to Ingwa to conclude a formal cooperation agreement. Although it was just a formality. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan had agreed privately that the rest of the affairs only needed to proceed step by step. But the paper agreement was still very important. Ji Changsheng asked curiously, you see? My direct disciple. The new saint of Hehuan sect. The first person in the transformation realm. At this point, Li Huanyan glanced at Ji Changsheng. And her tone was a little strange. 1 day later. You can compete with C fairly. If you win, I will agree to one more request of yours. If C wins, you agree to one more request of mine. How about it? Ji Changsheng was angry. Baby. I am now in the refining void realm. And the transformation realm is not worth mentioning to me. You know. So do you want to gamble? Ji Changsheng was furious. Of course not. My mother told me since I was a child that I can't be a gambler. Li Huanyan laughed out loud. Bao. Have some confidence in yourself. You are 1 level higher than C. Ji Changsheng said proudly. I am doing this for you C's sake. For me, there is no difference between superior and inferior. Only life and death. I am afraid that I will accidentally kill your beloved disciple, Bao, and affect our relationship. Li Huanyan laughed so hard that her body shook. I almost believed it. Ji Changsheng disdained to explain too much to this woman. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Zhuo. Ji Changsheng decisively cut off the video call. He also remembered the name Yusi. I decided that after reaching the fusion realm, I would have a good fight with Yusi. Let's spare her now, so that others won't say he's bullying the weak. After Ji Changsheng cut off the call, he didn't see another pair of white legs step into the hot spring pool. Master, did Ji Changsheng really master the Devil's Desire Sutra? In the entire Hehuan sect, there is only one person who can call Li Huanyan master. Hehuan sect's current saint Yusi is recognized as the first person in the spiritualization realm by the cultivation world. Li Huanyan nodded gently. This matter is beyond my expectations. Yu Si's tone is quite envious and jealous. How did he master it? I must ask him after I go to Yinghua. I dream of mastering the Devil's Desire Sutra. If she can't master the Devil's Desire Sutra, she is embarrassed to say that she is Li Huanyan's direct disciple. And if she can't master the Devil's Desire Sutra, she can't inherit many of Li Huanyan's connections and resources. Originally, Yu Si was not so unwilling, because not only she didn't master it, but others couldn't master it either. Li Huanyan is the one and only one. But now there is another Ji Changsheng. Yu Si couldn't sit still anymore. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng has become the young leader of the Tianma sect, and was born in Xuandu Temple. Otherwise, it would be easy for Ji Changsheng to replace her position in the Ahuan sect with the help of the Demon Desire Sutra. Be nicer. Li Huanyan reminded. This little guy is born in the year of the dog, and he has a bad temper. He dares to kill people if he doesn't agree with him. Yu Si asked curiously, I see that he treats you. The master. Very well. That's to me. Li Huanyan said casually, except Yu Linglong and Yu Bihai. Who in the world dares to treat me badly? Besides, I treat him better. Although this little guy is born in the year of the dog, he still knows how to repay his gratitude. I understand that he is likely to inherit the heavenly demon sect in the future, and he seems to have no disconnection with Zuanduguan. Of course, we should make friends with such a person, and he may even become the protagonist of the next era. Yu Si said. Li Huanyan denied her judgment. It's impossible. Ah? Why? Yu Si was very curious. Master, I reviewed Ji Changsheng's rise, and found that he is exactly the same as a godman descending to the world, with extraordinary talent and ruthless heart. Even Yu Linglong and Yu Bihai in those days definitely did not have such a demonic progress speed as Ji Changsheng. I am very optimistic about him becoming the protagonist of the next era. It's not a question of whether you are optimistic or not. Li Huanyan complained. I am more optimistic about him than you. So I know that he will not stay in our world for an era at all, let alone an era. He is estimated to be able to ascend to the prehistoric fairyland within 3 years. Yu Si was shocked. 3 years? Master, do you really think he is the great emperor of longevity in the South Pole? I didn't think so before. But now, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. At this point, Li Huanyan seriously suggested, see, you can compete for the status of this little guy's concubine. You see, Master, is there a master like you? Can't I be his main wife? It's really not possible to be his main wife. Chengxi is probably really the Tian Star Lord. At least a reincarnation or successor. Li Huanyan said frankly, you and Chengxi are competing for the main wife. That's courting death. I don't even dare to compete. Then Master, you will send me to be a concubine? Yu Si said dissatisfiedly, I am the first person in the transformation realm without relying on men. But if you rely on this man, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming the daughter-in-law of Yuanshi Tianwang. And that is Yuanshi Tianwang. When Li Huanyan said this, she was a little yearning. If I didn't have someone in my heart, I would want to fight for it. This saintly eunuch who is famous for being the most protective is really too good. Linglong, do you know what I gave up for you? Yu Linglong didn't know. She was accepting the master's crying at this time. Senior sister, please take care of Changsheng. What's wrong? He scolded me. The master took out his own sound transmission talisman. Ji Changsheng's voice came out, Master, I won't criticize a certain Xuandu temple master named Mu here. He has no strength and no connections. As a result, when I need help, I actually need to ask Li Huanyan for help. Well, without saying too much, you should reflect on yourself and work hard. Chapter 209. The real body of the Absolute Sword Immortal appears. The master of the temple was very angry. The consequences were not serious, because Yu Linglong was directly amused by Ji Changsheng's words. Of course, Yu Linglong, who laughed out loud, quickly found that the master's face was even uglier. So she quickly restrained her laughter and comforted him. Junior brother, why are you arguing with him? You are a person and he is a dog. People don't have to be arguing with dogs. Although the senior sister said so. The master of the temple was still trembling with anger. Senior sister, Cha Sheng, a thigh-hugging person, actually complained that his thigh was not thick enough. Isn't he too much? He was not like this before. He was very respectful to me when he was in the mountain. The master of the temple could not accept this gap. Changsheng was obviously so polite before. Yu Linglong reflected, this should be blamed on me. Junior brother. You were his big brother. So he respected you very much. Later, after he got on my big brother, he didn't need you anymore. He got used to my strength. So he was a little disgusted with you for being too weak. But in fact, Junior brother, you are definitely not weak. Really. I think you will be on par with Jiangxi in 10 years. One's own junior brother is one's own love. Yu Linglong mainly encourages and educates the master. After I leave, Ji Changsheng will realize that you are still his big brother. And then, he will definitely become respectful again. You can bear with him for another day. Yu Linglong persuaded. He must be really stressed and anxious now. Master, what is he anxious about? Yu Linglong said. He thinks I will ascend soon. And he will not be able to run around recklessly tomorrow. So he wants to kill all the enemies he can't afford to offend within one day. The master of the temple had nothing to say. It would be okay to kill all the people who can't afford to offend now within one day. Thinking about Chongqing's style of doing things, the master of the temple felt that what the senior sister said might be true. Senior sister, you are right. I am a normal person. Changsheng is a dog. His ideas are not the ideas of normal people. Yes, don't bother with him. Yu Linglong continued to comfort. If you are like him, you will be angry to death sooner or later. I don't even bother to pay attention to him. The master of the temple sighed to the sky. Senior sister, you can really ignore him. But I can't. Although Changsheng is a bit of a dog, he is my auspicious sign. Auspicious signs must not be given up. Although Chongqing's actions are a bit extreme, he is still very powerful, and is definitely a god general. After you leave, Xuandu Temple needs such a god general to charge into battle. What can Yu Linglong say? She can only pat the master of the temple on the shoulder sympathetically. Junior brother, fortunately you are not a woman. Why? If you were a woman, you would be bullied to death by Ji Changsheng. Yu Linglong expressed great admiration for her junior brother's mind. Junior brother, you are so magnanimous and tolerant that you are indeed suitable to be the master of Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong commented pertinently. People with ability generally have personality. Junior brother, you can tolerate Changxi and Changsheng. So the position of the master should be yours. I have never considered others. Unlike Ji Changsheng, a bastard, Yu Linglong has always had a high opinion of the master. As the head of the world's #1 immortal sect, it is definitely not an easy thing to tolerate two mentally ill people under him, who often speak rudely to him. Yu Linglong herself is often angry. The more important people are, the more they care about face. If they met mentally ill people like Ji Changsheng and Li Chongxi, the big guys with little heart would have beaten them to death long ago. But the master of the temple was angry. But he always considered the problem rationally in the end, and insisted on protecting Li Chongxi and Ji Changsheng. There is a reason why Li Chongxi, who is obviously mentally ill, only gave face to Yu Linglong and the master of the temple in Xuandu Temple. Don't care about the evaluation of Ji Changsheng. You are still young, and the future is yours. It doesn't matter if you are a little bit bad now. You won't always be bad. The master of the temple was in a complicated mood. Senior sister, I am indeed the youngest among the major masters. So he never felt that it was shameful to be inferior to Jiangxi and Yu Laomo. They are essentially not people of the same era. The master of the temple has just ascended the throne of the master of Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng is the first auspicious sign after he became the master of the temple. It has not been a few days. Let's put it this way. The master's previous opponents were not them at all, but the Bai family. Suddenly, Ji Changsheng fast-forwarded the situation in the world to the strongest king game. The opponent of the master of the temple changed from the Bai family to Yu Laomo, Li Huanyan, Jiangxi, Ghost Fairy, Demon Fairy. The master of the temple was also desperate. The step was too big. He was not given any buffer time. In fact, since Ji Changsheng came out of nowhere, except Yu Linglong who could still suppress everything with absolute strength, Yu Laomo defended his dignity as the second in the world with his extraordinary courage of not caring about life and death and fighting against dissatisfaction. And Li Huanyan's unparalleled intelligence network increased against the trend. All other bigwigs and big forces have been stunned by the butterfly effect brought by Ji Changsheng. In comparison, the performance of the master is definitely not bad. The master does not think he is bad either. But I can't use my youth as an excuse. Changsheng is younger than me. He has already started playing high-end games. And he plays very well. The master took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became clear. Sister, I will work hard to stand up and continue to be Changxing's thigh after you leave. One day, I will make Changxing regain respect for me. Yu Linglong touched the master's head and was a little surprised. You don't have a fever, junior brother. Why are you bullied so badly? The master said seriously, Sister, Changxing may be right. His encouragement makes me more motivated. I have been living a very comfortable life under your protection. This time, I went to the heavenly demon sect and found that Yu Lao Mo's strength was all earned by his life. In the struggle for the Great Way, there is only progress and no retreat. Yu Lao Mo's bravery is exactly what I lack. You encouraged and educated me, and Changxing spurred me on. All for my own good. In the past, I grew up according to the route you planned for me. In the future, I will try to learn more from Yu Lao Mo and Changxing. They must have something to recommend them for their achievements today. Yu Linglong touched her head this time. She suspected that she was under the Yaoguang Lu illusion. Junior brother, I know that something unexpected has happened in the past few days that has not happened in the past 100 years, which has caused a huge impact on many people. But you must not doubt yourself. Believe me, there is nothing wrong with you. The problem is Ji Changxing. The master of the temple shook his head, rarely disagreeing with the opinion of the senior sister. Weakness is the original sin. After you ascend to heaven, if Yu Lao Mo wants to kill me, I can't tell Yu Lao Mo that I am too young and give me a few more years to grow. Changxing is right. I have to reflect on myself and work hard. I can't always let Changxing go to Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan for help when he has problems. In the long run, how can Changxing maintain a sense of belonging to our Xuandu temple? Yu Linglong. She felt that her junior brother had been under too much pressure recently, and his mental state was a little abnormal. Xuandu Temple has the Xianwang Merit Tower, so there is absolutely no problem for the master to grow step by step. Give Yu Lao Mo another 10,000 years. As long as the master does not go out, Yu Lao Mo will not be able to break the Xianwang Merit Tower. Of course, she also understands her junior brother's anxiety. No one wants to passively defend. But if he wants to take the initiative, the master's current strength is indeed not enough to play a high-end game. In addition, there is Ji Changxing, the beast, who has been fanning the flames, and the master's face is a little embarrassed. In this regard, Yu Linglong can only say, Junior brother, it is good to work hard, but don't push yourself too much. As for Ji Changxing's sense of belonging to Xuandu Temple, you don't have to worry too much. Changxi is still in Xuandu Temple, and Changxi will be able to take over in the future. Changxi is still too young. The master shook his head. Yu Linglong said, Changxi is going through the inner demon tribulation. It shouldn't take too long for the second tribulation realm to appear in Xuandu Temple. Then, there will be no need to worry about the safety of Xuandu Temple. What? The temple master was shocked. Changxi is going through the tribulation? How old is Changxi this year? Yu Linglong. Junior brother. Changxi is different from us. She may really be Tian Star Lord, so her strength cannot be measured by age. The temple master turned a deaf ear and muttered to himself, Changxing has already reached the realm of refining emptiness, and may be promoted to the realm of fusion at any time. Changxi is 35 this year, and will soon go through the tribulation. The temple master stood up. Senior sister, I'm going to practice. Yu Linglong covered her face. You are a normal person. Why are you arguing with two mentally ill people? This is how Jian Gongyu died. Even if you really want to find a target, you should aim at Li Qinglian or Jiangxi. This is what normal people pursue. The master of the temple was led astray. Junior brother, go into seclusion and practice tomorrow. Yu Linglong stopped the master of the temple and told the truth. You are not Ji Changxing. It is impossible for you to have any significant improvement in strength in one day. It is better to eat more melons and see the changes in the world situation. The master of the temple felt a pain in his heart. Senior sister, I finally understand why I feel uncomfortable. Why? Because Changxing said all the truth. He didn't scold me. He just repeated the fact that I was a loser. Senior sister, you just repeated it. Yu Linglong said ashamedly. Senior sister is wrong. But I definitely don't mean to humiliate you. Junior brother, I mean we are all normal people. It is impossible for me to have any significant improvement in strength in one day. As soon as Yu Linglong finished speaking, her breath suddenly surged. Yu Linglong and the master of the temple looked at each other. Yu Linglong wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Junior brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My improvement in cultivation this time was purely accidental. The master of the temple began to feel numb. Seeing your sister. Thank you for being willing to protect my fragile self-esteem. You are so kind. Yu Linglong covered her face with both hands and looked at her junior brother in silence. It was really a misunderstanding. Looking deeper, it was still Ji Chengxing's fault. She didn't know that Jian Gongyu was not dead. As a result, Ji Chengxing suddenly killed people and blew Jian Gongyu out. Jian Gongyu has been patient for 100 years, and his strength has improved. In terms of Taoism alone, he even surpassed Yu Lao Mo. In addition, his Yeguang Luo Huan has cultivated to the top of the world. For Yu Linglong, Jian Gongyu is even harder to kill than Yu Lao Mo. So when killing Jian Gongyu, Yu Linglong used all her strength, and her swordsmanship had some small breakthroughs. In addition, after killing Jian Gongyu, Yu Linglong inevitably shared a large amount of merit. As a result, Yu Linglong's strength has been slightly improved again. This was completely beyond Yu Linglong's plan. It has to be said that the sudden appearance of Ji Lao Mo has driven many people crazy, and also made many people successful. The fire forged true gold. Under the training of Ji Lao Mo, the SSR cards still stand out from the crowd. And they are quite willing to continue to evolve. Let's talk about two things. On the Huan sect side, Li Huanyan was also giving instructions to his beloved disciple. Although Ji Chengxing is not a good guy, he is definitely a good match. Yu Si nodded, Master. I know myself. Judging from his progress, I am not worthy of him. But I have the entire Huan sect behind me. And I am your first disciple. I will inherit the Huan sect in the future. Being his concubine is too embarrassing for the Huan sect. Li Huanyan pointed out, Ing Sishi was only his concubine. Your current status is similar to Ing Hengye, which is not embarrassing. The most important thing is that if you really win the 1 in 10,000 chance, see, you will really rise to the top in one step. Although it is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. It involves Yuanshi Tianwen, which is definitely worth the gamble. Anyway, the price of losing the gamble is just to be the concubine of that little guy. You will not suffer any loss. Li Huanyan is still very confident in her treasure. Even without Yuanshi Tianwen, Ji Lao Mo is still Ji Lao Mo. With her help, Ji Lao Mo is guaranteed to be the leader of Tianmo sect. In her opinion, this kind of business is a big profit if you win, and a small profit if you lose. If you don't gamble, you will lose a lot. There is no reason not to gamble. Yu Si pouted, Master. You said it so well. Why don't you go gamble yourself? Li Huanyan sighed, Master. I met the wrong person at the right time. Although I know it is impossible, I hope that I will admit defeat if I gamble. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Master, I heard from my sister that Li Chongxi is not under the jurisdiction of the Southern Emperor Changsheng, and she is going through the hard demon tribulation. I already know this. So I said that you and Li Chongxi can't compete for the main wife. Yu Si said unwillingly, Master, I'm talking to you about business. There is a suspected cause and effect of Daluo behind Li Chongxi. There is a suspected cause and effect of Daluo behind Ji Chengxing. And it is basically confirmed that the great master Xuandu is behind Yu Linglong. The Daluo behind these three people is not the same. At this point, Yu Si's tone turned solemn, Master. There are suspected 3 Daluo layouts behind a mere Xuandu temple. Something is wrong. Isn't it? Very wrong. Li Huanyan confirmed Yu Si's judgment. As a subsidiary world of the prehistoric fairyland, our world can actually have so many complicated causal and human affairs. Which means that there must be a big problem above. The parties are afraid that they have already started a melee. This is definitely not something that one family can do. Yu Si said carefully, Master, are we qualified to participate in this game of great power? We have been involved and must participate. At least in our world. It has come to this point. Whether it is me or the Huan sect, we must stand on the side. Although Li Huanyan also felt that the situation was very chaotic, she saw it very clearly. The 10,000 Demons Kingdom, Huan sect, Guanyin Temple, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. These are in the same camp, and they are targeting the human religion. Dare to oppose the Taiqing lineage behind the scenes. There must be a saint behind them. Xuandu Temple, Danqing Pavilion, Ingwa. These 3 families are together. However, Ingwa has been abandoned by the Taiqing lineage, and Danqing Pavilion does not have a strong background in the upper world. In the final analysis, the only family that really has fighting power is Xuandu Temple. But Linglong is about to ascend. Muxian, It is difficult for him to deal with such a complicated situation. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the Huan Sect, and the Assassin's Alliance are three unstable factors. The decision made by Yubihai, Zhujiangxian, and I may affect the situation in the next 100 years, and even determine the direction of part of the prehistoric upper world. You see, tried to keep up with Li Huanyan's thinking, Master. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and Huangquan Sect, including Guanyin Hall, have lost their fighting power. So now it seems that Xuandu Temple will definitely win. No. The Wanyao Kingdom has a trump card. If I hadn't saved Jiangxi and Li Qinglian, they would have died. The trump card of the Wanyao Kingdom, the Demon Fairy of Guanyin Hall, the Ghost Fairy of Huangquan Sect, and Jian Gongyu of Ingwa were originally prepared to harm Linglong. Speaking of this, Li Huanyan smiled. Linglong knew nothing about this, and I only saw 3/4 of it. As a result, Ji Chasheng rushed in and turned the whole world upside down. I doubt whether this was done deliberately by the Tai Ching lineage for the world to see, so that we know what it means that supernatural powers cannot defeat destiny. Use the simplest and crudest method to declare the power of the Tai Ching lineage to control everything. You see, reminded carefully, Master. Is it possible that all this is just an accident? I have carefully read Ji Chengxing's information, and found no signs of him being manipulated. And the things he did are not something that a human can do. It is not like the style of the Tai Ching lineage at all. Of course it's possible. I don't think Ji Changsheng is a puppet. Li Huanyan confirmed Yuxi's judgment. But if it's not the Tai Ching lineage's intention, it's even more terrifying. There must be something strange about Ji Changsheng. If he's not from the Tai Ching lineage, it means that he may end up in the Yuqing lineage. The Tai Ching lineage is relatively restrained. But the Yuqing lineage, Yuanshi Tianwan, can directly kill the younger generation, which is indeed in line with Ji Changxing's current style of bullying the weak. Li Huanyan said this with a very strange tone. If Ji Changsheng had stayed in the Tai Ching lineage, it would be fine. If he joined the Yuqing lineage, then those demons, immortals, Buddhas and ghosts in the prehistoric fairy world would start crying now. I'm sure that if his dog-tempered temper met a saint like Yuanshi Tianwan who protected his shortcomings, the prehistoric fairy world would be in trouble. It will completely turn the world upside down. Master, we don't want to think about things that far ahead. Let's just talk about the present. Which side should we stand on? I have already made my choice. Or rather, I never need to choose. Li Huanyan's tone was very calm. See. Remember one thing? We are both human. If we go to the demon clan, we can only be dogs. If you have the opportunity to be a human, you should never be a dog. Once you become a dog, it will be difficult to turn over in this life. Yuxi nodded. Master, which side will Yubihai stand on when he wakes up? Now it seems that Ji Chengxing's position determines Yubihai's attitude. Li Huanyan felt a little strange when she said this. This is a bomb. I don't know if it will explode. Should we take the initiative to detonate it? No. Linglong will ascend soon. And Ji Changsheng can't kill Yu Lao Mo. Li Huanyan wanted to kill Yu Lao Mo, not Ji Changsheng. Yuxi thought, in other words, the position of the Assassin's League is very important now. Yes. Master, I remember that Zhujiangxian has successfully assassinated a person in the Tribulation Realm. Yes. Yuxi's face became serious. Then Zhujiangxian's strength may rank third among the 5 great swordsmen. And even better than Li Qinglian. Maybe more than third. Yuxi was shocked by Li Huanyan's words. Master, what do you mean? Zhujiangxian can only rank third at most. Li Huanyan leaned against the wall of the hot spring, did not answer Yuxi's words, but closed her eyes and thought quietly for a moment. A minute later, Li Huanyan opened her peach blossom eyes. She got up and left the hot spring pool directly. See, take care of the house. I will be back in an hour. Yuxi looked confused. Master, where are you going? Ingwa, verify some guesses. Give my regards to my sister. At the same time, Ingwa. Ji Changsheng took the list from Zhuo Ruoshui. He did not check the list immediately, but asked curiously, General Zhuo, can you help me solve my confusion? Zhuo Ruoshui did not hide. Prince Duan knew that Princess Hengya did not give the emperor the medicine, including his timely arrival to stop Princess Hengya from killing Old Yao. It was all I who informed him. Ji Changsheng savored it carefully, and then nodded slowly. Compared to this, I am more curious about how General Zhuo became Madam's man. Zhuo Ruoshui explained, Madam helped me kill the sworn brother of the king of 10,000 demons, who saved my life. I see. That's all. In addition, young Master Ji is not an outsider. And he will know it sooner or later. Madam's first disciple, you see, is my half-sister. But we have a good relationship. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Does Ying 3 know about this relationship? I don't know. Madam personally took action to hide the relationship between my sister and me. Is Bao really Bao? What? Zhuo Ruoshui didn't understand. She certainly didn't know Ji Changsheng's nickname for Bao. Nothing. Don't listen to his nonsense. Ruoshui. Go and do your own thing. I have something to say to him. Li Huanyan appeared out of nowhere. Ji Changsheng and Zhuo Ruoshui were both caught off guard. However, Li Huanyan didn't pay attention to them, but focused her eyes on the exquisite jade sword in Ji Changsheng's hand. So that's it. Li Huanyan's tone was 5 points of admiration, 3 points of respect, and 2 points of disbelief. No wonder no one has seen the true body of Zhujiangxian for countless years. No wonder even with her omnipotent hands and eyes, she has never locked on who Zhujiangxian is. No wonder she has never heard of Zhujiangxian practicing swordsmanship, but suddenly appeared and became one of the 5 great swordsmen. Until today, Jian Gongyo's death finally helped her open a door and thought of a possibility. How can there be an ordinary jade sword that can kill a calamity like killing a dog when it is thousands of miles away from the sword master? Even if it is Yu Linglong. It is not scientific to have such strength. There is only one truth. The Linglong jade sword in Ji Changsheng's hand is the real body of the absolute sword immortal. Chapter 210. The master finally stood up. Bao. What's wrong with you? Ji Changsheng didn't know what happened at this time. Li Huanyan waved her hand and brought Ji Changsheng to her own peach blossom secret realm. Then, she reached out and touched the sword body of Linglong jade sword. It's the 3 pure ones. Linglong, you are worthy of it. Ji Changsheng watched the colorful sword energy pop out from the jade sword and refused Li Huanyan's touch. Yu Linglong's voice also came out. Li Huanyan, stay away from me. The way of heaven is divided into yin and yang. Even if I choose Ji Changsheng, I will not choose you. You should wake up. Ji Changsheng. Poor wife. You are too indifferent to Bao. Although the goddess does have this attitude towards the dog, I feel sorry for Bao. Besides, wife, you are just saying this in our world. If you dare to say this in the European and American regions of Blue Star, you will feel what political correctness is in minutes. Despite this, Li Huanyan herself didn't feel anything. Linglong, you are really too strong. What the hell are you talking about? Don't pretend. Linglong, you must have mastered the sacred skill of Yakihua Sanqing. Li Huanyan's tone was very firm. Wait, what does Yakihua Sanqing have to do with this sword? Ji Changsheng's brain was not slow. He was just like Li Huanyan, and didn't think much about it before. Especially, he had experienced several times when his wife was offline and the jade sword failed. He didn't think much about it. But when Li Huanyan said this, Ji Changsheng was stunned for a moment. And then he came to his senses. Bao, you mean this jade sword is one of the 3 pure incarnations of Linglong Fairy? This is impossible. Why not? Li Huanyan asked curiously. Ji Changsheng said, the incarnation will not suddenly fail. Last time in the Guaning Temple, if it weren't for you Lao Mo, I might have died. Li Huanyan's words made Ji Changsheng sad. Is there a possibility that Linglong deliberately wanted to see you laugh? Ji Changsheng. He wanted to say that my wife and I have a stronger relationship than gold. And you, the third party, should not provoke the relationship between my wife and me. But he is still an honest man after all. My wife is good in everything, but she may not admit that I am her husband. So the possibility that Li Huanyan said does exist. Of course, Li Huanyan's words don't count. Fairy, say something. Yu Linglong silently went offline. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan looked at each other. Li Huanyan shrugged. It seems that I guessed right. Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Sure enough, senior sister is still the best. Bao, how could you guess that this jade sword belongs to the sword immortal? Li Huanyan said with emotion. I have to thank you for this. What's wrong with me? You caught the big fish Jian Gongyu. Then what? Jian Gongyo's strength is definitely not something that can be killed by a sword. Li Huanyan confirmed, no matter how strong Linglong is. It is impossible to kill a great cultivator of Jian Gongyo's level by giving an ordinary jade sword to others. 100 years ago, Linglong held a whisk in her hand. But she couldn't completely kill Jian Gongyu. 100 years later, no matter how fast Linglong grows, it can't be so exaggerated. If Linglong can dominate the world with a sword, What are the people in the world? I hate it. Jian Gongyo's unwilling cry came from the white bone Taoist palace again. Li Huanyan was shocked. Ji Changsheng was also shocked. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Baby. You are a liar. Li Huanyan? Ji Changsheng had a reason. Where is the dog-licking filter? When it comes to you, Linglong, why can you still think so rationally? In my eyes, Fairy Linglong is invincible and can do everything. This is what I really like. Unlike you, you can actually stay rational. Li Huanyan's red lips were slightly open, and the whole person was a little dazed. Although Ji Changsheng's words were very specious, she actually listened to them and even began to reflect. Yes. Why can I think so clearly? I'm afraid that Yu Laoimo doesn't doubt that Linglong can do this. Ji Changsheng said firmly. It means that you have already fallen in love with someone else. Or you have never been in love before. And you really like me. Li Huanyan. My aesthetics will not be downgraded that much. But what you said does make sense. Why would I doubt that Linglong can't kill people all over the world with just a sword? Little guy. Have you really never doubted it? Ji Changsheng shook his head. I was surprised. After all, it is really beyond cognition that a sword can be so powerful. And it can kill people regardless of distance. But later, Fairy Linglong did too many outrageous things. So I began to accept it. He believed that Yu Laoimo should have similar ideas to him. Although this matter is outrageous, it suddenly becomes reasonable when it happens to Yu Linglong. In this case, Li Huanyan can still find it unreasonable. It's confirmed. Baby. Your love for Fairy Linglong is all fake. Ji Changsheng was very sure. A true bootlicker will never question the goddess. Even if her personality collapses, he will try his best to find ways to whitewash the goddess in all aspects. No one will sabotage her like you do. Li Huanyan. I couldn't refute it. Is it because I'm too smart? Li Huanyan's tone was a little uncertain. Ji Changsheng smiled. No matter how smart a person is, he will become stupid in front of the person he likes. Just like me. I have always been stupid in front of Fairy Linglong. In a place where Ji Changsheng couldn't see, Yu Linglong silently rolled her eyes. But she didn't see it at all. This bastard was very smart in front of her. When there was no one around, he called her wife. When there were people around, he called Fairy Linglong. And in front of Changxi, he called her Xiaoyu. How could he be stupid? But Li Huanyan is indeed more perceptive than Ji Changsheng. The secret of the sword fairy has not been discovered for 100 years, which is already in the category of magical powers. And as her Yogwang Luohuan also tends to be perfect, it will be less likely for people to find flaws. Li Huanyan can actually see through the illusion and see the essence. Yu Linglong can only sigh that Yu Bihai has had a hard time these years. Ji Changsheng carefully examined the jade sword in his hand, but still found nothing unusual. It seems to be an ordinary jade sword. Bao, your insight is too strong. You can actually connect this jade sword with the sword immortal. Ji Changsheng expressed admiration. I have never thought of this before. He always thought that the three pure ones were three people. He never thought that it could also be transformed into objects, such as a sword. But after Li Huanyan said this, many things can indeed be connected. Li Huanyan told the truth. I didn't guess in this direction before. But in recent days, the performance of this jade sword is too scary. In your hand, it almost kills gods and Buddhas. The most important thing is that this jade sword looks like it is made of ordinary materials. It is not a magic sword at all. If this jade sword does not belong to Linglong, someone should have guessed that something is wrong. Of course, it is also possible that I am really too smart. Ji Changsheng encouraged, be more confident. You are just too smart. I am the one who used this sword these days. And I never thought that there was anything special about this jade sword. I always thought that it was Yu Linglong who was special. Listen to what you said. Bao. Is it because of me that the sword immortal was exposed? At least it was because of you. The outrageous record. The outrageous lethality. Especially after killing Jian Gongyu. The whole thing was full of irrationality. If it weren't for you, Linglong would not have revealed so many flaws. And I originally guessed that the Assassin's League had something to do with Linglong and Xuandu Temple. I just wasn't sure. When Li Huanyan discussed with Yu Laomo before, she once told Yu Laomo that Xuandu Temple had a peerless sword immortal and 8 vain masters. And the Assassin's League also had a peerless sword immortal and 8 gold medal assassins. However, Yu Laomo sneered at her guess. She couldn't be completely sure at the time, so she just kept it in mind and didn't investigate it in depth. Zhu Jiangxian has a record of successfully assassinating a cultivator in the tribulation realm. Even a strong person like her dare not investigate further. Otherwise she will be in trouble if the Assassins League counterattacks. Even if she is not afraid, her subordinates are afraid. The Assassins League is the 9 major immortal sects that replaced the Ghost Cave Palace. The Ghost Cave Palace was destroyed by Linglong alone. Ji Changsheng silently digested this information. Ing Hongye had told Ji Changsheng before that the Ghost Cave Palace was once a demon sect as famous as the Huangquan sect, and was also ranked among the 9 major sects. As a result, the Ghost Cave Palace was unable to think clearly, and killed a female disciple of Xuandu Temple by bullying the weak, and also enslaved the other party's soul. At that time, Yu Linglong did not have the powerful and invincible reputation she has now. So the Ghost Cave Palace had no idea what they had provoked. Mu Xian was in charge of investigating the incident, and soon locked onto the real culprit, the Ghost Cave Palace. So Yu Linglong took action. The first top immortal sect to be completely wiped out was born in this magnificent way. After the destruction of the Ghost Cave Palace, the Assassins League took advantage of the situation and replaced the Ghost Cave Palace. Moreover, the Absolute Sword Immortal quickly emerged and entered the ranks of the 5 Great Sword Immortals, showing his own cultivation in the realm of tribulation, helping the Assassins League to completely secure the position of the 9 Greats. Li Huanyan shook his head and sighed. At the beginning, I never thought that the Assassins League, a bloody organization, would be related to Xuandu Temple. But now that I think about it, if Linglong is the Absolute Sword Immortal, everything makes sense. With the Absolute Sword Immortals identity, there is no need to kill too many people. Once you do, it will be earth-shattering. And the people killed are all big shots who can call the wind and rain. Killing such people basically do not have to worry about merit and karma, because such people are often two-faced heroes. Ji Changsheng added, it doesn't matter if there is merit and karma. Fairy Linglong is in charge of the Xian Huang Merit Tower. Killing people is not affected by karma. She is a cheater. If this is not his wife, if Ji Changsheng does not treat the master as his own, he really wants to grab the master. Killing without karma is really too good. Of course, with Ji Changsheng's current merit, it can also cover the karma brought by killing. But he needs to consume merit to offset the backlash of karma. Being the master of Xuandu Temple even saves this procedure. Master, do you know what I gave up for you? And I remember that the Assassins League existed a long time ago? In terms of the long history, it is almost the same as your Hahuan sect. Ji Changsheng asked. Li Huanyan nodded. The 2 oldest professions in the world are assassin and prostitute. Later, these 2 professions continued to evolve, and the most powerful people gradually formed 2 organizations, namely the Assassins League and the Hahuan sect. However, the Hahuan sect became a top immortal sect very early, and the Assassins League has never had a cultivator in the tribulation realm. So it is not considered a top force until the Absolute Sword Immortal came out. In that case, Fairy Linglong may have just integrated the Assassins League and ended the chaotic and disordered state. If so, she will not only not have a causal backlash, but may also have merits. No matter how bad the order is, it must be better than chaos and disorder. Assassins themselves are disordered. However, the Assassins League in the past 100 years has basically become a neutral organization under the leadership of Absolute Sword Immortal, slightly leaning towards the magic camp. But the process is becoming more and more standardized. To put it bluntly, it is very similar to Ji Changsheng's current transformation of the Heavenly Demon sect. Merit is not only in the form of killing evil people. Education is also a very important way to accumulate merit. In fact, one of the most important tasks of the 4 major sects in the prehistoric fairy world, the human sect, the Chan sect, the Jia sect and the Western sect, is to educate sentient beings. Education has great merit and great fortune, which is even the most important reason for the saints to establish a religion. Without a doubt, Ji Changsheng transformed the Tianma sect into the Tiansheng sect, and Yu Linglong organized the Assassins League, which can be regarded as the beggar version of the saints' beggar version of the teaching. The merit and fortune accumulated in this way may not be immediate, but it will be endless, and even benefit future generations. But I still don't understand why Ichi Hua San Qing will turn into a sword. Shouldn't it turn into a person? Ji Changsheng looked at Li Huanyan, and found that his treasure's eyes also revealed doubts. I can only ask Linglong about this. If I were to guess, it might be that she didn't practice the sacred art of Yukihua San Qing at the beginning. As far as I know, the threshold for practicing Yakihua Sanqing is at least to start from the true immortal. Linglong took a big step. So it's normal for some mistakes to occur. That's right. Yu Linglong's voice came from the jade sword again. Li Huanyan. Ji Changsheng is right. Your thinking is too clear. And you underestimate me more than the world. Which means you have always been sober. You just think that no man in the world is worthy of you. And I saved you by chance. You want to repay me, but you find that your network of connections and intelligence is useless to me. So in the end, you want to marry me. Yu Linglong's voice was very cold. And her words were even colder. You are too narcissistic. Your body and feelings are meaningless to me. Ji Changsheng couldn't bear to look directly at her. Fairy. Don't be like this. Give Bao some face. I let her sober up for her own good. It's a scumbag to be reluctant like you. Ji Changsheng decided to tolerate his wife's misunderstanding of him. When did I reluctantly welcome? I never thought of refusing. I was always welcoming. Li Huanyan. If you really want to repay me, I can help Xuandu Temple after I ascend to heaven. There is no need to confine myself. You know, I didn't do it to help you. Li Huanyan's expression was very complicated. Linglong, let me calm down. You have a lot of time to calm down. Ji Changsheng. This matter cannot be spread outside. The master of Xuandu Temple cannot be the same person as the leader of the Assassin's League. Do you understand? I understand. This will have a bad impact on Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng readily agreed. And then did not forget to remind his wife, Fairy. You should also tell Bao. She knows the importance better than you. Okay. But there is still one thing I don't understand. How can a sword make the Assassin's League run in an orderly manner? Ji Changsheng asked curiously. Fairy. I don't think you are the kind of person who can sit down and deal with miscellaneous things. Of course I am not. But my junior brother is. Ji Changsheng blinked and said in surprise, Master? He knows your secret. Fairy? Yu Linglong asked back. Why do you think I chose my junior brother to be the master of Xuandu Temple? Ji Changsheng told the truth. Of course it's nepotism. Yu Linglong. Li Huanyan. Yu Linglong rolled her eyes again. Ji Changsheng. You should be more respectful to your junior brother in the future. Your junior brother is definitely stronger than you think. I supported the Assassin's League. But it was your junior brother who managed it. I used the Assassin's League as a test paper and trained an excellent master for Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng was really a little surprised. Of course he understood what Yu Linglong meant. Yu Linglong was just the nuclear weapon of the Assassin's League and would not show up easily. The master was in charge of the daily operation. So before the master became the master of Xuandu Temple, he was already the head of the 9 major immortal sects. Xiaomu actually had such a highlight moment. Wait. The master also hinted to me that my senior sister is the Absolute Sword Fairy. Changshi does often go out to cheat under the name of the Absolute Sword Fairy. And my junior brother did not wrongly accuse her. I can have the bad reputation today. And Changshi's credit accounts for at least half. Ji Changsheng. Senior sister. You are worthy of it. So the master was lying to me before. It's outrageous. I respect the master so much. But he actually deceived my pure feelings. Ji Changsheng was very angry. Fairy. Do you care about him? Yu Linglong was too lazy to pay attention to Ji Changsheng. She thought Ji Changsheng was puying his junior brother. Seeing that Yu Linglong chose to help the right instead of the relatives. As her husband, Ji Changsheng chose to forgive her generously again. So the leader of the Assassin's League has always been the master? Not necessarily. Ah? The colorful sword energy bloomed on the jade sword again. Yu Linglong's next words once again deepened Ji Changsheng's love for his wife. Whoever holds this sword can be the Absolute Sword Fairy. What can Ji Changsheng say? No wonder I have been so smooth recently. It turns out that I am the Absolute Sword Fairy. Ji Changsheng caressed the slippery sword body affectionately, as if he was touching his wife. So you were deliberately messing with me when you went offline before. Fairy? Not entirely. Li Huanyan is right. Something went wrong when I first practiced Ichihua Sanqing. And I only transformed into a sword. When I leave this world, the jade sword will lose its main body support. So your anxiety is not wrong. After I ascend, this sword will be temporarily useless. Unless I make a breakthrough in the higher realm, it will be possible to enlighten this sword to give birth to spiritual intelligence. I let you adapt in advance. And also let Changshi see your true face. Unfortunately, Changshi has mental problems. Ji Changsheng began to worry again. The Absolute Sword Immortal Experience card is less than 24 hours left. What about the Assassin's League after you ascend? Fairy? Absolute Sword Immortal is very important to the operation of the Assassin's League. Can the Master of the Temple stand up? Ji Changsheng was not only anxious for himself, but also for the Master of the Temple. Yu Linglong. Junior brother is really too busy. So the Assassin's League will be handed over to Changshi. After Changshi wakes up, she will be in the Tribulation Realm, and can barely support the operation of the Assassin's League. With Changshi's Yoguang Luohuan cultivation, no one can see through her disguise. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. Good idea. The Heavenly Demon Sect is mine. The Master of Xuandu Temple, Xiao Mu, can barely be counted as my man. The Master of Danqing Pavilion, Jiangxi, is an ally of the Brother Unit. The Hahuan Sect is under the charge of his own treasure. The Ying Kingdom belongs to his concubine. The Guanyin Temple has been handed over to his Huannu. So he just needs to kill all the other top sects. And after Yu Linglong ascends, the world will also be his. Thinking of this, Ji Laomo began to murder again. Xiaoyu, you go offline. This Absolute Sword Fairy is going to start killing people. The Jade Sword made a clear sound, as if it was going to kill this dog man on the spot. But in the end, Yu Linglong still endured it. Before leaving, Yu Linglong solemnly reminded Ji Changsheng, be more respectful to your junior brother in the future. He is almost driven crazy by you. Ji Changsheng nodded and said solemnly, don't worry. Your little brother is my little brother. I will protect him in the future. Yu Linglong. After Yu Linglong went offline, Li Huanyan grabbed Ji Changsheng's hand. Bao, I have a favor to ask. Ji Changsheng remained calm and asked calmly, you say, if you are too attentive to others for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. He is not a person who is tempted by beauty. After Linglong ascends, give me this jade sword. Ji Changsheng blinked and reminded, starting tomorrow, this jade sword will be useless. Whoever holds this jade sword now will be the sword master. Starting tomorrow, this jade sword will be just a jade sword, made of ordinary material, and may not even be sharp enough to peel an apple. It doesn't matter. I can't own Linglong, but at least I can collect her clone and abuse her as I want. Li Huanyan couldn't help laughing as she spoke. Ji Changsheng's tone began to sound strange. Bao, be more normal. I can help you with some things, but there's no need to use a sword. Li Huanyan's peach blossom eyes were full of affection, and she whispered in Ji Changsheng's ear, give me the sword first. Maybe I'll consider taking both the person and the sword. Ji Changsheng didn't move at all, and was not seduced by the seduction of the Hahuan demon girl. No, I can't trade with Linglong Fairy's things. I'll add money. It's not about money. I'm not someone who cares about spirit stones. Huanfu. Hahuan Sect's battle robe? One of the core technologies of the Hahuan Sect instantly appeared in front of Ji Changsheng's eyes. It is said that this is one of the most popular battle robes for gentlemen. But the top leaders of the Hahuan Sect never wear it, and the low-level disciples below take it to open up the market. What do you mean? I'll wear it and show you. Deal. Ji Changsheng said seriously, it doesn't matter whether Huanfu is worn or not. I just can't bear to refuse Bao.